A rain of cards has ushered humanity into the card age. On top of a building, a boy playing with a red card spreads his arms wide to welcome it. Welcome to the era of card masters. In the next moment, countless white cards and a few green cards fall from the sky. A voice echoes through the air. Card Realm officially logs onto Earth Online, officially in open beta. Among the cards, the most powerful ones are referred to as the Supreme Cards. Supreme Card, Emperor, requires gathering all 9 series of the Kyushu Ding cards and completing the Fengshan ceremony on Mount Tai. Supreme Card, Demon, requires gathering Saint, Basha. Supreme Card, Wealth, requires possessing 1/10 of all humanity's wealth. Supreme Card, Pantheon, requires gathering Poseidon, Hades, Chapter 1, Card Realm and Tigers Yin and Yang. On the rooftop of a certain building. A young man stands on the rooftop, letting the wind tousle his hair. He quietly gazes at the sky, as if waiting for something. From time to time, he glances down at the watch on his wrist. 11:47. I wonder if the open beta of Card Realm in reality is true. If it is, there should be a rain of cards in 13 minutes. Wouldn't competing from a high place be a bit easier? Su Huayin murmurs softly. He puts down his watch. Su Huayin reaches into his pocket. A card about the size of his palm, half a millimeter thick, with a dazzling red gem embedded on its back. Appears in his hand. Tigers Yin and Yang quality, red type, equipment card attribute bonus, none. Passive, Yin Yang balance. This card can stack all other Doomsday Series cards of the Evil Dragon or stack one non-Evil Dragon Doomsday Series card. Active 1, can summon a puppet clone with the same number of card slots as oneself, maximum of 6 card slots. The puppet clone can only be summoned again 24 hours after its death. Active 2, separation of good and evil, not activated. Chapter 2, the gifted treasure card, card rain, 0 autumn. Time passes by second by second. Su Huayin keeps a close eye on the situation in the sky, as well as the situation of the girl with the knife. 11:59 mainly, the time is too tight. He just received this Tigers Yin and Yang card yesterday. There wasn't enough time to prepare. Otherwise, he could have gotten a stab-proof suit and a knife, which should have been doable. I think we need to talk. Su Huayin glances at the long knife in the girl's hand and says, giving the knife brother some face. Oh. Talk about what? The girl's gaze towards Su Huayin is filled with indifference and vigilance. Let's cut to the chase. If there really is a rain of cards, then this central line is yours, and this side is mine. If there's no change from the open beta to the closed beta, the card rain at the server launch will only contain white cards and green cards, with white cards being the vast majority and green cards being a small portion. There's absolutely no need for us to fight to the death over cards of this level. Su Huayin pulls out a wrench from his pocket. If there were any high-level cards, perhaps there would indeed be a fight, but if nothing unexpected happens, the card rain at the server launch will be transitional. Chapter 3, let's have a fight. Open the second card slot. It's coming. Cards falling like snowflakes descend. Su Huayin immediately sees a green card mixed in with a group of white cards. He reaches out and catches one card in his hand. The rain of cards comes quickly and goes quickly. Su Huayin only managed to grab one card. The card rain falls down from where he is. Su Huayin flips over the green card in his hand, power wristband. Quality, green card type, equipment card effect, strength 20 description, warrior equipment made from black iron or acquisition method. Monster drops, card pack draws, system events, unscrupulous merchants. Dual mode effect, equipment card, equipped to warrior type monsters, attack 500 not very useful. Su Huayin instinctively thinks about discarding this card. But just as he is about to throw it away, a system notification chimes in his ear. Ding, you still have 2 card draw chances. Thus, Su Huayin's motion to discard the card comes to a halt. Almost forgot, it's open beta now. It's not the old account anymore.
Chapter 4, Ice Shield, and Stealth in the second slot. Not bad at all. Ling Qiu squeezed the knife in her hand, aiming it at Su Huayin. Actually, for this match, a simple gesture would suffice. However, both sides clearly wanted to use this sparring session to gauge each other. Just a moment, Su Huayin said, looking at the gleaming knife, feeling a bit anxious. If that knife struck him, he might not survive. Xu Huayin pulled up his system panel and took out a white card, stacking it on top of the Tiger Yin-Yang card. The passive ability of the Tiger Yin-Yang card allows other Doomsday cards of all evil dragons, or a single non-evil dragon Doomsday card, to be stacked on it. Xu Huayin stacked the newly acquired white card onto it. Come on, hurry up, the second wave of card rain is about to begin. Ling Qiu held the knife with both hands, appearing somewhat tense. After all, she had never experienced real combat. However, Ling Qiu's gaze quickly calmed down. She knew very well that she had to learn to fight if she wanted to survive in the upcoming era. Chapter 5 is this to guard against me. As soon as 10 minutes were up, the system's notification sound rang out on time. Ding, the second wave of card rain begins. Xu Huayin looked up. A sparse blue card rain appeared in the sky, probably only 1% of the first wave, or maybe even less. One of the cards fell straight towards the position of Xu Huayin and Ling Qiu, landing exactly where the system had marked. It seemed to sense their presence. Before it hit the ground, the blue card transformed into a 2-meter-tall silver gorilla. Silverback gorilla. Weak point is its legs, attack from the bottom, Xu Huayin reminded. Ling Qiu grunted, gripping the knife and charging at the silverback gorilla. Xu Huayin could see that a backpack-like item had appeared on Ling Qiu's back. Soon after, a thin layer of white light appeared on her body. Shield. A shield generator. But it doesn't seem to be from the Zero series. What luck. Although it wasn't from the Zero series, it was still considered technological equipment. It was quite good given the absence of Zero series equipment and spells. Chapter 6 Deep Cooperation and Capriciousness Mutual Understanding, Xu Huayin said, his gaze sharpening. Only a slight injury. He had expected the blow from the silverback gorilla to break the white-quality shield generator. Could there be other cards? But that didn't make sense. Ling Qiu should have the same 2 slots as him. Once in combat, they couldn't adjust the cards in their slots. Even if she had other cards, there wouldn't be enough slots. Could the red, Zero series armament card allow stacking? Xu Huayin speculated. It seemed to be the only guess. What do you think? Ling Qiu laughed lightly. Clearly, she wasn't going to reveal the answer to Xu Huayin. It seemed there was no way to resolve this amicably. Xu Huayin sighed. At this point, blue cards were still very useful. Even if it was just an ordinary blue card. Thanks for blocking that hit in the previous battle. But I must have this card, Ling Qiu said. The atmosphere suddenly became tense again. Both were not in great condition, and Xu Huayin was almost out of blue. Chapter 7 Useless Forbidden Spell, Card all right, Ling Qiu said after a moment of thought. Let's go. Over there. I memorized the positions of a few recent blue card guardians while I was on the rooftop. After saying that, Ling Qiu pointed in a direction. Okay, let's go. Xu Huayin glanced in that direction. In fact, he had also paid some attention to the nearby drop points while on the rooftop. It wasn't that he had any particular plans for those points, it was just beneficial to have more information. See, it's coming in handy, isn't it? The direction Ling Qiu pointed was indeed towards the recent drop point. At least Xu Huayin could determine that Ling Qiu was somewhat sincere about cooperating. The two ran towards the drop point of the blue card. Xu Huayin managed to pull out a card. It was the blue card he had just acquired by defeating the silverback gorilla. Magic Sphere Quality, Blue Card Type, Weapon Card, Attribute, Spirit 20 Passive, automatically restores 1 point of spirit every 10 minutes, passive. This card can stack 1 spell card of blue quality or lower. Chapter 8 Supreme Card, Emperor, Go. Ling Qiu, clad in full armor and equipped with a shield generator, charged ahead. Xu Huayin's spirit attribute had reached 30 points, making it easy to use Ice Shield. As Ling Qiu collided with the Ice Wolf, an Ice Shield appeared in front of her. This time, although it was only a white card level Ice Shield, it didn't break immediately, but held up for a while before shattering. The ice attribute shield had some extra absorption capability against ice attribute attacks. Just as Ling Qiu was bracing against the ice wolf's attack, a figure holding a wrench suddenly appeared behind the ice wolf. This was Xu Huayan's clone, who had entered stealth mode. The wrench struck heavily at the back of the ice wolf's head. With that hit, it wouldn't die, but it would at least be severely injured. However, the ice wolf seemed to sense the danger. Its fur turned ice blue, and a chill erupted from its body. In an instant, a layer of frost appeared on the surfaces of both Xu Huayan's clone and Ling Qiu, visibly slowing their speed. Chapter 9 Flame/Boom. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, the motorcycle finally came to a stop. Get off, fight! Xu Huayan pressed the brake button. As soon as they stopped, Ling Qiu, who was sitting in the back seat, jumped down immediately. He charged towards a nearly 3-meter-tall grey bear, not far from where Xu Huayan had parked. A grey bear was repeatedly slamming its huge paws against a car, appearing very agitated. Clearly, this was also a blue-card guardian beast. If they took it down, they could obtain a blue card. This would be the third one. According to their previous agreement, odd-numbered cards were to be decided by rock, paper, scissors. The winner would get the card, and the loser would get the next one. Relying on his shield and full-body armor, Ling Qiu charged in directly. Xu Huayan also activated the Tiger's Yin and Yang skill, summoning a clone. After a 3-second countdown, the clone entered stealth mode, preparing to strike the bear from behind while Ling Qiu distracted it. But this time, it seemed unnecessary. Buzz! A blue longsword appeared in Ling Qiu's hand, emanating blue flames. Chapter 10 Flame Codex. The wind howled as a motorcycle weaved through the city. You're quite kind. For the first time, Xu Huayan took the initiative to chat with Ling Qiu about something other than fighting. Although Ling Qiu had just said something pretty harsh, it was just a casual remark. Nothing to do with kindness. Ling Qiu replied, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" After experiencing several battles together, Ling Qiu had developed some trust in Xu Huayan and was no longer as wary. Haha, just saying. We've arrived. Xu Huayan pressed the brake button. This situation was a bit different from before. Around the Flame Lion, about 5 or 6 people had gathered. This group seemed to be preparing to deal with the Flame Lion. 5 figures spread out on the street, forming an encirclement, pressing towards the Flame Lion. Their arrival caught the attention of the Flame Lion, which ceased its meaningless destruction. The Flame Lion slowly rose, its molten manner flowing like lava. Its pupils locked onto these people. Attack! The leading man shouted, wielding a massive saber, and charged first. Chapter 11 NPC of the Fishing Association, do you want to continue? Xu Huayan asked. As soon as he finished speaking, a system prompt echoed in the sky. Ding! The second wave of card rain has been acquired, exceeding 80. The third wave of cards will be released tomorrow at noon 12 o'clock. The quality of this wave of cards is purple. And the quantity is 1% of the second wave of card rain. Purple card guardian beasts recommend a fully blue card 2-slot 5-person team for the challenge. After hearing the system prompt, Xu Huayan stopped. What is said is what comes. There really is a third wave of card rain. Moreover, the quality of this wave has increased again. Purple card rain. This should be the last wave, Xu Huayan speculated. Purple cards are barely considered high-end cards, and are hard to obtain in the early stages. Furthermore, purple card level cards generally have equipment restrictions. This is the last wave. There shouldn't be another one. If there is, could there be a gold card level card rain? Just thinking about it seems impossible. Do you want to continue? Ling Qiu asked. Having already taken down 80, there's no real need now, even if there are more, there probably won't be many left. Chapter 12 Disheveled Shenyang. The two approached the person wearing the Fishing Association attire. As they got closer, they could see a line of text above the man's head. Fishing Association member Shen Yang, this was a yellow name, indicating his identity as a neutral NPC. So he really is an NPC. Let us go take a look. Ling Qiu said eagerly. The two then arrived next to the Fishing Association NPC. Seemingly sensing their approach, Shen Yang turned slightly. Fellow anglers, are you here to fish too? Shen Yang asked. Of course, Xu Huayin replied. Just forgot my fishing gear. Xu Huayin blinked and said. This is a trick to get a free fishing rod. During the beta test, when encountering a member of the Fishing Association for the first time, claiming to have forgotten the fishing rod would get them a free white-quality fishing rod card from these lovely anglers. Is that so? I just happen to have some extra fishing gear. Let me give it to you, Shen Yang said, his eyes lighting up. He pulled out 2 cards and handed them to Xu Huayin and Ling Qiu. Fishing rod quality, white card type, tool card, chapter 13, water dragon scale, the enormous black fish, half a person tall, flopped around on the shore for a while before turning into a card. Black kingfish weight, 596 kilograms, active time, noon. Afternoon fishing spot, Daxingtang fishing point, only one. When Xu Huayin collected the card, a system prompt rang in his ear. Ding! Shen Yang's fishing shop has opened. You can use your catch to exchange for rewards. Immediately, a list of exchange options appeared before Xu Huayin. The first item on the list caught Xu Huayin's attention, mainly because of the exchange conditions for the first item. Water dragon scale, the exchange price, black kingfish, x1. The first item is usually the most precious, right? So, I caught the most precious item on my first fishing trip. Xu Huayin felt it was a bit absurd. No way. Is my luck this good? At this moment, Shen Yang finally regained his composure from the disheveled state. The look in his eyes when he looked at Xu Huayin was quite complex. Should we exchange? Shen Yang asked. Chapter 14, Zero Function Multifunctional Backpack, accompanied by a violent swing of the rod. A fish, exuding colorful scales and only the size of 2 palms, was pulled up. Xu Huayin thus saw the full appearance of the fish. What kind of strange fish is this? Xu Huayin was full of doubts. This fish looked peculiar, and the shimmering scales made him a bit dizzy. Take a look at what this thing can exchange for. It feels like it won't be worse than mine, Xu Huayin said with a hint of expectation. Then he looked at Shen Yang, who had returned. Didn't this guy leave? Why is he back again? However, he was glad he returned. Otherwise, pulling this fish up would probably have been quite difficult. Let me see. Ling Qiu came to the side of the fish and reached out. A card appeared in Ling Qiu's hand. Colorful spirit fish weight, 496 kilograms, active time, afternoon of fishing spot, 100 fish per month at all fishing spots, almost 100 pounds of colorful spirit fish. Shen Yang's expression twitched. In his eyes, he was starting to doubt life. How is it? What can we exchange for? Xu Huayin asked curiously. When he got that colorful spirit fish. Chapter 15 Conditions for opening the third card slot. Where's the fish? Xu Huayin looked a bit dejected. Half an hour had passed with no activity at all. He thought he was quite good at fishing. He even considered exchanging a large batch of supplies and cards from the Fishing Association. But this half hour had yielded no fish. It felt like an iron fist had shattered Xu Huayin's dreams. Fishing didn't seem to be an easy task. He casually opened his system panel. Xu Huayin's gaze fell on the locked third card slot. I remember that the third card slot can be unlocked in 2 ways. Either by completing the difficult level graveyard instance independently, or by paying 100,000 pesos to unlock it. He extended a finger and clicked on the currently unusable third card slot. A system prompt immediately sounded in Xu Huayin's ear. Ding! You can choose one of the following 3 options to unlock the third card slot after completion. A new panel popped up in front of Xu Huayin. Complete the difficult level graveyard instant solo. Independently kill a player with 3 card slots, or a regular wild map boss. Chapter 16 The third wave of card rain gentlemanly demeanor. Give the blanket to Ling Qiu. No way. Xu Huayin was not the type to sacrifice himself for others and then feel self-satisfied. How about this, we take turns sleeping at night, one person on watch. Xu Huayin said. This woman was very smart. Although she was as clueless about combat as Xu Huayin, it was clear that her combat skills were rapidly improving. Is that so? Okay, no problem, Ling Qiu agreed. You sleep first, here's the watch. I'll wake you up at 2 o'clock. Xu Huayin nodded at the watch on his wrist. Regarding this arrangement, Ling Qiu had no objections. She entered the brick house and climbed into the bed Xu Huayin had prepared. Xu Huayin stayed by the campfire outside. Although he felt there shouldn't be any issues. This method of taking turns on watch allowed for more peace of mind. In a chaotic environment, having a trustworthy teammate was quite convenient. Crackling, the campfire burned brightly. Sparks flying, as if blooming brilliant flowers in the darkness. Xu Huayin stood by the campfire, feeling the chill of the night, and couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 17 Miss. This is it. The motorcycle stopped in front of a purple area, about 20 meters long. This was not a purple light column. It just looked from a distance like a very thin purple light column. Getting off, Xu Huayin parked the motorcycle. The two approached the purple area. Checking the time. It was 11:42. It took them about 10 minutes to drive over. Let us wait, it won't start for another 10 minutes. Xu Huayin summoned his clone. Now. The clone's combat power was a bit weak. Power wristband stealth only had a white card and a green card, looking a bit underwhelming. Meanwhile, Xu Huayin's main body had Tiger's Yin and Yang stacked with a water dragon scale, and a magic ball stacked with ice shield technique, 1 red and 1 purple. 1 blue and 1 white. The quality was directly thin for the clone. Here, Ling Qiu handed a knife to Xu Huayin. This is the knife I used before. Now I have a new one. A long knife emitting a ghostly blue flame appeared in her other hand. This knife was what Ling Qiu had when they first met. Back then Xu Huayin had a wrench in his hand. Chapter 18 Killing the Black Tiger Boss. Firearms are ineffective. The truck is too heavy. There was no suspense in what happened next. Run! Shouted one of the crew-cut young men. But it was already too late. When firearms were ineffective, the outcome was already determined. With a swat, the Black Tiger Boss easily killed the man holding the gun. In less than 30 seconds. All 4 men and 1 woman were wiped out. Now it's our turn. Xu Huayin brushed off the grass clippings on his body. What a waste of anticipation. Besides testing out a gun immunity, we didn't learn anything. I don't know if this monster is just immune to firearms or if all monsters are. Xu Huayin said. Didn't we leave that gun behind? We can test it later to find out. Ling Qiu drew her knife and made a few strokes in the air. The terrain where the Black Tiger Boss was located was open, leaving no option for a sneak attack. The two could only choose to confront it head-on. However, they decided to approach from 2 directions, planning a left and right pincer attack. And the two maintained a relatively close distance. Well, no need to save. When they saw Xu Huayin and Ling Qiu again, the content of Chapter 19 appeared before them, the cult's hideout card. Roaring Tiger Mountain Instance Card, Quality, Purple Card Type, Special Instance Card, Effect. Up to 3 players can enter the Roaring Tiger Mountain Instance. Description: the son of the Black Tiger King has mysteriously disappeared. And it swears to tear the throat of the murderer. Is this an instance card? Or is it an instance card we've never seen before? Have you seen it? Ling Qiu added. I haven't seen it either, Xu Huayin replied. Moreover, the description of this card is quite interesting, the son of the Black Tiger King. It can't be referring to the one we just killed, right? Xu Huayin speculated. It's very possible, Ling Qiu nodded in agreement. It really is possible. Who would have thought? It's actually an instance card. Then there's no need to argue over it, let's go in together later. A purple card level instance isn't something we can handle right now. At least we need to unlock the third card slot before considering it. Let's put it away for now, Ling Qiu said. Saying that, she gestured for Xu Huayin to put the card away. Okay, then I'll put it away for now. Chapter 20, Green Wolf Spider Boss. What should we do with these girls? Xu Huayin felt it was a bit tricky. He definitely couldn't treat these three girls like the previous cult members and just kill them with one blow. But should we leave them alive? That's tough. What's so difficult about handling this? Ling Qiu retorted. Their backgrounds are clean. Are you suggesting we take the guild route? Xu Huayin quickly understood what Ling Qiu meant. If I remember correctly, unlocking the fifth card slot allows you to choose the guild route, which should be the easiest route. Ling Qiu said. Ling Qiu's words made Xu Huayin start to recall the unlocking of the fifth card slot. There are a total of 9 card slots. Apart from the first one being free, the difficulty of the subsequent slots increases exponentially. The unlocking of the fifth card slot has 2 parts. The first part is basic attributes, which must exceed 200 points. The so-called basic attributes are the total of strength, constitution, agility, and spirit. The second part requires choosing between the guild route and the individual route. The guild route requires holding a position of Legion Commander, or above. While the individual route requires passing the 10th floor of the Tower of Heaven. Chapter 21, Heaven and Earth Share Longevity, and a Swordsmith, Are You Okay? Xu Huayin immediately rushed to Ling Qiu's side and helped her up, only to find that Ling Qiu had already fainted. No way. He checked Ling Qiu's breath and found her breathing steady, which made him feel slightly relieved. Wake up, wake up. Xu Huayin slapped Ling Qiu's face and shook her gently. Ling Qiu slowly opened her eyes. It seems she fainted from the impact of the recent explosion. Stop shaking, I wasn't blown to death. But I might die from your shaking. Ling Qiu said weakly. We shouldn't stay here for long, let's leave this place first, Xu Huayin said. After saying that, without waiting for Ling Qiu to object, he directly carried her on his back. What card just exploded? Ling Qiu asked. I don't know, I haven't checked, hopefully. It's a healing effect card. Holding Ling Qiu's body, Xu Huayin walked toward the purple card. When he reached the card, Xu Huayin reached out and tapped the purple card. The content of the card appeared before both Xu Huayin and Ling Qiu. Heaven and Earth Share Longevity Quality, Purple Card Type, Spell Card Effect, Sacrifice 99 of all attributes for the next hour to self-destruct. The damage and range of the explosion depend on the number of card slots. Chapter 22, End of Service Benefits the next day. Don't push. Xu Huayin pushed away a heavy thigh clad in armor that was pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. Who would have thought Ling Qiu looked so beautiful and had such a good temperament, but her sleeping posture was so bad. Last night, he had slept in the tent with Ling Qiu. Ling Qiu's thigh was heavy, mainly due to the weight of her zero-style armor. The key was that this weight was pressing directly on him. It was numbing. Unlike the Swordsmith and the previous Fishing Association NPCs. She wasn't a stiff NPC, but sat by the campfire all night striking poses. Plus, since this was a neutral safe zone, there was no need to worry about safety issues. So, Xu Huayin had taken over the tent. However, he didn't expect Ling Qiu to crawl in as well. Men and women shouldn't be too close. Xu Huayin refused Ling Qiu's entry, saying the tent was too small for both of them to sleep comfortably. You just want to monopolize it, right? No way. Ling Qiu wouldn't let Xu Huayin have his way and squeezed in forcefully. What I mean is that men and women shouldn't be too close, Xu Huayin said with righteous indignation. I'm worried about you getting taken advantage of. Shu Huayin said, as if he was genuinely concerned for Ling Qiu. I don't mind getting taken advantage of, what about it? Chapter 23, The Power of Water Control Distinguishing Right from Wrong. What is there that is clearly right or wrong? The world is grey. Although Ling Qiu's statement was a bit childish, Shu Huayin didn't feel it was bad. What about you? Do you have any dreams? Ling Qiu countered. The topic suddenly became lofty. My dream? It's somewhat similar to yours. I have a dream. I hope that a true representative of light pierces through my chest with his sword, ha ha ha. Shu Huayin answered somewhat neurotically. A true representative of light. That's interesting, huh? A hint of contemplation appeared on Ling Qiu's face. The two of them reached the mountain peak. At the top, they saw about a dozen stones of various sizes and a small pond. This seems like a jumping stone mini-task, right? Looking at the familiar scene before him, Shu Huayin said. In the card domain, it's not all battles, there are also some small puzzles. This is my specialty. Shu Huayin walked over to the nearest stone. Ding! Entry difficulty unlocked. As soon as Shu Huayin stepped on the stone, a bright light lit up on a nearby stone. Chapter 24, Is the main city not a city? Save me. Ding! Congratulations on completing the sword forging task. Reward, blue card long flow sword. At the sword forging camp, a system notification sounded in Shu Huayin's ear. A blue card appeared in Shu Huayin's hand. Long flow sword quality, blue card type, weapon card, attribute, strength 40 effect, water type skill power 20 description, is this a sword? It clearly looks like a staff, right? Restriction, strength greater than 20 points, or constitution greater than 40 points, acquisition method, monster drop, system event. Unscrupulous merchant, dual mode effect, warrior type, 4 stars, adjustment, attack power 1800, defense power 200. Effect, during your main phase. You can special summon one fine water sword from your deck, graveyard, or hand to the field. Do I need 40 points of constitution? I currently have 60 points of constitution, completely meeting the conditions. Shu Huayin immediately took out the strength wristband from his second card slot. Then he replaced it with the long flow sword. It seems there is also a card called Fine Water Sword, and these two cards form a set. Considered a small axis. Chapter 25. Divide into 3 routes. Beep beep beep. The phone you dialed is temporarily unavailable. This sound came from the phone. This was Zero Qiu trying to call her parents. But no matter how she tried, she couldn't get through. Zero Qiu's mood gradually sank. No need to keep trying. Let's change the number. Zero Qiu took a deep breath and slowly said, revealing another number. This time, it finally connected. Xiaodong, how are you? Are you okay? Zero Qiu asked anxiously. Sister, come save me, there are a lot of monsters downstairs. A crying voice came from the phone. Where are you now? Zero Qiu maintained her calm and asked. I'm at school, on the top of the teaching building. I survived thanks to a card I found a few days ago. Many people have died, hurry and save me. The person on the other end of the phone couldn't suppress their emotions and cried. Seemingly afraid that their crying would attract the monster's attention, they lowered their voice. Okay. Stay hidden, I'll be right there. Zero Qiu said. Then, Zhu Hui also called her family. Unfortunately, no one answered either. Current contacts. Chapter 26, Heaven and Earth Share Longevity, Initial Test of Skills Dam. Shu Huayin looked towards the direction where the magic bullet was shot. There stood a snake man mage holding a strange staff. Shu Huayin quickly rushed to the snake man mage's front. The long flow sword slashed down. A large snake man mage's head flew up. At the same time, a card appeared. Shu Huayin casually picked up the card. He didn't check the card's situation for now. just stored it away, and ran to Ma Zhentong's side. Alongside Ma Zhentong were two men dressed in law enforcement uniforms. Dongzi, are you okay? Xu Huayin glanced at Ma Zhentong. Although Ma Zhentong was injured, it didn't seem serious. Who are you two? Xu Huayin turned his gaze to the two men in law enforcement attire. You must be Xu Huayin, right? This phone is for you, someone is looking for you. The old law enforcer handed a phone to Xu Huayin. But Xu Huayin did not take it. No need, I don't want to connect with them for now. And this thing probably has a tracking feature, right? Xu Huayin walked over to Ma Zhentong and picked him up. Chapter 27, Snake Man Commander, One Shot of Heaven and Earth Share Longevity. It directly blew up the elite monster. This was still the Heaven and Earth Share Longevity skill under the condition of the second card slot. The power of the Heaven and Earth Share Longevity skill increases with the number of card slots. Now its power could probably threaten boss-level creatures. It just costs the life of a clone. One can only be generated every 24 hours. Xu Huayin came to the side of the Snake Man elite monster. He bent down and picked up the card. Snake Man Commander Quality, Blue Card Type, Monster Card Effect, consume 100 mental points to summon one Snake Man Commander. Only one Snake Man Commander can exist at the same time. Description: Elite of the Snake Man Clan. Acquisition Method: Monster Drop, Unscrupulous Merchant. System Event: Dual Mode Effect, 6 stars, Warrior Type, Attack Power 2100, Defense Power 1500, Effect destroys one Snake Man field monster on the field. This card can be special summoned from hand or graveyard during the main phase, once per turn. You can add one Snake Man field card from your deck to your hand. Restriction: only one can exist in the deck. Do you need 100 mental points to summon an elite monster? Are you kidding me? Chapter 28, Graveyard Dungeon. No, you are dead. Xu Huayin casually replied. Ma Zhentong blinked. His vision gradually cleared. He could see two beautiful women sitting in the back seat. One was wearing a high-tech style armor, appearing somewhat cold, looking to be in her early 20s. The other was in a school uniform, looking very pure. However, she appeared injured, her clothes somewhat torn, as if she had just gone through a chase. Her expression seemed very anxious, not knowing where to place her hands. Next to her was the driver's seat, where Xu Huayin was driving. What should we do next? Xu Huayin asked Zero Qiu about her plans. We can't go back, Zhu Hui has to rely on herself, let's first secure our third card slot. And then head to the main city. Zero Qiu replied. That was her idea. Okay, let's go to the main city. Xu Huayin responded. Hearing the conversation between the two, Ma Zhentong slowly sat up. Where is this? Where are we going? Ma Zhentong rubbed his forehead. We are going to the system's main city. Xu Huayin answered. About an hour later. Chapter 29, Holy Water, and a Skeleton Disguise Technique. This is a dilapidated graveyard. Wild grass grows wildly, almost covering the old tombstones. The tombstones lean at odd angles, and the inscriptions have been eroded to the point of being illegible. Xu Huayin blinked. The system's prompt sound echoed in his ear. Ding! Welcome to the hard-level cemetery dungeon. You have received the following tasks. Task 1, kill the elite monster, the Death Knight. Task reward, 1 random green card from the Undead series. Task 2, kill the boss, the Skeleton King. Task reward, 1 random blue card from the Undead series. Optional task, collect King S Bones X3. Task reward, Bone King Shield, purple card. After hearing the system's prompt, Xu Huayin was slightly stunned. He didn't want any changes to this dungeon. It would be best if it was exactly the same as during the internal test. However, what he feared came true. What was this optional task? Xu Huayin felt something was off. Previously, during the game's internal testing, the cemetery dungeon only had the current Task 1 and Task 2. There was no such optional task. The emergence of this task likely indicated that the content of the dungeon might have changed as well. Chapter 30. How did the elite monster become a boss? After clearing the minions, Shu Huayin continued towards the gigantic tombstone in the center. The Skeleton King boss was right here. Although the skeleton minions were relatively weak, the Skeleton King boss was still a boss-level enemy. If it weren't for having a bottle of holy water in hand, it would be somewhat difficult for Shu Huayin, who currently had no clone, to deal with it. Upon arriving next to the central tombstone, Shu Huayin's presence caused a tremor in the tombstone. Immediately after, a skeleton giant over 2 meters tall emerged from the ground. In the game, controlling the character from a third-person perspective, seeing a 5-meter tall skeleton didn't feel too significant. However, now in first-person view, seeing the Skeleton King, which was slightly taller than himself, made Shu Huayin instinctively take a step back. Cackling, the Skeleton King boss let out a strange laugh and strode towards Shu Huayin. Great! A death wish incoming. Shu Huayin twisted open the cap of the holy water bottle and actively ran towards the Skeleton King boss. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A row of bone spikes shot towards Shu Huayin like a machine gun. However, Shu Huayin was too familiar with this boss's attack pattern. Chapter 31. The second King's Bone. Shu Huayin was at least a veteran player of 3 years of internal testing. He was quite familiar with the mechanics of card domain. Even if there were changes in the public test, many underlying logics would not change. Based on the information he currently had, he roughly figured out how to complete this optional King's Bone task. First, he needed to kill the Skeleton King boss before going after the Elite Death Knight. After the Skeleton King boss was defeated, the Elite Death Knight would transform into the Death Knight boss, which would also drop a King's Bone. In that case, there would be 2 King's Bones. Analyzing that 3 were needed for the King's Bone, after defeating the Death Knight boss, there would likely be a new boss. I just wanted to simply open a 3rd card slot, Shu Huayin complained. He hadn't intended to complete that optional task, he just wanted to open a 3rd card slot. However, it seemed he had inadvertently followed the optional task all along. Well, let us do it this way. Completing this optional task would yield a purple card. After observing the Death Knight boss behind the big tree for a while. Chapter 32. The Undead Mage Boss. The Paladin Sean's last wish. Please go to the Great Cemetery and destroy the root cause of the cemetery's mutation, the Undead Gem. Once the second King's Bone was in hand, the task changed. It became to go to the Great Cemetery and destroy the Undead Gem. The so-called Great Cemetery was the place where the Skeleton King boss was previously killed. It seemed that the 3rd King's Bone was here. Shu Huayin confidently guessed. Returning to the Great Cemetery, sure enough, after defeating the Death Knight boss, changes occurred here. A grey gem appeared on the central tombstone, emitting wisps of grey mist. This kind of change was completely beyond Shu Huayin's expectations. Now, it was not that his internal test experience was entirely useless, it was basically of no use. After carefully surveying the surroundings and finding no abnormalities, Shu Huayin strolled towards the great tombstone. His body was tense, ready to respond to any potential emergencies around him. However, what surprised Shu Huayin was that until he reached the front of the great tombstone, nothing happened. This situation not only did not make him feel relaxed, but instead heightened his vigilance. Chapter 33. Bone King's Shield. It can be pulled out. When he saw the undead mage boss following him and chasing him to the side of the pool, Shu Huayin felt a surge of joy. Eating the dragon scale bonus by the water was definitely better than not having it. As he saw the undead mage boss approaching, Shu Huayin stood still by the pool and waved his hand, conjuring 2 water snakes that shot towards the undead mage boss. He cast a spell first to greet it. Faced with Shu Huayin's attack, the undead mage boss merely waved its staff, and 2 arrows of black gas shot out, easily exploding the 2 water snakes. Then, the undead mage waved its staff again, and in just a moment, 4 skeleton soldier monsters emerged from the ground. These skeleton soldiers were clearly different from the previous skeleton minions. They were not only much taller, but they also had a layer of black gas surrounding them. Even their bones appeared to be more translucent. Under the command of the undead mage, the 4 skeleton soldiers charged towards Xu Huayin. HMPH. Xu Huayin brandished his sword to meet them. Upon engagement, he immediately felt a significant difference. Although he could still directly slay one skeleton soldier with a single sword strike. Chapter 34, Lost Shenyang. When the 30-second countdown ended, Xu Huayin was teleported out of the dungeon. Ding! Congratulations on completing the difficult level Cemetery Dungeon solo. Your 3rd card slot has been unlocked. The system's prompt sounded. Xu Huayin immediately called up his panel. The 3rd card slot is now available for use. Without hesitation, Xu Huayin placed the newly acquired Bone King Shield card into the 3rd slot. His current card slots were Tiger's Yin and Yang stacked with a Water Dragon Scale, Flowing Sword, and a Bone King Shield. The basic attribute bonuses were Strength 40, Constitution 80. This did not account for the additional 10 Strength and 10 Agility from a Water Dragon Scale when near water, as well as the 50 Strength attribute provided by Bone King Shield after its passive was fully leveled up. After admiring his current cards, Xu Huayin casually clicked on the 4th card slot. After unlocking the 3rd card slot, he could check the requirements for opening the 4th card slot. The conditions for unlocking the 4th card slot, Constitution and any other attribute must both be greater than 50. Or Constitution must be greater than 100 once the 4th card slot is unlocked. If these conditions are not met, the 4th card slot will temporarily close. Chapter 35, Proof of Adventure. Oh, it's you guys. Shenyang saw Xu Huayin and Ling Qiu, looking somewhat excited. Are you here to register for the Fishing Association? Shenyang asked. Register for the Fishing Association. Xu Huayin and Ling Qiu exchanged glances instinctively. The influence of the Fishing Association is not smaller than that of the Adventurers Association. In fact, it might be even larger. As the saying goes, wherever there is water, there you can see the figures of the Fishing Association. Fishermen, fishing souls, wherever there is water, there are fishermen. But come on, I'll take you to register. From now on, you will be fishermen under my name. Don't worry, I won't treat you poorly. Many of the Fishing Association's cards are unique, with no other means of obtaining them, like this card. Shenyang's eyes gleamed as he swept over the 2. A card appeared in his hand. Fire Dragon Scale. And then this card. Another card appeared in his hand. Zero Style Thunder Slash. Especially the 5 Elements Dragon Scale series cards, all of them are in my hands. Shenyang smiled confidently, seemingly unconcerned about Xu Huayin's disagreement. Chapter 36, Lin Yuan, Damn. A New Day. Xu Huayin, Ling Qiu, Ling Dong, Ma Zhendong, Jing Qian, and Li Feng, 6 people, were sitting in the living room eating. Which of you 4 can drive? Xu Huayin asked after taking a sip of porridge. I can. Ma Zhendong raised his hand. Jing Qian also raised her hand. You 4 take that pickup truck and go together, it's safer. Ling Qiu and I are going to do a mission and can't take care of you, be careful yourselves. I suggest you head to Qingmu City to grind public dungeons. The difficulty isn't too high, and it can help hone your combat skills. Under Xu Huayin's arrangement, the 4 drove the pickup truck to Qingmu City. Ma Zhendong was appointed as the team leader. Although he didn't have internal test cards, he was at least an internal test player. After they left, Xu Huayin looked at Ling Qiu. You're quite ruthless, letting your sister go out on her own for an adventure. Xu Huayin casually remarked. Ling Qiu seemed quite indifferent to Xu Huayin's words. This was bound to happen, although I will protect her, the times have changed, and I can't protect her forever. Besides, I have my own things to do. Furthermore, she isn't exactly acting alone, her current role is still a healer, so it's not that dangerous. Chapter 37. From one lost person to two. I caught a fish. Shen Yang exclaimed with joy, eager to help. But Xu Huayin stopped him. No need. I can do it myself. Xu Huayin gripped the fishing rod tightly. He was currently by the water, with an additional 10 points of strength. With the 40 strength bonus from a flowing sword, and his own strength, he now had 6 times his usual strength. He wanted to try using his own strength to reel in the fish. However, the fish seemed to possess a terrifying amount of strength. The force pulling was tremendous. Xu Huayin exerted all his strength just to maintain his hold. Just like that, good, tire it out. Shen Yang coached from the side, looking like a good mentor. Steady now, tire it out. Xu Huayin didn't he understand this, only knowing to hold onto the fishing rod tightly to prevent the fish from escaping. Sigh. You're still inexperienced, let me help you. Shen Yang declared heroically. As long as he helped Xu Huayin reel in the fish, he could claim it as his catch. Xu Huayin also knew that his own strength seemed a bit lacking. He could hold on, but lifting it up was a bit impossible. Up. Shen Yang grabbed the fishing rod. Chapter 38. Run. It's a boss. Look at the card you just obtained. Xu Huayin glanced at Ling Qiu's profile and asked softly. Let me see. Ling Qiu opened the card and displayed it in front of Xu Huayin. She hadn't looked at the card's content until now. 0 style Thunder Slash quality, purple card type, skill card, Thunder System Protection, passive adds paralysis power to blade and sword type weapons. If the attributes of the blade and sword type weapons are thunder, the added paralysis effect is doubled. Thunder Slash, active detonates all paralysis power applied to enemies, causing up to 10 times the damage. Description, core card for 0 style electric output. Series, 0 style series, acquisition method, fishing association, dual mode effect, continuous magic card. Every time you activate a monster effect or magic card from the 0 style series, it deals 200 points of damage to the enemy's health. Not bad. Much better than that of Fire Slash. After reading the card's content, Ling Qiu almost immediately replaced the card in her slot, swapping out Fire Slash for 0 style Thunder Slash. Chapter 39. Invisible copy card of the snake. When Xu Huayin saw the Snake Man boss, his eyes lit up. Last time he didn't have enough strength and had to run away. But this time it was different. Not only that, but Zero Qiu's strength had also improved significantly. Today, he was confident he could kill this boss. Here it comes. Zero Qiu charged in from another direction. The wild map boss was half a level higher than the dungeon boss. Xu Huayin realized this when he first engaged the Snake Man King boss. Its power was even stronger than his, who had 6 times the strength. His long flow sword struck the Snake Man King boss's shield, but couldn't penetrate it at all. It was like striking a massive, unmoving boulder. If it weren't for Zero Qiu attacking nearby, forcing the Snake Man King boss to block his attacks with its large sword, Xu Huayin might have had to retreat immediately to dodge an attack. This monster with its sword-shield combination generally had follow-up attacks that swept from below after blocking with the shield. Of course, that was not the case now. Its sword was being used to block Zero Qiu's attacks. Chapter 40. A Favor Ode, Parting Ways. Ahem, Zero Qiu, can I discuss something with you? Xu Huayin coughed lightly and said. He had a feeling that there might be something related to the End of the Evil Dragon series of cards in this dungeon. Not to mention that there might be a card from the series inside, there would at least be clues. Oh? You want something? Zero Qiu toyed with that dungeon card in his hand, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. Give me that card. I know you want to complete this task for that Blessing of the War God card. You want it for your sister, Zero Dawn, right? After completing the task, I'll give you the Blessing of the War God directly, and also that 500 pesos. Xu Huayin thought for a moment and put forward a condition. However, Zero Qiu was not very satisfied with this. You really have a good plan, huh? That and Blessing of the War God card already belongs to me halfway. And the 500 pesos too. You want to trade me half a blue card plus 250 pesos for a purple card? Aren't you asking for too much? Anyway, this card is of no use to you. Xu Huayin continued. Chapter 41 Killer Monkey Stealth. The clone activated the stealth skill, disappearing into the darkness. He jumped over the wall and entered city number 3. Once inside the school, the eerily quiet environment made Xu Huayin feel uneasy. Something was off, very off. Xu Huayin cautiously walked around the campus. He saw no monsters and no living people. It was eerily silent everywhere. This strange situation heightened his caution. Suddenly, a scream echoed from a building. Crash! A nearby classroom window was shattered. Xu Huayin instinctively looked towards that window. He changed direction, rushing towards the source of the scream. Approaching the building, Xu Huayin discovered it was a girls' dormitory. The target, named Xiaoying, from her name, was definitely a girl. Xu Huayin stepped into the girls' dormitory. As soon as he entered, he heard a faint sobbing from the nearest room. Someone. He moved quietly. Chapter 42 Finding Xiaoying. This killer monkey monster only had the ability to become invisible. Its actual body was very weak, not much different from an ordinary person. Xu Huayin took out a dagger and explained to the girl. By the way, what's your name? Xu Huayin walked towards the staircase, his ears perked up, listening for sounds around him. There were definitely more than one killer monkeys. My name is Shiyuro. Shiyuro tightly gripped the long sword Xu Huayin had given her, quickly following his lead as they headed for the second floor. As for her two roommates, it was none of Xu Huayin's business. If they dared to follow him, he wouldn't bother to chase them away. But if they remained in that room, that was not his concern. Do you know where Xiaoying lives? Xu Huayin's figure disappeared again. However, one could determine his position and direction of movement through his voice. He was heading to the second floor. She is in class 3. The dormitory for class 3 is from 305 to 310, Shiyuro answered. She frequently looked around, appearing very fearful. However, she still closely followed Xu Huayin. They hadn't even reached the second floor yet. Chapter 43 Women are a nuisance. Found it. He found the target, named Xiaoying. I received a commission to take you to a safe place, Xu Huayin said. Huh? Did Grandpa send someone to rescue me? Xiaoying said excitedly. However, she didn't open the door immediately, instead asking cautiously, how can you prove what you said? She seemed a bit skeptical of Xu Huayin. I can't prove it. I'm just here on a commission. I'm not doing this for a reward. Why would I come to rescue you if I had nothing better to do? I've already cleared out the monsters outside. Hurry up, or more monsters will come, Xu Huayin retorted. This person named Xiaoying seemed to think quite highly of herself. Well, maybe she really was someone important. She even took out a blue card to reward someone for rescuing her, which seemed a bit extravagant. Just as Xiaoying was about to say something else, another scream rang out from outside the window. All right, I'll go with you, Xiaoying said. Immediately after, Xu Huayin heard the sound of heavy objects being moved inside the room. Then, the door opened, and a girl who clearly had a different aura from ordinary people stepped out of the room. Chapter 44, Qingpu Fishing Ground Card and Dragon Clan Basic Pack brought Shiyuro and Xiaoying to the Adventurers Association. They headed towards the stars and abyss to submit their quests. Xu Huayin had no time to listen to Catherine's nonsense. All right. I've notified the quest issuer to come for inspection, Catherine replied. Xu Huayin nodded at her words. Next, they just needed to wait. Look at those two NPCs over there. They are so strange, Xiaoying said, restlessly looking around. Along the way, Xu Huayin had already shared some current knowledge with the two. When they saw Qingmu City, they only felt a slight novelty. Two strange NPCs. Xu Huayin followed Xiao Ying's direction to look. When he saw the two people she was pointing at, his eyelids twitched. They were at the entrance of the fishing association. He saw two familiar figures, one holding a big fish. Xu Huayin covered his forehead. He had only guessed before. He didn't expect these two to really get lost together at the entrance of the fishing association. Chen Yang was holding that red kingfish, while Lin Yuan was holding that three-colored koi. Old Shen, where did you catch this fish? How many pounds is it? Lin Yuan asked. Chapter 45, Fire Dragon, Dragon Clan Basic Pack. Xu Huayin clicked on the Dragon Clan Basic Pack. In the next moment, a card pack appeared in front of Xu Huayin. Dragon Clan Basic Pack, X1. I didn't expect to be so lucky to draw the Dragon Clan Basic Pack. Let me see what's inside. Xu Huayin immediately tore open the card pack. Each time a purchase is made, you can only choose one from 3 randomly drawn card packs. The card pack was torn open. Inside the card pack were 2 cards. Only 2 cards. But it's still not bad. Xu Huayin drew the first card from the pack. It was a white card. Dragon Cookies Quality, White Card Type, Food Card Effect, increases strength by 30 for 5 minutes after use. Cooldown time 30 minutes. Description: Cookies that the dragon loves the most. Acquisition method: Dragon Clan Basic Card Pack, Duelist Mode Effect, Spell Card, after use. Can special summon a dragon monster with a maximum attack of 500 from your hand. It feels like it's not very useful. I'll give it to you. It occupies 1 card slot and can only be used once within 30 minutes, increasing strength by 30 points for 5 minutes. Useless. Xu Huayin casually tossed this card to Shiyuro, as it had no use. Chapter 46, First Duel Mode. In response to Ling Qiu's question, Li Ming and Lu Xiaozu chose to join. With you two, there are 7 people now. Let us split into 2 groups. Tomorrow, Ma Town East, Ling Dong, Li Ming, and Lu Xiaozu, you 4 will form a group. The food in the base is a bit insufficient, so you go to the city to get more. As for Shiyuro, Li Feng, and Jing Qian, you 3 will form a group. Your strength is still not enough, so focus on improving your strength for now. And I'll assign you tasks later. Xu Huayin assigned the tasks. Upon hearing this, everyone had no objections and dispersed. Lu Xiaozu and Li Ming were in a romantic relationship, so they only needed 1 room. After the meeting, Xu Huayin called Ling Qiu, who was about to rest. Here. This is yours. Xu Huayin handed 2 blue cards and 500 pesos to Ling Qiu. Although the task gave 1,000 pesos, he spent 600, leaving 400. But Xu Huayin had also earned some pesos while grinding snake people, totaling over 100. What is this? Ling Qiu took the 2 cards Xu Huayin handed over. One of the cards was the agreed Blessing of the God of War card. Chapter 47, A Small Test of Skills. I don't know if Xu Huayin's prayers worked. But this time, the drawn card was actually a purple card. Xu Huayin now had a total of 4 purple quality cards: Water Dragon Scale, Fire Dragon Scale, Bone King Shield, and a Heaven and Earth Same Longevity. The Heaven and Earth Same Longevity card was banned in simple mode. Xu Huayin hadn't added the Bone King Shield card from the Undead deck to his deck either. So this purple card could only be one of 2 possibilities: either Water Dragon Scale or Fire Dragon Scale. Please give me Fire Dragon Scale. Xu Huayin prayed in his heart. However, life is often disappointing. What one wants doesn't come. The card Xu Huayin drew was a Water Dragon Scale. Well, that's not too bad, Xu Huayin thought. It's my turn. Since there are no monsters on my field, I activate the effect of a Water Dragon Scale, which can special summon itself when there are no monsters on my field. Xu Huayin summoned Water Dragon Scale to the field and then waited for the opponent's chain. The opponent did not activate any set card effects, so Xu Huayin continued his turn. Chapter 48, Tide Spirit's Handkerchief. Young man, you're very strong. The Jewel City will be held in a month. That will be your stage. The NPC old man handed a card to Xu Huayin. Jewel City admission ticket quality, blue card type, one-time consumable card effect. After use, can enter the special map of Jewel City. Description: Jewel City is a paradise for powerful duelists. Restriction: can be used after 28 days. Jewel City. The ticket for the anniversary Jewel Tournament can only be obtained from Jewel City. Xu Huayin put away the card and then stepped aside. You go ahead. This NPC's deck relied on fertilizer cards to summon a big Tree King monster with 2,400 attack, which wasn't too difficult to deal with, Xu Huayin said. However, this statement earned him a roll of the eyes. I currently don't have any strong cards, and each person only has one chance to challenge. I feel like it's better if I don't challenge for now. Ling Qiu took a step back. Unless I'm lucky and draw a great starting hand. Ling Qiu stepped back. After watching Xu Huayin's battle, she didn't feel like fighting anymore. Chapter 49 Favorability 15. Let's do it this way. Xu Huayin reached out and pulled Tide Spirit in front of him. Sit like me and hold onto the neck of the fire dragon tightly. Xu Huayin's sudden movement made Shilling shiver a little. Especially when he guided her to hold the Charizard's neck. The Charizard raised its head, which made Shilling cling tightly to its neck in fear. I am going to fall, let me down quickly. Shilling's voice seemed to carry a hint of crying. This NPC seemed to be a completely non-combatant lifestyle NPC. Don't be afraid, I'm right behind you, Xu Huayin said, not wanting to waste any more time. He directly wrapped his arms around Shilling from behind, then controlled the Charizard to fly. Having a flying mount was fast. Less than an hour later, Xu Huayin brought Shilling to their destination. You can get down now, we are here. The Charizard stopped at a cliff. Xu Huayin said to Shilling, who was still tightly holding onto the Charizard's neck. Are we there yet? Only then did Shilling dare to take a deep breath. With Xu Huayin's help, she finally got off the Charizard's back. It was evident that her legs seemed weak. She stood a bit unsteadily. Chapter 50, Tiger Vanguard Boss Ahem, Zero Autumn. Can I ask you something? Back at the base, Xu Huayin found Zero Autumn and asked a bit shyly. When Xu Huayin found Zero Autumn, he was sitting at a table, holding a pen, writing and drawing in a notebook. What is it? Hearing Xu Huayin's voice, Zero Autumn lifted his head slightly and looked at him. How do you increase a girl's favorability? Xu Huayin asked for advice. He wanted to raise Shilling's favorability, but had no idea how to do it. Oh? Increase a girl's favorability. Zero Autumn's gaze flickered, and the pen in his hand paused. Do you want to know? Xu Huayin quickly pressed for an answer. It's simple. Be more proactive, create some physical contact, and you can also cater to her preferences. Like giving small gifts, Zero Autumn continued after brushing his hair. Is that so? Xu Huayin pondered upon hearing this. Thank you. After saying that, Xu Huayin waved goodbye to Zero Autumn. Watching Xu Huayin leave while deep in thought, Zero Autumn suddenly felt a sense of unease rising in his heart. Chapter 51, Defeating the Tiger Vanguard. Bang. The Bone King's shield collided with the big sword. Xu Huayin's body, along with the Bone King's shield, was swept out. Damn! What a huge force! Xu Huayin rolled over and got up, seeing Zero Autumn entangled with the Tiger Vanguard boss. After knocking Xu Huayin away with a single stroke, the Tiger Vanguard had to use its sword as a shield to block Zero Autumn's attack. With Xu Huayin's current physique and the blocking effect of the Bone King's shield, he basically took no damage. He immediately rolled on the ground and charged at the Tiger Vanguard boss once again. Moreover, Xu Huayin did not stand up, but crouched down to attack the lower half of the Tiger Vanguard. He swung the Bone King's shield towards the Tiger Vanguard's shins. He was using the shield as a weapon. The Tiger Vanguard was indeed strong, the large sword in its hand, resembling a door, swung with great force. A horizontal slash forced both Shu Huayin and Zero Autumn back. Is this an ordinary boss? It's a bit too strong. Zero Autumn gasped slightly. The power is immense. And every move has its own rhythm. Big blast. Accompanied by Shu Huayin's loud shout. Chapter 52, Tiger Jade, and a Raging Fruit. By the way, take this. Shu Huayin reached out and pulled out 3 cards. These 3 were the most ordinary white cards. But they were one-time use cards. A one-time use card can be used without being placed in a card slot. Beginner Healing Potion, X3. This item is useful for minor wounds and can relieve light injuries. Keep it for self-defense, Shu Huayin said. Oh? Thank you. Zero Autumn took the 3 cards. It's just white cards, no need to thank me, let us go. Shu Huayin said casually. The 2 walked towards a grove ahead. Shortly after entering the grove, they encountered the first small monster. Big blast, go. The Charizard unleashed a fiery breath and killed a small tiger monster. These small monsters are best left to Big Blast. After the small tiger monster died, a white card floated up from the corpse. Shu Huayin approached the card and picked it up. Tiger Jade, 1/10. Hey, what does this mean? Shu Huayin said, handing the card to Zero Autumn. This card seems interesting. It looks like you need to collect 10 Tiger Jade to understand its effect. Chapter 53, The Effect of a Tiger Jade. With a leap, the Black Tiger King boss jumped towards Shu Huayin and Zero Autumn. Suddenly, a hand appeared in front of the apple-sized Raging Fruit, plucking it down. The owner of this hand was no one else but Shu Huayin. To be precise, it was Shu Huayin's avatar. Shu Huayin and Zero Autumn attracted the attention of these Tiger King guards to create an opportunity for the avatar. Hey, big guy, over here. Shu Huayin shouted at the Black Tiger King boss. Then, he threw the Raging Fruit forcefully into the distance. Shu Huayin was at least 80 sure that this item was very important to the Black Tiger King boss. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many guards watching over it. Sure enough, after Shu Huayin threw the Raging Fruit, the Black Tiger King boss instantly turned around and chased after the direction it flew. The several Tiger King guards all pounced towards Shu Huayin's avatar, seemingly wanting to tear it to shreds. The Tiger King elite, who was fighting with Shu Huayin and Zero Autumn, also joined in. Chapter 54, Black Tiger Sword, and Guild Monsters. Don't let it escape. It will be hard to deal with once it leaves this area. Shu Huayin shouted loudly. Zero Autumn did not let Shu Huayin down. With a slap, Shu Huayin was sent flying. This strike unleashed potential. Next, he would inevitably fall into a period of weakness. Zero Chio, as a teammate, was absolutely reliable. Seeing the Black Tiger King boss preparing to flee, Zero Chio's movements were swift and decisive. As the Black Tiger King boss attempted to escape, a flash of the sword cut through. One of its hind legs was directly severed by Zero Chio. Originally, the Black Tiger King boss had already lost one hind leg. And now the other hind leg was also cut off. With only 3 legs remaining, the impact on mobility was not too significant. However, now there were only 2 legs left, and they were both front legs. The Black Tiger King boss, even if it wanted to run, no longer had the ability to do so. The outcome was determined. Slash. Accompanied by Zero Chio's sword strike, a dark and massive tiger head flew into the air. A purple card also emerged from the corpse of the Black Tiger King boss. Ding! Congratulations on completing the optional quest, White Tiger Blade, and a Black Tiger Sword cards. Increasing the effect of Blade and Sword Fusion. Zero Chio took 2 steps forward and bent down to pick up the card. Chapter 55, blood-colored abbey instance, here we are. Let's go down. Shu Huayin controlled the fire-breathing dragon and arrived at the square of Qingmu City. Qingmu City had gradually become more prosperous. More and more people began to move around in Qingmu City. After 24 hours of free time, staying in the safe zone of Qingmu City for one day would cost 100 pesos. Therefore, apart from the daily free public instance, many thrifty people would not stay in the city for long. They would leave after finishing the instance. The square was very lively at this time. The cemetery instance was short, one player, ready to start with a warrior class, requiring at least 40 points of constitution with weapons. The blood-colored abbey instance needed one healer. And there was also a lumberyard instance looking for a team, with a player having 20 points of mental strength and fire spells. Watching the scene before him, Shu Huayin felt a bit dazed. Such a familiar feeling, Shu Huayin sighed. If he didn't know clearly that he was in reality, he would have thought he had returned to the past when he just started playing Kanyu, as a novice exploring. It had only been 2 days since he last came. And it seemed like the last time was the day before yesterday. Has it really changed this much in just 2 days? Chapter 56, Start Grinding. Ma Zhendong was struggling internally. A knife appeared in Ma Zhendong's hand as he walked toward the man who had fallen unconscious from severe injuries. This golden card belonged to the Sky Pavilion. It looked powerful, but in reality, it wouldn't be useful now or for a long time in the future. Not to mention the restriction, it must be stacked on the Frost Mage class or Ice Elemental Controller class. This injured man, although he wanted to give this card to him, it was more of a desperate act to save his life. If I save you, will you hold a grudge against me later? But my damned conscience. Ma Zhendong's heart struggled madly. A knife hovered in front of the unconscious man's neck, then was pulled back, and then pressed against the man's neck again. After several back and forth motions, Ma Zhendong finally made a choice. He felt around in his pocket and pulled out a coin. Brother, whether you live or die depends on your luck, Ma Zhendong whispered. He tightly gripped the coin in his hand and then threw it into the sky. Chapter 57, Low-Level Bloodline Card, Not Even a Dog Wants It. Hey, here we are. Back at the base, Ma Zhendong placed the man he had been carrying on a chair. Let's wait, I hope Zero Dawn comes back soon. Suddenly, Ma Zhendong noticed something was off. He reached out to check the man's breath, and found that the man had already lost his breath. Dead? That's fine. Brother, I've done my best, it's your bad luck. Ma Zhendong took off his hat and said regretfully. A golden card was pulled out by Ma Zhendong. He rubbed his hand over the card. What a poor guy, Ma Zhendong lamented. He gambled with his conscience, but didn't win against heaven. Letting out a breath, Ma Zhendong seemed to think of something again, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. Hey, what a poor guy. Ma Zhendong patted the top of his head. After a moment of reflection, Ma Zhendong carried the corpse out of the base. He dug a hole and buried the body inside. A stone was moved by Ma Zhendong and placed on the grave. Lastly, Ma Zhendong carved 5 words on the stone, Golden Poor Guy. He even picked a flower and placed it in front of the stone tombstone. Chapter 58, Brother, help me with a favor, take down the Dracula boss. Shu Huayin arrived next to the coffin. He could see that a book was placed inside the coffin. Book of Sacrifice, the first. Looking at the book's position, could it be that this boss used it as a pillow? Shu Huayin complained and reached for the book. The 4th Book of Sacrifice was obtained. This last Book of Sacrifice had a certain level of deception. After obtaining this book, it was just right to have 1234. In reality, there was also 5. The Book of Sacrifice, the 5th, was hidden in a dusty fireplace. Shu Huayin easily found the last Book of Sacrifice, the 5th. Just then, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations on collecting all Books of Sacrifice. You can choose a random blue card from the Undead series, or the dark enchantment potion recipe? This question was completely redundant. If he chose a random blue card from the Undead series, he only needed to find 3 books of sacrifice. Wasn't the extra 2 books a waste of time? Although he hadn't actually expended too much extra effort. Chapter 59, Genshin Impact in an open world. It's like this. Ma Zhendong pulled out a golden card. Wait. Didn't you choose 1,000 yuan after the internal test? How did you get a golden card? Xu Huayin asked in surprise. Apart from the cards obtained during the internal test, his highest card so far was only a purple one. You might not believe it. But I encountered a fellow unlucky guy. Ma Zhendong recounted the situation briefly. You call yourself unlucky? Xu Huayin's eyes turned slightly red. Is this what you call unlucky? You go out for a stroll and find a golden card. Is this called unlucky? Are you sure you're not here to show off? Xu Huayin said painfully. Why can't he have such good luck? He also wanted to go out for a stroll and find a golden card. However, this golden card has quite a lot of restrictions. Xu Huayin stroked his chin. He probably guessed why Ma Zhendong was looking for him. Yes. I'm here to ask for your help. Keep an eye out for the Frost Mage class card. The Ice Elementalist class card is a high-level class. So we won't consider that for now. Oh, I see, no problem. Chapter 60, Justice Police. The man with a face full of flesh instinctively felt a twinge of fear. However, when he realized that the other party was not holding a gun, he became arrogant. Stupid cop, what are you looking at? Mind your own business, the fleshy-faced man said fiercely. Scum. The young constable's body instantly disappeared. This situation made the fleshy-faced man panic once again. Immediately afterward, he felt a pain in the back of his head, and his body crashed heavily to the ground. If viewed from a third-person perspective, one would see exactly what had just happened. The moment the young constable disappeared, he reappeared behind the fleshy-faced man. Your actions seriously violate justice. Although the legal sentence may not reach the death penalty, in this environment, other punishments cannot be applied, so I act on behalf of heaven. The young constable declared. A moment later, a knife fell, severing the fleshy-faced man's head. After executing everything, the constable looked at the other 2 accomplices. Spare us. Please spare us, we were forced by him. One of them immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Chapter 61, Stoneheart found it. Xu Huayin found the first rock elemental minion. This type of monster has a relatively high desire to attack. Upon seeing Xu Huayin from afar, it actively summoned a few flying stones that flew towards him. Xu Huayin, having experienced many battles, naturally would not be hit by such an attack. With a quick dodge, he avoided the flying stones and approached the rock elemental minion. He struck the minion on the forehead with his long flow sword. There was a clang sound, and the long flow sword was surprisingly bounced back. It barely inflicted any significant damage on the rock elemental minion. So tough, this is troublesome. Seeing this situation, Xu Huayin frowned. For the rock elemental minion, a sword like this sharp weapon is less effective than a firewood stick. Blunt weapon attacks would be slightly better. A massive fist swept in from the side. This rock elemental only had a stone body and 2 fists made of stone. One punch hit Xu Huayin's Bone King's shield, knocking him back a step. The strength is considerable. Xu Huayin suddenly felt a bit regretful for choosing the rock elemental boss as his target, other than being a bit clumsy. Chapter 62, Humanoid. Damn it. Xu Huayin hurriedly ran forward, trying to dodge the explosion of the grenade. Boom! An explosion sounded. A shockwave hit the shield Xu Huayin had raised. Cough, cough, cough. Xu Huayin coughed a few times. He was choked by the dust raised by the explosion. But he was not the kind of person who wouldn't fight back after being harmed. Bastard! Xu Huayin glared fiercely at the departing helicopter. It seemed to be heading for the mountain peak. Xu Huayan's emotions gradually calmed down. With his current physique, firearms and grenades wouldn't cause him much harm even if they hit him. It's not that he is cowardly. But the people who can get helicopters and grenades have backgrounds. Do they think they can run after offending me? Xu Huayan was angry. Anyone would be upset by an inexplicable attack, right? Xu Huayan quickly adjusted his cards, placing the Fire Dragon card in the second slot. He raised his hand and summoned the Fire Dragon. Xu Huayan jumped directly onto the back of the Fire Dragon. Big spray. Chase. Chapter 63, Stone Petrification. Wait a moment. I'll send you back later. Xu Huayan untied the ropes binding Xiaoying's hands and feet and brought her down to the ground. What are you going to do? Xiaoying asked curiously. Perhaps because of the experience of being saved by Xu Huayan last time, she wasn't afraid of him. Stand a bit further away. I am going to spawn a boss. Xu Huayan replied. He switched the cards in the slots, replacing the Fire Dragon in the second slot with the White Tiger Blade. Holding the White Tiger Blade with both hands, which is a double-handed sword the size of a door panel. Although the Bone King's shield was not visible, the attribute bonus was still active. Spawn a boss. Xiaoying looked around, and apart from a rock elemental minion not far away, she didn't see any sign of a boss. You'll know when you see it. After saying that, Xu Huayan ignored Xiaoying and approached the rock elemental minion. This double-handed sword is also classified as a heavy weapon, much better than using a shield to bash. It took no effort at all. The rock elemental minion was cut down by Xu Huayan in one strike. After equipping the White Tiger Blade, his strength reached 80 points. 8 times that of an ordinary person. Chapter 64, Rock Control. Rock Controlled Quality, Purple Card Type, Skill Card Effect, freely manipulate the rocks touched. Rockification, temporarily turn a part into rock, but mobility decreases. Description, Pixel Rock Collapse. Dual Mode Effect, Quick Play Spell Card, activate when there are rock-type monsters on the field. Destroy all monsters on the field except rock-type ones. It's actually this card. Xu Huayan couldn't suppress his inner joy. Rock Control. Although no numerical values were provided, this is the core card of the rock-type Psychic Warrior system. Without hesitation, Xu Huayan opened the clone card slot. He cleared the third slot of the clone card and replaced it with the Rock Control card. Now the 3 slots of the clone are Heaven and Earth, same lifespan. Stealth, Rock Control. Looking at Heaven and Earth, same lifespan in the slot, Xu Huayan hesitated slightly. He thought about temporarily replacing this card. This card occupies a slot. Without activation, the clone is equivalent to a 2-slot player. After a moment of contemplation, Xu Huayan decided to temporarily remove Heaven and Earth, same lifespan. Chapter 65, The Invitation from Xiao Nanqian. Welcome to the Adventurers Association at the Stars. Catherine said. Xu Huayan handed a card to Catherine. Stone Heart, Material Card. This is the required material for the task issued by the Adventurers Association. This is your reward. Catherine took the Stone Heart, Material Card, and handed a purple card to Xu Huayan. Link 5 Big Monster, the Underworld Goddess. I found Miss Xiaoying for this task. Xu Huayan said. All right. I have now notified the task issuer, please wait a moment, Catherine replied. Next, all that was left was to wait. You wait here. I still have something to do, I will be back soon. Xu Huayan suddenly thought of something and said to Xiaoying. Okay, you go ahead, Xiaoying said. Slightly taken aback, Xu Huayan waved goodbye to Xiaoying and walked towards another shop in the city. Soon, Xu Huayan arrived at the door of the Shilling Pharmacy. He pulled out a card. Dark Enchantment Potion Recipe Card. This was something he obtained earlier in the blood-colored monastery dungeon. He noticed that a few people were gathered here, lining up to buy potion cards. Chapter 66, Phantom Step. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. How about listening to my conditions? Xiao Nanqian was not angry, but continued to speak. Since you are unwilling to join, we can cooperate in another way. I can hire you to help me. As long as you are willing to assist me once tomorrow, I can agree to help you with something within my capabilities. Xiao Nanqian said sincerely. Upon hearing this, Xu Huayin fell into hesitation for the first time. Xiao Nanqian's promise was quite significant. Although he had no personal combat power, many things could not be accomplished by personal strength alone. Strength is just a form of expression. In the end, all paths lead to the same destination. Seeing Xu Huayin lost in thought, Xiao Nanqian did not rush him but quietly waited. After about several seconds, Xu Huayin exhaled. To be honest, the conditions are very generous. But I still refuse. Xu Huayin said firmly. Taking someone else's money to do someone else's bidding will gradually turn one into someone else's person. As I said, he still does not want to have any relationship with the authorities for the time being. Is that so? Then I won't force you. Here is my contact information. If you have any thoughts about cooperation, you can contact me. Chapter 67, Guild Beast Activity, set off. Oh, really? You won't buy it? But you won't let me buy it. Xu Huayin said indifferently. Just like the girl with the staff said, this card's strength, even if sold for 5,000 pesos, would be no problem. In the hands of a player from the assassin system, the value of this card is even higher than that of an ordinary purple card. This is the core of the assassin system, greatly enhancing the assassin's survival ability. In fact, if used well, it is not impossible to take the head of a general amidst thousands of troops and then retreat unscathed. Sure, this card is very much to my liking. The seller glanced at the card Xu Huayin offered, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Then let's exchange. Xu Huayin said. Good. The seller was also straightforward and directly handed the phantom step to Xu Huayin while taking the flowing sword. The transaction was completed quickly, with both parties exchanging money and goods in a very fast manner. Good, kid, I remember you. The bald man said fiercely. Then he looked at the other two sellers. And you guys? You have a hole in your head. Xu Huayin completely ignored the bald man. Chapter 68, Arrived, Get Off. Start working you guys, follow me. Xu Huayin stood up. His group consisted of Ma Zhentong, Shi Yuru, and Jing Qian. Ma Zhentong is on the Ice Mage path, currently at 3 slots. Shi Yuru is on the Warrior path, also at 2 slots. Jing Qian is on the Necromancer path, 2 slots, with the main card being Skeleton Summoning. Although there is a means of stealing lessons with holy water, at least, one still needs the strength to single-handedly kill elite monsters and severely injure the Skeleton King to unlock the 3rd slot. Currently, among all his allies, only Ma Zhentong and Ling Dong have completed the unlocking of the 3rd slot. Ma Zhentong relied on himself, although he is an unfortunate player without internal test cards. He is at least an internal test player. As for Ling Dong, there's no need to say more. Definitely with Ling Qiu's assistance, and it is not small. However, that is Ling Qiu's business, and has nothing to do with him. From the current situation, it seems Ling Qiu intends to develop Ling Dong into a support role for her, providing buffs. Let's go, our target is over there. Xu Huayin pointed in a direction. The target location is a bit far from the base, about 10 kilometers away. Chapter 69, Siege of the Dark Gold Armored Boss arrived, get off, prepare for battle. Xu Huayin pushed open the car door and got out of the passenger seat. Ma Zhentong and the others also got out of the car one after another. The Dark Gold Armored, Enhanced Boss is a monster about 2 meters tall, resembling a standing small lobster, its body radiating a metallic sheen with sharp angles. Luckily, it's just an enhanced boss, otherwise, we would have to change places. Xu Huayin held a knife almost the size of a door, feeling somewhat fortunate. An elite-level boss, even with so many teammates assisting, felt almost no chance of winning. He discovered the presence of the monster. However, Xu Huayin did not rush in. Instead, he first searched the surrounding area. After confirming there were no hidden players nearby, he prepared to engage the guild monster. It had taken nearly an hour to get here. It was entirely possible that someone had arrived early. Of course, that was now basically ruled out. "I think I've seen this monster before," said Ma Zhendong. It was a dark gold spiked armor boss, weak against ice, and after suffering heavy damage, it would enter a curled up full armor state, which could be broken with ice elemental attacks. Otherwise, it would recover a certain amount of health. Chapter 70, Defeating the Dark Gold Spiked Armor Boss. Be careful, Xu Huayin shouted. The power of this boss was truly fierce, forcibly pushing him back. Xu Huayin's body retreated 2.5 steps due to inertia before stopping. Meanwhile, the dark gold spiked armor boss had already charged towards Ma Zhendong. Besides Xu Huayin, who was entangled head-on, there was also a doppelganger that couldn't be found. The interference caused by Ma Zhendong was the most significant. Crack, crack, crack. A wall of dirt formed in front of the dark gold spiked armor boss. But in an instant, it was shattered by the boss. Ma Zhendong's face turned pale upon seeing this. The only thing he could do now was to cast an ice arrow spell again. An ice arrow spell exploded on the dark gold spiked armor boss. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from the empty space, "Get down." It was Xu Huayin's voice. Without any hesitation, Ma Zhendong followed the command and immediately lay down on the spot. At that moment, a figure appeared from the side, crashing into the dark gold spiked armor boss at a right angle. Who else could it be? Of course, it was Xu Huayin's doppelganger. The doppelganger locked onto the boss like a chain, with hands and feet securing it. Chapter 71, Battles in various places by a small pond. A girl holding a lightsaber, enveloped in a layer of radiance, was taking deep breaths of fresh air. Opposite her was a humanoid monster covered in growths that resembled tumors. The monster's body was riddled with wounds, but none appeared fatal. This environment was actually more suitable for Xu Huayin, as the nearby water could enhance his combat power to some extent. Damn, is this the enhanced level boss? Zero Chio slapped a card onto herself. A yellow light shot out from the card and entered her body, restoring some of her stamina. Just then, a green light flashed over Zero Chio's body. Some of the painful areas on her body were significantly relieved under the soothing effect of the green light. Bang! An arrow shot from behind, soaring like a meteor towards the tumor-covered humanoid monster. Zero Chio immediately rushed forward, not allowing this enhanced boss any time to recover. By now, Zero Chio had been entangled with the tumor monster for nearly half an hour. The tumor monster's stamina had clearly decreased. Chapter 72, Cleaning Up the House. A massive fireball, over 100 meters in diameter, appeared in the sky above the battlefield, resembling a small sun. The heat radiating from the fireball seemed capable of roasting people alive. There was no time to retreat. This was aimed at annihilating everyone present. Nearby, on a tall building, a man collapsed after unleashing this attack. Around him was a full team, each surrounded by several layers of buffs. Go! A few people helped the exhausted man escape into the distance. But at that moment, a man and a woman blocked their path. These were the two who had exchanged Phantom Step with Xu Huayin earlier. Finally, we waited for you to make a move. Ling, give me a buff, the man said to the girl beside him, who was holding a staff. The girl nodded in response, waving her staff. A milky white light infused into the man's body. Brother, be careful. Saying this, she waved her staff again, and a tree shadow bearing 7 colored fruits appeared behind her. A glow enveloped the man, and a red shield appeared on his body. Chapter 73, Heart to Heart. The post-battle summary was concluded. Although the two did not display much maturity, The results were not bad. Victory could cover some flaws. What should we do next? Xu Huayin asked. What's done is done, regret won't change anything. What's important now is to look ahead. We can act together next. I checked the points on the map, there are a total of 13 points. And 4 have already disappeared, meaning 4 guild monsters have been killed. There are 9 left. If we act together, we might be able to get 1 or 2 more guild orders. Zero Chio expressed her thoughts. Okay, do you want to rest for a bit? Xu Huayin agreed. After this guild event ends, in the future, if we want to obtain guild orders, we'll have to figure out how to defeat epic level bosses. Clearly, for a long time to come, there won't be anyone, or any force, at that level. By then, the guild orders we manage to get from this event will be able to sell for a considerable price. No need, I didn't get hurt much. And my stamina has mostly recovered on the way back. Let's go now. Chapter 74. This message is free near a fountain in a dilapidated residential area. An ugly monster wielding a steel fork was wantonly destroying everything around it. Trees as thick as a wash basin could be easily broken with a single strike. Above the monster's head floated a line of text, Black Fork Rakshasa, Elite Boss. While the monster was wandering, a fire-breathing dragon landed atop it. Upon seeing that this monster was an elite boss, Xu Huayin slightly turned his head to look at Zero Chio, who was sitting behind him. Elite monsters. It feels like there is basically no chance of winning. When Xu Huayin saw that the boss below was an elite-level boss, he instantly lost any thoughts of confrontation. This is not something that can be dealt with at this stage. Even with him teaming up with Ling Qiu, the odds of winning don't seem great. Moreover, their goal is to obtain the guild token cards as much as possible, not to fight monsters head-on. Let's go, mark this place and head to the next location. Ling Qiu responded without hesitation. All right, I was thinking the same. An elite-level boss. We'll tackle it when we have 4 card slots or a few more helpers. Xu Huayin said as he prepared to leave. Chapter 75. War Machine Flow. The guild beast to the northeast at 30 degrees. Xu Huayin nodded at the system map upon hearing this. Soon, he pinpointed the location mentioned by Xiao Ying. It was a reinforced boss-level guild beast. Hurry up. The remaining 5 reinforced boss-level guild beasts are currently being tackled. If we arrive late, there will be nothing left, Xiao Ying said before hanging up the call. Xu Huayin and Ling Qiu were left feeling somewhat puzzled. They both prepared for the possibility of being taken advantage of. The information is given for free. I feel like there's a conspiracy, Xu Huayin stroked his chin. Something unusual is definitely going on. Ling Qiu, what do you think? Xu Huayin asked Ling Qiu for his opinion. He had several guesses in mind, but without evidence, they remained just guesses. I suspect it's a case of using someone as a scapegoat, Ling Qiu shared his guess. I also considered that possibility, but let us go check it out. If we wait too long, we might miss everything, Xu Huayin said. Let us go. At least we can confirm that the guild beast boss in that direction is a reinforced boss, Ling Qiu urged Xu Huayin to set off quickly. Chapter 76. 3 guild tokens. Anyone who blocks me dies. Ling Qiu's black tiger sword slashed out. The group of monsters released by the members of North Star Heavy Industry, resembling slimes and goblins, all began to tremble in fear. They didn't dare to obstruct Ling Qiu and Xu Huayin's advance. The effect of tiger might. Ling Qiu quickly realized what was happening. This was the tiger might effect inherent to the black tiger sword. Low-level monsters like goblin slimes didn't dare to approach at all. The two charged into the battlefield with an extremely domineering stance. This wasn't their first collaboration. Their coordination, if not seamless, was at least effective enough to achieve a result of 11 being greater than 2. Their target was the guild beast boss. The people from North Star Heavy Industry noticed Xu Huayin and Ling Qiu's intentions. Upon seeing their unreasonable and aggressive approach, They immediately tried to retreat the war robot to disengage from the battle with the dual-wielding battle mantis boss. However, this kind of battle couldn't simply be escaped from. A huge flaw was exposed. Crack! The dual-wielding battle mantis boss finally found an opportunity after fighting the war robot up to this point. Chapter 77, 1 Emperor. 8 Color Envoys, 0 Emperor. Ding, you have triggered the optional quest The Cause of the Church's Mutation, a voice rang in Chiyuru's ear. The system's prompt made her pause while flipping through the book in her hand. A cross-like item fell out from the book's compartment. After receiving treatment from Ling Dong, Chiyuru had already recovered. Not wanting to wait idly at the base, she returned to farm public dungeons. She teamed up with Ma Zhendong, Ling Dong, Li Ming, and Lu Xiaozu, forming a small team. They couldn't waste the daily public dungeon, right? This time, the 5 chose the Scarlet Monastery public dungeon. Chiyuru guessed that the optional quest in the Scarlet Monastery might be related to the numerous books scattered throughout the dungeon. Found it! Chiyuru exclaimed joyfully. Ma Zhendong and the others quickly gathered around her. Chiyuru bent down and picked up the cross-like item. When her hand touched the cross, it transformed into a card. Cursed Cross Equality, Blue Card Type, One-Time Consumable Card, Chapter 78, Vampire Mansion. What about the other internal test player, who can almost solo the reinforced boss? This person's strength seems to be slightly stronger than Ling Qiu. Who is this person? Is it Mingjing Jishui? I think that is the name. Someone continued to ask about Xu Huayan's identity. Regarding Xu Huayan's internal test identity, it couldn't be confirmed yet, after all. He didn't have the signature Zero-style equipment of the Zero Guild, but it was speculated that he might be the top internal test player Mingjing Jishui. Xiaoying answered very cautiously. We can't draw any conclusions yet. That's fine, could you please introduce this Mingjing Jishui? Miss 7 Color Tree, I'm counting on you again. Xiaoying passed the ball to 7 Color Tree. Regarding Mingjing Jishui, this person didn't have much fame among internal test players during the first 2 years. It was during the second anniversary of the dual mode that he used a personal style and a set of acceleration synchro decks, which no one else had used, to win the championship in the dual mode. He then received a red card from the championship rewards, breaking into the top 10 of the arena as a top player. Although he is also a top player, his most notable feature is his unprecedented dual strength, especially his acceleration synchro summoning method. Chapter 79, So Sweet, Wait. This means that if we can build this dungeon, we can mass-produce 4 card slot players. Ma Zhendong said. He was also aware of the conditions for opening the 4th card slot. There are 2 conditions for opening the 4th card slot. One is that the basic attributes must be sufficient, and the other is to collect a complete deck series that includes at least 1 purple card. For example, Xu Huayan's 5-element Dragon Scale series. Under this rule, it's best to choose a series where cards are scarce, but have a high chance of including purple cards. The Vampire Mansion series almost perfectly meets this requirement. However, the cards from the Vampire Mansion series can only be obtained from the Vampire Mansion dungeon, except for the Black-Hearted Merchant. Right now, Xu Huayan holds the building card for the Vampire Mansion dungeon. As long as the specified materials are collected, this card can be activated. It has turned into a Vampire's Lair replica. Where did you get this card? Xu Huayan asked curiously. This card is too precious. Although it doesn't directly increase combat power, it can enhance the guild's foundation. Of course. Chapter 80, Sanchi is a dog and Xingpu fishing ground. Sanchi is a dog. An extremely loud voice came from outside the house. Xu Huayan opened his eyes from his sleep. Who is it, making such a ruckus early in the morning? Xu Huayan stretched and got out of bed. He looked outside and immediately saw Ma Zhendong in the yard shouting at the top of his lungs. Chiyuru and a few others were also beside him. It seemed they were about to go out. This seems to be that famous mission, right? By the way, my daily mission seems to be full already. Shu Huayin casually opened his mission interface. He had only completed the first day's daily mission, which refreshes randomly. And the rewards are basically negligible. Generally, it's around 10 to 20 pesos. Not worth much effort. Of course, they aren't too difficult either. For example, adding a friend, completing a dungeon, or participating in a combat duel, basically, anything can be done easily. However, among the many daily tasks, there is a very special one. Sanchi is a dog. This task requires typing the words Sanchi is a dog on the public screen. Just completing that task. Probably. This is the twisted humor of the dog planner. Chapter 81, Arrogant Zhao Wenbing. Damn, why are you following me? This is my apprentice. Shen Yang said unhappily, looking at Lin Yuan, who was chasing after him. What apprentice? Don't think I don't know, you only gave them a fishing rod. And you have no real connection. Lin Yuan retorted without backing down. Lin Yuan's words left Shen Yang momentarily speechless. Who said that? I also gave each of them some bait. Shen Yang replied weakly. You see, how about this? Lin Yuan's eyes turned. How about we each take one? Haven't you always wanted jade bait? I'll give you 10. Lin Yuan gestured with 2 fingers, indicating the number 10. 10. Not enough, at least 20. Shen Yang said, making a lion's demand. Hearing the number from Shen Yang, Lin Yuan immediately exploded like a cat that had its tail stepped on. Are you out of your mind? 20 jade baits. How dare you ask for that? It's only 10, not a single one more. Lin Yuan said firmly. 19, that's the minimum price. Shen Yang refused to back down. At most 11. Chapter 82, take your card and leave my fish. I said. Zhao Wenbing wanted to say something. But out of the corner of his eye, he saw Shu Huayin's fishing float being pulled directly into the water. The fishing line instantly tightened. Caught a fish. So fast. No wonder it's my fragrant meat bait. The next moment, Zhao Wenbing saw Shen Yang and Lin Yuan sprinting towards Shu Huayin's location at full speed. But it seemed to be too late. Shu Huayin's arm muscles tensed, veins bulging on his hand. One could see a green fish weighing about 150 pounds struggling in the water, creating huge splashes, and causing small whirlpools on the lake's surface. The fishing line was pulled straight, like a violin string about to break, making a buzzing sound. Is this a wooden kingfish? Zhao Wenbing said incredulously. How is this possible? It was caught so quickly. Although it had been led to the spot, this guy is extremely cunning. He had been fishing for so long, and this wooden kingfish wouldn't bite. He was using stinky worm bait, the favorite bait of wooden kingfish. How could this happen? After Shen Yang and Lin Yuan. Chapter 83, 3-star dragon pearl fish. Just as another big fish was hooked, the 3 immediately dropped their quarrel and rushed towards Shu Huayin. Just touch it. Just touch the fishing rod. That way, they can say they caught it. Wait. What kind of monster is this? It must be over 200 pounds, right? A tremendous force came from under the water, nearly pulling Shu Huayin off the rod. Shu Huayin was now considered a semi-expert. He could roughly judge the weight of the fish based on the feel transmitted through the fishing rod. This pulling force was not something a mere 100-pound fish could exert. With the massive pull, Shu Huayin could only grit his teeth and hold on. Fortunately, someone came to help immediately. Zhao Wenbing, as the president, was the fastest. He rushed to Shu Huayin's side at top speed. Grabbing the fishing rod in Shu Huayin's hand with one hand, he pulled hard. Then Shu Huayin saw a dragon pulled out of the water. A dragon. Shu Huayin blinked. Finally, he could see the fish he had just caught clearly. It was a carp with a body entirely golden red. Its scales were not smooth like ordinary fish, but rather angular. Is this a fish? Shu Huayin exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 84, Dead Fish's Right Mouth. Ahem, gentlemen. Do you think there is a possibility that there are no fish left here? Shu Huayin cleared his throat and said. It had been nearly 5 to 6 hours since Zhao Wenbing ran off with the blue king fish. During these 5 to 6 hours, Shu Huayin had been fishing. It was just a bit embarrassing. It seemed like his luck had run out, or, rather, that there were no fish left here. He hadn't caught a single fish yet. Shen Yang and Lin Yuan, who had been watching eagerly behind him, gradually cooled their expressions. You say there are no fish. What is that? Lin Yuan complained. He pointed to the surface of the water. One could see a white-spotted fish surfacing, just catching its breath. And Shu Huayin's fishing line was nearby. Just as Shu Huayin was trying to argue, oh no, explain, the fishing line of Ling Qiu finally showed some movement. What a strange feeling. Ling Qiu tried hard to reel in the fishing rod, but found that the sensation was off. What's wrong? Shu Huayin immediately asked. This was definitely not a diversion. He simply wanted to express concern for Ling Qiu. This doesn't feel much like a fish. Chapter 85, Lumberyard, Blood Tree. Aoki City. Lumberyard Dungeon. This is one of the 3 basic dungeons. The 3 public dungeons are the Graveyard Dungeon, the Blood-Colored Monastery Dungeon, and the Lumberyard Dungeon. Nightmare Mode. A man chose the Lumberyard Dungeon in Nightmare Mode. To unlock Nightmare Mode, one must clear the Hard Mode solo. Ding! Friendly reminder, Nightmare Mode is extremely dangerous. Compared to Hard Mode, the difficulty skyrockets. Do you wish to continue and confirm participation in the challenge? The system's prompt echoed in Sun Jejun's ears. Yes. Sun Jejun replied. The next second, everything went dark before his eyes. Then, he found himself in a small wooden cabin. In front of him was a table with an axe on it. Ding, welcome to the Lumberyard Nightmare Mode. Cut down all the blood trees to complete the dungeon. Task reward, Axe of Slaughter. Current progress, 012. Sun Jejun surveyed his surroundings. Aside from the axe in front of him, there was nothing else. The difficulty skyrocketed. He wondered how it compared to Hard Mode. Sun Jejun picked up the axe and walked outside. Chapter 86, Can you hold on a bit tighter? Beneath a blood tree. A girl with a strange smile suddenly changed. The dark-hearted merchant, Kang Lan, looked at Sun Jejun, who seemed a bit dazed not far away. Kang Lan frowned slightly. It seems I mistook the person. Kang Lan approached Sun Jejun. He reached out and grabbed him. A card appeared in his hand. Justice, the card was originally blank. However, when it returned to Kang Lan's hand this time, the image changed to that of a person, someone who looked exactly like Sun Jejun. Meanwhile, the dazed Sun Jejun lying on the ground had vanished. Justice is not so easily wielded, Kang Lan said with some disappointment. He had high hopes for Sun Jejun. What a pity, he couldn't even pass such a simple test. What exactly is justice? Kang Lan inquired. But there was no one beside him. It seemed he was asking himself, or perhaps you. Justice, he sighed. Kang Lan's figure faded away, leaving only an echo. Perhaps I can try it with someone who is extremely obsessive. A fire-breathing dragon flew in the sky. Chapter 87, The Messenger of Starlight Heavy Industries and Aoki Self-Discipline Society. Finally home. Shu Huayin jumped off the fire-breathing dragon upon returning to the base. He was ready to rest. However, as soon as he returned, Ma Zhendong called out to him. Brother, I need to tell you something. Ma Zhendong said. What is it? Shu Huayin asked, stretching as he walked inside the base. While I was in Aoki City today, a force calling itself Starlight Heavy Industries approached me. A keyword in Ma Zhendong's words caught Shu Huayin's attention. Starlight Heavy Industries. ISNT that the force that he and Ling Qiu competed against for the Third Guild Order during the previous Guild Beast event. Xu Huayin had a deep memory of that war machine. Did they come to cause you trouble? Xu Huayin's tone heightened considerably. Wait, Xu Huayin suddenly realized another issue. How do they know you? He thought that Starlight Heavy Industries people should know him and Ling Qiu. However, Ma Zhendong and the others should not be known to them. Right? Don't get excited, let me finish, Ma Zhendong hurriedly explained. It's not what you think. What is it then? Chapter 88, Tower of Babel. Here's the thing. Xu Huayin relayed the information he received from Ma Zhendong to Ling Qiu, hoping Ling Qiu could help analyze the situation. How to analyze? With so little information, it would be strange if I could analyze anything. Ling Qiu rolled his eyes at Xu Huayin. Just wait, you'll know when we meet. Ling Qiu got up from the bed, and as soon as he stood on the ground, he donned the zero equipment and walked outside. The agreed meeting time was 9 o'clock. But in reality, at 8:30, a helicopter landed in front of the courtyard. The roar of the massive helicopter engine was impossible to miss unless one was deaf. The guests have arrived. Ling Qiu and Xu Huayin went to the door. The helicopter door opened, and two figures walked down. They were two strikingly beautiful figures. One of them was a familiar face to Xu Huayin. Xiaoying. A somewhat surprised voice sounded. This voice was not from Xu Huayin, but from Shiyuru. It's you. Xiaoying recognized Shiyuru as well. Xu Huayin. Long time no see. Xiaoying smiled brightly at Xu Huayin. Chapter 89, Overbearing Ling Qiu. Tower of Babel. Upon hearing this name, both Xu Huayin and Ling Qiu's pupils slightly contracted. This is something that almost everyone has to face. The Tower of Babel system. Starting from the 5th slot. Unlocking each subsequent slot has an option related to the Tower of Babel. Unlocking the 5th slot allows for a choice between the guild route or the personal route to clear the 10th floor of the Tower of Babel. Unlocking the 6th slot has one condition: the guild must dominate a fortress, or the personal route must clear the 20th floor of the Tower of Babel. In any case, if one is preparing to take the solo route, the Tower of Babel is unavoidable. Xu Huayin was very familiar with the Tower of Babel. He had previously followed the solo route and managed to unlock the 7th slot. What about the Tower of Babel? Xu Huayin asked in a deep voice. Do you remember how the Tower of Babel is unlocked? Xiaoying asked. Unlocking the Tower of Babel. Xu Huayin and Ling Qiu couldn't help but ponder along with Xiaoying's words. If I remember correctly, the opening of the Tower of Heaven requires someone to clear the nightmare mode of all 3 public dungeons, at which point the main city promotion dungeon will appear. This is a dungeon for 100 players, requiring 100 3-slot players to enter. Chapter 90, Profiling Ling Qiu half. Ling Qiu did not agree immediately, but fell into contemplation. Although he knew this was likely a negotiation tactic by Ling Qiu, Xiaoying's heart was still anxious with every small movement Ling Qiu made. It could be said that in the recent confrontation, Xiaoying was almost completely defeated by Ling Qiu. Well, I have 2 small requests, Ling Qiu said. Please go ahead. Xiaoying asked. First, the first of the 3 guild orders is ours, the second is yours, and as for the third, I won't insist it be kept with us. It can be stored with a neutral NPC faction, such as the Adventurers Association, or the Fishing Association, Ling Qiu stated. Is that so? All right. Xiaoying agreed to Ling Qiu's request. The 2 sides finally reached a consensus, and the atmosphere eased a bit. After discussing the matter and leaving behind a satellite phone, Xiaoying left with Feng Ling and the others, looking somewhat disheveled. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? After sending Xiaoying off, Ling Qiu noticed Xu Huayin staring blankly at her face. The fair-skinned girl blushed slightly and asked. Chapter 91, Entering the Invisible Snake Dungeon after sending Xiaoying off. Everyone naturally went back to what they were doing. Shu Huayin took out a card. Invisible Snake Dungeon Card Quality, Purple Card Type, Dungeon Card Effect. Can be used to enter the Invisible Snake Dungeon. Description: the Unseen Snake Acquisition Method, dropped by Snake-type bosses or higher-level creatures. Black-Hearted Merchants. Restriction: Thief class, or holders of the Doomsday series cards of the Evil Dragon. This is it. Shu Huayin decided to use this dungeon card today. Before entering the dungeon, Shu Huayin organized the cards on her main body: Tiger Yin Yang stacked with a Fire Dragon Scale, White Tiger Blade, Bone King Shield. Avatar: Assassin class card stacked with a Poison Dagger, Heaven and Earth Coexist, Stealth stacked with a Phantom Step. Using the Invisible Snake Dungeon card, Shu Huayin activated the dungeon card. Ding! Once you enter the dungeon, you cannot adjust the card slots. Do you wish to enter immediately? The system map prompt sounded in Shu Huayin's ears. Yes. Shu Huayin silently thought again. In the next moment, a beam of light flashed before Shu Huayin's eyes. When she opened her eyes again. Chapter 92, Blinding. Shu Huayin's movements were exceptionally clean and neat. After taking out the guard positioned at the back, the guard in front didn't even notice that his companion had been eliminated. By the time he sensed something was off, Shu Huayin was already behind him. With a light slash, she cut his throat. The guard's body slowly fell to the ground. Two down, Shu Huayin whispered. Without wasting a moment, she moved towards a spot on the ground not far away. The ground there looked distinctly different from the surroundings. Someone was likely hiding underground. Based on her experience, sentries didn't pay constant attention to the outside, but only peeked out at intervals. Shu Huayin directly lifted the disguise, and in the stunned gaze of the sentry, she finished him off with a single strike. It seemed that even if she was seen, it didn't matter. Perhaps the meaning of stealth was not to be detected by the boss before encountering it. A thought flashed through Shu Huayin's mind. Regardless of her thoughts, Shu Huayin's actions did not slow down at all. Chapter 93, Wicked and Cunning. Shu Huayin reached the end of the red carpet, entering the deepest room of the castle. Here, she saw a fat man, 4 to 5 meters tall, adorned with gold and silver jewelry, weighing at least several thousand pounds, who was enjoying a feast with a napkin tied around his waist. Shu Huayin's gaze quickly shifted as she searched for the staff among the optional tasks. Soon, she spotted a staff next to the gluttonous fat man, seemingly left carelessly aside, not even held by him. It looked as if she could just walk over and pick it up. Wait a minute, something felt very off. How could it be this easy? Shu Huayin became more cautious. There had to be a trick here. Whether her avatar died or not was irrelevant. She was mainly worried about failing to complete the optional task. Shu Huayin stealthily approached the staff. It looked like she could reach it with just an arm's stretch. But she didn't dare to touch it. There must be a problem, but where was it? Shu Huayin glanced at the fat lord, who seemed oblivious to her presence. Chapter 94, Spinning Sleeve Blade. A scream echoed. The fat lord instinctively covered his legs. The pitiful cry was heart-wrenching, bringing tears to the listeners. A large amount of blood flowed out, and even with both hands covering, it couldn't be contained. Blood trickled through his fingers. The fat lord was so tall, standing at 4 to 5 meters, that if he hadn't been bending down to eat at the table, Shu Huayin wouldn't have been able to reach his neck. She could only attack below his waist. Limiting her attacks to that area, it seemed her options were quite restricted. Shu Huayin's attack twisted the fat lord's expression to one of extreme distortion. He lost his balance and plopped down onto the ground, his thighs brushing against the previously prominent staff. The staff was nudged slightly. Click, click, click. It seemed to trigger some kind of mechanism. Suddenly, 3 crossbows appeared on the wall. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of trembling bowstrings, 3 arrows pierced the body of the fat lord boss. Although it was called an arrow, it was actually similar to a spear, with shafts nearly 2 meters long. One of them directly penetrated the Fat Lord's body. Chapter 95, Dragon Tribe Card Pack Bet, Dark Enchantment Potion Quality, Green Card Type, One-Time Consumable Card Effect, when applied to a weapon. Adds 30 minutes of Dark Attribute damage. This card is effective against Light Attribute monsters. There is no such thing as Light countering Dark. Light and Dark attributes counter each other. There are quite a few Dark Attribute monsters, while Light Attribute monsters are not completely absent, but are quite rare. After leaving the shop of the Spirit of the Tide, Shu Huayin planned to visit the Scarlet Monastery dungeon to fill up the remaining layers of the Bone King shield. Just as Shu Huayin reached the Greenwood Square, and was about to enter the dungeon, he heard a shouting voice. Duel, duel. Pay 1,000 pesos. And if you win against the Duel Master, you can get a pack of Dragon Tribe basic cards. Come and take a look. Shu Huayin's ears perked up. Dragon Tribe Basic Pack. This thing can sell for as high as 6,000 pesos per pack when it encounters a dragon-obsessed player. Even if it's not traded with a dragon-obsessed player, it's still worth 2,000 to 3,000 pesos. If someone dares to list it for 2,000 pesos in the trading hall, it would be snapped up immediately. Chapter 96, Shu Huayin takes action. All right, let's gamble. The frail boy unconsciously turned his gaze towards the girl with the gong and the young man with gold-rimmed glasses. After receiving a slight nod from the latter, he agreed to Shu Huayin's bet. Then, let's start the duel. After signing the duel contract, Shu Huayin sat across from the frail boy. Rock, paper, scissors? The two said in unison. Shu Huayin chose paper, while the frail boy chose scissors. Bad luck. Shu Huayin retracted his hand. He had lost to that old man last time, and unexpectedly lost again this time. Please, Shu Huayin said. The duel began. The system automatically shuffled both players' decks. My turn. The frail boy naturally chose to attack first. Going first with a heavy trap deck is very important. A heavy trap deck loses half its effectiveness when going second. The frail boy's eyes scanned the 5 cards in his hand. He then slammed one card onto the table. Summon, 4-star monster Elven Archer. Then, he activated the equipment magic card, Elven Bow, which can only be equipped on monsters in the elf field, increasing the equipped monster's attack by 1,000 points, and making it unaffected by trap cards. He then set 2 magic trap cards and ended his turn. Chapter 97, Opening Card Packs You Lost. Shu Huayin reached out and grabbed 2 Dragon Tribe basic packs. Awesome. He actually got 2 Dragon Tribe basic packs at once. You? The girl holding the gong frowned, seemingly angry. They just wanted to use bait to fish, not to let the bait be eaten by the fish. What? You want to go back on your word? Shu Huayin joked. Return the card packs, and we'll give you 2,000 pesos. The girl shouted loudly. All right, Liu Ji. We've encountered a master this time. When out in the world, we must stand tall when getting beaten, the frail boy sighed and said. But can I ask who you are? The frail boy looked straight into Shu Huayin's eyes and asked. What? Do you want to take revenge on me? You're welcome at any time. My name is Shu Huayin, Shu Huayin replied. He knew the frail boy wanted to ask for his game ID. But there was no way he would tell him. Shu Huayin, huh? I'm Chu Mu. We'll meet again, Chu Mu said. Then I'll look forward to seeing you next time. Shu Huayin waved at Chu Mu and then walked towards the entrance of the public dungeon. This was a nice little windfall. Chapter 98, Antimatter Engine. Forget it. I was just giving it to you because you looked thirsty when you came back. Ling Qiu rolled her eyes and said. Saying this, Ling Qiu took the water back. Thanks. Shu Huayin stepped forward to catch the water and poured it into his mouth. After drinking, he wiped his mouth and placed the cup back on the coffee table. Are we just going to head there directly tomorrow? Do you have any plans? Shu Huayin asked. He had to be cautious of the members of the Greenwood Self-Discipline Association. The boss is mine, you just need to stay beside that Chairman Xiao Nantian, Ling Qiu said. As she spoke, she changed to a cross-legged position. Her two snow-white thighs overlapping, shifting from left leg over right leg to right leg over left leg. Just you alone? Xu Huayin seemed somewhat surprised. Although it can boost attributes by over 100 points and provide continuous minor healing, even so. Trying to take on an elite boss alone would still be a very difficult task, right? Just a small stroke of luck, Ling Qiu replied modestly. What kind of small luck? Xu Huayin's curiosity was piqued by Ling Qiu's words. Anything that could be called a stroke of luck by Ling Qiu, even with the modifier small, was likely to be quite extraordinary, as could be seen from the almost suppressed smile at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 99. Suspicion on both sides. The next day, morning. Keng Qi is a dog. Xu Huayin shouted and cleared his throat. Ding. You have completed the task. Keng Qi is a dog, reward 10 pesos. The system's notification rang in Xu Huayin's ears. After a good night's rest, he felt refreshed. Pushing open the door, he saw Ling Qiu sitting across from him, reading a newspaper while having breakfast. Where did you get the newspaper? Xu Huayin sat down opposite Ling Qiu. It fell from the sky. Ling Qiu pointed to the sky and said. Fell from the sky? Xu Huayin asked, somewhat surprised. Yeah, a plane flew over this morning and scattered newspapers everywhere, Ling Qiu said, handing the newspaper to Xu Huayin. The prominent headline on the newspaper was particularly eye-catching. The Greenwood Self-Discipline Association will establish 5 safe zones around Greenwood City. From this title, Xu Huayin could roughly guess the content of the newspaper. However, he still took the newspaper and read it carefully. After a few minutes, Xu Huayin finally put the newspaper down. The content of the newspaper was very simple. It stated that the Qingmu Self-Discipline Association had established several safe zones around Qingmu City in a few blank areas. Chapter 100, Xiao Ying's Idea. At 9:30 a.m. a flying fire dragon appeared in the field of vision of Xiao Nantian and others. Although the agreed time was 10 a.m., both sides had already arrived around 9:30. Despite the mutual distrust, once they met, Xiao Nantian appeared very amiable, like a kind elder filled with warmth. Hello, it is an honor for you two to arrive today. Xiao Nantian said warmly, showing great humility, and even giving a surprising feeling of being flattered. It is worth noting that half a month ago, Xiao Nantian was a big shot, who wouldn't even spare a glance at the two for a second. But now, he looked like a benevolent elder. Although he tried to suppress it, the sense of self-satisfaction that arose from deep inside was hard to completely suppress. Hello, President Xiao, Xu Huayin politely greeted Xiao Nantian. Hello. President Xiao, Ling Qiu's tone sounded unchanged, but from Xu Huayin's understanding of Ling Qiu, he vaguely felt that Ling Qiu probably felt similar to him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they closed the distance a bit. Chapter 101, Wait a minute, Golden. Come on, Ling Qiu said. Holding her sword and approaching the Black Fork Rakshasa guild beast not far away. Come here, stupid bull, Ling Qiu provocatively called out to the Black Fork Rakshasa boss. The surrounding area was open, so there was no need for a sneak attack in this terrain. Moreover, Ling Qiu also wanted to test her current combat power to see how far it had reached. HMPH. The massive nostrils of the Black Fork Rakshasa exhaled a large amount of white vapor. A brute bull charged toward Ling Qiu. Ling Qiu certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to take it head-on, but just as she was about to dodge, her expression suddenly became serious. Is this a sense of being locked on? Is it a locking skill? Then bring it on. The battle broke out in an instant. Ling Qiu made the most decisive choice. Vaz? A sound similar to a heartbeat echoed, activating the overload effect. The outer appearance of the Zero-style armament instantly changed from silver-white to crimson. Ling Qiu swung her laser sword heavily at the returning Black Fork Rakshasa boss. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. Upon contact, Ling Qiu felt a terrifying force rushing toward her from the front. Chapter 102, Top War. What's going on? Golden card. Xu Huayan directly reached out to touch the golden card and grabbed it in his hand. This doesn't make sense. How could it be a golden card? Xu Huayan's confusion was quickly answered by the card's content. First Top War invitation ticket quality, gold card type, one-time consumption card effect, after use. Up to 3 people can enter the Windless Sea to participate in the First Top War to seize the windless ship that can sail in the Windless Sea. Introduction: the door to the new world has opened, hiding countless treasures. Welcome to your arrival. Usage countdown: 57 days. This thing is something I've never seen before. What is this? Ling Qiu gasped and came to Xu Huayan's side, tilting her head to look at the card in his hand. The previous battle had consumed too much of her stamina. Top War. Seizing the windless ship. What does this mean? Ling Qiu also appeared very surprised. This was something completely absent during the internal test period. It seems this was added after the open beta, Ling Qiu said. I think that since even the entry ticket is at the gold level, the items in the dungeon are probably at least also at the gold level. Chapter 103, Bugmaster and Abyss. Then bring it on, or should I take it off myself? Ling Qiu said, showing no fear at all. Instead, she snapped her fingers. In an instant, the silver-white armor covering Ling Qiu's body disappeared, replaced by a set of pajamas. Her snow-white shoulders and 2 delicate arms were exposed to the air. Ah! Xu Huayan quickly turned around. Damn! Why are you not following the usual script? This is too bold. Where's the modesty? Where's the shyness? Well, Ling Qiu was not a normal woman at all. In many cases, she was even more manly than men. Here, the chocolate you wanted. Xu Huayan found a few boxes of chocolate and placed them on the coffee table in front of Ling Qiu. Take your time eating. I won't go to the dungeon today. I'll stay at the base to study the card group. Ling Qiu had lost most of her combat power. And Xu Huayan felt a bit uneasy leaving her alone here. Just right, he needed to properly construct his card group. How boring is it to study alone? Ling Qiu's eyes lit up. Come on, let's battle. Ling Qiu immediately became spirited, pulling out her card group and wanting to have a match with Xu Huayan. It's better to have someone to practice with than studying alone. Let me see the strength of the number 1 in duel mode. Come on, let's battle. Ling Qiu said. Chapter 104, Spread the news. I usually summon the Skeleton King, because there are 3 skeleton soldiers in the graveyard. Along with 2 skeleton knights that can be considered as skeleton soldiers, and 2 monsters designated as skeleton soldiers. The Skeleton King's attack power is 7,000 points. The Skeleton King attacks your serpent leader, causing a total of 4,800 points of damage. After losing 3 times in a row, Ling Qiu finally caught Xu Huayan in a hand-stuck situation. Summoning the Skeleton King, she crushed Xu Huayan with 1 punch. The skeleton deck's activation was too slow. After losing 3 times in a row, Ling Qiu's face turned green. It was only after recently winning a match that her expression improved a bit. The Skeleton King deck was just a beginner's deck, anyone could obtain it. How strong could it be? Xu Huayan shrugged and said, I was just unlucky this time. I have obtained both the 8-star monsters, Charizard, and Dragonite. The key point is that I have neither Water Dragon Scale nor Fire Dragon Scale. And I don't even have Wood Dragon Scale. By the way, I have something to discuss with you. Xu Huayan stored the card deck away. What is it? Ling Qiu also stretched lazily. Her complexion seemed slightly better than before. It's like this, while you were fighting, Xiao Ying gave me a suggestion. Chapter 105, Shiyuro's Determination. Ding, you have entered the area of Qingmu City. Current remaining activity time is 2 hours and 23 minutes, less than 3 hours. You can go to the city office to recharge your stay time. When Pikachu entered the main city area, a system prompt sounded in Chiyuro's ear. After so many entries and exits from Qingmu City, her safety zone stay time was already insufficient. However, the stay time in the safety zone isn't very expensive. 100 pesos can buy 24 hours of stay time. The 5 of them entered the city and headed straight for Qingmu Square. This is the largest player gathering point in Qingmu City. You go ahead and unlock the 3rd card slot, and leave the message spreading to us, said Ma Zhendong, the team leader, to Chiyuro. Okay, I will do it as soon as possible. Chiyuro nodded and entered the cemetery instance. The others scattered. Ma Zhendong was responsible for the west side. His attention was quickly drawn to a group of people. Hey, who are these people? Ma Zhendong unconsciously moved closer. He arrived near the crowd, and then he saw a man standing in front of a blackboard, holding a particularly straight stick. Chapter 106, Things Left by Shenyang. At the foot of a mountain, a man and a woman, both imbued with various buffs, launched an attack on a horse-like monster that was crackling with electricity, and had many scale-like armor growing on its body. Purple Ling Horse, Elite Boss. As for where Xu Huayan's avatar was, cough cough, that's not important. Under the joint suppression of the two, although this Purple Ling Horse boss was powerful, it was still just passively taking hits. The only regret was that Ling Qiu had lent out the Black Tiger Sword. In the case of the two fighting together, the Black Tiger Sword was still better. Although this card is not from the Zero Series main card, it is considered a secondary card in Ling Qiu's hands. Boom boom boom, there were huge sounds everywhere caused by the battle. After about half an hour of fighting, this time it was Xu Huayan who found the breakthrough point. Taking advantage of the Purple Ling Horse boss showing a flaw, he heavily slashed down with a large knife like a door against the Purple Ling Horse's head. It was very bloody and violent, directly severing half of the horse's head. An elite boss, nothing more. Xu Huayan gasped for breath and said, slightly puffed up. Chapter 107, The Loser Washes Socks for a Week. Is this what you left for me? Xu Huayan opened his backpack. What caught his eye was a map. Why is it a map? Xu Huayan said, somewhat disappointed. He thought it was something good, but it turned out to be just a map. Let us see what it is. Ling Qiu leaned over to Xu Huayan's side, curiously asking. Okay. Xu Huayan then opened the map. When he saw the content on the map, Xu Huayan was momentarily confused, but soon realized something and became a bit excited. This can't be that, right? Xu Huayan suppressed his emotions. This is a map of the area around Qingmu City. It marks all the fishing spots in detail. Not only that, but there are also 3 different colored ink dots on the map. 1 black dot at the Daxingtang fishing spot, 1 red dot at the Sulphur Pool fishing spot, and 1 yellow dot at the Tutation Pool fishing spot. This can't be the fishing spot for the fish that can be exchanged for Earth Dragon Scale, right? Xu Huayan speculated. Although it was just a guess, he felt at least 80 to 90 sure about it. Chapter 108, Sword in the Pond, and Earth Dragon Scale. Flap flap. Charizard slowly flapped its wings, bringing Xu Huayan down to the top of a small hill. At the top of this hill, there was actually a small lake. This should be the fishing spot where that fish that can be exchanged for Earth Dragon Scale can be caught. Xu Huayan glanced around and saw a slender figure sitting on a small stool, holding a fishing rod, intently watching the water surface. Huh? Why are there also people from the Fishing Association here? Or does every fishing spot have people from the Fishing Association? Fishing Association Zhao Ying. Xu Huayan had just stored Charizard away, when he noticed movement from Zhao Ying's side. He saw Zhao Ying pulling hard, and a fish was pulled up. Wait. It seems it's not a fish, but a sword. What is going on? Caught a sword while fishing. Shu Huayin looked surprised. But Zhao Ying appeared very calm. She casually tossed the sword aside, as if it was something very ordinary. Shu Huayin quickly walked over to Zhao Ying's side, inspecting the sword that was pulled up from the lake. It was a sword that looked rusty, with a lot of algae and green duckweed wrapped around it. Chapter 109, White Kingfish and Grey Mist Belt. You have to tell me, have you ever caught any fish? Shu Huayin asked. Just as Zhao Ying was about to speak, Shu Huayin added, be honest, or I want tea exchange with you. Shu Huayin's words made Zhao Ying swallow what she was about to say. No, I have never caught any fish, every time I manage to catch something strange. But never a fish, Zhao Ying said softly. Ha ha ha, Shu Huayin tried hard to control his laughter, trying to prevent his mouth from lifting too high. Although he was already overjoyed inside. Really, you've never caught a fish? At this moment, Shu Huayin's facial muscles appeared somewhat twisted. Controlling his facial muscles was too exhausting. The second thing is, why didn't you go to the Qingpu fishing ground? Isn't it said that a legendary fisherman, Emperor He, has appeared? Don't you want to learn a few tricks? Shu Huayin continued to ask. The Emperor, he who faces away from the world and fishes alone for eternity. Of course I want to, but only those who have caught a fish weighing over 10 pounds at the Qingpu fishing ground are allowed in. And I don't have the qualifications yet. Zhao Ying's eyes sparkled with admiration when she heard Shu Huayin mention Emperor He. Chapter 110. You need confidence. Even arrogance. It seems that there are no fish in this fishing spot. Shu Huayin packed up his rod 3 hours after Zhao Ying left. It must be that there are no fish here, that's definitely it. Big Spray, come out. Shu Huayin summoned the fire dragon. It was quite a hassle. He had to equip the fire dragon scale before placing the fire dragon into the slot. When Shu Huayin returned to the base, he noticed that the atmosphere inside was somewhat off. Ling Qiu was sitting on a chair, seemingly deep in thought. Opposite Ling Qiu, Shiyuru looked like a student who had made a mistake, lowering her head, as if awaiting judgment. A solemn atmosphere flowed through the air. As Shu Huayin walked in, a pair of eyes fell upon him. What is going on? Shu Huayin asked. His arrival felt like a husky squeezing into a pack of wolves, instantly changing the atmosphere. Ming Ji, quickly persuade your sister, save Yuru, she was just confused for a moment. Ling Dong hurriedly pleaded with Shu Huayin upon seeing him return. What is going on? Chapter 111. One arrow, 4 hawks, and the past. Speaking of which, your intuition is quite good, you actually guessed my thoughts. Ling Qiu casually picked up an orange and leaned back in a chair, peeling it. I was still wondering how to wrap things up, fortunately. You gave me a way out. Ling Qiu said. You're the impressive one. You probably hoped someone would take on the King's Bone quest from the very beginning when you lent out the Black Tiger sword, right? Shu Huayin said confidently. He only realized just now that everything was part of Ling Qiu's plan. From the moment the Black Tiger sword was lent out, the layout began. It was hoped that among Shiyuru and the other two, someone would have the courage and determination to complete the King's Bone quest. Then, using this opportunity to establish rules. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. It was still in the initial stage before, so it wasn't very necessary. But now it seems it's time to enter the development stage. For an organization to grow, it must establish corresponding rules or laws. Once someone within breaks them, it's not about me not forgiving you, but rather the law won't forgive you. This can greatly reduce grievances. If I'm not mistaken, you might have even set the rules already. Chapter 112. Dragon Clan Advancement Package. Hello, I am Feng Ling. A sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. Just by the voice, one could tell that it must be a beautiful girl with a sweet voice. Nowadays, public relations are basically all beautiful girls. Hello. Long time no see, Miss Feng Ling, Shu Huayin politely said. He could hear the sound of a propeller spinning on the other end of the line. I apologize for the unannounced visit. Regarding the previous issue with the guild order, our new proposal will arrive in about 20 minutes. Sorry for the inconvenience. 20 minutes. Okay. No problem. Xu Huayin replied. After hanging up the phone, Xu Huayin looked at Ling Qiu. Since this matter is entirely up to me, can you be absent? Xu Huayin asked. Is that so? No problem, I'll go take a shower and sleep. Contact me if you need anything. Ling Qiu stretched and left directly. Xu Huayin then walked out of the base, grabbed something to eat from the fridge, and waited outside while eating. Looking at the stars in the sky, Xu Huayin momentarily lost his train of thought. About 10 minutes later, a helicopter landed outside. Shortly after, a girl dressed in a beige dress walked down from the plane. Chapter 113. Everything makes sense. This must be the last guild beast boss, right? Xu Huayin, Ling Qiu, and a group of Qingmu Self-Discipline Society members stood at a distance, gazing at the monster that looked like a sentient excavator. Excavator Man TVP 20, Elite Boss. Today is the last day of cooperation. With a significant boost. Xu Huayin and the others were already quite familiar with elite bosses. Let us go, Ling Qiu decisively said. She scanned the members of the Qingmu Self-Discipline Society. When she saw one of them, she gave Xu Huayin a glance. Xu Huayin subtly nodded. The ensuing battle was thrilling. Although this excavator boss was only an elite boss, it performed much stronger than the previous two elite bosses. It could actually take on both Xu Huayin and Ling Qiu by itself. This boss is so strong, Xiao Ying whispered as she observed the situation on the battlefield. She instinctively looked at Xiao Nanqian beside her. Dad, should we create an accident? Xiao Ying whispered. Not yet. Let us observe the situation, Xiao Nanqian said calmly. Chapter 114. Fog Light and Smuggling. After distributing the benefits, Xu Huayin and Ling Qiu headed back to the base. By the way, why did you kill that person? Xu Huayin slightly turned his head and asked Ling Qiu, who was hugging his waist from behind. Although he helped Ling Qiu complete this task, he still didn't know why she wanted to kill this person. Because that scoundrel is evil to the core. Stop, stop. Stop, don't talk about irrelevant things, just get to the point. Xu Huayin complained. Does Ling Qiu's personality care about others' good or evil? There must be some deeper reason. You really are. Ling Qiu lightly punched Xu Huayin on the shoulder, chuckling. Too straightforward. Isn't that increasing communication efficiency? Xu Huayin rolled his eyes. What exactly is the matter? Xu Huayin asked again. It's nothing, just a task to eliminate that person. Ling Qiu explained. It seems like you've gained quite a bit, you can't hide that smile. Xu Huayin felt a bit uneasy. Yes, now I just need the last card. Skeleton disguise, and I can complete the graveyard series of cards, Zero Qiu said with a hint of pride. Chapter 115, The Hidden Limit of Public Dungeon. Purple cards. Let's take a look at you first. Sitting on the back of the fire dragon, Xu Huayin took out a card pack. This was a pack with a roaring dragon on the cover. Dragon Clan Advancement Card Pack. This type of pack can yield a total of 12 cards. The lowest you can get is a blue card, and the highest is a purple card. Of course, that's the probability. About 1 in 10 advanced packs will contain one purple card. Generally, there are 1 to 2 blue cards. Just give me a purple one. Xu Huayin clasped his hands together and bowed towards the void. May Lord Guan bless me. He wasn't sure if it would help, but it was more about the ritual. After a bit of fancy gesturing, Xu Huayin tore open the card pack. 2 cards appeared before his eyes. A smile spread across his face at a visible speed. 2. This means the minimum guarantee is also 2 blue cards. Although opening card packs is definitely not as good as buying cards directly, after all, from a probability perspective, the mathematical expectation of opening card packs is too low. But Many people still enjoy opening card packs or blind boxes. Let's see. Xu Huayin flipped one of the cards over. The first step was to check the color of the outer frame. Chapter 116. An unexpected surprise. Initial fragrance pouch of Shilling. The fire dragon slowly landed in front of Shilling's shop. This time it could take several days. At the very least, he had to inform Shilling. Otherwise, if he didn't show up after 3 days as agreed, he might lose favorability. It took a lot of effort to reach the current favorability level, and if it dropped, Xu Huayin would be heartbroken. Shilling. Xu Huayin jumped off the fire dragon and arrived in front of Shilling's shop. Today, it seemed that Shilling's business was not very good. Whenever Xu Huayin came before, there were at least a few people in front of Shilling's small shop. But today, Xu Huayin saw no one in front of Shilling's shop. He could only see Shilling with her hands on her face, staring blankly ahead, seemingly in a daze. Shilling. Xu Huayin quickly approached Shilling and waved a hand in front of her. Huh? Ah, it's you. A glimmer of light appeared in Shilling's eyes, quickly spreading throughout her gaze. What brings you here? Shilling immediately stood up, her delight evident. I'm here to say goodbye, Xu Huayin said. Huh? Where are you going? Shilling asked excitedly. Chapter 117. The lighthouse in the mist. This grocery store was very shabby. The wooden door of the store was half open, with much of the paint on the door already peeling off, revealing the mottled wood grain. Xu Huayin stepped inside. The store was filled with an old scent, mixed with a faint smell of dust and the mustiness of paper. Hello, welcome to the Old Times grocery store. An energetic-looking old man warmly greeted him. Store owner Old Huang. Hello. Xu Huayin replied. His gaze quickly scanned the grocery store. Soon, he found a rusty iron box on one of the shelves. Next to the iron box, there was an old windmill and a sticker for children, which didn't seem to be anything good. What can I do for you? Store owner Old Huang asked. I want this. Xu Huayin accurately approached the corner of the shelf and took the rusty iron box into his hands. Rusty iron box description. Perhaps it contains a sealed past price. 3,000 pesos. The reason no one came to this grocery store was simply one word: expensive. Everything in the store was like this: mysterious and inexplicable items. Chapter 118. Defeating the water mist cloud boss with the iron box. Xu Huayin headed towards the lighthouse. Just as Xu Huayin was nearing the lighthouse, the mist over the sea suddenly changed. Following that, dozens of monsters completely formed from water mist blocked Xu Huayin's path. Xu Huayin was completely unprepared for this situation. It was time for battle. Xu Huayin drew out the white tiger knife, resembling a door panel. This large knife is best held with both hands, one hand on the handle and the other on the connection between the handle and the blade. Before the dozens of water mist monsters could attack, Xu Huayin charged towards them. With his current strength attribute, he could easily take down one small monster with a single stroke, or even more. The massive white tiger knife slashed down. If two water mist monsters were close together, it was perfectly normal to slice down two small monsters with one blow. In less than a minute, around 20 to 30 water mist monsters were all defeated by him. A green card emerged from the corpse of one of the water mist monsters. Xu Huayin casually grabbed it in his hand. Water therapy quality, green effect, consumes 3 points of spirit, applies a layer of water therapy to the target. Cooldown time 10 seconds. Chapter 119, Mist Light. Obtained. Xu Huayin reached out and grabbed the purple card. He held the purple card in his hand. Water avoidance pearl quality, purple card type, equipment card defect, water attribute skill 30 underwater breathing description, a rare treasure born in a water attribute environment, acquisition method, dropped by water attribute bosses. Black-hearted merchants, dual mode effect, field magic card, increases the attack power of water attribute monsters by 500 points. This magic card can only be activated when there are water attribute monsters on the field. This feels pretty good, very useful for water mags. It can also be used for diving, underwater breathing. Xu Huayin remembered the first top war invitation ticket. Based on the description, it should be for a sea environment dungeon. This card might come in handy then. After defeating the copy boss, Xu Huayin quickly ran towards the lighthouse. He climbed up the lighthouse and knocked on the door of the lookout platform. A young-looking boy, whose skin was very dark and rough due to the wind and sun, opened the door. At that moment, Ziva was sweating profusely. Chapter 120. The first 4-slot player in Qingmu City. The Grey Mist Zone is not safe. To be precise, the Grey Mist Zone, apart from being a barrier between system components, could also harbor various dangers. Change the White Tiger Blade. Xu Huayin thought for a moment, took the White Tiger Blade from the second slot, and replaced it with the Mist Lantern. Holding a watermelon-sized Mist Lantern, Xu Huayin stepped into the Grey Mist Zone. As soon as he stepped into the Grey Mist Zone, a system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding, the area ahead is not open, please come back to explore later. Immediately after, he felt the surrounding grey mist pressing in on him, as if trying to push him out of the Grey Mist Zone. However, the swirling mist stopped about 3 meters away from Xu Huayin when it encountered the soft light emitted by the Mist Lantern. Without the Mist Lantern, or a similar item, he would have been expelled from the Grey Mist Zone. Holding the Mist Lantern, it illuminated his surroundings for about 3 meters. Xu Huayin pulled a compass out of his pocket. As soon as he took it out, he noticed the compass was spinning wildly. Chapter 121. The Layout of Kaitong City. 0 Guild. Tank, hold the line. Archers, keep firing without stopping. In an open area, a very standard 5-person team faced a black bear boss. Under the well-coordinated efforts of the 5, the wounds on the black bear boss increased, and it became more agitated. Steady, this boss might have a low-health ultimate move. Be alert everyone, I don't want to be sending your family's compensation money, said the team leader, who held a large red bow. With a whoosh, an arrow shot towards the black bear boss. The arrow landed near the feet of the black bear boss and immediately exploded. This type of boss has tough skin and flesh, and arrows would not cause much damage even if they hit, but explosive arrows are different. They deal at least several times more damage. Seeing the boss was heavily injured, suddenly, the black bear boss's strength surged, and with a single slap, it sent the tank, who was holding a tower shield, flying. Then, it burrowed toward the back. Chase. Chapter 122. Fishing for the White Kingfish. Hearing this familiar name, Xu Huayin was taken aback. 0 Guild. Is this the 0 Guild I was thinking of? What's going on with the 0 Guild? Xu Huayin curiously asked. Ha ha. You know about the 0 Guild, huh? Soon, the entire Kaitong City will belong to our Kaitong Discipline Association, Lin Yuan said with a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. This guy seems a bit off in the head, like he's been brainwashed. Xu Huayin said almost nothing, just letting him talk. See you, everyone. Xu Huayin bid farewell to these people and rode his fire-breathing dragon towards Kaitong City's main city. The layout of Kaitong City was somewhat different from Qingmu City, but overall, it was basically the same. Xu Huayin's goal was very clear. He headed straight for the Fishing Association in Kaitong City. The entrance of the Fishing Association in Kaitong City was very deserted, with hardly anyone coming or going. It seemed empty. Could it be that the people from the Fishing Association in Kaitong City went to the Qingpu fishing grounds to observe that legendary fishing master, Emperor He? Xu Huayin speculated. He recalled hearing about this Emperor He from the NPCs in the Fishing Associations more than once. Chapter 123. The last golden dragon scale. Sunlight spilled over the shimmering surface of the lake, creating tiny golden sparkles. The fishing rod suddenly shook violently. Zhu Hai immediately perked up, gripping the fishing rod tightly, and began to carefully reel it in. A huge shadow swiftly moved under the water, stirring up a muddy wave. As the fishing line shortened, a large fish broke the surface. It was massive, its scales glimmering with a dark greenish hue in the sunlight. And its powerful tail splashed up high. Its round, bulging eyes were filled with fear. Zhu was so excited that his face turned red. He carefully controlled the fishing rod. However, the big fish seemed unwilling to be caught easily. It shook its head violently, trying to break free, but of course, that was futile. After some maneuvering, the big fish was successfully dragged onto the shore. Zhu excitedly reached for the fish's gills and roughly weighed it in his hands. It felt a bit small, only around 20-something pounds. Zhu intentionally raised his voice, saying, "This is a bit small." Such a situation made Shu Huayin feel a bit embarrassed. It wasn't he that he envied Zhu for catching a big fish, absolutely not. It was just that he had boasted so much earlier, but nearly an hour had passed without him catching anything. Chapter 124, Shu Huayin's fourth slot, and a dragon's explosive flame, finally gathered all 5 elemental dragon scale series cards. Shu Huayin said excitedly. This means he has completed a set of cards that includes at least 1 purple card. He has fulfilled the second condition to unlock the 4th slot. As for the first condition, he had long since met the required attribute points. Now, he could unlock the 4th slot. Come on, 4th slot. Shu Huayin laid the 5 dragon scale cards in front of him. As the 5 dragon scale cards came close, strands of light flew out from each card. They danced, spun, and merged together. Ding, you have met the conditions to unlock the 4th slot. Would you like to unlock the 4th slot immediately? Friendly reminder, once you choose to unlock it, the cards used to unlock the 4th slot cannot be sold, traded, and are for personal use only. The system prompt sounded in Shu Huayin's ear. Yes. Shu Huayin had no hesitation. The main reason he was doing all this was to unlock the 4th slot. After answering, Shu Huayin opened the sound panel of his system. Chapter 125, Our Red Copper Self-Discipline Society is not a trash can. Red Copper City. Red Copper Self-Discipline Society. An emergency meeting was quickly convened. What is going on? Who exactly is this person called Mingjing Zhishui? I've never heard of them before. It's as if they just popped out from between the stones. It can be confirmed that they are definitely not one of our self-discipline society members. A group of people hurriedly rushed to the meeting room. The news of Shu Huayin activating the 4th slot was a huge shock to various factions. Especially for the Red Copper Self-Discipline Society. This is a significant variable. Red Copper City Zero-Style Guild. A girl with short golden hair, dressed in standard Zero-Style gear, slightly raised her head to look at the sky. At this moment, she was standing near a balcony, her hands resting on the railing. Mingjing Zhishui. What a familiar name. After hearing the system's prompt, a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. I remember now. The girl slapped her forehead. Isn't this the dual champion? The one who had 100 types of card decks from the Thin Gauze Zero-Style deck. How is this top-tier player also in Red Copper City? Just as the girl was still pondering, Chapter 126, Shu Huayin's small test. This group of people. Shu Huayin sat on the fire dragon, looking down. He was flying towards the Zero-Style Guild's base. Below, there was a team of about 50 people. They were all wearing identical uniforms, but their formation was very loose. There was no sign of discipline, just a bunch of misfits. This group of people seemed to be running. Keep running if you don't want to get shot. One person fired a shot into the sky. In front of this group were 4 or 5 terrified men and women, desperately running forward. Lao Liu. Let's see whose shooting is more accurate. A man aimed his gun at the back of a fleeing woman and fired. The woman was hit by the bullet and fell to the ground. Boss, isn't this a bit too much? A somewhat conscientious little brother asked. What's wrong with it? Anyway, we are now members of the Red Copper Self-Discipline Society. Whatever happens, the Red Copper Self-Discipline Society will clean up after us. Otherwise, Why would I be wearing this outfit? Said a man with a dragon tattoo on his face. Found you. Shu Huayin maneuvered the fire dragon and descended towards the ground. He must stop and delay the Red Copper Self-Discipline Society's pace towards unifying all of Red Copper City. Chapter 127, Cooperation Request. Yun Fei Ji. Are we really just letting them go? After others left, Cherry came to Yun Fei's side, puzzled. We can't kill them, it will lose us the people's hearts. Yun Fei shook her head and said. People's hearts? They've already left, what is the point? I'm not talking about their hearts, but those who remain. Yun Fei explained, suddenly her expression changed. Cherry, you go first, I'll entertain a guest. Yun Fei said. Okay, Yun Fei Ji. Cherry nodded, confused, and left. Yun Fei then looked towards behind a nearby pillar. I wonder which friend is gracing us with their presence. Yun Fei looked intensely at the space behind the pillar. Shu Huayin scratched his head and walked out from behind the pillar. How did you find me? Shu Huayin asked curiously. Shouldn't you answer my question first? Who are you? Yun Fei asked. Me? If I say I'm just passing by to grab some soy sauce, would you believe it? Shu Huayin shrugged and said. Seeking death. Yun Fei summoned a red spear that appeared in her hand. She then thrust it towards Shu Huayin. Chapter 128, The Anomaly at Luoxia Mountain. It's time to go back. Shu Huayin stood in front of the fog, carrying a full backpack. He glanced back at the direction of Red Copper City. The backpack was filled with two types of cards produced from a map called Natural Forest in Red Copper City, Blessing of Rain, and Natural Power. The former is a blue card, and the latter is a green card. Shu Huayin acquired 15 cards of Blessing of Rain, and 15 cards of Natural Power. Shu Huayin spent all his money on these cards. Healing skills are quite scarce in Qingmu City, every time Shu Huayin passed through Qingmu Square. He could hear various calls for recruiting priest teammates. These healing-type cards would definitely sell for a good price in the Qingmu City area. Of course, Shu Huayin had reached a cooperation agreement with Yun Fei. It would be too time-consuming for him to buy them alone. He had Yun Fei purchase them on his behalf. Although Yun Fei still had doubts about his identity, making money is making money. Such an order would earn Yun Fei a considerable amount, serving as a form of financial support for her side. Moreover, this kind of transaction wouldn't just happen once. Let us go. Shu Huayin took out the fog lamp. Its appearance dispersed the surrounding fog. Shu Huayin strode into the foggy area. In the days that Shu Huayin was absent, a major incident occurred in the Qingmu City area. The Luoxia Mountain map was suddenly shrouded in thick fog. All 3 slot players who came to investigate were blocked outside the fog. Ding! Players with 2 slots or below can enter the Luoxia ruins. All 3 slot players wishing to enter the Luoxia Mountain map would be ejected upon hearing this system prompt. This also made various factions very curious about the situation here. Thus, they dispatched their elite members who had not yet opened the 3rd slot to explore the Luoxia Mountain area. The Eternal Life Guild was no exception. A team of about 20 people hurried to the entrance of the Luoxia Mountain map. Dongji, what is the situation over at Luoxia Mountain? Aren't you an internal test player? A young man dressed in Eternal Life Guild uniform asked. At the front of the team were a man and a woman. The man referred to as Dongji was naturally Ma Zhendong. Beside Ma Zhendong was a girl dressed in Zero-style gear. Zero-style? This girl was not Ling Qiu, but a girl who somewhat resembled her. Ling Dong. Moreover, the chest of the Zero armor she was wearing was not red, but purple. The set of Zero armor she currently wore was a purple one. As for the people following Ma Zhendong and Zero Dong, they were recruits from the Eternal Life Guild. It was unclear, but it had to be resolved quickly. With such a large map experiencing this kind of event, there must be valuable items. Ma Zhendong shook his head. He had already asked Zero Chio about it, and Zero Chio also expressed ignorance. He only told him to lead the team into the Luoxia mountain map to investigate. Before long, Ma Zhendong and Zero Dong led the team to the entrance of the Luoxia mountain map. There, they immediately saw many familiar faces, members of the Qingmu Self-Discipline Association, 5-Star Fruits, and the Justice League were all present. Li Ming, I'm relying on you, Ma Zhendong said to one of the team members. Li Ming. At this moment, he was still a 2-slot player. It wasn't that he couldn't open a 3rd slot. But after seeing Shi Yuro open her 3rd slot and obtain the Bone King shield, he became unwilling to remain a 2-slot player. Thus, he still had only 2 slots. However, it turned out to be a lucky mistake, making him the most suitable candidate for exploring the Luoxia mountain map. Don't worry, leave it to me. Chapter 129, The Benefits of a Fog Light, Finally Home. Xu Huayin returned near his base. Standing on the back of the fire-breathing dragon, he looked down. Why has everything changed so much? I've only been gone for a week. Xu Huayin found that he hardly recognized his own home. The base had expanded several times at least. Fortunately, the original courtyard had not been disturbed. Xu Huayin landed in front of the courtyard. Who are you? 2 people dressed in the Eternal Life Guild uniforms were guarding the entrance of the courtyard. They appeared extremely tense upon seeing Xu Huayin. One of them immediately blew a whistle. A sharp and urgent whistle echoed, and within seconds, a dozen people appeared, surrounding Xu Huayin. Hey, Ming Ji, you're back. A familiar voice sounded. Xu Huayin turned slightly, and the speaker was Shi Yuro. This is another leader of our Eternal Life Guild, Shi Yuro introduced. Who are these people? Xu Huayin asked Shi Yuro. These are all new recruits. Our scale has expanded more than tenfold. I'm now the captain of the defense team. I see. What about Zero Chio? Xu Huayin guessed something had happened when he saw Shi Yuro. Chapter 130, The 4-Element Envoy Job Trial Luoxia Mountain. In the very center of the fog, 4 large stones stood tall. The surfaces of each stone were as smooth as mirrors, reflecting flickering lights and shadows. These were clearly the locations within Luoxia Mountain. A dirt yellow orb lay quietly there. A bird flew by in the sky, but as it passed around the dirt yellow orb, it seemed as if a massive stone pressed down on its back. It flapped its wings desperately, but to no avail. It didn't last long before it crashed heavily to the ground, becoming a pile of flesh. At that moment, patterns on the seemingly ordinary ground lit up. The bird's flesh vanished without a trace in an instant. The second stone contained a calm water pool. Originally, a deep blue sword lay on the water pool. But now it had disappeared, taken away by someone. The third stone showed a white flame leaping in the air, resembling a ghostly fire. A leaf floated by in the wind. However, before the leaf could approach the flame, it was completely burned up. Chapter 131, Why are you like the tide spirit? And then? What did you experience in Kaitong City? How's the situation over there? After discussing the matters of a fog light, Zero Chio continued to ask. She was very curious about the situation in the neighboring Kaitong City. Xu Huayin was also generous. He had intended to tell Zero Chio everything. Yun Fei. It's actually Yun Fei. I didn't expect her to be right next door in Kaitong City. If it's her, I have a 90 chance of getting her to submit to me, Zero Chio said confidently. Oh? How so? Xu Huayin asked curiously. Due to uncertainty about Yun Fei's disposition. Xu Huayin hadn't had much contact with her, and hadn't mentioned Zero Chio's matters. Now is a time of great contention. Yun Fei has established her own faction. Although she used to be the Red Envoy under Zero Chio, that may not be the case now. Do you know how many people I had when I established the Zero Guild? How many? 3. Zero Chio raised 3 slender fingers. When I started, I only had 3 people by my side, and Yun Fei was one of them. Later, until it became a super guild, the other 2 were no longer around. But Yun Fei has always been there. Chapter 132, Li Ming's determination. Tide Spirit. Who is Tide Spirit? A voice came from behind. It sounded particularly stiff. The wind blew in, and the surrounding air seemed to grow colder. Tide Spirit. An NPC, Shu Huayin answered without hesitation. Let me tell you something, don't tell anyone else. You can raise her favorability to get good items. Shu Huayin reached to his waist and pulled out a card, showing it to Zero Chio. Tide Spirit's first perfume pouch. Quality, white. Card type, accessory card. Effect, luck 2. This card only needs to be carried on you to take effect. Description, the product of Tide Spirit's first attempt at making a perfume pouch. Acquisition method, given by Tide Spirit. Dual mode effect, monster card. Water attribute, aquatic, attack 500, defense 0, effect, when the opponent performs a special summon on a monster, you can discard this card to the graveyard to activate this turn. Each time the opponent performs a special summon, draw a card from your deck, up to a maximum of 5 cards. This is definitely a god card in the dual realm. At the very least, it can be a 1-for-1 trade, and at most, it can be a 1-for-5. Chapter 133, Sharp Feathers. We are here. Shu Huayin stopped at the entrance of Yunwu Mountain. About 10 meters above the ground, Shu Huayin put away the fire-breathing dragon. He and Zero Autumn fell to the ground from a height of over 10 meters. Brother Ming, sister. Zero Winter quickly rushed over to greet Shu Huayin and Zero Autumn. Huh? Zero Series armor? Shu Huayin was surprised as he glanced at the armor on Zero Winter. He had only been away for a week. He really didn't expect such a big change. Zero Winter had actually equipped the Zero Series armor, although it was just a purple card. And the tattered backpack on Zero Winter's back looked familiar to Shu Huayin, wasn't it Zero Autumn's from before? So, Zero Autumn must have given her unused retired Zero Series armor card to Zero Winter, right? My sister gave it to me. Zero Winter nodded in affirmation. You two go back to the base. We'll handle things here, Zero Autumn said. Huh? I don't want to go back. There might be things Zero Winter didn't finish saying here. But after just exchanging a glance with Zero Autumn, she immediately backed down. Okay, I'll go back now. Zero Winter shrank her head. If you don't want to go back to the base, that's fine. I have a task for you. You two go to Qingmu City and sell these cards. Rain of Blessing, for 3,000 pesos each. Power of Nature, for 1,000 pesos each. Chapter 134, Shall we speed things up manually? Ding. With a sound of ding, that feather-like object was slashed away. However, after spinning twice in the air, it shot back towards Shu Huayin again. Shu Huayin wasn't afraid of this thing. The key was how to catch it. The sharpness of this thing was a bit beyond his expectations. Even the Bone King's shield could be directly scratched by it. If he tried to catch it with his hand, he feared his entire finger would be sliced off. Zero Autumn, do you have a way to make this thing stop? Shu Huayin asked for help. He currently had no means to subdue this feather-like object. I'm not sure if it will work, but I can give it a try. Zero Autumn replied. Whatever means you have, bring them out. This thing is at least a purple card level, and it's a top-tier purple card. It would be a shame to miss it. Although a purple card wouldn't significantly enhance him. The mere fact that he had never seen one was enough for Shu Huayin to take action. I'll give it a try. The feather-like object attacked again. This time, it wasn't Shu Huayin who acted, but Zero Autumn. The huge backpack with a lightning symbol on Zero Autumn's back lit up. Chapter 135, It's actually a gold card. It really is a gold-level profession. When he saw the purple card guarded by several large stones start to take on a hint of gold, Shu Huayin couldn't help but get excited. Could it really be a gold-level profession card? Back then, the profession card he used was only gold. Look at you. acting all high and mighty. Isn't it just a gold profession card? Zero Autumn said disdainfully. Before you look down on me, could you at least suppress the corners of your mouth? Xu Huayin retorted. He was the one getting criticized. Zero Autumn was even more excited than he was. Even for both of them at this level, a gold profession card was very precious. Someone is coming. Xu Huayin suddenly looked in one direction. A few people appeared in Xu Huayin's line of sight, one of whom was a familiar face. The Seven-Colored Tree, Qingmu Discipline Society. The newcomers were several members of the Qingmu Discipline Society. I am going to meet them. Zero Autumn volunteered and walked towards the group. The Seven-Colored Tree and the others had originally been headed straight for them. However, upon seeing Zero Autumn, they immediately stopped in their tracks. Appearing somewhat flustered, but still forcing themselves to maintain their composure. Chapter 136. Iron Mountain Trial, somewhere in the Yunwu Mountain map. Why did the accumulation of the 4-element Envoy Profession card suddenly speed up? The reason was right here. An old acquaintance of Xu Huayin was present. Are you saying that if this type of sacrificial boss is mixed with the blood of demon creatures, it would enhance the boss? Xiao Nantian looked at a short young man beside him and asked. Yes, I'm very sure, the man replied confidently. Then let's do it. Xiao Nantian waved his hand, summoning several demon creatures. As they arrived in this unfamiliar world, greedily breathing in the fresh air, a series of sharp blades pierced their hearts. Bright red blood dripped to the ground, quickly absorbed by the earth. Just like bone water, the bodies of these demon creatures were also completely absorbed, transforming into streams of energy that flowed towards the center of Yunwu Mountain. Dad, do we really have to do this? Xiao Ying asked with some reluctance. I also want to peacefully recruit them, but given the current situation, it's completely impossible. Chapter 137. First, kill the boss. As the dust settled, 4 2-meter-tall stone giants appeared before Xu Huayin and Zero Autumn. Earth Spirit Guardian, Elite Boss, Water Spirit Guardian, Elite Boss, Fire Spirit Guardian, Elite Boss. Wind Spirit Guardian, Elite Boss. A total of 4 elite bosses. I thought there would be an epic boss, Xu Huayin said. A gold card level guardian boss should be about an epic boss. However, 4 elite bosses aren't bad either. Each of us takes 2, let's see who finishes first. Zero Autumn unsheathed her sword and charged towards the nearest Earth Spirit Guardian and Wind Spirit Guardian bosses, encircling them both. That left the Water Spirit Guardian boss and Fire Spirit Guardian boss. Xu Huayin was unafraid and charged in as well. His current attributes were not inferior to the elite bosses. However, facing 2 elite bosses at once, he still felt a bit pressured. The white tiger blade swept across, slashing towards the Fire Spirit Guardian boss. The Fire Spirit Guardian dodged to the side, flames erupting from its body as it swung a fist. With the punch's wind carrying scorching flames rushing towards Xu Huayin. Chapter 138. Earth Element Manipulator and Wind Element Manipulator. Go! Xu Huayin didn't waste a second. After the explosion ended, he immediately got up. His gaze swept over several bosses that had been hit by the explosion at close range. Soon, Xu Huayin's eyes firmly locked onto one of the bosses, the Earth Spirit Guardian, Elite Boss. This boss was the most severely injured among the group. Kill the Earth Spirit Guardian first. Xu Huayin shouted. In fact, there was no need for him to say this. Zero Chio's reaction was just as fast as Xu Huayin's. After getting up, she immediately charged towards the Earth Spirit Guardian boss. This Earth Spirit Guardian had already lost one of its fists, it was just a cripple now. The lightning-marked backpack behind Zero Chio lit up. Countless energies, seemingly accumulated for a long time, gathered onto her sword. Thunder slash! Zero Chio shouted, and the sword, flashing with lightning, slashed towards the Earth Spirit Guardian like a shooting star. Although the Earth Spirit Guardian was severely injured, its reaction was not slow. It hurriedly raised its remaining arm to block. The sword collided with the arm, producing a metallic clang, and a strong current instantly spread throughout the Earth Spirit Guardian's body. Chapter 139, Into the Treasure Vault. Zero Chio took on the Water Spirit Guardian boss. Shu Huayin was left to deal with only the Fire Spirit Guardian boss. Even at its peak, Shu Huayin was confident he could take it down. At most, it would just take a bit more effort. As for this half-damaged Fire Spirit Guardian boss, it wouldn't last long against Shu Huayin. Boom! Just a few rounds later, the Fire Spirit Guardian was cut down by Shu Huayin. A purple card emerged from the corpse of the Fire Spirit Guardian boss. Shu Huayin reached out and grabbed the purple card. Fire Element Manipulator Quality, Purple Card Type, Profession Card Effect, Spirit 20. Intermediate Flame Superpower. This card can stack one flame skill card. Description: one of the basic elements that make up the world, if all four elements of earth, water, fire, and wind are gathered. A golden card for the four-element envoy profession can be synthesized. Restriction: there must be a fire element flame or a golden level fire attribute card in the card slot series. 4-element envoy series, dual mode effect, monster card. Fire attribute, Link 2, attack power 1850. Link material requirement, includes 2 monsters with a fire attribute, effect, once per turn. Special summon a fire attribute monster from the opponent's graveyard. Chapter 140. I'm going to meet my crimson envoy. A large winged lizard carried a man and a woman soaring through the sky. Speaking of which, I feel something is a bit off, Zero Chio said, sitting behind Shu Huayin. What is off? Shu Huayin asked in response. Before Zero Chio could answer, he exclaimed. Oh, you mean the strength of these bosses? Although it's a bit higher than ordinary elite bosses, it's still normal, right? Shu Huayin seemed somewhat unconcerned. It's normal. But it just feels a bit off, Zero Chio replied. It's just a feeling. All right, it's all in the past now. Even if there really was something, there's nothing we can do about it, Shu Huayin retorted. Worrying about it won't help. If there is a problem, it's just those few companies causing trouble. Okay. Zero Chio couldn't provide any evidence. She just had an uneasy feeling. However, as Shu Huayin said, feelings can't be counted as proof. Zero Chio fell silent again. Shu Huayin began to adjust his card slots. His current card slot situation was: first slot, Tiger Yin Yang, stacked with a Dragon Blaze, 1 red card, and 1 gold card. Chapter 141, Preparing to establish the guild. While everyone was present, there was another important matter. Zero Chio changed the topic. Regarding the establishment of the guild, there are 3 conditions to meet. First, guild token, which we already have. Second, 20 points of reputation in the city, which is also met. We just need to meet the last condition, at least 3 players with 4 card slots and at least 40 players with 3 card slots, totaling at least 100 people. Once these conditions are met, we can unlock the Guild Challenge Dungeon. Completing the Guild Challenge Dungeon will allow us to establish the guild. As she spoke, Zero Chio's gaze swept over the 3 from Ma Town. We can gather 43 card slot players, but the key is we also need a third 4 card slot player, which depends on you 3. Besides her and Shu Huayin, these 3 were the strongest tier. The next 4 card slot player would most likely emerge from among them. Sister, don't look at me. I only have what I have because of you. Zero Dawn quickly waved her hands. Although her strength was likely the strongest among the 3, she was very aware of how she obtained her power. Chapter 142, Iron Mountain Trial. The next day, Shu Huayin woke up from his sleep. He stretched comfortably. It's so much more comfortable to sleep at home. While yawning, Shu Huayin walked outside. Upon reaching the living room, he saw a note left on the table. Shu Huayin approached the table and picked up the note. He found a line of handwriting that looked like it had been blown around by the wind. After some guessing, he finally made out the content. I made breakfast for you, it's in the pot in the kitchen. I also washed the socks you left in the bathroom. They are on the balcony. By Zero Chio. Still remember that? Shu Huayin said, somewhat amused and exasperated. This was a bet he had made with Zero Chio last time. Meant as a joke. He was about to lose, but then Zero Chio said, if you can give me that skeleton disguise, I'll consider it a loss. Just like that. The win-lose relationship changed. However, he didn't pay too much attention to it. He didn't expect her to keep her promise. It was just that her handwriting was too ugly, and she had even been a teacher. Shu Huayin put the note away and then went to the kitchen, where there were 2 fried eggs and a piece of steak in the pot. Chapter 143, Ding, Shiling's favorability 5 in a purely white space. A young man closed his eyes, seemingly contemplating something. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. It worked. Shu Huayin's eyes brightened. He felt that he had nearly grasped the essence of the basic Tishankao skill. Without any hesitation, Shu Huayin dashed towards the training pillar again. His own feelings didn't count. What he felt needed to be tested in real combat to be valid. Shu Huayin adjusted his pace nimbly. As he approached the pillar, he twisted his waist to generate power, driving his shoulder to slam hard into the pillar. Bang! A loud sound echoed, and the pillar shook violently, its light flickering unpredictably. Just as Shu Huayin's heart raced with tension, the light gradually turned green. Ding! Qualification achieved. You have completed the Tishankao trial and obtained Tishankao Trial 2. The system prompt sounded. Shu Huayin clenched his fists in excitement. He had finally succeeded. A flash of white light, and he returned to the real world. Now holding a new blue card. Tishankao Trial 2 Quality, Blue Card Type, Dungeon Card Effect. After use, you can enter the Tishankao trial to learn the Tishankao technique. Chapter 144, The Challenge from Chumu. In a vague sense, Shu Huayin seemed to have realized something. Last time, it seemed like Zero Autumn was in a similar situation, right? And had a similar reaction as well. Thus, Shu Huayin subtly reached a conclusion. Is it self-restraint? Like only one can take effect. In front of one girl, you cannot mention another girl. Otherwise, it would trigger a decrease in favorability. Shu Huayin pondered. Last time, it wasn't obvious with Zero Autumn, but this time it was very clear that Shiling's favorability had decreased. How outrageous. Just like that, it dropped by 5 points. Shu Huayin's heart was bleeding. After working hard for so long, the favorability suddenly dropped by 5 points. No, he couldn't mention Zero Autumn in front of Shilling anymore. Nor could he mention Shilling in front of Zero Autumn. Moreover, to be fair, this NPC's intelligence is really high. He felt that Shilling's level of intelligence was almost on par with the NPCs of the Fishing Association. Who is Zero Autumn? Shilling asked. This question, identical to the one from last time with Zero Autumn, made Shu Huayin even more certain of the pattern he had deduced. In front of a woman. You cannot mention another woman, otherwise it would lead to a decrease in favorability. Chapter 145, The Importance of Deck Strength. What did you say? Shu Huayin certainly would not admit it. Although he estimated that even if he did admit it, it wouldn't be a problem. Whether you admit it or not. Let's duel. Chumu slammed a stack of cards onto the table. All right, bring it on. Shu Huayin also placed his deck down. Although his current deck wasn't very strong, it should be sufficient. Come on, I will definitely defeat you. Chumu's expression became serious as he placed down a deck. After the two established a contract, the duel began. The system automatically shuffled the decks. Rock, paper, scissors. Shu Huayin and Chumu both made their moves simultaneously. Chumu played rock. Shu Huayin played paper. Finally, Shu Huayin won a round. Good. Shu Huayin felt delighted. Finally won a round, I choose to go first. Shu Huayin said. First turn, draw a card. He drew 4 cards into his hand. His gaze swept across the cards. Was this hand a lucky draw? He currently had 4 cards, 1 Dragon's Blaze, 1 Water Dragon Scale, 1 Shilling's Initial Fragrance Bag, and 1 White Tiger Blade. My turn. Since I have no monsters on the field, I activate the effect of a Water Dragon Scale to special summon this card from my hand. And I choose to special summon this card in defense position. Chapter 146. Fire-breathing Dragon X. I refuse to accept this. Chu Mu's fists unconsciously clenched. His eyes fixed intently on Shu Huayin. Not bad, let's keep working hard. Shu Huayin stood up gracefully. As a duelist, one should have such momentum. Not bad. It suits his taste. Just wait, in 10 days at the Jewel City, I will challenge you again. Chu Mu said defiantly. Just like you defeated Abyss to become the Jewel Champion during the 2nd anniversary, without a red card, I can also defeat you now that you have a red card. Alright, I'll be waiting, and you've mistaken the person. Shu Huayin waved his hand as he walked away. He arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. Entering the dungeon, he chose to quickly clear the graveyard dungeon. Unfortunately, he did not manage to draw Skeleton Tombstone. When Shu Huayin came out of the dungeon, Chu Mu and the others had already left. Shu Huayin summoned the fire-breathing dragon and flew home on its back. Sitting on the fire-breathing dragon, a card pack appeared in his hand. This was the Dragon Advancement Pack he had just won. Each advancement pack could yield 12 cards, with the lowest quality being blue and the highest being purple. Chapter 147. Niga Mask. In a misty area, 2 figures gradually enlarged. 2 girls, dressed in nearly identical armor, were carrying a dim fog lamp as they walked out of the mist. The girl in the front had a purple engine on her chest, holding the fog lamp in her hand. Although this girl was youthful and beautiful, compared to the one behind her, who exuded a mature and subtly authoritative aura, she looked like a little maid. We've arrived, sister, we're at Red Copper City. Zero Winter began to dance with excitement. After several hours, the 2 finally crossed the misty area and entered the neighboring Red Copper City. Let us go find Yun Fei to chat. Zero Autumn pulled out a map. This map marked the locations of several major forces. Shu Huayin had brought it back last time. The 2 headed straight towards the Zero Guild in Red Copper City. However, they hadn't gone far when they heard sounds of battle. Let us go take a look. Zero Autumn waved to Zero Winter, and the 2 quietly approached the location of the battle. When Zero Chio clearly saw what was happening over there, a smile that he couldn't suppress appeared on his face. Chapter 148. Hand Recruitment. Boss Huang, I'm back. Shu Huayin greeted the shop owner, Old Huang, enthusiastically, his eyes quickly scanning the grocery store. Although he only had a 2-digit amount of pesos on him now, he wanted to confirm whether the mask sticker item was here. We're closed, the door is shut, Old Huang said with a frown, as if Shu Huayin owed him money. Aren't you going to take the business that comes to you? Shu Huayin's gaze finally caught sight of the mask sticker. However, he didn't make a move just yet. He didn't even approach that side, in case Old Huang noticed something unusual. Furthermore, after finding the demon sticker, Shu Huayin didn't linger on it for even half a second, quickly glancing past it to continue examining other items. Eventually, his eyes landed on a seemingly mysterious crystal ball. Night Crystal Ball. Description: a crystal ball that emits a blue glow in the dark. Price: 5,000 pesos. Shu Huayin picked up the crystal ball and walked up to Old Huang, placing the Night Crystal Ball on the counter. Chapter 149. Second Stage. Iron Mountain Support. Before going to sleep, Shu Huayin took out the adventure certificate and clicked to receive a task. Ding, please arrive at the Adventurers Association by 10 a.m. tomorrow. The system's prompt echoed in Shu Huayin's ears. 10 o'clock, huh? Shu Huayin murmured, putting down the adventure certificate and starting to rest. Time quickly passed to the next day. Sanchi is a dog. Shu Huayan stretched lazily while completing this simple daily task. He walked out of his bedroom, casually preparing some food to fill his stomach. There was still plenty of food at home, mainly some pre-packaged items scavenged from the old district. As for vegetables, there were only a few that were durable for storage. However, he had already sent people to plant them, having opened several plots for cultivation, but they hadn't produced anything yet. There were also dedicated maintenance personnel for the generator. Apart from this core base, other areas had limited power supply. When Shu Huayan inspected the guild yesterday, he even saw people from Starlight Heavy Industries laying solar panels. For now, this place felt somewhat like a paradise. Time to get to work. Shu Huayan took out a blue card. Chapter 150, Dragon Valley Dungeon, and a Dragon Clan High Package bits you. Chu Mu also recognized Shu Huayan. What are you doing here? Wait. You aren't the one who took the task, are you? After a brief pause, Chu Mu realized. 10,000 pesos. Looks like your method is really profitable. Shu Huayan asked tentatively. When he heard the term 10,000 pesos, Chu Mu was completely sure that Shu Huayan was indeed the one who had taken the task. It's you? We don't want you to take the task. The girl in red next to Chu Mu said. All right then, I won't take it. Shu Huayan shrugged. At most. I'll just wait a few days until Zero Chio comes back. Wait, don't go. Hongjie, that dungeon has very few people in the entire Qingbu city who can complete it. And he is one of them. If we miss this chance, who knows when we'll get another. Chu Mu called out to Shu Huayan and then explained to the girl in red. Okay, fine. The girl in red finally acknowledged Chu Mu's statement, nodding slightly. I'm not working anymore, you know. Shu Huayan smirked. He hadn't intended to raise the price. However, since they had made such a fuss. Chapter 151, Dragon Valley Fire Dragon Domain Papa Fire Dragon Valley Hey, not bad. Shu Huayan grabbed the green card. Fire Dragon Egg Quality, Green Card Type, Dual Mode Exclusive Card Fire Attribute, Dragon Clan, 2 stars, Adjustment, Attack Power 300, Defense Power 200. Effect, when this card is sent to the graveyard, add a Fire Attribute Dragon monster from your deck or graveyard to your hand, excluding itself. With this card, the necessity for the ninja mask has decreased significantly. It serves as a lower-tier substitute, although it cannot accelerate tuning during the opponent's turn like the ninja mask. It still meets the tuning summoning conditions for Fire-Breathing Dragon X. As for the other white card, it was a 2-star Dragon Fish monster card with only 800 attack points. After putting away the 2 cards, Shu Huayan activated the Dragon Valley Dungeon card. A system prompt echoed in Shu Huayan's ears. Ding! Do you want to enter the Dragon Valley Dungeon? Yes. Shu Huayan replied. The next moment, he felt a strong sense of dizziness. Ding! Welcome to the Dragon Valley Map Branch, Fire Dragon Domain, Papa Fire Dragon Valley. Chapter 152, The Encounter Between Zero Chio and Yun Fei in the Bronze City. Zero Guild Base. Sister Yun Fei, someone is looking for you. A girl hurriedly ran to Yun Fei, who was studying the map on the wall. Who? Yun Fei didn't turn around but continued to look at the map, her finely sculpted brows unconsciously furrowing. There are 2 people, one is wearing a purple Zero-style armor. But this person is just another servant. The other is a very beautiful woman with a strong aura, specifically asking for you. Oh? Upon hearing Cherry mention the purple Zero-style armor, Yun Fei finally shifted her gaze from the map, starting to take it seriously. A purple card Zero-style armor. Could it be a member from the beta test looking for me? Yun Fei speculated. Her suspicion wasn't unfounded. Although the current aerial domain was not controlled, and outsiders had the opportunity to obtain Zero-style armor, most of those who possessed Zero-style armor were originally members of the Zero Guild from that time. Let's go meet them. If we can recruit them, it would count as a first-class combat force. Yun Fei gestured for Cherry to lead the way. Chapter 153, Wrath of the Fire Dragon, and the Demon Tyrant Dragon Boss. With just a simple strike, this boss creature was instantly killed by Shu Huayin. Now, ordinary bosses can hardly withstand a single move in Shu Huayin's hands. The corpse of the explosive flame dragon boss fell down. A purple card emerged from the corpse of the explosive flame dragon boss. Anger of the Fire Dragon quality, purple card type, skill card effect, consume 50 stamina to unleash a dragon breath attack. Description: anger affects the power of flames to some extent. Series, Dragon Valley series of restriction, strength 100 points, acquisition, Dragon Valley. Black-hearted merchant. Dual mode effect, counter trap card, if there is a Fire Dragon egg fossil, or Fire Attribute Dragon Synchro monster on your field. This card can be activated directly from your hand. When there are Fire Attribute Dragon monsters on your field, the opponent's activated spells, traps, and monster effects are negated and destroyed. A powerful move. After reading the card attributes, Shu Huayin felt a slight joy. He was still missing a big move. His current output was too smooth. A big move is very useful in many situations. Chapter 154, Fire Dragon Egg Fossil. Shu Huayin quickly fled towards the narrow valley ahead. He did not make any counterattacks, just desperately fleeing away. Like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Boom! A flame exploded not far behind Shu Huayin. The shockwave from the explosion caused Shu Huayin to stumble forward. He fell to the ground, covered in dirt. However, the good news was that he finally reached his predetermined battlefield. Come on, big lizard. Shu Huayin continued to provoke this boss. A dragon breath attack came down. And Shu Huayin fled into a small cave, looking completely flustered. The demon tyrant dragon was finally tricked. It swooped down from the sky, extending a claw towards the cave entrance where Shu Huayin was hiding. Seeing the approaching claw, a cold light flashed in Shu Huayin's eyes. He swung the white tiger knife down. A massive claw was instantly chopped off, and a wailing sound echoed throughout the valley. Shu Huayin followed the claw of the demon tyrant dragon as it withdrew. The white tiger knife stabbed out, creating a large hole in the wing of the demon tyrant dragon. Then, he pulled down. Chapter 155, adding sand. There are still 2 Fire Dragon egg fossils left. Shu Huayin appeared to be deep in thought. After looking at the attributes of the Fire Dragon egg fossil, Shu Huayin was determined to obtain the remaining 2 Fire Dragon egg fossils and the Fire Dragon Valley card. After some contemplation, Shu Huayin recalled the boss he had defeated by the water earlier. Since this Fire Dragon egg fossil was in the lair of the demon tyrant dragon boss, could there also be a Fire Dragon egg fossil in the lair of the explosive flame dragon boss? Without hesitation, Shu Huayin went to the lake where he had previously killed the explosive flame dragon boss after leaving the lair of the demon tyrant dragon boss. The lair should be next to that lake. Sure enough, after a thorough search, Shu Huayin found a lair on the cliff. Is it here? Shu Huayin climbed the canyon wall with his bare hands, and after more than a minute of climbing, he found an opening in the wall. This opening was quite conspicuous. A small flame appeared at Shu Huayin's fingertips, illuminating the surrounding environment. This lair was smaller than the lair of the demon tyrant dragon. Chapter 156, Underwater Treasure. Remaining time, 2 hours 23 minutes 12 seconds. Shu Huayin glanced at the countdown of the dungeon. The countdown was still slowly decreasing. He felt extremely anxious. He had conducted a thorough search of the entire valley, but to no avail. He had clearly searched every nook and cranny of the valley, but he just couldn't find the 3rd Fire Dragon egg fossil. Without the 3rd Fire Dragon egg fossil, he wouldn't be able to obtain the Fire Dragon Valley card. From the current situation, the 3 cards Fire Dragon Valley, Fire Dragon egg fossil, and Anger of the Fire Dragon formed a small loop. Without a Fire Dragon Valley, he couldn't complete the cycle. Strange, I should have searched everywhere. Shu Huayan scratched his head in frustration. Especially the 2 dragon lairs. He had searched both of them several times. Could it be in the sky? Shu Huayan's mind raced as he looked up at the sky. There was nothing in the sky except for a few clouds. It seemed there was only one possibility. Shu Huayan murmured to himself and then quickly ran towards the lake at the mouth of the canyon. Chapter 157, Fire Dragon Valley. I knew it. It must be a golden card. Shu Huayan felt a surge of joy in his heart. This time, he hit the jackpot. He turned his hand, and the content of the card appeared before his eyes. Fire Dragon Valley quality, gold card type, commemorative card effect, intermediate flame resistance, immune to flame damage from purple cards, and reduces purple card flame damage by half. This card takes effect when carried in the backpack. Description: reward for completing full exploration of Fire Dragon Valley. Acquisition: completing full exploration of Fire Dragon Valley series. Dragon Valley series. Restriction: this card is exclusive to player Mingjing Jishui, dual mode. Effect: field magic card. When this card is activated, add 1 Fire Dragon Egg Fossil, or Anger of the Fire Dragon, from the deck or graveyard to your hand. During the opponent's turn. When you special summon Fire Dragon Egg Fossil, you can perform 1 synchro summon. While this card is on the field, you cannot special summon monsters other than dragon-type monsters. Restriction: in dual mode, only one of this card can be included. Although it is not a dual mode exclusive card, it seems to be similar. Intermediate flame resistance doesn't really help me. Chapter 158, Pinocchio's Adventures. The New Day. The Old Times Grocery Store. The owner, Old Huang, had just opened the door and hung the sign for business when a young man hurriedly walked into the shop. It seemed like he had been waiting at the door for a long time. Welcome. The owner, Old Huang, smiled with joy. Did business come right as he opened the door? Shu Huayan stepped into the store, his eyes quickly scanning the interior. Not long after, that sticker for kids was found by Shu Huayan. Shu Huayan strode over to the sticker with a clear goal. Mask sticker. Description: perhaps a key tested in some way. Price: 8,000 pesos. In this store, all item descriptions appear quite upscale. When Shu Huayan arrived at the counter with the mask sticker, he felt the shopkeeper, Lao Huang's, smile stiffen a bit. I want this. Shu Huayan placed 8 1,000 pesos cards on the counter and said, Welcome to visit again. The shopkeeper Lao Huang's face twitched. However, he could only watch Shu Huayan leave with the mask sticker. After Shu Huayan left, he cursed, damn it. Chapter 159, Justice is to seek happiness for the people. Red Copper City. Zero Guild. Sister Chio, here are the healing cards you wanted, along with a few druid class cards and a matching transformation card. Yan Fei handed a backpack to Zero Chio. Zero Chio opened the backpack and checked carefully. It's not that I don't trust you, it's better to be cautious. This is the other half of the payment, count it. After counting, Zero Chio handed a large bundle of pesos to Yan Fei. No need, I trust Sister Chio. Yan Fei just glanced briefly and said, Then I'll be leaving. Your task is to unite with the other 4 medium guilds to resist the expansion of the Red Copper Self-Discipline Association. Once the fog clears, I will deal with the Red Copper Self-Discipline Association. Zero Chio advised at last. Understood, I will do my best. Yan Fei nodded repeatedly. Then goodbye, I should head back. Goodbye, Sister Chio. Yan Fei watched Zero Chio leave, seeing the 2 figures of Zero Chio and Zero Dong disappear from view. As they left, Ying Dao approached Yan Fei and asked with some confusion, Sister Yan Fei, even if she was your guild leader in the game before, there's no need to be so humble, right? Chapter 160, Oriana's Ghost Mask Curse. Fire Dragon Village Dungeon. Shu Huayan cannot go for now. When Zero Chio returns and heals me, I will go acquire some dragon cards. For now, I should go to this dungeon. Xu Huayan took out the mask sticker, thought for a moment, and stuck it on the back of his hand. When he peeled off the sticker, a hideous ghost face mask pattern appeared on Xu Huayan's hand. It exuded a strange aura. If I remember correctly, next, I just need to find a dark environment to enter the dungeon. Xu Huayan summoned a fire-breathing dragon and headed back to the base. If he remembered correctly, there was a cellar at home. The cellar should meet the condition of having no light. Riding the fire-breathing dragon, Xu Huayan returned to the base and went to the cellar. This cellar was originally used for storing food and is now also used as a warehouse. Xu Huayan entered the cellar and sealed it up. Once all the light disappeared, Xu Huayan suddenly felt the mask pattern on the back of his hand start to change. Chapter 161, Ninja Mask in Hand. Screech, accompanied by a scream. The entire castle seemed to shake violently. Then, the main door exploded open. Originally, a sealing nail needed to be replaced on the door. But now it was not only not replaced, Oriana had also gained enhancement. This place could no longer confine her. Black flames burned around Oriana. A terrifying pressure radiated from Oriana. Xu Huayan felt a wave of tightness in his chest. Oriana, Epic Boss, had upgraded to Epic after absorbing the power of the diary fragments. This was a whole new realm. Innately possesses an Epic Field. Epic Field immune to all damage below purple cards, 50 damage reduction from purple cards. At this level, human wave tactics are a joke. Oriana transformed into a shadow that was almost invisible and darted in a direction. Xu Huayan hurriedly followed. Next was the key to this dungeon. Epic Boss Lister. The final boss of this hidden main quest. What players need to do is assist Oriana in defeating Lister. Oriana was running too fast. Chapter 162, Little Account Xu Huayan. On a towering mountaintop, a young girl was panting heavily. Crystal sweat dripped from her face, and her whole body trembled significantly with each breath. However, her eyes were filled with immense joy, because a purple card appeared in her hand. Ding! Congratulations on completing the jump trial, difficulty level 4, reward purple card, jump. A system prompt sounded in the girl's ear. Jump quality, purple card type, blessing card effect, physique 30, agility 50, additional skill, double jump, description, spin, jump. Elegant dance steps restriction, this card must be stacked on the blue card, jump, and all jump cards only take effect with the highest quality one. Restriction, this card is bound to player Shiyuru series, jump series acquisition method, jump trial, this is a card that can only be obtained from the jump trial. Finally got it, now I am also a 4-slot player. Shiyuru stacked this purple card, jump, onto the blue card, jump, in her slot. Bone King Shield, jump, Ice Sword. Chapter 163, Sister, I want to try again. What is fortune and what is misfortune? Misfortune cannot be avoided. Open it and see. Even if you don't open it, it will open automatically. Zero Chio said. Just like pulling a 10 consecutive cards to get gold. Whether to choose to open it now is the same concept as whether to skip the animation, it has already been drawn. There is no such thing as not opening it, meaning you didn't draw. Alright. Zero Dong anxiously held the capsule in her hand. She carefully opened the capsule. A golden light burst forth from the capsule. Immediately afterwards, a system prompt sound appeared in Ling Dong's ear. Ding, you have received a golden penalty, permanent buff Bloodburn. Bloodburn, every time you deal damage to an enemy, you will take 5 damage from this attack. Every time you take damage, your strength attribute increases temporarily by 1 point. Lasting for 30 seconds, and you can gain up to 100 points of strength in this way. When Ling Dong heard the system prompt in his ear, his expression instantly turned very ugly. What's wrong? You don't look too good. Did you draw a penalty? Ling Qiu sensed something was wrong and asked. Sister, I might be doomed. Chapter 164. 3-slot players still count as high combat power just come back. Xu Huayin took out the already stored and ready to retire Heaven and Earth longevity, and placed it in the 4th slot of his clone. This was like a retired old cadre being re-employed at lightning speed. Mainly because there were no suitable cards available. He actually had quite a few purple cards in hand. But the most suitable one for the assassin route was still this Heaven and Earth longevity. Cards like a water avoidance pearl and a rock control were also purple cards. But they were not a good fit. Compatibility is key. The difference between a mixed bag and a series of cards is too great. Just like Xu Huayin. Even though he had a red card in hand, he was not a match for Ling Qiu, who only had one red card. It was purely a one-sided beatdown. Xu Huayin still remembered that there was someone in the Zero Guild named Qianming. Qianming, the white apostle among the 8-color apostles of the Zero Guild. This person was ranked about 812th in the arena. Xu Huayin had fought this guy a few times, with a win rate of about 55. This person didn't have a single red card. He relied solely on a complete set of Zero system cards, and was able to match Xu Huayin's main body clone. Chapter 165. Ling Qiu returns after finishing lunch and sending off Shiyuru. Xu Huayin comfortably took a nap on the sofa. He didn't know how long it had been. Xu Huayin felt a tickle in his nose and suddenly woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a familiar pretty face. Ling Qiu was playfully twisting a strand of her hair into a little broom and gently brushing it across his face. Ling Qiu, you're back?" Xu Huayin asked. Somewhat surprised. "Finally back. How did it go? Did you gain anything this time? How did the talks with Yun Fei go?" Xu Huayin fired off several questions in succession. He. Ling Qiu smiled with her eyes curved. "Don't rush, I'm not going anywhere. Ask one by one," she said. With that, Ling Qiu sat down on the sofa and stretched her shoulders. She tossed a backpack over to him. Xu Huayin immediately opened the backpack to check. Inside were dozens of scattered cards, including the Blessing Rain, and a Nature's Power cards he had bought last time, as well as a Druid Profession card, Bear Transformation, and other cards. Although they were all just blue-level cards, they could still sell for a decent price. Chapter 166. The Traitor Zhong Yangham. Ling Qiu suddenly sat up from the sofa. Upon hearing that the Qingmu Self-Discipline Society was going to establish a guild, she couldn't sleep anymore. This is suspicious. What a coincidence. Ling Qiu forced herself to focus and said, "As soon as I return, the Qingmu Self-Discipline Society is going to raid the guild and establish a guild. This timing is too coincidental. Don't leave, come over and tell me what's going on." Ling Qiu called out to Shiyuru, who was still pretending not to see. She urged Shiyuru to come back quickly. "It's not break time now." "Wait, how did you find out?" Xu Huayin asked. Compared to the content of the news, Xu Huayin was more concerned about how Shiyuru got the news so quickly. "I don't know, a mysterious person delivered the news to our people stationed in Qingmu City. The authenticity cannot be fully confirmed for now, but I also received news about our people. All members of the Qingmu Self-Discipline Society and the Justice Alliance active in Qingmu City suddenly left." Shiyuru replied. Moreover, news came from the Qingmu No. 1 gathering place that the Qingmu Self-Discipline Society is making big moves. Based on my judgment, I am nearly 90% sure of the authenticity of this news. Chapter 167. The assistants from Starlight Heavy Industries. Ling Qiu chose to lend out the purple cards from the warehouse. There were already several purple cards in the warehouse. The secret of the holy water is currently known only to core personnel. This secret must not be leaked. Mainly, it cannot let a major force like the Qingmu Self-Discipline Society know. Otherwise, if they start mass-producing 3-slot players, the strength of the Qingmu Self-Discipline Society will dramatically increase. "It has to be this way," Xu Huayin said. Just as Xu Huayin finished speaking, a phone rang in the empty living room. What's going on? Why is someone calling at this time? Xu Huayin and Ling Qiu instinctively exchanged glances. They both felt quite surprised. I have a feeling that this call might be a turning point. Xu Huayin had a vague premonition. This call might bring something unexpected. Oh? So confident. Want to make a bet? Ling Qiu surprisingly still had the mood to gamble at this moment. This mindset was indeed quite strong. If I lose, I'll cover breakfast for the next month. If you lose, you cover. How about that? Ling Qiu asked. Deal. You're definitely going to lose, Xu Huayin said confidently. Chapter 168, The Commercial Alliance and Feng Xiao's arrival in the Lin Mining Conference Room. Two representatives from Wuxing Fruits and Sunshine Electronics arrived. The current head of the Lin Group, Lin Hai, greeted them. Welcome, both of you. Lin Hai exchanged pleasantries. All right, Master Lin, no need for pleasantries. I'm sure you know about the joint actions of the Qingmu Self-Discipline Society and the Justice Alliance. The Eternal Life Guild is also making big moves now. If we don't act, we are just waiting to die, said the representative from Wuxing Fruits. The significant actions of the Qingmu Self-Discipline Society directly triggered a series of chain reactions. I wonder what Master Lin is considering. We three are all merchants. This kind of game for dominance is not suitable for us. Moreover, our power is relatively weak. And we don't have any combat power to bring to the table. Whether it's the Aoki Self-Discipline Association or the Eternal Life Guild. They are not entities we can contend with. Our idea, at Sunshine Electric, is to form a business alliance among the three of us. Not to participate in the struggles of the Eternal Life Guild and the Aoki Self-Discipline Association. Whoever wins will be the boss. And we will surrender directly and integrate into it. Business development cannot be separated from our support, it doesn't matter who rules. We will continue to be our merchants and pay protection fees to the boss. Chapter 169, Distribution of Defense Zones. Thank you for the support, we will remember today's assistance. Xu Huayin also bowed to Feng Xiao and expressed gratitude. Without questioning Feng Xiao's intentions. Just the willingness to assist today carries the risk of being targeted by the Aoki Self-Discipline Association. This favor must be repaid. Feng Xiao's actions today can be seen as choosing sides. It is only right to reciprocate such proactive allegiance. Thank you, President Xu. Feng Xiao felt delighted, as he understood Xu Huayin's implied meaning. Today, our Starlight Heavy Industries team is at your service. The 20 players from Starlight Heavy Industries with 3 or more card slots have arrived. The 20 players from the Eternal Life Guild with 3 or more card slots have also arrived, along with 60 players with 2 card slots. Once everyone was gathered together, Ling Qiu took out a purple card. Guild Order Quality, Purple Card Type, System Item Effect, one of the necessary conditions to establish a guild acquisition method, probability drop from epic level and above bosses, unscrupulous merchants. System events, are we all ready? If so, we will set off. Ling Qiu scanned all the individuals below and asked. Chapter 170, Brother. You must lose on the eastern city wall. Ling Qiu propped her hands on the parapet, gazing far into the distance. What professions are you all? Please tell me the situation according to your class paths. Ling Qiu inquired. She wasn't very familiar with the strength of these Starlight Heavy Industries individuals, and took this opportunity to understand before the first wave of offense began. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in every battle. On the other side, on the western city wall, Xu Huayin was doing something similar to Ling Qiu. He looked at several Starlight Heavy Industries members following him. Ranged and melee were arranged in 2 rows. Xu Huayin was also trying to understand those assigned to him, although he felt that he should be enough on his own. On the southern city wall, Yuru, I'm counting on you, I'll buff you up. Ling Dong stuck out his tongue and said to Shi Yuru. The two had nearly 40 familiar individuals under their command, which they could use directly. What is going on? Where's your zero-type weapon? Shiyuru asked, somewhat puzzled. Why has Ling Dong changed since returning this time? Cough. It's all my fault for being careless. Ling Dong scratched his head awkwardly and briefly explained the capsule machine incident. Chapter 171, The first wave offense. The battle officially began. A brownish-yellow sphere appeared in Li Ming's hand. Li Ming brought his hands together, and a barrage of earth projectiles shot towards Feng Xiao. Then, he charged towards Feng Xiao, following the projectiles. Upon seeing this, Feng Xiao remained calm. Instead, he stretched out a hand towards the sky. In the next moment, a robot about 5 meters tall appeared at his location. The robot folded up and transformed into a dump truck, charging towards Li Ming. Seeing this, Li Ming was stunned. What is this? An entirely unfamiliar tactic. Moreover, he was moving quickly now. Even if he wanted to dodge, it was too late. A piercing screech of brakes sounded. However, it still didn't stop completely. Accompanied by a loud bang, Li Ming was propelled several meters away. Luckily, the brakes were timely, otherwise, he would have suffered severe injuries. Cough, cough, cough. Li Ming got up from the ground, coughing several times, blood coming from his mouth. However, it seemed he wasn't too severely injured. Impressive, I lost. Li Ming wiped the blood and said gratefully. Chapter 172, The possibility of competing for the first guild. Undying Dog's Belt. Quality, purple card type, equipment card, effect, strength 30. Constitution 30, Undying Dog's protection. Slowly recovers injuries in non-combat status. Description, the divine power of the Undying blesses this belt. Restrictions. The equipped card holder must have a dog-related bloodline card, or a Doomsday Series card of the Evil Dragon in their card slots. Acquisition method, dropped from dog-type bosses, unscrupulous merchants. The dueling mode effect, continuous magic card, restores 500 health points each turn. When Xu Huayin saw the card's contents, his eyes slightly narrowed. The card's attributes were average, falling within the normal range for purple cards. The inherent effect of the card even seemed a bit useless. Slow injury recovery in non-combat status. If it were injury recovery in combat status, it might be useful, but in non-combat status, isn't that a pure waste of effect? However, the equipment condition of this card was very interesting. It required holding a dog-related bloodline card, or a Doomsday Series card of the Evil Dragon. This equipped condition reminded Xu Huayin of a card he had obtained before. Chapter 173, The second wave. A dark wave of beasts approached from afar. Xu Huayin gazed into the distance. The number of beasts in the second wave was at least double that of the first wave, and their quality seemed to be twice as good as well. The monsters attacking this time were a large group of green-skinned goblins. Xu Huayin could see 2 particularly large boss creatures from afar. Goblin King, boss creature, along with over a dozen elite goblins of various colors, and more than 200 goblin minions. How does it feel? Did the goblin family come? If luck is good, we might assemble a set to unlock the 4th card slot of the goblin series. After identifying the monsters, Xu Huayin jumped down from the city wall again. He could handle these monsters alone. As the goblin army surged forward, Xu Huayin pointed his hand towards the sky. In an instant, at least 20 to 30 fireballs the size of water tanks quickly condensed above his head. This was the fire ability of the Fire Element Manipulator. It was an elemental attack that consumed physical strength to execute. This was Xu Huayin's first large-scale use of such a powerful ability. It felt a bit extravagant. Chapter 174, Xiao Nanshan's Awareness. Let's check the loot. Xu Huayin began to look at the cards he obtained this time. Goblin King, quality, purple card type, dual mode exclusive card, fusion monster, dark attribute, attack power 2800. Defense power 1600. Fusion materials, Goblin Field Monsters X3 effect. When this card is successfully special summoned, you can destroy one card on your opponent's field. When this card is destroyed, you can special summon one Goblin Field monster from the graveyard. Series, Goblin Series Acquisition Method, dropped by Goblin King. Black-Hearted Merchant, this should be the hardest card to obtain in the Goblin series, right? Xu Huayin looked at the card's attributes. With this card in hand, it should be possible to unlock the fourth card slot with a bit of effort. However, for someone like him who had already unlocked the fourth card slot, it didn't hold much value and could only be traded. The other cards were all from the Goblin series. With this trip, Xu Huayin had gathered more than half a deck of Goblin series cards. Why do I feel like if I team up with the others on the city walls, we could complete a whole set of Goblin series cards? Chapter 175, Facing Kagedo. What an ugly monster. Xu Huayin proactively confronted the seventh wave of monsters on the west city wall. Kagedo, elite boss, had reached the level of an elite boss. And even Xu Huayin did not dare to be careless. This boss was about 2 meters tall, slightly taller than Xu Huayin. Its entire body was a silvery grey color, with dozens of green crystals about the size of a fist protruding from its surface. Xu Huayin raised his white tiger blade and slashed at the face of the boss named Kagedo. Kagedo's tentacle-like arms quickly intertwined, weaving into a shield that blocked in front of it. The white tiger blade struck down, and the tremendous force pushed Kagedo back a step. Of course, as an elite boss, its combat power was extremely strong. This strike did not cause it any harm. But Xu Huayin's attack was not over. This was just the beginning. A massive fireball began to condense in his hand, directed at the boss. Finally, it forced the boss back. However, the boss appeared to have suffered no injuries. This was a bit troublesome. Chapter 176, Will of Mortals. On the West City Wall, under Xu Huayin's continuous assaults, the Kagedo boss finally could not hold on any longer. After being slashed by Xu Huayin, it was full of openings. Xu Huayin knew it was time to end the battle. Dragon Fury. A fireball radiating intense heat quickly condensed in his hand. Purple card skill Dragon Fury. The searing fireball exploded on Kagedo boss, engulfing it in a violent explosion, flames raging, crackling sounds echoing. Kagedo let out a pained roar, its massive body swaying in the flames. Xu Huayin did not relax for a moment, seizing the opportunity. He darted toward Kagedo boss like a ghost. The long knife in his hand glimmered with a cold light, appearing particularly dazzling in the firelight. As he approached Kagedo boss, he suddenly leaped up, bringing down his long knife with force. The blade flashed, and Kagedo boss's head fell to the ground in response. This terrifying existence that had wreaked havoc finally fell under Xu Huayin's blade. A purple card emerged from the boss's corpse. Finally taken down. Xu Huayin stood beside Kagedo boss's corpse, panting, sweat soaking his clothes. Chapter 177, Let's Fight Together. This card. After reading the effects of the card, Shiyuruo was slightly taken aback. The Will of Mortals. With the 4 Kagedo bosses defeated, now, only the one small monster that had been deliberately left was left. All other monsters from the 7th wave had been killed. Shiyuruo returned to the city wall. We should be the last ones here. Let us call Sister Chiyo and the others over. Shiyuruo said weakly. No need for you to say, I've already called them. Yuruo, you're amazing. Being able to solo an elite boss. Ling Dong did not hold back his praise. The looks directed at Shiyuruo were filled with admiration. This kind of admiration was different from that for Ling Chiyo. Ling Chiyo's was unmatched power, while Shiyuruo's was the courage to challenge the strong with a weak body and win. It was just a result of many coincidences. Shiyuruo was not carried away by her victory. She was very clear about the randomness of this encounter. While the two were conversing, Xu Huayin, Ling Chiyo, Feng Xiao, and Ma Zhendong all arrived. Sister Chiyo, Ming Ji, we've taken them all down, there's just one monster left below that's being controlled. Chapter 178, Vampire Demonis, Epic Boss, Ma Zhendong, take down the last small monster. Xu Huayin instructed Ma Zhendong. This was the last monster of the 7th wave. Once it was defeated, the final wave of enemies would appear. Okay. Ma Zhendong replied. A massive ice bullet fell from the sky, smashing into the last small monster. It directly blew off the monster's head. The corpse fell, and a green card emerged from the monster's body. Ma Zhendong was quite lucky. This small monster actually dropped a card. With the last small monster of the 7th wave defeated, a system prompt sounded in the sky. Ding! The 7th wave of attacks has ended, and the 8th wave of attacks has begun. In this wave, extremely powerful enemies will appear. Please prepare yourselves. Even the system's prompt mentioned extremely powerful enemies, which indicated the strength of the final wave of enemies. All units fall back, locate the final epic boss, and report its position immediately. Ling Qiu ordered. The direction of the epic boss's appearance is randomly chosen among the 4 directions. Not long after, the news spread. The epic level boss appeared at the eastern city wall. Chapter 179, the terrifying epic level boss. Was this rushed? Is this really an epic level boss? Although he had some psychological preparation. When Xiao Nantian saw the terrifying power of the epic level boss, he was still shocked. It was too terrifying. Not far away, under the city wall, there were 10 players divided into 2 teams. One team had 6 people, and the other had 4. Among these 10 people, 6 were from their Qingmu Self-Discipline Association, and 4 were from the Justice Alliance. Xiao Nantian really didn't expect that the Justice Alliance would have so many 4-slot players. It seemed he had underestimated the Justice Alliance before. Opposite these 10 people was a cyclopean giant boss, its body resembling a small mountain, with only one eye. One person stood at the forefront, directly engaging in battle with the cyclopean giant boss. Li Feng. How is this guy so strong? Although he was completely no match for the cyclopean giant boss, he was enveloped in a layer of white mist that resembled the sun, making people feel a sense of comfort. The key was that it seemed like every attack directed at him could somehow be transferred to the other 3 people, and then passed on to other members of the Justice Alliance. Relying on this method, Li Feng was able to withstand the attacks of the cyclopean giant boss by himself. Chapter 180, Killing the Epic. A beam of healing light infused into Ling Qiu's body, restoring her injuries. After activating overload, Ling Qiu's power attribute further closed the gap with the vampire Demonis boss. Moreover, this vampire Demonis boss was also injured. Although it was only at the level of a light injury, her speed and strength were diminishing. Kill her. Ling Qiu appeared somewhat rough. The laser sword in her hand struck harder with each blow. From this battle, Xu Huayin clearly saw the gap between himself and Ling Qiu. Series cards were much stronger than scattered cards, and they would grow stronger with the increase of series cards. Each of his current cards had a high single card quality, at least not worse than Ling Qiu's. However, the gap had already been widened. Die. Xu Huayin also went all out. He would deal with the dragon explosion later. First, he needed to take down this boss. With the support team, the boss gradually fell into a disadvantage. However, if Xu Huayin remembered correctly, Ling Qiu's burst skill seemed to have a time limit, and it also had serious after effects, right? Chapter 181, Vampire Blood Pool, Frost Swordsman Dungeon, Qingzhuan Bird. Okay. Xu Huayin responded, helping Ling Qiu up, and then they walked together to the side of that golden card. He reached out and took the golden card into his hands. Vampire Blood Pool Quality, Gold, Card Type, Material Dungeon Card Effect, After Use. Up to 5 people can enter the Vampire Blood Pool Dungeon. Note: this dungeon specifically produces various vampire materials. Description: the Vampire Blood Pool is a place dedicated to transforming vampires. Acquisition method: dropped by epic level or higher vampire bosses. Black-hearted merchants. A dungeon card. After reading the card's content, Xu Huiyin handed the card to Ling Qiu. Take a look. It seems to be a dungeon that specifically produces vampire materials. It looks like we can almost build our vampire cottage dungeon. Xu Huiyin said. At this moment, there were only a few scattered small monsters left on the battlefield. Ma Zhentong, clear out the remaining monsters. Xu Huiyin called out to Ma Zhentong on the city wall. Sure thing. Ma Zhentong responded and began to clean up the small monsters. This dungeon was now basically complete, just waiting for the final touches. Chapter 182, Foot Washing. Accompanied by a flash of light, everyone returned to reality. Go thank Feng Xiao for his help. Ling Qiu, who was leaning on Xu Huayin's back, weakly whispered in his ear. All right. Xu Huiyin nodded in response. Brother Feng Xiao, thank you very much, we will remember the promise made earlier. Xu Huiyin looked at Feng Xiao and said. Thank you. Feng Xiao replied happily, cupping his fists. Ma Zhentong, take Feng Xiao down, everyone else, go rest. Yuruo. Gather the cards obtained during this battle. We will discuss rewards tomorrow, oh no, the day after tomorrow. Yes. Everyone complied and left. Xu Huiyin also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it was over. Xu Huiyin opened his card slots, now that he had left the dungeon. The slots were unlocked and could be changed. Xu Huiyin took down the white tiger knife from the second slot and replaced it with the newly acquired undying dog's belt. He needed to recover some health. Are you in a hurry to open the fifth card slot? Ling Qiu asked from behind. What's wrong? Why do you ask? Xu Huiyin inquired. Chapter 183, Safe Journey. Boom! A flame exploded on the Cyclopean giant boss, scorching it black. Under the delay from the Qingmu Self-Discipline Association, the movements of the Cyclopean giant boss became slower and slower. The huge blood hole in its belly caused its life force to drain continuously. Although this also provoked its ferocity, that ferocity was only temporary. Finally, the Cyclopean giant boss fell. In the dungeon, this was the last monster. The death of the Cyclopean giant boss meant that the Qingmu Self-Discipline Association had completed the guild establishment dungeon. Qingmu Self-Discipline Association. Xiao Nanqian announced the name of this guild. A system prompt sound rang out promptly. However, upon hearing the content of the system prompt, the joy on Xiao Nanqian's face froze. Ding! The Qingmu Self-Discipline Association completed the guild dungeon, establishing the Guild Qingmu Self-Discipline Association as the second guild of Qingmu City, rewarding the guild dungeon Flame Lion Dungeon. What is going on? ISNT at the first. How could it be the second? Even with Xiao Nanqian's temperament, he was momentarily filled with anger. Who was it? Who snatched the first place? All right, it was obvious who had taken it. Chapter 184, Basic Defense Array. The conditions for the dog belt were forgotten earlier, and have been modified. Hi, Xiling. Early in the morning, Xu Huiyin arrived at Xiling's shop. He had to leave for several days again, and before he left, he prepared to take Xiling to gather herbs one more time. You're here. Just in time, I'm almost out of medicinal materials. When Xiling saw Xu Huiyin arrive, her eyes sparkled as she rushed out of the shop, running beside Xu Huiyin. For Xiling, this little run was already a considerable exercise. By the time she reached Xu Huiyin, she was slightly out of breath. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Xiling looked up, her hands clasped behind her back, gazing at Xu Huiyin. Come up. Xu Huiyin nodded, grasped Xiling's hand, and gently pulled her in front of him. As usual, he wrapped his arms around Xiling's waist to prevent her from falling from the air. I made a fire essence from last time's flame flower, let me give you a few cards. Xiling took out 3 cards and handed them to Xu Huiyin. Fire essence quality, purple card type, one-time consumable card effect, after use, within 600 seconds, fire attribute damage 25 cooldown time, 1 hour, Chapter 185, The Chaotic Fire City finally. It arrived. In the midst of a fog, a young man carrying a fog lamp walked out from the mist. Seeing the unfamiliar surroundings, Xu Huayin immediately changed the contents of his card slot, replacing the non-combat enhancing fog lamp. Then, he began to carefully observe the surrounding environment. Not far away was a pond, and he could vaguely see several figures moving around. Let's inquire about the situation first. Xu Huayin strode toward the small pond. Soon, he saw 2 men and 1 woman by the pond. Among them, 1 man and 1 woman were players, and the other man was an NPC. This NPC man was wearing a very familiar outfit to Xu Huayin. It was Zhongji from the Fishing Association. All 3 of them had one thing in common: they were all holding a fishing rod. "Are you all fishing here?" Xu Huayin took out a fishing rod and greeted them. "Hey, this fishing friend looks a bit familiar." The male player glanced at the fishing rod in Xu Huayin's hand, but when he saw Xu Huayin's face, he was slightly surprised. "Ahem, I just started fishing recently," Xu Huayin replied somewhat sheepishly. Chapter 186, Fire Dragon. Why damn, am I late? What a wasted trip. Sitting on the back of the fire dragon, Xu Huayin saw the last guild beast dot on the system map disappear, and felt a bit disappointed as he punched the air in front of him. This meant that the guild beast had been taken down by the Dragon Guild in a fire city. Just a few minutes earlier, he could have arrived. In fact, if he looked down now, he could see a boss's corpse lying on the ground. But it was too late no matter what. It was just so coincidental. Like arriving at the bus stop just as the bus pulls away. What bad luck. Xu Huayin began to suspect he was cursed, feeling overly unlucky. It would be pointless to go now. He had thought about seizing the opportunity to grab some loot. Just as Xu Huayin was about to leave, suddenly he saw a fire dragon flying toward him. Who dares to spy on our Dragon Guild? The pursuing fire dragon had a person on it, who was warily guarding against Xu Huayin. The Dragon Guild, huh? Xu Huayin said with a hint of amusement. Yes, I am Long Chen, the president of the Dragon Guild. May I ask who you are? Chapter 187, Duel with Long Chen. Then let us begin, duel mode. Xu Huayin and Long Chen shouted simultaneously. In an instant, the field unfolded. Unlike simple duels, formal duels create a dedicated duel field. This time, it was a formal duel with 40 cards. Shuffle. The system automatically shuffled the 2 players' decks. The rules for formal duels are different from simple duels: the initial hand size, deck size, magic trap monster zones, etc. are all different. In a formal duel, both sides draw 5 cards at the start. The first player does not draw a card, while the second player can draw 1. There are 5 magic trap zones, plus 1 field magic dedicated zone, for a total of 6. The monster zones also total 6. With 5 monster zones and 1 extra monster zone. The deck limit is 40 to 60 cards, which is double that of a simple duel. The extra deck consists of 15 cards. And so on. These are the main differences. Alright, enough chit-chat. The duel field is set up. First, we'll guess who goes first. It is usually done by rock paper scissors. But if both players agree, other methods can be used, with coin toss being the most common. Best of 3, 3 rounds to win, Long Chen said. Chapter 188, Defeating Long Chen. He indeed has some strength. Xu Huayin felt it was a bit tricky. Mainly, his hand was stuck. Let us see. Xu Huayin took a deep breath and reached for his card pile, pulling a card into his hand. Here it comes. When he saw the drawn card, Xu Huayin felt a slight joy. Fire Dragon Egg Fossil. Here it comes. I'll switch Earth Dragon Scale to attack mode and attack Fire Dragon Y. Xu Huayin actively arranged for Earth Dragon Scale to sacrifice itself. Earth Dragon Scale, recklessly charged at a Fire Dragon Y. Boom! Earth Dragon Scale was easily smashed by a Fire Dragon Y's punch. 2900. A bright red damage number appeared above Shu Huayan's head. His life was once again reduced by 2900 points. He now had only 3500 life points left, not even half. I activate the effect of a Fire Dragon Scale. Since I have no monsters on my field, this card is special summoned. Fire Dragon Scale appeared on the field. Why didn't he recover? Shu Huayan was slightly surprised. No hurry, you continue, Long Chen said. It seemed he was aware that Shu Huayan was trying to bluff a recovery. In that case, let's change tactics. Chapter 189, Greed Messenger. We common folks are really happy today. Shu Huayan couldn't help but hum a tune. It was simply too exhilarating. He suddenly drew 4 dragon-type cards. Among them was a golden Fire Dragon Y. It seems that the Fire Dragon Village dungeon is almost ready. Shu Huayan appeared to be in a very good mood. While directing the Fire Dragon to fly towards the main city, he began to carefully examine the 4 cards he had obtained this time. First was a little Fire Dragon quality, green card type, creature card effect, summon a little Fire Dragon. When the little Fire Dragon dies, this card is discarded. Description: the juvenile form of the Fire Dragon, acquisition method, Dragon Tribe card pack draw, Dragon Valley. Black-Hearted Merchant, dual mode effect, 3 stars, fire attribute, Dragon Tribe, attack power 1000, defense power 500. Effect: release this card on the field to special summon a Fire Dragon from your deck. Is that really the only effect? It also occupies a summoning point. Forget it. I'll use it for now. Shu Huayan's Fire Dragon deck was still not very complete. He had to keep the useless cards like a Flame Flower. And definitely had to keep the ones with effects like Little Fire Dragon. Chapter 190, Fire Phoenix. It's time to get the Dragon Horn. The so-called Greed Messenger refers to someone cursed by greed. Once someone becomes a Greed Messenger, all card slots will be locked. The only way to unlock them is to lure players into the Greed Cave dungeon and induce them to open more than one treasure chest, turning them into their subordinates. The Greed Messengers. After transforming 3, the greed curse can be lifted. Shu Huayan remembered that this caused quite a stir at the time. It was suspected to be related to a large guild in the game called Greed's Touch. Besides the 3 major super guilds, there were also 7 large guilds. Sometimes, they merged to form the top 10 guilds, the top 3 and the bottom 7. Some said this was related to obtaining the red card, Greed. But such matters are hard to clarify, and as time passed, no one cared anymore. No need, I have something else to do. Shu Huayan didn't continue to pay attention to old Huang and turned to leave. Watching Shu Huayan's departing figure, the somewhat fawning smile on old Huang's face immediately disappeared. And he cursed. Another failure. At this moment, Shu Huayan had already returned to the Fire Flame Square. Chapter 191, Fat Catfish Boss Ding. Would you like to activate Fish Dragon Pearl to enter the Dragon Gate dungeon? A system prompt sounded in Shu Huayan's ears. Yes. Shu Huayan silently thought. The next moment, Shu Huayan felt darkness before his eyes. When he regained his vision, he found that he felt something was off all over his body. What happened? Shu Huayan opened his mouth, and several bubbles floated out. He struggled to move his hands and feet, but found them awkward. What is going on? At that moment, a system prompt rang in his ears. Ding, your identity is an ordinary carp, all card slots are locked. Please choose one of the 5 elements dragon scales as your initial equipment. Task 1, defeat the troublemaking fat catfish boss. Task reward, carp substitute technique. Task 2, find the other 4 dragon scales. Task reward, random 5 elements attribute purple card. Optional task, kill the elite boss, the slimy snake. Task reward, golden card, dragon horn. Optional task: carry the 5 elements attribute dragon scale, and a dragon horn, and cross the dragon gate. Chapter 192 Battle with Fat Catfish Boss. The setting sun cast a blood-red hue over Carp Village. A wave of fishy smell rose from the murky riverbed. A fat catfish boss stood arrogantly in front of Carp Village. The fat catfish waved its fan-like tail fin, scattering the water plants everywhere. Behind it, the loach soldiers brandished their whisker spears, driving the trembling carps into the corner of the coral reef. Last month's pearl tax was down by 3. The fat catfish's thick lips moved, a bluish venom oozing between its fangs. Do you think Lord Slimy Snake is busy repairing the Dragon Palace lately? So you can fool this general. It suddenly opened its huge mouth wide, its sharp teeth grazing the scales of Grandpa Carp, biting off a large chunk of coral. Tear off the weak and sickly scales to make materials for repairing the Dragon Palace. The fat catfish's command sent the loach soldiers rushing forward. Grandma Carp, with her wrinkled back, instantly bled as her scales were brutally torn off, producing a piercing ripping sound. The fat catfish licked the bloodstains at the corner of its mouth. Remember, every grain of sand in Carp Village belongs to the Lord. Having obtained what it wanted, the fat catfish prepared to leave with its minions. Just then, the fat catfish boss suddenly saw a shadow rapidly charging towards it. Overestimating itself, the fat catfish boss launched itself from the spot and charged at the shadow. Boom! With a collision sound, the fat catfish boss was knocked back half a step. But the shadow was blasted away. Who? Seeking death. The fat catfish boss let out a voice. When it saw Shu Huayan's appearance, it became even angrier. A fish from Carp Village actually dared to resist me. I will eat you right now. The fat catfish boss said angrily. Such trash talk had no effect on Shu Huayan. At this moment, Shu Huayan was digesting the insights from the previous impact. In an underwater environment, unless there are plenty of water plants, there is hardly any opportunity for ambush. All battles are frontal. In the previous attack, he hadn't used any skills. It was just a simple normal attack. It was also a test. This fat catfish boss's attributes were undoubtedly stronger than his. However, it seemed strong to a limited extent. He felt it had at most 200 points of strength and constitution. However, because of its large size, its health bar was thicker. Without the intervention of extraordinary power and technological power, the general natural survival rule is that size is justice, and tonnage is truth. So much nonsense. After roughly understanding the fat catfish boss's details, Shu Huayan activated skill enhancement. A red light immediately enveloped Shu Huayan, resembling burning flames. His constitution and strength attributes were enhanced, each gaining a boost of 50 points, lasting 15 seconds. HMPH. The fat catfish boss didn't back down, and once again collided hard with Shu Huayan. Just as the collision was about to happen, Shu Huayan accelerated again, and activated the skill charge. Double impact force was instantly applied to the fat catfish boss. But that wasn't all. Second stage Iron Mountain Crash. Shu Huayan exerted force again. To be precise, it was the second stage strength. It didn't necessarily have to take the form of Iron Mountain Crash. The fat catfish boss was already struggling to hold on. Chapter 193, Carp Substitute Technique. Under Shu Huayan's second stage strength, the fat body was directly sent flying by Shu Huayan. After the second stage strength ended, Shu Huayan's attacking power was almost exhausted, and he had no ability to continue attacking. However, that was enough. The second stage strength had combined all the force of the collision, which then returned to the fat catfish boss. The fat catfish boss was flipped over, lying belly up. It took a while for it to turn back over. You wait. The king won't let you go. The fat catfish boss tried to escape, uttering a harsh remark before fleeing in disgrace. However, Shu Huayan didn't want to let it go. Leave it to me. Shu Huayan blocked the fat catfish boss's path. The lobster soldiers and loach soldiers under the fat catfish boss's command seeing Shu Huayin send the fat catfish flying and unable to rise for a long time. Immediately scattered and fled. It wasn't that they didn't fight hard, it was just that the enemy was too strong. Even General Fat Catfish couldn't defeat him. They fled. There were just a bit too many of these small soldiers. Even if Shu Huayin had 100 hands, he couldn't stop them all. So, he simply didn't try to stop them. What do you want? Let me go, it's all that Slippery Snake's fault. The fat catfish boss pleaded for mercy. But unfortunately, it was of no use. Shu Huayin wasn't the saint protagonist of a children's channel. He directly delivered a reinforced head smash and killed the fat catfish boss. Ding! Congratulations on completing Task 1, Reward Card, Carp Substitute Technique. A blue card emerged from the corpse of the fat catfish boss. Carp Substitute Technique Quality, Blue Card Type, One-Time Consumable Card Effect. When receiving a fatal attack, this card automatically activates, turning the holder into a carp and randomly teleporting to any location within 5 kilometers, prioritizing areas with water. The holder will remain in carp form for 24 hours. After which they will return to normal, but will receive a weakness buff, with only a value of 10, lasting 7 days. Description: a secret technique of the Hashikoi Demon Clan acquisition method. Hashikoi Demon Clan, Carp Dungeon, Black-Hearted Merchant, O, a substitute card that can automatically trigger. Not bad, not bad. Shu Huayin said with great joy. This type of card belongs to life-saving cards. Among life-saving cards, there are also levels of quality. For example, those that can automatically trigger are better than those that can't. Those with fewer side effects are better than those with more side effects. Those with less randomness are better than those with more randomness, and so on. The effect of this life-saving card, while not the very best, is definitely considered average. From the perspective of the current stage, it can be considered a top-quality item. This is also the best life-saving card Shu Huayin has obtained so far. Shu Huayin's defeat of the fat catfish caused a stir in Carp Village. Just as Shu Huayin was checking his loot, a carp came to his side. Excuse me. Was that the power of dragon scales just now? Did you find the legendary dragon scales scattered throughout the village? It seems like it's not the one worshipped at the altar. Huh? Shu Huayin let out a surprised hum. This was the clue to the second dragon scale, wasn't it? Moreover, all 5 pieces of a dragon scale are in the village. Just then, the system prompt sounded again. The slippery snake will arrive in 2 hours, please prepare. Only 2 hours. Chapter 194 Defeat the Slippery Snake. Since there were only 2 hours, Shu Huayin didn't dare to delay. Where is the altar you mentioned? Shu Huayin asked. Follow me. The carp led the way, and Shu Huayin followed it into the village. Soon, Shu Huayin saw the carp statue embedded in the village, which was shining with a golden dragon scale. Found it, it's this one. Shu Huayin quickly swam to the carp statue. This is the courage scale worshipped by the village for generations. Only fish with enough courage can gain the recognition of this dragon scale. The carp explained. Courage scale, huh? Shu Huayin instinctively wanted to touch his chin. However, now his fish fins were too short to reach. Moreover, it seemed he didn't have a chin at the moment, right? Just as Shu Huayin was about to take that encourage scale, the NPC carp that had led the way spoke again. The incantation to collect this dragon scale is "My heart is like iron, unbreakable," said the leading carp NPC. If courage earns the golden scale's recognition, one will gain the power of the golden scale. Chapter 195, 5 Elements Armor, and Punishing the Slippery Snake. After hearing Shu Huayin's words, a group of carp stared wide-eyed at each other. At this point, Shu Huayin could only brace himself and continue. What if it works? The oppression of the slippery snake has made it impossible for all of us in Carp Village to live well. Only by defeating the slippery snake can we Carp Village find happiness, and allow future little carps to bubble without worry. For the happiness of us and our descendants. I am determined to fight to the death with the slippery snake. Defeat the slippery snake. This was already Xu Huayan's limit. If there was no effect after this, he would have no way out. Defeat the slippery snake. Defeat the slippery snake. At first, there were only a few sporadic shouts. However, gradually, the shouts grew louder until they became a tidal wave. Defeat the slippery snake. Under Xu Huayan's not-so-skillful speech and guidance, the entire carp village resonated. The sound was like a great bell. Amidst the calls of defeating the slippery snake, a shimmering, rich earthy yellow scale appeared in front of Xu Huayan. The earth dragon scale had a deeper color, much more intense than the gold dragon scale, and a water dragon scale. Ding, you can choose one from the attributes: Constitution 50, Strength 50, Earth Armor Technique Skill, and Earth Cannon Skill. Chapter 196, Cannon Fire, continue the cannon fire. P.S. The slippery snake is an elite boss. It was written incorrectly in the previous chapter, and has been corrected. Slippery snake. Xu Huayan launched an attack on the slippery snake boss. The battle between the two sides began. The villagers of Carp Village also started fighting with the minions brought by the slippery snake. Although it didn't have much effect, it mainly depended on the outcome between Xu Huayan and the slippery snake boss. After a brief exchange, Xu Huayan felt something was off. It wasn't that the slippery snake boss was too strong, but rather that the strength of this slippery snake boss seemed a bit weak. After he activated the enhancement skill, he felt that his attributes weren't too different from those of the slippery snake boss. However, during the tussle, his control over his body wasn't perfect enough to the bone-deep level, and he was swept away by the slippery snake's tail, being sent flying. His earth armor was also shattered. A mere carp dares to challenge me. The slippery snake boss began to trash talk. Xu Huayan directly ignored such unnutritious words. He swam out from the aquatic plants. He had sustained some minor injuries, but it wasn't a significant issue for now. Chapter 197, Dragon Horn, and Dragon Gate. Until the system gave a clear indication, the slippery snake boss was defeated. Xu Huayan then headed toward the murky area that had been bombarded by the earth cannon skill no less than 30 times. Here, Xu Huayan saw the corpse of the slippery snake boss, which had been blasted to bits by the earth cannon skill. I know you are trying to obscure my vision. Definitely up to no good, but I'm just not coming in, Xu Huayan said to the corpse of the slippery snake. After all, he was a card player. He had played the underworld card deck before. Bringing the opponent to despair was basic operation. Still trying to trick him. Wasn't that overthinking it? After a moment of sarcasm, Xu Huayan floated above the corpse and reached out to grab the golden card that was hovering nearby. Dragon Horn, quality, gold, card type, equipment card, effect, rain summoning technique. Master level water control technique. Description: the divine dragon is the god of rain, mastering the authority of precipitation. Acquisition method: jumping through the Dragon Gate dungeon. Restriction: defeat the slippery snake boss. Dual mode effect: all monsters on the field become dragon type. Allied dragon type monsters gain 500 attack. Enemy dragon type monsters lose 500 attack. Chapter 198, Information, and a dragon blast. Time passed second by second. In fact, it was only a matter of seconds. Xu Huayan felt as if his body was no longer his own. Well, this body wasn't originally his anyway. He felt he had lost control over this body. But that's a red card. With this thought, Xu Huayan felt as if he had regained some strength. After enduring hardships and collecting, he finally had a chance to obtain a red card. No matter what, he couldn't give up. In the next moment, Xu Huayan didn't know where the strength came from. He leaped fiercely in the reverse-flowing waterfall, breaking through the water and jumping to the top of the waterfall. He leapt over the illusory Dragon Gate. How could I, a card player, fall before a red card? Xu Huayan said softly, as his body passed through the Dragon Gate. The scales that had nearly lost color in the waterfall were immediately dyed with a layer of golden light. And the dragon horn on Shu Huayan's head no longer looked like just a decorative item. An unprecedented wonderful feeling flowed through Shu Huayan's body, washing away everything within. Chapter 199, The blurred hint of the 8th card slot. Divine power. Wait, could this be related to the opening of the 8th card slot? A flash of lightning crossed Shu Huayan's mind. He suddenly thought of something. The 8th card slot. During the internal test phase, the maximum was only the 7th card slot. The 8th card slot was different from the previous 7. After opening the 7th card slot, clicking on the locked 8th card slot only revealed a vague hint: become a deity. What does becoming a deity mean? This hint was too cryptic. He could only speculate and search for information. Shu Huayan considered himself a research enthusiast. Based on his investigations, becoming a deity required at least 3 conditions: divine position, divine fire, and divine power. The others were unclear. Let's not worry about this for now, it wasn't something to be concerned about at the moment. Shu Huayan completed the adjustments to his card slots. First card slot, Tiger Yin Yang, stacked with a Dragon Blast. Second card slot, White Tiger Blade. Third card slot, Power of the Giant Dragon. Fourth card slot, Fire Element Manipulator, is stacked with a Wrath of the Fire Dragon. Fifth card slot, 5 Elements Armor. Shu Huayan also made adjustments to the 5 card slots of his clone. First card slot, Stealth, is stacked with a Phantom Step. Chapter 200, The Terrifying Dragon Blast. After speaking, Shu Huayan once again looked towards the front where there were clearly 9 horses, but seemed to be one entity. Is it something like a formation? Shu Huayan muttered. As he saw the group charging with an unstoppable momentum, Shu Huayan appeared very calm. Just right to test the power. Shu Huayan thought of the Dragon Blast skill he had just obtained. He had to test its power first to determine how to use this skill in the future. Dragon Blast. Shu Huayan stood firm in place and activated this red card skill. In an instant, a high-level energy filled with divinity emanated from Shu Huayan's hand, transforming into a dragon-shaped energy and roaring forward. The dragon-shaped energy collided with the horses in an instant. The next moment, the 9 horses, which could crush a strengthened boss in a stampede, were directly engulfed by the dragon-shaped energy. Even this dragon-shaped energy did not cause too much obstruction. The dragon-shaped energy continued to roar forward, exploding against a small mountain. The mountain was directly flattened, turning into a wasteland. Shu Huayan himself felt like he was about to be overwhelmed by this divine power. Chapter 2010 Chiao and Xiling Dragon Gate World. Rain. A golden divine dragon was tumbling in the air. The sky gradually darkened. Before long, fierce winds began to howl. Boom! A series of thunder and lightning sounds erupted. Accompanied by the strong winds and thunder, large raindrops began to fall from the sky, quickly turning into a torrential downpour. Below, many villagers came out of their houses, kneeling towards Shu Huayan in the sky. Thank you, Dragon King. Thank you, Dragon King. The system's prompt sounded in Shu Huayan's ears. Ding. You have been named Dragon King by the villagers of Wangjia village, and you have obtained the virtual divine position of Dragon King. When you gain enough support from the people, it can be converted into a formal divine position. Current progress, 34,100,000. Listening to the system's prompt in his ears, Shu Huayan felt a bit dazed. He just noticed that the farmland below seemed quite dry, as if it hadn't rained for a long time. So he remembered his rain prayer skill and decided to test the power of this skill, while also helping the farmers water their fields. As a result, it turned into this divine position. Chapter 202 That Stinking Card Player. I, Hu Hansan, am back. Shu Huayan, carrying a fog lamp, walked out of the mist. Finally back. Come out. Shu Huayan beckoned with his hand. A large bird covered in red feathers appeared in front of him. The crimson feathers looked like burning flames. Outside the Fire Flame City area, this card had to be placed in the card slot to take effect. Home at last. A figure flashed through Xu Huayan's mind. I wonder what Zero Chio is doing now. The Fire Phoenix flapped its wings and flew towards the location of the base. The speed of the Fire Phoenix is still fast. Xu Huayan touched the Phoenix's feathers, which felt much better than the back of a fire-breathing dragon. The feathers were warm, giving a kind of electric blanket feeling. Before long, Xu Huayan returned to the vicinity of the base. When he arrived near the guild, he saw a familiar scene. A layer of light curtain seemed like an inverted bowl, covering the entire guild underneath. Ding, detected that you are a member of the guild, please enter. A small hole appeared in the formation light curtain. Xu Huayan crawled out through the hole. However, as soon as he entered the formation, he was surrounded by a flying snake, a griffin, and a hawk, 3 flying mounts. Chapter 203, 5 Elements Transformation Armor. Time flew by. The next day came. Ding. Player Zero Chio has transferred the Eternal Life Guild to player Mingjingji Shui. Congratulations to player Mingjingji Shui for becoming the president of the Eternal Life Guild. Ding. Player Zero Chio has been kicked out of the Eternal Life Guild. The 2 system prompts echoed in the ears of all members of the Eternal Life Guild one after another. However, it did not cause too much of a stir. The reason was, of course, that this matter had already been communicated in advance with the senior members. This was not a power shift. Just a temporary task. At this moment, in the base, Xu Huayan was giving Zero Chio a thumbs up. I didn't expect your skills to be quite good. Xu Huayan generously praised. This morning's breakfast was made by Zero Chio. In Zero Chio's words, this was called losing the bet. Of course, don't you see who I am? Hearing Xu Huayan's praise, Zero Chio's mouth curled up slightly. All right, take your time eating. I've also washed your socks, I'm heading to the Commercial Alliance. Zero Chio walked out of the base, waving at Xu Huayan as she went. Be careful, when you come back, I'll give you the vice president position back, letting you restore the 5th card slot. Chapter 204 Xu Huayan's relatives. Finally, it's a bit useful. Looking at the golden card, 5 Elements Transformation Armor, quietly lying in the 5th card slot, Xu Huayan couldn't help but smile. This effect. I can say it's half an epic level boss, right? Although the basic attributes are not as strong as an epic level boss. And the high level 5 element resistance can only immunize effects from purple cards and below. This is definitely not an exaggeration. He can now definitely be considered half an epic level boss. Or rather, more than half. Xu Huayan estimated that it should be between 0.6 and 0.8. After the joy, Xu Huayan began to seriously compare the changes before and after the upgrade. After upgrading from a purple card to a gold card, the values doubled, ha ha ha. The charm of language. Xu Huayan was amused by his own words. Originally, the values provided by the purple card, 5 Elements Armor, were 10 points in Strength and 10 points in Constitution. Now that it has been upgraded to the gold card, 5 Elements Transformation Armor, the values have changed to 20 points in Constitution and 20 points in Strength. It really just added a little bit, only 10 points in Constitution and 10 points in Strength. Chapter 205, Frost Swordsman Instance, in a world of ice and snow. A young man suddenly appeared here. Snowflakes fluttered, and the north wind howled. A snowflake landed on Xu Huayan's head. Ding, welcome to the Frost Swordsman Instance. You have received the following tasks. Task 1, kill 12 ice spirits. Task reward, ice armor X1. Task 2, kill the Frost Swordsman remains. Task reward, random ice attribute blue card. Optional task, please collect 5 inheritance fragments within 2 hours. Task reward, Frost Swordsman job card. The system's prompt sounded in Xu Huayan's ears. Xu Huayan reached up to brush away the snowflakes that had landed on his head. Up to now, No one has completed the optional task. Are they all missing 3 fragments? Xu Huayin muttered to himself. Before entering the instance, he found Xiu Ru and obtained some information about this instance. The difficulty of the first 2 tasks was quite normal. The main focus was on the last optional task. After several days of exploration by all guild members, the current clues are as follows. There are a total of 5 fragments, each with its own number. From number 1 to number 5. Chapter 206, Old Friends, Ice Shield. There's also this card. Xu Huayin quickly walked to a puddle ahead, and pulled out the white card from the ice sprite monster he had just defeated. Job Fragment 1, Description, one of the fragments for the Frost Swordsman job transfer. Restrictions, this card cannot be taken out of the Frost Swordsman dungeon. The first fragment is in hand. Xu Huayin glanced at the card's content and continued forward. There are only about 18 ice sprite monsters on the entire map. More than half have already been eliminated. Next, there are 2 more waves of monsters. Xu Huayin still did not take action. Fire Phoenix could easily handle it. He was no longer just crushing this level of dungeon. The 4th wave of monsters yielded no results. After defeating the 5th wave of monsters, he finally obtained another white card. Did it drop? Xu Huayin eagerly opened the card. However, his expectation quickly froze on his face. Ice Shield Quality, White Card Type, Skill Card Effect, consume 2 points of mental power to generate an ice shield on your body surface. Description, a basic way to use ice elements, acquisition method, monster drops, system events, card pack draws, Black-Hearted Merchants. Chapter 207, Do you like Ling Qiu? 2 hours later. Xu Huayin appeared somewhat unlucky at the Eternal Life Guild's stronghold. Such things should really be handled by a dedicated strategy team. He wondered how those deep hidden puzzles were discovered. Xu Huayin said somewhat dejectedly. The Ice Dragon Heart didn't drop either. After spending several hours, it was all in vain. Anyone's confidence would take a hit. Thinking about it, it made sense. With 100 people in the guild, some had gone in 3 times and still couldn't find Fragment 3. It's normal that I can't find it. Xu Huayin found a reason for himself. After struggling in the dungeon for several hours, it was almost noon. After having a meal, Xu Huayin thought for a moment and summoned Fire Phoenix again, then flew towards Qingmu City. It had been several days since he last raised the favorability with the Tide Spirit. Raising favorability is a long and tedious process. However, for rare cards, these are not problems. He arrived at Qingmu City. Xu Huayin reached the vicinity of the Tide Spirit's shop. Tide Spirit's potion shop was still bustling. Many people didn't mind carrying a few disposable potion cards with them. Chapter 208, Tell me about your story with Ling Qiu. Xu Huayin felt a tightness in his heart upon hearing this. He became alert. The last time he lost favorability with Tide Spirit was still fresh in his memory. It seemed he had made another mistake. Self-discipline. He couldn't mention Ling Qiu in front of Tide Spirit. What's wrong? Tide Spirit unconsciously clenched the fire dragon's hide, looking very nervous as she asked. Ling Qiu. Xu Huayin pondered his words, thinking about how to respond. He couldn't let his favorability drop. He had worked hard to raise it this much. But how should he answer? Xu Huayin was somewhat troubled. So, do you like Ling Qiu? Tide Spirit pressed on, not giving Xu Huayin time to think. I don't know if it's liking. But being with Ling Qiu is very comfortable. Tide Spirit urged him, and Xu Huayin could only answer truthfully. He didn't know if this feeling was liking. And he hadn't delved into that aspect because it wasn't important. Developing power, searching for rare cards, enhancing his combat strength, gathering information from other cities, etc. Which of these is less important than such feelings? He wasn't the type of person to be entangled in such matters. Similarly, Ling Qiu wasn't either. Chapter 209, Tide Spirit's Memories and a Tide Spirit's handkerchief. What's wrong? Xu Huayin felt his eyelids twitch. It seemed something big was about to happen. It was a premonition. Don't doubt it. His premonitions were quite accurate. I made a decision, Tide Spirit said. Her voice was soft, like cotton, gentle. What decision? Xu Huayin swallowed. Thank you for your care during this time. I wish you all the best. Sister Ling Qiu and you are of the same kind, perhaps you are more suited. Tide Spirit clasped her hands behind her back, appearing somewhat shy. I have decided to bless you. Also, this handkerchief, please accept it. Ding, Tide Spirit's favorability towards you three. Tide Spirit lowered her head, handing a white silk handkerchief to Xu Huayin. Huh? Xu Huayin's eyes widened immediately. No way. Xu Huayin's breathing quickened. Thank you. Xu Huayin took the handkerchief. It was a plain white handkerchief, still retaining a bit of warmth. As soon as the handkerchief was in Xu Huayin's hand, it immediately turned into a card. Tide Spirit's handkerchief quality, blue chapter 210, card sprite, Tide Spirit Qingmu City. Night, the sky was silent and dark. A large bird, seemingly engulfed in flames, swiftly flew through the air. This was Xu Huayin on his way home. On the back of Fire Phoenix. Until now. Because of the events that had occurred, his emotions were still somewhat unsettled. Sigh. Xu Huayin let out a heavy breath. A card appeared in his hand. He received the infusion of Tide Spirit's memories. This card was activated. Now it's the panel after activation. Xio Spirit's handkerchief for quality, blue card type, dual mode exclusive card, 3-star monster, water attribute, aqua type, attack power 0. Defense power 1800 effect. When the opponent adds a card from the deck to their hand, sends a card to the graveyard, or special summons a card. Discard this card from your hand to the graveyard to negate the effect and destroy it. Description: a condensation of Xio Spirit's memories. With all emotions entrusted to this card. Limit: only one can exist in a player's deck, and the player must be in a state of calm clarity. Card Spirit Awakening, 0. Although I have it now, it doesn't feel as happy as I imagined. Chapter 211, Commercial Alliance Failure, Guild Creation Instance. On the city wall, a girl was lying on the parapet, boredly watching the scene below. Beside her floated a sphere the size of a human head, with one eye, mindlessly circling around her. The eye on the sphere blinked from time to time. In the vast battlefield, only one small monster remained. It had already been 14 hours since the instance began. This small monster could survive for another 2 hours. During the 16th hour, when the 8th wave of attacks arrived, it would meet its demise. As Zero Chio waited in boredom, a system notification sounded in her ear. Ding, the Xio Spirit you are in contact with has changed, intelligence removed. Xio Spirit gains blind box selling function, with a very low probability of obtaining Xio Spirit's standard handkerchief from the blind box. The system notification made Zero Chio pause slightly. What's going on? Zero Chio murmured unconsciously. After a brief moment of thought, she guessed it was probably related to Xu Huayin. Zero Chio, the guild leader. It's up to you now. 3 people arrived together. It was the leaders of Sunshine Electric, 5-Star Fruits, and Lin's Mining. Chapter 212, Awakening Card Spirit. Can it be steadily controlled? It should be fine, even if we can't defeat the epic level boss, Zero Chio won't be in any danger. After hanging up the phone, Xu Huayin had someone call over Shiyuru and Li Ming. Shiyuru was already a 4-slot player, while Li Ming had opened his 4th slot just yesterday. Now there were 3 4-slot players in the Eternal Life Guild, Shiyuru, Li Ming, and Ma Zhendong. Xu Huayin just called Ma Zhendong over. So he won't call him this time. Soon, Shiyuru and Li Ming were brought over. Boss, can that group from Starlight Heavy Industry defeat the epic level boss? Li Ming raised his doubts. After all, considering how difficult it was for Xu Huayin and Zero Qiu last time. What qualifications did the Starlight Heavy Industry people have to establish a guild now? Just perform normally, and if things go awry, prioritize saving yourself. Xu Huayin had naturally considered this point as well. All right, understood. Shi Yuru replied. Then let's go. Xu Huayin sent the two off. After they left, Xu Huayin took out the Fire Dragon Village instance card again, but this time he still chose not to activate it. Chapter 213, Divine Crystal, Zero Qiu can't sleep. Yes. It's him. Zero Qiu nodded. She acknowledged Xu Huayin's earlier guess. It's Yuan. The number one player in the national server. The person who knows you best is often your enemy. As Zero Qiu's greatest enemy, her understanding of Yuan might even surpass Yuan's own understanding of himself. Establishing a bond. I get it. I will take her to defeat one strong opponent after another. Xu Huayin said. Is there anything easier to establish a bond than defeating strong opponents together? Ma Zhendong is too weak, so it doesn't have an effect. Maybe. I also don't know how to establish a bond. Zero Qiu shrugged. I feel it should be useful, the specifics you'll have to try yourself. What about divine power? After inquiring about the card spirit, Xu Huayin asked Zero Qiu about divine power. This is simple, basically, those who follow the guild route know. Divine power is a type of advanced energy, some high-level weapons, formations, and even advanced scrolls and skills require divine power as a usage condition. You might not know divine power, but you know divine crystals, right? Divine crystals are the carriers of divine power. Anything that requires divine crystals as a condition can also be activated with divine power. Chapter 214, the handkerchief initially demonstrates its power. PS. Change the card name that others might obtain from the blind box from Xiao Spirit's handkerchief to Xiao Spirit's standard handkerchief. The card effect remains unchanged, and also, I rewrote Chapter 209. Accompanied by a familiar feeling of dizziness, Xu Huayin found that the scenery in front of him had changed dramatically. At this moment, he realized he was standing on a stone bridge. Below the stone bridge was a flowing river of magma. Plumes of hot air rose from the magma lake, emitting a pungent smell of sulfur everywhere. Is this Fire Dragon Village? Xu Huayin scratched his head. A system notification sounded precisely in his ear. Ding, welcome to Fire Dragon Village. Your identity is one of the candidate heroes of Fire Dragon Village. The remnant soul of the Fire Dragon King is stirring the underground fire veins, causing great trouble for the villagers. You have received the following tasks. Task 1, defeat the candidate hero Yang San. Task reward, Random Dragon Race Fire Attribute Blue Card X1. Task 2, defeat the Fire Dragon Tomb Guardian. Task reward, Flame Dragon Armor. Task 3, purify the remnants of the Fire Dragon King. Task reward, Fire Demon Abyss Instance Card. Optional task, gain the recognition of the Fire Dragon King's remnant soul. Chapter 215, the best sword in the village. Ding, Xiao Spirit's handkerchief, awakening degree 1. A system notification sounded in Xu Huayin's ear, and its content left him momentarily stunned. A hint of joy unconsciously appeared on his face. Just as expected. You need to fight powerful enemies to awaken the card spirit. Is it necessary to destroy monsters of at least 10-star level? Or is there some other standard? Xu Huayin speculated roughly. According to Zero Qiu, if the card spirit completely awakens, Xiao Spirit will return. Xiao Spirit, Xu Huayin murmured, then instinctively touched his chest. However, the duel is still ongoing, and it's not the time to be distracted. Covering 2 magic trap cards, end turn. Yang San placed 2 cards face down on his field, unwillingly ending his turn. Now, it's Xu Huayin's turn. My turn, draw a card. Xu Huayin reached for the card pile. A card was touched in his hand. Little Fire Dragon, my turn. Xu Huayin glanced at the card's content, and slapped a card down in front of him. The surrounding environment immediately changed. Chapter 2:16. Isn't it incredible? Thank you, village chief. I will definitely not disgrace my mission, Shu Huayin said in cooperation. Soon, the sword was handed to him and then transformed into a card. Sword of Victory Quality, Black Obsidian card type, Dual Mode Exclusive Dragon, Fire Attribute, 8 stars, Attack Power 2400, Defense Power 3000 Effect. This card cannot be special summoned. You must sacrifice 3 monster cards on your field to summon it. If this card's direct attack brings the opponent's life points to 0, you win the match directly. Restriction: this card can only be used in the Fire Dragon Village dungeon, and cannot be taken away. Shu Huayin looked at the card's content. At first glance, he felt that the card's effect was quite ordinary, even somewhat contradictory. If the opponent's life points are brought to 0, shouldn't he win? This description feels a bit strange, doesn't it? However, after carefully considering the card's effect, Shu Huayin discovered the problem with the card. Wait a minute, what does it mean to win the match directly? Shu Huayin's mind buzzed. If he remembered correctly, the duel format was best of 3. That is, the first to win 2 matches. Chapter 2:17. A triple connect. It's actually the village chief. Duel. The duel officially began. You choose. The black-robed man's voice was hoarse as he took out a coin. Heads. Shu Huayin chose heads without hesitation. With a bang, the coin was tossed into the air, spinning a few times before landing on the ground. The result of the toss was tails. But just when Shu Huayin thought he would be going second, he found out that the first move was actually his. You go first, the black-robed man said. Guessing the coin correctly allows you to choose to go first or second, rather than guaranteeing the first move. This black-robed NPC chose to let him go first. So, a back row type deck. Shu Huayin's heart sank slightly. The back row type deck that won the coin toss is probably a back row removal OTK deck. However, he still didn't know what the opponent's deck contained. He could only take it one step at a time. My turn. Shu Huayin reached into his deck, and 5 cards appeared in his hand. When he saw the content of his hand, a look of joy appeared on Shu Huayin's face. Finally, he drew a good hand. Although it wasn't a perfect draw, it was close. Chapter 2:18. Adorable Heli Ding. Congratulations on defeating the Fire Dragon Tomb Guardian. Reward card, Flame Dragon Armor. Just as Shu Huayin depleted the black-robed man's health, the system prompt appeared right on time. A card also appeared in front of him. Shu Huayin instinctively grabbed the card. Flame Dragon Armor Quality, Purple card type, Equipment card effect, Strength 50, Constitution 20. Fire Element Damage 30. Description: Armor transformed using the power of the Flame Dragon series, Dragon Valley series. Restriction: Advanced Fire Control Technique, Acquisition Method, Dragon Valley Dungeon. Fire Dragon Village Dungeon, Black-Hearted Merchant. Dual Mode Effect, Spell Card, Designate 1 monster card's attribute to become Fire Attribute. It seems the White Tiger blade needs to go offline, Shu Huayin muttered. This card adds a total of 50 points of strength and 20 points of constitution, which is above average for a purple card, and the important fire element damage bonus effect is much more compatible with him than the White Tiger blade. After tidying up his spoils, Shu Huayin slowly walked to the side of the Fire Dragon Tomb Guardian. Oh no, the village chief. Chapter 2:19. Hela's Wings. This adorable little guy is not the dungeon boss at all. Where is your remnant body? Shu Huayin asked. I won't tell you. Heli originally wanted to be a little willful, but unexpectedly Shu Huayin directly reached out and grabbed it, a fist the size of a sandbag pressed against its forehead. Don't forget, you lost. Stop, 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 we can talk this out. My remnant body was stolen by an old man, he is siphoning my power. Old man. Shu Huayin instantly thought of one person. The village chief. The village chief's previous words were completely deceptive. This adorable fire dragon king remnant spirit has no real strength at all. Not to mention him, that Yang San could easily defeat it. So, the village chief blocking the way was not afraid of someone dying. This is a huge conspiracy. And what happened to those previous heroes? Xu Huayin felt a chill down his spine. He hadn't thought much about it before. Now that he thought about it, that bridge only had two directions, either back to the village or into here. But after the heroes left, the villagers never saw them again. This indicates that the heroes did not return to the village. The Fire Dragon King's remnant spirit Heli also said that he is the first living person he has seen in decades. Chapter 220 The supplies of the old era are about to run out. Fire Dragon Tomb. A rolling lava lake flowed beneath the bridge. The air was filled with a scorching scent. Accompanied by the flame dragon warrior striking Xu Huayin's health bar, Xu Huayin's health bar was finally cleared. Ha ha ha. As expected of me, King Heli. Heli said with his hands on his hips, laughing wildly, looking very pleased. Now, can you tell me how to purify it? Xu Huayin put away the card in his hand. Fire Dragon Valley, initial incense pouch of the Tide Spirit, Flame Dragon, Yin and Yang of the Tiger, ha ha ha. Although you lost, but I, King Heli, am in a good mood, so I will generously tell you, just throw the items into the lava lake. Heli said. It's that simple. A line of black lines appeared on Xu Huayin's forehead. He had already guessed this possibility, but due to the lack of trial and error space, he hadn't acted on it. Thank you, Heli. Xu Huayin said. Then, holding the remains of the fire dragon in his hands, he arrived beside the magma lake and tossed it in. With a plop, the claw fell into the magma. It was visible that the black substance on the claw quickly turned to ash upon contact with the magma. Chapter 221 The Starlight Guild of the Third Association time flew to the next day. Breakfast time, sleep ahead. Early in the morning, Ling Qiu arrived at Xu Huayin's room, calling him to get up. Ling Qiu. Good morning. Xu Huayin rubbed his sleepy eyes and said. He glanced out the window and found that the sky outside was still dark. Checking the time, it was just past 4 in the morning. What time is it? And I'm already up. Xu Huayin lay back down. Didn't I sleep too much during the day yesterday and go to bed early last night? So I got up at 3 this morning. Ling Qiu explained. No, you got up early, why drag me up? Xu Huayin complained inwardly. Hurry up and get up. Try the breakfast I made. Ling Qiu forcibly dragged Xu Huayin down. All right, I'll do it myself, seriously. Grumbling a bit, Xu Huayin got up. If he had been woken up and immediately lay back down, he might have fallen asleep again. But after being stirred by Ling Qiu, even if he lay back down now, he wouldn't be able to sleep. In the living room, Xu Huayin saw 2 plates laid out on the table. The contents of both plates were the same, 2 fried eggs, a slice of toasted bread, 2 sausages, and a cup of yogurt. Chapter 222, Mythical Boss. Terrifying Justice League. Xu Huayin's mind turned, and he roughly understood what was going on. Only the top 3 guilds had rewards. The Commercial Alliance was in such a hurry to establish a guild precisely for the 3rd place reward. Now that the 3rd place reward had been claimed by the Starlight Guild, it didn't matter what happened next. 4th place and 100th place were the same, so there was no need to rush. Sure enough, Ling Qiu answered the phone. And the caller was Lin Hai from the Commercial Alliance. Ling Qiu made a shushing gesture to Xu Huayin, placing a finger against his lips. Hello. This is Ling Qiu, what is up? Ling Qiu tidied his hair and asked. It's like this, President Ling Qiu, our Commercial Alliance will temporarily not establish a guild. Of course, I'm not asking you for a reward, I just want to change the task content to ask you to take action for us once. I wonder what you think. Lin Hai cautiously inquired. Having already fallen into Ling Qiu's hands, he had no expectation that Ling Qiu would return the card. Currently, establishing a guild was no longer urgent. They would continue to build it after gaining strength. Therefore, he wanted to modify the task given to Ling Qiu. Chapter 223. Acting President Shi Yuru strong and terrifying. What do you mean? Xu Huayin immediately became interested. What does strong and terrifying mean? How terrifying? What I said is true. Li Ming can prove it for me. That leader of the Justice League, Li Feng, used some unknown method to gather the strength of 30 people from the Justice League and fought evenly with that epic-level boss all by himself, Shi Yuru said. Hearing this, Xu Huayin and Ling Qiu both involuntarily narrowed their pupils. Facing an epic-level boss head-on, and not at a disadvantage. Although it was said that he used some method to gather other strength, the process isn't important, the result is what matters. Is this Li Feng an internal testing player? Shi Yuru then asked. Shouldn't be, but I can't be sure. Ling Qiu, do you know? Xu Huayin looked at Ling Qiu beside him. I've seen quite a few similar things, formations, or one-time cards. While this situation isn't common, it's also not easily recognizable, so I can't be sure. Ling Qiu also gave an unclear answer. You two have worked hard. This time, I'm marking this as a merit for you. Li Ming, you can go back and rest first, we still have things to discuss with Shi Yuru. Chapter 224, 2 Ways to Handle the Blood Pool. A chilling wind blew. A blood-red moon hung in the air. A swarm of bats flew past under the moonlight. In the moonlight, a man and a woman appeared in a mass grave. The ground was littered with crooked graves and some severely decayed bones. We are here. Ling Qiu surveyed the surroundings and said. This place feels so familiar. It seems a bit like the land of the dead. Xu Huayin also observed the environment and then said. It's a similar place, this area is also full of undead. Ling Qiu casually responded. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded. Ding, welcome to the Vampire Blood Pool instance. Your identities are adventurers who have accepted a task from the Adventurer Association. Recently, a large number of vampires have appeared at the border between the kingdom and the land of the undead. According to the priest's deduction, a new vampire blood pool has appeared near the border. You have received the following tasks. Task 1, kill 100 low-level vampires. Task reward, random blue vampire materials x10. Task 2, find the vampire blood pool and kill the guardian of the vampire blood pool. Chapter 225, stylish floating cannons. It's just ahead, but to reach the blood pool, we need to clear out all the low-level vampires on the outskirts first. Just as Ling Qiu finished speaking, it seemed they had been discovered. A piercing scream shattered the silence. Countless bats surged towards the two from all directions. Fall back. Xu Huayin prepared to flee. It wasn't that they couldn't fight. It was mainly that triggering so many monsters at once would be too exhausting to clear. No need, just watch me, Ling Qiu said. Ling Qiu reached out and grabbed the floating eyeball-like object that was blinking beside her. Xu Huayin didn't say anything and didn't choose to retreat. He simply watched Ling Qiu, wanting to see what she was planning. Under Xu Huayin's gaze, Ling Qiu rubbed her hands. And the circle in her hand suddenly multiplied into dozens, hovering around her. Fire! At Ling Qiu's command, a continuous flow of power surged from her chest into the small spheres surrounding her. The next moment, countless dazzling lasers shot out from those small spheres, rapidly reaching the overwhelming swarm of bats. Chapter 226, the terrifying heart control. The gold card level dungeon usually features an epic level boss as the dungeon boss. What mechanics does this boss have? Xu Huayin asked. The two stopped in front of the blood pool. In the blood pool, there was something resembling a heart. Or a blood fetus. If nothing unexpected happens, the dungeon boss is likely inside this blood fetus. Mechanics. There aren't really strong mechanics. The boss has a layer of blood shield that can absorb damage, and recovers approximately 110 shield points every minute. Once the blood shield is broken, the boss will be empowered, gaining enhancements to all attributes, and it will also gain a lifesteal passive. Besides that, it has the usual epic level boss passives. Ling Qiu briefly explained the boss's mechanics. Is that so? Xu Huayin showed a thoughtful expression upon hearing this. What is wrong? Do you have any thoughts? Ling Qiu seemed to notice Xu Huayin's contemplative state and asked. When we get the boss's blood shield down, leave it to me. I want to try out the power of a skill, Xu Huayin said. Chapter 227, A Dragon Explosion, One Shot. Damn it! Xu Huayin cursed. He knew this was the vampire boss's doing. This ability is a bit overpowered. Although he was a bit late, Xu Huayin's flame shield was still constructed, albeit thinner than he had hoped. Under the vampire boss's claws, it was almost instantly shattered. The vampire boss's claws struck Xu Huayin's defensive arm, knocking him back a few steps. Fortunately, he managed to defend against it. Wait! Ling Qiu, be careful. Its target is you. Xu Huayin suddenly realized an issue. The previous impact was too weak. With the epic level boss's level combined with its speed boost, that kind of power was too weak. The only explanation is that Xu Huayin was not its true target, he was merely collateral damage. Its real target is Ling Qiu. I know. Ling Qiu gripped her sword, staring resolutely at the vampire boss that was rushing towards her, slightly slowed down. She had realized earlier than Xu Huayin that the vampire boss's target was her. Die. Chapter 228, The Qinglong Society will be annihilated. A 3-day slot ban. That is fine, I just want to go out for the next 3 days. Xu Huayin sighed in relief upon hearing this. He was worried about permanent loss of attributes or slots. Such a cost was within an acceptable range for him. Just right. We'll be participating in the Jewel City next. If it hasn't changed from the beta test, Jewel City is where the slot bans are. Xu Huayin said. Isn't that perfect? Going to Jewel City means the negative effect of the slot ban will be as if it doesn't exist. Alright, enough of this. Let us destroy the blood pool. Ling Qiu wanted to change the topic and said. Destroy the blood pool. How about we don't destroy it? Xu Huayin changed his mind. He was primarily interested in that vampire boss's heart control ability. How about I let my clone transform into a vampire? It's a bit troublesome, but at least the potential is a red card, Xu Huayin said. But what about the vampire mansion dungeon? Ling Qiu countered. Isn't this a win-win situation? Xu Huayin spread his hands, revealing a golden card in his palm. Chapter 229, Vampire Ancestor Bloodline, the Qinglong Society will be annihilated. This news caused an uproar. The name Qinglong Society was familiar to everyone present. It was one of the 7 forces that obtained the guild token during the previous Guild Beast event. What is going on? Xiao Ying immediately asked. A voice came from the phone. Miss Xiao, there are many monsters, and these monsters are acting in an organized manner. The Qinglong Society's stronghold has completely fallen. This is bad, I've been discovered, save me. Accompanied by a scream, the voice on the other end of the line abruptly cut off. This situation caused the hearts of everyone present to sink again. Everyone, it seems that things are more complicated than we imagined. Xiao Nantian finally spoke. The destruction of a force at the level of the Qinglong Society conveys a huge amount of information. The urgent task is to find out what exactly happened and send people to other forces. This is no longer just a matter of one household, but concerns all players in Qingmu City. Inform everyone about the annihilation of the Qinglong Society. One by one, messengers set off from the Qingmu Self-Discipline Society. Chapter 230, Purchasing the Vampire Claws. The main reason he didn't want to wait longer was that after equipping the Vampire Ancestor Bloodline, His clone's attributes did not increase, but rather decreased. Moreover, it acquired a fatal weakness: it could not appear in sunlight, or it would directly die. This sunlight fear weakness would be weakened as the level increased. By the blue level, it would have some resistance to sunlight, and wouldn't he die instantly upon exposure. Therefore, Xu Huayin urgently needed to upgrade this vampire ancestor bloodline. Of course, he also needed to make final enhancements to his card deck. There were still some useless cards in his current deck. "Alright, you go ahead. I want to go out," Ling Qiu said. She was extremely weak now, and going out was pure suicide. "Alright, I'm off then." Xu Huayin waved at Ling Qiu and went outside, summoning the Fire Phoenix and flying towards Qingmu City. Ling Qiu only slowly withdrew her gaze after Xu Huayin's figure completely disappeared. "Given your decent performance in the dungeon just now, I want to hold it against you." Chapter 231, The Greedy Merchant Xu Dao. After some haggling, Xu Huayin finally bought the purple Vampire Bloodline card for 15,500 pesos. Vampire Bloodline Quality: Purple Card Type, Bloodline Card Effect, Constitution 60, Strength 30, Agility 30, Light Attribute Damage taken increased by 150. All attributes decrease by 30 when in sunlight. Description: I hate sunlight. Restriction: this card cannot be removed once added to a card slot. Acquisition methods: Blood-Colored Cathedral Dungeon, Black-Hearted Merchant, System Events, Monster Drops, Duelist Mode Effect, Magic Card: one monster on the field gains 700 attack, but is destroyed at the end of the turn. Has the purple card level reached the point where it can act in sunlight? Xu Huayin glanced at the purple card Vampire Bloodline in his hand. He remembered that the blue card Vampire Bloodline would not be killed by sunlight, but it still could not appear in sunlight. The purple card level Vampire Bloodline can now appear in sunlight openly, but it will be weakened in all attributes. Compared to the low-quality Vampire Bloodline, this is a significant improvement. Chapter 232, Bad Luck Kingdom Dungeon Card. These 3 dice. Xu Huayin stroked his chin, not rushing to make a choice, although it seemed fine, and he was allowed to go first. However, based on his experience dealing with the black-hearted merchant, and his sensitivity to numbers, Xu Huayin was very certain. There is something fishy about this. There must be something fishy. But he couldn't fully figure it out at the moment. Wait a moment. Xu Huayin began to calculate. If it were completely fair, it would be designed with 2 identical dice. But it was deliberately set up this way. Moreover, limiting it to 3 rounds of betting raises a big question. What kind of situation requires a limited number of rounds? Xu Huayin's first thought was magic. He had learned some card tricks before, especially those involving probability calculations. You can't perform multiple times, otherwise, it would definitely be exposed. "Let me calculate," Xu Huayin said quietly, looking beyond the surface to see the essence, many times. "It's just a math problem. If I choose the 951 die, then the black-hearted merchant's win rate with the 843 die is 49. The win rate with the 762 die is 59. Chapter 233, Light Abyss Dragon, and Shumu's request after putting away the Bad Luck Kingdom Dungeon card. Xu Huayin continued to trade in the market. This time, he was trying to gather some dueling cards for the upcoming Jewel City dungeon. Just now, the black-hearted merchant Xu Dao had a lot of general use cards, but unfortunately, he lost all 3 matches and didn't get a single one. So he could only keep trying his luck. After a while, Xu Huayin didn't expect to run into an acquaintance again. Chu Mu. Xu Huayin saw the Chu Mu he had previously taken advantage of a few times and collaborated with. This guy was selling cards. Moreover, Chu Mu seemed to be in a daze, a layer of worry appearing on his face, not knowing why he was in a daze. Xu Huayin also didn't know where this guy got so many cards from. However, it was certain that the other party wouldn't tell him, just like he's a fog lamp. A channel only he knew. "Oh? It's you?" Chumu looked a bit surprised when he saw Xu Huayin, and he was very excited. It seemed that meeting Xu Huayin was a very happy occurrence. Then, after a moment of thought, he figured out what was going on. You came to buy cards. Preparing for tomorrow's Jewel City, right? Chapter 234, Sunny Day Domain, and Card Stealing Rules. If that's the case, one light abyss dragon is not enough. Xu Huayin thought for a moment and said, there are also 2 dragon claws here. Chumu gritted his teeth and pulled out 2 identical blue cards. Dragon Claw quality, blue card type, skill card effect, use Dragon Claw to attack, dealing double damage. Cooldown time 15 seconds. Description, basic skill of dragon type, limit, must have dragon bloodline, or dragon transformation, dual mode effect, magic card. If there is at least one 8-star dragon monster on your field, destroy 1 card on the field. There are quite a few good things, but still not enough. Xu Huayin shook his head. These 2 cards are quite good, and can be considered universal dragon cards. To be honest, Xu Huayin was already tempted. However, since these could be taken out, perhaps he could squeeze out a bit more. That's it, this is my final chip. If you don't agree, then forget it. Chumu was clearly not a fool. Although he was anxious, he wasn't to the point of losing his mind. Seeing this, Xu Huayin could only sigh inwardly. It would have been better if he had encountered someone without brains. Ahem, I just want to know one more piece of information. If you can tell me, we can make a deal. Chapter 235, just help me wash my feet every day. Ling Qiu, I want to discuss something with you. Back at the base, Xu Huayin found Ling Qiu, who was in the living room. When Xu Huayin found her, Ling Qiu was sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed, holding some cut fruits, watching TV. She seemed to have just taken a shower, with water droplets still on her hair. You're back. Ling Qiu adjusted her posture a bit, putting her legs down. At this moment, Ling Qiu was only wearing tight-fitting clothes, her 2 fair thighs exposed to the air. What is it? Ling Qiu's gaze returned to the TV. What are you watching? Do you like it so much? What channel? Xu Huayin took a glance at the TV and found that an old movie was playing. What channels are there now? I'm playing a DVD, Ling Qiu complained. The TV stations are gone, now the TV is just a monitor. All right, let us get back to business. Xu Huayin shifted the topic back. What business? Do you want to eat? Ling Qiu used a fork to pick a piece of watermelon from her bowl and handed it to Xu Huayin. There was still some milky liquid on the watermelon. This is her homemade yogurt dip. Chapter 236 smiled during duels at night, lying in his bed. Xu Huayin couldn't calm down. He had confirmed one thing. He liked Ling Qiu. Forget it, not thinking about it, there's plenty of time ahead. Xu Huayin cleared all the distractions from his mind. There were still many things to do now, he would deal with these matters when he had time later. After a good night's sleep, Xu Huayin stretched and got out of bed. Today is the start of the Jewel City, after preparing for so long. It is finally about to begin. As he walked out of his room, Xu Huayin immediately saw Ling Qiu, who still hadn't put on her zero equipment, and Shiyuru. The 2 looked very serious. What is wrong? What happened? Xu Huayin asked. As Xu Huayin approached, the 2 individuals turned to look at him in unison. The situation was not looking optimistic. Ling Qiu frowned and said, the Qinglong society is going to be destroyed, wiped out by the underground tribe that has emerged this time. What? Xu Huayin's pupils constricted as he asked in disbelief. The Qinglong society. That's a well-known force even in Qingshu City. How could it be destroyed just like that? What happened? How do you know this? Chapter 237, Heavy Pit. The Jewel City is not much different from the previous ones. After hearing the system's prompt, Xu Huayin set off. He began walking along the road. The first round of selection in the Jewel City was underway. As long as he collected badges numbered from 1 to 7, he could qualify for the next round. Currently, he had badge number 6 and needed to collect badges 1 to 5 and 7. It would be great if I could run into Chumu, heh. Xu Huayin thought dreamily. Since it was random placement, the chance of encountering him was quite small. Xu Huayin walked around the street, but didn't encounter anyone else. Just as he reached a shop by the roadside and grabbed a drink, he finally saw a living person. A duelist. What number are you? Want to have a duel? A young boy wearing a headscarf approached him. Xu Huayin glanced down and saw that the boy's badge number was 3. All right, let's do it. Xu Huayin excitedly pulled out his card deck. Finally, he encountered a real person. And someone with a different number than his own. Chapter 238, Give Up on Robbery. Covering 2 cards, the turn ended. With no action points left, the headscarf boy had no choice but to end his turn. My turn. Xu Huayin drew a card. It was a spell card. Dragon Claw quality, blue card type, skill card effect, use Dragon Claw to attack, dealing double damage. Cooldown time 15 seconds, description, basic skill of the dragon type, restriction, must possess dragon bloodline, or transform into a dragon, dual mode effect, spell card. When there is at least one 8-star dragon monster on your field, destroy 1 card on the field. This card was a versatile dragon card Xu Huayin bought before setting off. My turn, activate Dragon Claw, destroy 1 card on your field. Xu Huayin pointed. The headscarf boy had 2 covered cards in front of him, one on the left and one on the right. After a glance, Xu Huayin chose to destroy the left card. Upon hearing Xu Huayin's command, Fire Dragon White immediately sprang into action, flapping its wings and arriving at the left covered card. Its claws swept across, destroying that card. Xu Huayin then saw what that card was. Another familiar face. Chapter 239, Fire Dragon Z. As the system's prompt sounded, the headscarf boy, who had just been in front of Xu Huayin, disappeared. He was kicked out of the Jewel City. However, he didn't suffer any losses. The cards he showcased didn't catch Xu Huayin's eye. So, in the end, it's best to let the opponent play out as much as possible, then take them down. Allowing you to see more of the cards in their deck, Xu Huayin summarized while stroking his chin. After letting the boy go, Xu Huayin took a sip of his drink and continued moving forward. This was a massive city, where all participants were randomly thrown into this urban battleground to fight. The first 100 people to collect all 7 badges would qualify for the next round. At that moment, about 3 kilometers away from Xu Huayin, on a street, a confident young man with a disdainful gaze picked up a number 6 badge from the ground. So weak, the young man said in disappointment. Give me someone I can actually fight, these weaklings are just no fun. As he spoke, a girl walked over from the opposite side. She had actually been nearby, witnessing the entire duel just now. Chapter 240, Mischievous Deck, Here Comes My Hero King. Time flew by, and over 3 hours had passed. I must have gotten number 5 by now, right? On a street, Xu Huayin picked up a badge with the number 5 written on it. He looked down at his chest. He already had 4 badges with different symbols, number 1, 3, 5, and 6, he already had this newly acquired number 5. If I had known, I would have used my card theft privilege on the first dinosaur deck player, Xu Huayin lamented. He was now slightly regretting not stealing cards from that dinosaur player's deck. So far, he had encountered 4 players. The first dinosaur player was the strongest among them. The other 3 were basically just filler, with 2 of them using a skeleton king deck. Using a theft opportunity on such a deck would be a total waste. I still need numbers 2, 4, and 7 to complete my collection. I don't want to finish so quickly. I haven't even used my 3 theft chances yet. Xu Huayin said with frustration. Continuing to search for other players in the city, after passing an intersection, Xu Huayin turned and saw a person with a line of text on their head. Chapter 241, ignorant humans, my hero king will rule the world, ha ha ha. 200. Mischievous drama effect, 200. Mischievous stage effect, hero wing appears, and Xu Huayin takes 400 damage. Hero. What are you doing here? Xu Huayin asked. You ask me. This king can go wherever he wants, HMPH. Hero said proudly, crossing his arms. All right then. Xu Huayin rubbed his forehead. Okay. Now is not the time to worry about these things. Activate Hero Wing S effect to add a little fire dragon from my deck to my hand, Xu Huayin said. 200. Mischievous musician effect, 200. Mischievous stage effect. As his words fell, a card flew from his deck and landed in Xu Huayin's hand. This turn. I haven't performed a normal summon yet, so I choose to summon Little Fire Dragon. With a card played, a Charmander with a flaming tail appeared on the field. 200. Trickster drummer effect, 200. Trickster stage effect, then, I activated Charmander S effect, sending this card to the graveyard to special summon a Charizard on the field. Chapter 242 Dragon Speaker Class Card. Wait, there shouldn't be any problems with this card, right? Watching the figure of Helix fade away, Xu Huayin drew a card. Helix's wings quality, gold, card type, part card, effect, Constitution 100. Agility 80, Fire Rain Technique. Rain of fire strikes the opponent within a 1 km range, Helix's Blessing. Immune to 50 fire element damage. Description: Blessing of the Fire Dragon King Helix. Restriction: User must have wings binding. Player Mingjing Jishui, dual mode effect, Link 1. Fire attribute, Dragon type. Attack power 300. Link material requirement, Dragon type monster X1 effect. When this card is successfully link summoned, you can add one fire attribute Dragon type monster from your deck to your hand. While this card is on the field, only Dragon-type monsters can exist on your side of the field. Card Spirit, Remnant Soul of the Fire Dragon King Helix. After reading the content of the card, Xu Huayin gasped. This card had an additional card spirit. It was Helix. In addition, there was an extra effect. Helix's Blessing. A permanent 50 fire damage reduction. Chapter 243. Do you know Ling Qiu? And you even help him wash his feet. Is it okay? A young man at table 1 asked. Of course it's okay. Let's go. Xu Huayin prepared his deck and replied. Then let's begin. Domain expansion. The duel begins. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Qianming. Qianming suddenly remembered his name and introduced himself to Xu Huayin. First Legion leader of the Zero Guild, White Messenger Qianming. From the Zero Guild. Xu Huayin's actions paused for a moment. Because of Ling Qiu, Xu Huayin had a slight fondness for people from the Zero Guild. After entering the duel. You tell me your identity, are you trying to intimidate me? Xu Huayin said with a chuckle. Even if it was Yuan, he wouldn't be afraid. His Fire Dragon deck was probably half-formed now, and he didn't believe Yuan could form a complete deck that quickly. Against Yuan, he was not afraid. Let alone a mere white messenger from the Zero Guild. Knowing about the Zero Guild, it seems you are also a beta player, so please tell me your name. Qianming asked. Mingjing Jishui. Xu Huayin playfully revealed his ID. Mingjing Jishui. Chapter 244. The Headache of Shao Nanqian Aoki City. Outside a small gathering place. A group of people wearing Justice Alliance uniforms waited here. This is a place where a group of not very strong ordinary people come together to keep warm. There isn't even a 3-slot player in the entire gathering place, only about 10 combat power in total. However, there are quite a few children and elderly people here. You must be 18 years old to unlock the first slot. This game even has minor protection, laughs. President. The underground tribe monsters will arrive here in no more than half an hour. A person jumped down from mid-air, releasing the bat claws he was holding and landing in front of Li Zeng. All right, Everyone get ready. Li Feng waved to the surrounding Justice Alliance members. As soon as he finished speaking, a few people, both male and female, walked out from the gathering place. President Li Feng, although our strength is weak, this is our home, we also want to participate in the battle. A middle-aged uncle leading the group said. No need for that. Our defense line has already been built perfectly. Li Feng rejected. I know our strength is weak and won't play a big role, but please allow us to contribute. Chapter 245 Fierce Battle with Qianming the Eternal Life Guild. Shi Yuru stood near a mountain hollow. Besides her, there were several high-ranking members of the Eternal Life Guild here. Vampire House, established time 38 minutes 46 seconds, in front of everyone was a dungeon entrance that was about to be completed. Before Ling Qiu and Xu Huayin left, they casually built the dungeon, but it takes time to establish a dungeon. Now, there's still half an hour left before the dungeon is completed. Finally, it's almost done. And I can also resolve the negative buffs on me. A smile appeared on Ling Dong's face. The burning blood debuff on her made her dare not deal damage, and could only act as a support. In the Vampire House dungeon, there is a card called Vampire's Cross. Although its effect is not as good as the Life Siphon Blade mentioned by Ling Qiu, which has a 10 siphon effect. This Vampire's Cross also has a 5 siphon effect, which can just negate the burning blood debuff's effect. This also means she can finally regain her combat power. Dual City Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chapter 246 Zero Energy Clone Ding, the awakening degree of the card spirit Xiling is 1. The system prompt sounded in Xu Huayin's ear. Xiling has gained a bit of awakening degree. Sure enough, fighting strong opponents is needed to awaken Xiling. As Zero Armed was destroyed, Qianming had no chance of victory left. End of turn. Qianming said unwillingly. He thought Xu Huayin only had 3 health points, but didn't expect it to be 4. If it were 3, he could have barely cleared the field just now. My turn. Xu Huayin drew a card. The opponent's field didn't even have a single card. And Xu Huayin sent Qianming off directly. Of course, before leaving, he said one last thing. Let me tell you something, what I just said about Ling Qiu. Half of it is true, and half is false. What? Qianming became agitated again. However, just as he was about to say something, his health bar was already cleared. Ding, congratulations on defeating player Qianming, you have received badge number 1, badge number 2, and badge number 4. Ding, you have defeated player Qianming. You can choose one card from player Qianming's deck to steal. Chapter 247, National Server Reputation and National War with the 2 badges I just obtained, the No. 2 badge and the number 4 badge. I'm only 1 badge away from collecting all of them. Xu Huayin counted the badges on his chest. No. I can't collect them all yet, I still have 2 more chances to seize. I can't complete the collection just yet. Xu Huayin quickly dismissed his previous thoughts. No matter what, I need to use up all 3 chances to seize. If I had known, I would have chosen to seize from the first player, who used the dinosaur deck. Xu Huayin looked very regretful. At that time, I didn't want to seize because I thought the dinosaur player's deck was average, who knew that aside from Qianming, no one else could compare to that dinosaur player. If given another chance, he would definitely choose to seize from that dinosaur player. There's no medicine for regret in this world. Next, I just have to avoid the person with the number 7 badge. Xu Huayin walked out of the duelist restaurant. Just as he was about to take out the special building radar to proceed with his next action, a shadow quickly approached him. Young master, wah. I've been bullied. A whiny voice rang out. Chapter 248, State War, National War, Smile World. Although the State War hasn't started yet, it's not a bad thing to prepare in advance, Xu Huayin thought. The National War is still a long way off. During the internal test, 3 years were still in the city battle phase, and the State War hadn't even begun. As previously mentioned, The so-called city battle is a war for upgrading the main city. Once a city upgrades to level 2, it will unlock the fog around the city and border with the 35 surrounding cities. There are a total of 46 cities. Whoever can conquer the others can upgrade to level 3. When the number of level 3 cities in a state reaches 3, the state war will begin. The final victor of the state war can gain control of one of the 9 cauldrons. The national war, on the other hand, is a war between different servers. Xu Huayin wasn't clear on the specifics. He only knew that national server reputation is related to the national war. Hey, brother, want a duel? Xu Huayin suddenly saw someone passing by him wearing the number 7 badge that he still lacked. He immediately stopped that person. However, the result was obvious. When the person saw the neatly arranged badges from number 1 to number 6 on Xu Huayin's chest. Chapter 249, Lightning Storm, a few minutes later. With a Charizard Y's attack of 5,400 points hitting Black Lu's face, Black Lu's remaining 2,500 health points were directly cleared. Why does Charizard Y have an attack power of 5,400 points? That's because it negated the effect of a monster with 2,400 attack points and destroyed that monster. According to Charizard Y's effect, it can add the attack power of any destroyed monster's effect to itself. What a waste, I thought it was strong. Xu Huayin said, somewhat dissatisfied. He felt that the strength of the person named Black Lu was about the same as that of the first dinosaur player he encountered. Ding! Do you want to seize? The system's prompt sounded in Xu Huayin's ear. Yes, Xu Huayin answered. That's it, there are too many people in Jewel City. And not many experts for him to seize from. This is already considered good. Ding, you have consumed one seizing opportunity. A deck of cards appeared before Xu Huayin. In the deck, there was only one golden glow. However, he didn't want to choose that golden card, Greedy Baron. Chapter 250, The Crushing Strength of the Deck. I remember who you are. Xu Huayin walked up to Smile World. You're that top duel player, who suddenly disappeared in the second year of the internal test. Your playing style is quite sinister. And you have a famous saying, if you won't laugh and won't die, it's hard for me to handle, with each word Xu Huayin said. The corners of Smile World's mouth lifted slightly. It seems you're also an old player. This isn't something an unknown nobody would know. Smile World looked at Xu Huayin curiously. Who I am isn't important, let's duel. Xu Huayin wasn't willing to say much. This guy should have quit the game for some reason in the second year of the internal test, otherwise, his achievements wouldn't be so low. It's just a pity that there's no such thing as regret medicine in this world. Come on. Smile World said fearlessly. Then, the field unfolded. The battle began. I guess heads. Smile World chose one side. Then I'll choose tails. Xu Huayin selected the other side. A coin was tossed high into the air, flipping several times before landing on the ground. The result of the coin was heads. I'll go first. Chapter 251, The Envoy of the Aoki Self-Discipline Association. Ding. Congratulations on defeating Smile World, you can choose to seize a card from his deck. Ding, congratulations on completing the collection of all badges. You have obtained the title of Seed Player. Ding, you have successfully advanced from the preliminary round, you will leave the instance in 30 seconds, please prepare yourself. 29, 28. The system countdown rang in Xu Huayin's ear. In front of him was a deck of cards. There were 2 golden lights in the deck. The first one was that Lightning Storm. The second one, Smile World, was a supporting card for the circus deck, which was basically useless for Xu Huayin. Choose Lightning Storm. Xu Huayin drew the Lightning Storm card into his hand. The countdown also reached 0 at that moment. Xu Huayin felt darkness before his eyes, and when his vision returned, he was already back at the base. He had 2 cards in his hand. One was golden, and the other was purple. First, the purple card. Jewel City Main Event Invitation Quality, purple card type, instance card effect. After use, can enter the first Jewel City main event. Chapter 252, materials for upgrading to gold cards are ready in the Everlasting Guild's reception room. This time, the envoy from the Aoki Self-Discipline Association was a familiar face. Xiao Ying came again on behalf of the Aoki Self-Discipline Association. Miss Xiao, I wonder what guidance you have this time? Shiyuru asked softly. She looked delicate and weak, giving off no sense of aggression, but instead evoking a protective instinct in others. Not daring to claim any expertise, she merely offered a piece of information. Xiao Ying took a sip from her cup and said, "Oh? What kind of information is it that warrants Miss Xiao's personal delivery?" A hint of intrigue flashed in Shiyuro's eyes. Although her words sounded pleasant, something about it felt off. "I would like to discuss this with President Ling Qiu, or President Xu Huayan in person," Xiao Ying declined. The underlying message was that Shiyuro was not worthy. "In that case, I can only ask, both presidents have been quite busy lately, and I am currently handling the guild affairs," Shiyuro retorted with a hint of firmness. This attitude made Xiao Ying involuntarily regard Shiyuro with a higher opinion. This girl is not simple. Moreover, if what she said was true, she would essentially be the president of the Eternal Life Guild now. Chapter 253, Mechanical God Descends Series. You're back. Xu Huayan exclaimed with surprise. "Oh? It looks like you just returned from outside," Ling Qiu said, glancing at Xu Huayan with a subtle smile. "Yeah, just got back," Xu Huayan nodded. Then he smacked his forehead. "Perfect timing, I have a gift for you." Xu Huayan pulled out a card and handed it to Ling Qiu. "Huh?" Ling Qiu instinctively grabbed the card Xu Huayan offered. "Is this card?" Upon seeing the card's content, Ling Qiu's expression quickly changed to one of ecstatic joy. "With this card, I feel like I can take on an epic boss solo." It was well known that Ling Qiu had excellent control over her emotions. Normally, she wouldn't show significant emotional fluctuations. It was rare to see her lose her composure. "Thank you so much," Ling Qiu expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "No need to thank me, just as long as it means I can skip the foot washing you promised," Xu Huayan shrugged. However, Xu Huayan didn't expect Ling Qiu to refuse. "Huh? That one do," Ling Qiu replied decisively. Chapter 254, Li is going to be stolen by Ling Qiu. The water is ready. Xu Huayan carried the foot bath to the living room. At this point, Ling Qiu had already settled in at home, the TV was on, and some snacks were laid out on the coffee table. Xu Huayan glanced at the TV content. "This movie, I remember you've seen it before, right?" Xu Huayan commented. "There are only a few discs here, of course, I've watched them all." "It's mainly for the ambience," Ling Qiu replied. "Having the TV on is just for the atmosphere." "All right, you try the water temperature." Xu Huayan placed the foot bath by Ling Qiu's feet. He had already mixed in some cold water. However, everyone has different temperature sensitivities. Even the same person's hands and feet can have different sensitivities. So it's up to Ling Qiu to decide if the temperature is appropriate. "My leg is broken, I can't move it, you help me wash." Just like last time. A blush fleetingly appeared on Ling Qiu's fair cheeks. "You're pushing it, aren't you?" Xu Huayan mumbled. However, considering Ling Qiu was willing to bear the misfortune aura, he let it slide. Besides, they had already done it once before. Doing it again was actually no big deal. Xu Huayan grabbed one of Ling Qiu's feet and took off the sock, revealing a soft, fair foot. Chapter 255, The Terrifying Vampire Ancestor Bloodline Gold. Wow. "You're a good person." Li's eyes sparkled as he stared at the pile of meat and shiny objects in front of him. "Since you're so sincere, I'll take you as my servant." "Okay, King Li, thank you, King Li," Ling Qiu said with a smirk. She then observed Li, who was enjoying her feast. "Is this what a card spirit is? Doesn't he seem that special?" After observing for a while, Ling Qiu came to a preliminary conclusion. Moreover, this heli-swing was an extra monster, and as it stood, aside from having an additional fire-resistant skill, there wasn't much different about it. Xu Huayin remarked. Although Heli was a card spirit, the main function of card spirits was to be played at the start, which was completely useless. Extra deck monsters could be special summoned as long as conditions were met. After washing the feet, Xu Huayin returned to his room. However, once back in his room, Xu Huayin did not immediately go to sleep. Instead, he took out 3 sets, a total of 12 cards. All 12 cards were vampire bloodline cards. This is one of the benefits of the guild route. Collecting items doesn't require effort, you just give the order, and someone will take care of it for you. Chapter 256, Pinocchio and Xingmu Pavilion. Time flew by, and the next day arrived. Xu Huayin got out of bed. I don't want to move. He yawned and walked out of the room. Ling Qiu was no longer there, she had gone to take over the guild again. What should I do today? Xu Huayin felt around and pulled out a few cards. There were a total of 4 cards, 1 Iron Mountain Trial 3, 1 Pinocchio Quest card, 1 Misfortune Kingdom Dungeon card, and 1 Invisible Snake Dungeon card 2. Which one to choose? Xu Huayin scanned the 4 cards. The Misfortune Kingdom Dungeon card was eliminated first. He wanted to wait for the side effect of a dead fish's mouth to kick in, gain that misfortune aura, and then go for that dungeon. Let us choose this. I've been busy for so many days, time to relax. Xu Huayin pulled out the Pinocchio card. Whether it was the Iron Mountain Trial, or the Invisible Snake Dungeon, they might relate to his Doomsday Dragon series cards. Today he wanted to take a break and not engage in anything significant. Immediately, Xu Huayin drew the Pinocchio card. Pinocchio, Chapter 257, The Deal Between Wind Chimes and Xiaoying. Sure enough, as soon as Xu Huayin's thought emerged, old Weiss began to narrate. My son, little Weiss, is a creation I made with my life's worth of mechanical skills. I say good morning and good night to him every day. But this morning, he suddenly disappeared. Old Weiss roughly explained the situation. Xu Huayin listened carefully to every word that old Weiss said. To summarize, there are a few points. 1. Little Weiss is a puppet. 2. Little Weiss disappeared this morning. 3. The main door shows no signs of being broken, instead, it was opened from the inside. 4. Old Weiss heard a loud noise in the morning, as if something heavy had fallen to the ground, but he was too tired to pay attention and continued to sleep. Is that so? Xu Huayin fell into deep thought. Although he had never done this task before. Based on the current known clues and the task reward point spirit technique blue, he could roughly speculate on the outline of the events. According to Xu Huayin's guess, some kind of mutation must have occurred, causing what should have only been a puppet, little Weiss, to gain life and then run away by itself. Chapter 258, Shattered Jade of Life, and a point spirit technique. In a pitch-black cave, a young man, with a pair of wings on his back, was cautiously advancing inside. The cave emitted an unpleasant odor, the smell of decaying corpses and feces. After walking about 10 meters into the cave, all light disappeared. And this cave had already reached its bottom. There was no danger here. After sending a clone to probe, Xu Huayin entered the cave. Suddenly, a snap sound was heard. Xu Huayin snapped his fingers, and a small flame appeared at his fingertips, illuminating the contents of the cave. Xu Huayin walked over to his clone, and in the firelight, he saw a puppet lying ahead. Found it, this must be little Weiss, right? Xu Huayin carefully examined the puppet from top to bottom. The puppet still had some red paint on it, but most of the paint had been rubbed off. It didn't seem to be moving at all. So what was going on? Xu Huayin kicked the puppet with his foot and found that it seemed completely lifeless. Interesting. Chapter 259, Cloak of Night, and a Dark Sky. What law have I broken? Xu Huayin complained. It seemed he hadn't done anything wrong. He just took a little wool from the shop, and now he was blacklisted. Too stingy. With no other choice, Xu Huayin had to leave. However, he wasn't planning to give up. Since he wasn't allowed to enter, he wouldn't go in, but he wasn't alone, he had such a large guild under him. Although he couldn't enter, he could send someone else in. He then decided to let Ma Zhendong go in and take a look. Xu Huayin left the time grocery and arrived at Qingmu Square. The meeting was in the afternoon, so he wasn't going to arrive that early. What is the saying? The main character always appears last. Arriving too early would lower his status. He even considered intentionally being a little late. Xu Huayin arrived at Qingmu Square. He didn't know if it was due to the invasion of the underground tribe, but the entire Qingmu Square had become quite desolate. The lively scene he saw during his last visit was completely different from now. Xu Huayin strolled around Qingmu Square. Chapter 260 The gift from Xiao Nanqian a few minutes ago. This is Qingmu Pavilion. A young man arrived in front of a building in Qingmu City. The sign on the building read Qingmu Pavilion. TSK, he actually managed to get a shop in the system's main city, he truly is capable. Xu Huayin sighed. Just as he was about to move forward, he saw the door of Qingmu Pavilion open. A beautiful figure walked out from Qingmu Pavilion. Who else could it be but Xiaoying? Sure enough, I guessed you might come right on time. Xiaoying smiled and made a gesture inviting him in. Ahem. What do you mean by right on time? Xu Huayin's face turned red. Was his thought exposed? Please. Xiaoying said again. Xu Huayin nodded and then walked into Qingmu Pavilion. Just as Xu Huayin passed by Xiaoying, she suddenly spoke. This time, perhaps we will fight side by side. Xu Huayin paused for a moment, then softly replied, maybe. After that, he ignored Xiaoying's reaction and went straight to a table. Sitting down in front of one of the chairs. Chapter 261, Demon Hunter Bow and Craftsman Everyone, please, a small token of my appreciation, not a formal gift. Xiao Nanqian looked at Xu Huayin and the three members of the business alliance. Especially Xu Huayin, most of Xiao Nanqian's attention was focused on him. Since that is the case, I want to be polite, the Qingmu Self-Discipline Association is indeed well off. Xu Huayin also didn't stand on ceremony. He knew that Xiao Nanqian's purpose in doing this was simply to soften him up, if he took something from him, not to mention being bought off. At least there wouldn't be such strong hostility. Xu Huayin had come to this meeting to collaborate, since it was a gesture of goodwill. He might as well accept it. If he didn't accept it, it would be awkward, especially since the Qingmu Self-Discipline Association had already lowered its stance. Then I'll draw. Xu Huayin rolled up his sleeves, looking as if he was ready to make a big move. Please. Seeing Xu Huayin's attitude, Xiao Nanqian breathed a sigh of relief. At least, the preliminary intention of cooperation had been reached. That made things much easier. Chapter 262 Xiao Nanqian's Plan 30,000 pesos for a purple card. Although this Demon Hunter Bow is indeed worth that price, comparable to a gold card in monster hunting. Xu Huayin estimated that the production cost of this card wouldn't exceed 5 figures. Of course, how much profit is their business? Wealth is compensation for knowledge. If they have the knowledge and ability, they deserve to make money. Xu Huayin was just a bit envious. How much value must be created for that? A few members of the business alliance exchanged knowing glances, seemingly making some plans, but it was clearly not suitable to discuss such matters in a public setting. However, their vigilance towards Xiao Nanqian had subconsciously decreased significantly. The atmosphere was no longer as tense as it had been at the beginning. Next, let's get down to business. Seeing that the timing was ripe, Xiao Nanqian waved his hand and said, let's talk business. The earlier efforts to ease relations were all for the subsequent matters. I want to make it clear that this underground tribe invasion is something we all need to face. Everyone here has quite a few internal testers in hand. And some of you are internal testers yourselves, so you must be aware of the consequences of the underground tribe invasion. Chapter 263, It's ready. Arriving. Looking at the increasingly close base, Shu Huayin controlled the fire phoenix to fly downwards. It seemed that the defensive array sensed Shu Huayin's approach and opened a gap. Shu Huayin quickly slipped inside, and after he entered, the gap swiftly closed, as if smoothed over by a hand, returning to its original state in an instant. Without disturbing anyone, Shu Huayin returned to the guild. Only he, the guild leader, had this capability. Back at home, Shu Huayin immediately noticed the exhausted expression on Ling Qiu's face. At that moment, Ling Qiu was applying a facial mask. "You look really tired," Shu Huayin said as he walked over to Ling Qiu, naturally placing his hand on her shoulder and gently massaging it. Shu Huayin could clearly feel that when his palm touched Ling Qiu, her body instinctively trembled for a moment. However, once she realized it was Shu Huayin, her tense body relaxed. "Isn't that obvious?" Ling Qiu retorted. "Did you forget something? My card slot is still sealed." Chapter 264, Entering Vampire's Cabin. Hello, Guild Leader. When Shu Huayin appeared at the entrance of the Vampire's Cabin instance, 2 members of the Eternal Life Guild guarding the entrance immediately greeted him. "Hello," Shu Huayin responded. And then, under their gazes, he walked into the instance. "Ding, do you wish to enter the instance Vampire's Cabin?" A friendly reminder. This instance can only be challenged once a day. A system prompt sounded in Shu Huayin's ear. "Yes," Shu Huayin answered. Usually, at this point, he would be able to enter the instance. Shu Huayin was waiting for the teleportation, but to his surprise, nothing happened. Instead, another system prompt sounded. "Ding. Detected that you possess the Vampire Bloodline card. The 3 rooms within the castle are now open to you." Shu Huayin let out a soft sound. The familiar sensation of teleportation hit him, and he felt a moment of weightlessness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a coffin, the lid half open, with endless darkness outside. Chapter 265, Strongest Mouse. Title and charm value found it. Shu Huayin's clone bent down and picked up a blood-red jewel from the corner of the coffin. It was a gem the size of a longan. When Shu Huayin's hand touched the vampire gem, it transformed directly into a card, appearing in Shu Huayin's hand. Vampire gem. Description: a medium created by an evil wizard to cast dark spells. The first one. After dealing with the minions, Shu Huayin walked towards the door. Next, he would encounter the hunter upon exiting. However, just as he was about to cross the threshold, Shu Huayin paused. "By the way, there is still one vampire gem left. Could it be related to the hunter?" A thought flashed through Shu Huayin's mind. Is this hunter NPC really just chasing him? "I remember the introduction said this hunter NPC is the wizard's enemy. What would happen if I led this hunter NPC in front of the wizard boss?" Shu Huayin thought with a burst of inspiration. It can't be said to be inspiration, as many times, clues are hidden in the descriptions. Generally, even Easter eggs have traces to follow. For example, needing to carry the vampire bloodline to unlock the 3rd room of the castle is related. Let's give it a try. Shu Huayin decided to test this guess. Stepping out the door, he happened to see a person walking out from the nearby forest. This person was carrying a bow and wearing a hat. When Shu Huayin saw this hunter, the hunter also spotted him. In an instant, a hurried system prompt sounded in Shu Huayin's ear, as if being caught would lead to disaster. "Ding, you have been discovered by the hunter. Run!" As soon as the hunter NPC spotted Shu Huayin, he immediately sprinted towards him. Shu Huayin wasted no time in fleeing. According to the strategy provided by Ling Qiu, the best approach was to apply slowdown or other control effects on this hunter NPC. Although this NPC was invincible, he could still be controlled. As long as he was controlled, it would be manageable. If there were no control skills, it would rely mainly on agility. In this half hour, within a 100-meter radius of the berth cabin, items would randomly spawn at irregular intervals. Acceleration-type items, slowdown-type items, and knockback-type items were all available. To be honest, this gameplay was quite interesting. In the past, during the game testing phase, someone specifically recorded this segment of content. The title was, Strongest Mouse. No skills or items used. Pure agility, dodging the hunter without taking damage. If completed, it would grant a title that was essentially useless aside from showing off. Strongest Mouse description, 8-year-old mouse. Acquisition method, avoid any interaction with the hunter, purely evade using agility. Effect, charm value 1. The effect of the title only grants a basic charm value increase of 1 point, which is basically of no real use. The so-called charm value is for display to NPCs. If the charm value is high, one can receive small rewards or discounts from NPCs. Of course, there has always been a conspiracy theory regarding this. That is, charm value, which is a triggering condition for some high-level hidden tasks. Only when the charm value reaches a certain level can hidden tasks be obtained from specific NPCs. Or is there a possibility that this newly added optional task is related to the hidden title Strongest Mouse? A thought popped up in Xu Huayin's mind. It's not that he has too many ideas, but mainly because he has no idea how to obtain the remaining gem. So he can only guess and think through all possible scenarios. Let's give it a try, but I don't know if my movement skills are enough. It feels more suitable for Shi Yuru to challenge. Chapter 266. Analysis by Xiao Nanqian Qingmu Self-Discipline Association. Dad, are you sure you want to do this? Xiao Ying asked with concern. It must be done, otherwise the gap will only get bigger and bigger. In fact, I suspect it might already be too late. Xiao Nanqian sighed and said helplessly. The times are changing too quickly. Without the courage to fight back, we will only sink into the era. According to my estimation, we might have already fallen behind significantly. Those two from the Everlasting Guild, by now, probably have the ability to take on an epic-level boss without external assistance. No way. How is that possible? Xiao Ying instinctively denied. The last message we received was that it took both of them working together, plus numerous buffs, to barely defeat an epic-level boss, right? Actually, it's clear from here that there are still traitors within the Everlasting Guild. Human nature is the hardest to control. Xu Huayin and Ling Qiu are definitely lenient with their subordinates, and with such great guild resources, there are still those who betray from within. Last time was last time. You have to know that these two were the ones who brought red cards from the internal test. The difficulty of obtaining red cards doesn't need me to elaborate. Right? Chapter 267, Dark Stealth Vampire Cabin Dungeon. Two figures were quickly flying around. Xu Huayin was taking the hunter NPC for a stroll. Slipping away from the hunter. Oh no, slipping away from the hunter also requires skill. At the same time, utilizing the terrain is also a key part. This house at the spawn point is very suitable for maneuvering, especially at the four corners. Come on, you fool. Xu Huayin waved his hand at the hunter chasing behind him. As it turns out, dodging the hunter is much simpler than he imagined. Mainly because he has two perspectives. The hunter is completely oblivious to his clone. It is only chasing his main body. Thus, Xu Huayin sent his clone to the roof of the spawn point's house, providing him with a vantage point. He enjoyed the feeling of playing a chase game from a third-person perspective. He didn't use any items, in fact. When items appeared on the ground, he didn't even pick them up, but actively avoided them. He just activated a third-person perspective hack. Then, effortlessly, he completed task 2. When the time spent evading the hunter reached 30 minutes, the system's prompt sound rang in his ears. Not just one, but 2 consecutive system prompt sounds. Chapter 268. The final room 3. Seeing the hunter NPC react, even triggering a voice line, Xu Huayin was instantly delighted. He guessed correctly. It really required bringing the final boss, Wendy, and this hunter NPC together for them to meet. The door to the wizard's room opened. And a boss clad in a black robe, holding a staff, walked out of the room. Evil wizard Wendy, enhanced boss. It was only an enhanced boss. Shu Huayin could easily take down this level of monster with a fireball. However, he wasn't in a hurry, he wanted to observe. Defeating the boss wasn't the goal, what mattered was the vampire gem mentioned in the optional task. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderstorm echoed from outside. Soon, heavy rain began to fall, seemingly enhancing the atmosphere. The wizard boss and the hunter NPC seemed to have triggered some plot. Shu Huayin didn't act rashly, instead. He stood by and watched. What's wrong, my dear brother? Do you want to kill me again? The evil wizard Wendy licked his lips and asked. No. That was a mistake. I didn't mean to kill you. Chapter 269, Complete Guide to the Vampire Cabin. Is this where I bleed into? Shu Huayin stroked his chin and speculated. Then, Shu Huayin's clone extended one hand, cut his finger, and let the blood flow from the wound into the groove below. The flowing blood gathered in the groove, and once it filled the groove, it immediately changed. Like a big mouth, it swallowed all the blood. Then, crack, crack, crack. The door made a sharp grinding noise. Then it slowly opened. Shu Huayin pushed the door open, and the situation in the room immediately came into view. There was nothing special in the room. Only a stone table. A gem was placed on the stone table. It was the last vampire gem that Shu Huayin was looking for. Finally found it. Shu Huayin was delighted. His guess was indeed correct. This last vampire gem was right here. Shu Huayin quickly walked to the table and reached out to take the gem in his hand. Just as Shu Huayin got the gem, a system prompt sound rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on completing the optional task, reward Vampire Blood Whip. Chapter 270, Preparing for City Upgrade Night. On the sofa, Shu Huayin and Ling Qiu sat side by side, soaking their feet. This had become a routine for the two of them every night. Both Shu Huayin and Ling Qiu looked very tired. As if they had just gone through some physically exhausting activity. So tired, it's more exhausting than fighting a battle, Shu Huayin complained. Is that tiring for you? Ling Qiu rolled her eyes at Shu Huayin. It was just one afternoon. I handled administrative affairs all day. Ling Qiu appeared quite unhappy. Shu Huayin only guided for half a day in the logistics department, and was already complaining about being tired, while she had been busy all day. How about this? You delegate as much power as possible, Shu Huayin suggested. He doesn't have much thought or pursuit regarding power. What he seeks is personal strength enhancement, and the improvement of his card deck. I want that too, but it's easy to say when you're just standing there. This is Zero Autumn's evaluation of Shu Huayin. Even if I want to relinquish power, I need someone with sufficient capability to take over. And we must be able to trust this person. Considering everything, there's only half a person, and we have other plans for that half. Chapter 271, Wish Tower. Fire Red and Queen. The Tower of Heaven is also called the Wish Tower. When everyone first comes to the Tower of Heaven, they can make a wish. As long as they pay a certain price, and climb to the level given by the spirit of the Tower of Heaven, the wish can be fulfilled. The higher the price paid, the fewer levels need to be climbed to achieve the wish. This is just an analogy, the data speaks for itself. For example, if you want a certain gold card and pay no price, you might need to climb to the 10th level. However, if you choose to pay a purple card as the price, you might only need to climb to the 8th level to achieve your desire for that gold card. In short, the more you want, the higher you have to climb. Additionally, paying the price in advance can lower the number of levels you need to climb. Shu Huayin has long coveted this wish. The highest level card among the cards is called the Supreme card. The red card is only ranked 3rd in terms of level. As a card player, the supreme card is naturally his pursuit. Ideally, he would collect them all. Well, let's not dream about that anymore. Collecting a single red card feels like reaching the sky. Let alone cards that are ranked even higher, at least 2 levels of supreme cards. Chapter 272, Cleaning Up the Moles. A New Day. The Everlasting Guild. All the high-ranking members were called together. Shiyuro stayed behind to guard the home, while Ma Zhentong and Ling Dong's 2 teams acted together with us. You have half an hour to prepare, we will depart in half an hour. Zero Autumn announced today's operation. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances. She deliberately didn't notify them in advance, she could have released this news last night. But Zero Autumn chose not to. The main reason is that Zero Autumn knows one thing very well. The current situation within the guild is basically like a sieve. If she had sent out the order last night, all the major powers would probably know about it by now. She has already identified some of the internal spies. But it's of no use. These are just some of the more obvious ones. The most difficult ones to deal with are not the spies, but some moles. The so-called moles are information dealers. They have various legitimate identities and are not infiltrated by other powers, which makes them harder to deal with. They are well hidden, making it very difficult to root them out. Such moles exist among various powers, and it is said that they have already established an information exchange somewhere in Qingmu City. Chapter 273, Li Ming's Encounter. Meng Lianshan. Zero Autumn casually walked in front of Meng Lianshan. Her eyes sparkled with coldness, resembling the chill of winter in December. After exchanging glances with Zero Autumn, Meng Lianshan instinctively lowered his head, his body trembling. Sister Chiu, we've got evidence. A small wooden box was handed to Zero Autumn. She opened the box and saw a note inside. Do I need to read the contents of the note? Zero Autumn didn't even need to open the note to know what it contained. No need. Meng Lianshan replied, trembling all over. He could already foresee his fate. Are you a mole or someone planted by another power? Zero Autumn asked. Is there a difference? Seeing a glimmer of hope, Meng Lianshan raised his head again. There's no difference, you answer my question first. Zero Autumn said indifferently. In one sentence, she completely extinguished the hope that had just risen in Meng Lianshan. He fell silent again. You'd better speak up, otherwise, I don't mind using some methods. Zero Autumn's cold tone made Meng Lianshan shudder. Chapter 274, Brother? A red card. Lucky guy. Xu Huayin was slightly surprised upon hearing this, but quickly returned to normal. Even red cards are being broken through by some lucky people now. Although Li Ming is still just starting out, and has a long way to go before collecting a red card, he has already begun to step into the threshold of red card players. It's just uncertain how long it will take him to collect it. This also served as a reminder for him, or rather, a wake-up call. This is an era of great change. If one becomes complacent, they might just be overtaken by those behind them. The world has never lacked talented individuals. Since you still have use for the jewel card, once he finishes synthesizing it in a couple of days, I'll return it to you. All right, let's do it that way. Xu Huayin agreed to Zero Autumn's plan. After dealing with Meng Lianshan, a few minutes later, the second internal spy caught in the act was brought in. Speak up, and you might suffer less. Zero Autumn questioned with a detached expression. Hard nut to crack. Not a chance. Reality is not a movie or TV show. So-called hard nuts are actually quite rare. Unless one has a firm belief or faith, otherwise, before the knife, everyone has to kneel. Chapter 275, Upgrading the City. Satisfied? You bad guy. Zero Autumn's voice sounded very dreamy. She couldn't bear to make eye contact with Xu Huayin. Thump, thump, thump. Xu Huayin noticed his heart rate had suddenly increased significantly. He felt a desire to pull Zero Autumn into his arms and cherish her. In the past, Xu Huayin remembered having quite a bit of contact with Zero Autumn. But he never had such thoughts. Just as Xu Huayin was about to make a move, a voice suddenly interrupted the atmosphere. "President, everyone is here." Shi Yuro walked over to report. "Then let's prepare." Zero Autumn instantly returned to her usual self. However, there was one more thing to do before departure. "Bring those 2 internal spies up." Zero Autumn waved her hand, and the 2 spies, apart from Meng Lianshan, were brought forward. Zero Autumn walked to the podium and picked up the microphone. "Everyone, these 2 are spies planted in our guild by other guilds. They just tried to relay our guild's operational information. This is the evidence. What else do you have to say?" Ling Qiu looked at the 2 individuals. This was their last chance. However, there was only silence. Perhaps they already knew the outcome of being caught. Chapter 276, Qingmu vs. Kaidong. President Xiao is willing to help us unconditionally. Xu Huayin was still a bit incredulous. This isn't the Xiao Nanqian he knows. The Xiao Nanqian he knows is definitely not such a selfless person. Of course not. Xiao Nanqian smiled slightly and then took a deep breath to say, "Oh? What are the conditions, President Xiao? Please tell." This time, Xu Huayin and Ling Qiu spoke to Xiao Nanqian without prejudice, calmly asking. "I definitely want the benefits from the Tongqian Tower, but I also know that you won't give them to me, so I want a promise." Xiao Nanqian said very seriously. "Oh, I'm all ears." Upon hearing this, Ling Qiu's mouth slightly curled up. As long as it doesn't involve the benefits of the Tongqian Tower, everything else is negotiable. After all, the benefits from the Tongqian Tower are the most important, everything else is trivial. The addition of Xiao Nanqian and Xiao Ying, both 5-slot players, will only be beneficial for the upcoming dungeon, not harmful. If, and I mean if, I die when dealing with those underground monster tribes, I would like you to take care of Yinga. Xiao Nanqian said softly. Chapter 277, Match begins. Ding, matchmaking successful, your enemy is Kaidong City. Just as Xu Huayin was waiting for the dungeon creation to succeed, suddenly, the dungeon creation interface changed. It became Qingmu City versus Kaidong City. What is going on? Ling Qiu immediately noticed something was off and asked. It's time for matchmaking, Xu Huayin said with a wry smile. He really didn't expect to encounter such a low-probability situation. Moreover, the opponent matched was none other than Kaidong City located south of Qingmu City. What is the matchmaking content? Ling Qiu asked again. I don't know, it's still generating. As soon as Xu Huayin finished speaking, the system panel in front of him changed again. Matchup, Qingmu City vs Kaidong City match map, rainforest map, match time, 3 hours of rules, both sides have 100 people, all deployed to the rainforest map. And 4 people from each team are marked as kings. Anyone killed in the map is eliminated from the dungeon without damage. Victory condition, kill 3rd kings of the opposing faction, or have more kings remaining than the opponent when time is up. Chapter 278, Under the Spotlight, Damn. I wasn't randomly selected. Somewhere on the map. This was near a waterfall, where a girl clad in armor appeared. The sound of the waterfall crashing against the water surface was quite noisy. Isn't this Ling Qiu? The first thing to do upon entering an unfamiliar environment is, of course, to observe the surroundings. Once she confirmed that the area was safe, the first thing Ling Qiu did was check her status bar. Unfortunately, she didn't see what she wanted to see. Not selected. Ling Qiu felt a bit frustrated. However, she also understood that there were a total of 100 people. Besides the captain, who would definitely be a king, the remaining 99 people would randomly select 3 as kings. She only had about a 3 chance of being chosen, which was too small. What a pity, if I were also a king, things would be easier. Ling Qiu sighed. But soon, the regret on her face disappeared. Because she saw a stranger radiating blue light, looking extremely dazzling. Ding! Congratulations on discovering the Blue Side's king. The system's prompt sounded in Ling Qiu's ear. Chapter 279, Yunfei's Intelligence. Sister Yunfei, what are you doing here? Ling Dong was initially on guard, but when she saw that the newcomer was Yunfei, she immediately relaxed a bit. Yunfei is a friend of my sister, of the same generation, so calling her sister is fine. Moreover, Yunfei seems to be a few years older than her. Calling her sister is completely appropriate. Ling Dong. Great. When Yunfei saw Ling Dong, a look of joy immediately appeared on her face. She wanted to deliver intelligence, but needed to find someone she knew to do so. Unexpectedly, she didn't encounter Xu Huayin or Ling Qiu, but instead ran into Ling Qiu's younger sister. But that's okay, or rather, it's just right. Don't speak yet. Let me talk. Yunfei immediately stopped Ling Dong from speaking. Listen to me, and then take what I say back. I'm not in a position to expose myself right now. To prevent any possible accidents, let us talk while we fight. As Yunfei spoke, she thrust a red spear towards Ling Dong, as if trying to poke holes in her. Even though Yunfei was already holding back. Or rather, she was letting loose. However, Ling Dong still had to struggle awkwardly to defend herself. Chapter 280, Killing the Southern Guardian. What is this? Xu Huayin stopped in front of a large tree. Xu Huayin looked up at the tree. He could see a large bird engulfed in flames standing on it. It looks a bit like my fire phoenix mount. Doesn't it? Xu Huayin cautiously glanced at the big bird. This was the first living creature he had seen in this place besides players. His gaze fell on the monster's head. Southern Guardian, Epic Boss. Is this one of the 4 Guardian bosses? Xu Huayin speculated as he looked at the boss's name. He remembered that it seemed to be a type of special victory method. As long as you collect all 4 Guardian badges, you can ignore any conditions and win directly. The key is that the system didn't mention how to obtain the 4 Guardian badges. Now it seems that it should be related to this kind of Guardian boss. I don't expect to collect all 4 badges, but at least I can't let the opponent collect them. After thinking for a while, Xu Huayin made a decision. He had no idea where the other 3 Guardian beasts were, and he didn't expect to rely on this special victory method to win. But Chapter 281, Guardian Badges, and a Discharge. Ding! Congratulations on killing the Southern Guardian boss. Reward, Guardian Badge South. As soon as the Southern Guardian boss took its last breath, a system prompt sounded in Xu Huayin's ear. This allowed Xu Huayin to relax and start approaching the corpse of the Southern Guardian boss. It clearly looked like a fire attribute, yet it didn't use a single fire attribute skill. Xu Huayin lifted the corpse of the Southern Guardian boss. From start to finish, this boss only used 2 moves, one was wind attribute, and the other was lightning attribute. Not a single fire attribute move. Arriving at the side of the boss's corpse, Xu Huayin picked up a badge-like object and a card. Then, Xu Huayin quickly left the spot. The commotion here was a bit too loud. He had sustained significant internal injuries, and it wasn't a good place to linger. Xu Huayin ran away without even looking at the items he had just collected. Things went as he expected. About 5 minutes after Xu Huayin left, a young man radiating a strong blue light appeared at the place where Xu Huayin had just fought the Southern Guardian boss. Chapter 282, Individual Battles Kill Her. Don't let her escape. A girl radiating red light, resembling a giant red light bulb, had just crossed through the jungle and arrived at a clearing when she saw 3 people glowing with blue light gathered together. When the 3 saw the girl, especially the dazzling red light she was emitting, they immediately became excited. This is the king from the direction of Qingmu City. Now both sides have lost 1 king each, leaving only 3 kings. If they could take down this girl, it would undoubtedly be a great achievement. The group immediately chased after the girl. However, when the girl saw the three rushing towards her, she did not show any signs of panic. Instead, she calmly pulled out something resembling a toy sword. Transform! Xiao Ying shouted. Immediately, her body quickly grew larger, her figure changing, and in less than a second, Xiao Ying transformed into a monster about 5 meters tall. With a row of dorsal fins on her back. Her entire body was enveloped in electric light. With a stomp, the entire ground trembled. Chapter 283, Ling Qiu single kills the Northern Guardian boss A Lion. While Ling Qiu was searching for her allies, she passed by a small stream. Here, Ling Qiu saw a lion covered in icy blue fur. Northern Guardian, Epic Boss, Guardian. Guardian Badge. Special Victory. A lot of thoughts flashed through Ling Qiu's mind. She hadn't found the enemy, but had found a guardian. There's an idiom that says hearts have a spiritual connection. When she saw this boss, Ling Qiu's first reaction was to seize the opportunity. There are 4 guardian badges in total. She absolutely could not let the opponent obtain all 4. At the very least, she needed to hold on to 1. As long as she had 1, it wouldn't matter if the opponent had 3. Thus, Ling Qiu moved in. She approached the Northern Guardian boss, planning to launch a surprise attack, but unexpectedly, the Northern Guardian boss seemed to have found her out by some means. A large mass of ice shards surged towards her like a torrent. Although she didn't know how she had been discovered, since she could only fight back. Facing the incoming ice shards, Ling Qiu suddenly drew her sword. Chapter 284, News from Ling Dong, Guardian Badge, North, Introduction. Collect 4 badges to access the treasure in the depths of the rainforest. Rainforest treasure. I wonder what it is. Ling Qiu didn't pay too much attention to this special victory method. Her main goal was to prevent the opponent from achieving this special victory condition. Moreover, judging by the situation, it seemed that obtaining 4 badges would likely require defeating 4 epic bosses. Killing them was not the biggest issue. The biggest problem was not knowing where the other 3 bosses were. If she could pinpoint the locations of those 3 bosses, defeating them would be the least of her worries. Of course, defeating them wasn't easy either. Epic bosses are also ranked in tiers. For example, the vampire boss from the last dungeon, she felt she wouldn't be able to take on alone. Ling Qiu flipped over the golden card. Luck was on her side. It was gold. Ling Qiu said pleasantly. Epic bosses only have a chance to drop gold, it's not guaranteed yet. As the golden card was revealed, the expression on Ling Qiu's face gradually became serious. Chapter 285, Battle Store and 5 knows only a little over 20 people left. Under a tree's shade, Xu Huayin looked up at the sky and sighed. He had fully recovered. However, he didn't expect there to be so few people left. Xu Huayin was aware that the Red Copper Self-Discipline Society was almost about to unify Red Copper City. When he realized the opponent was from Red Copper City, he felt it might be troublesome. A unified city is significantly stronger than a fragmented one. If it weren't for him and Ling Qiu, who were exceptions, there was no doubt that the Qingmu City side would be thoroughly beaten by the Red Copper City side. A simple calculation would show it. Assuming Red Copper City had completed its unification, the Red Copper Self-Discipline Society would have a total of 20 players, with 5 slots each. They would only need to leave 23 behind. However, if it were a fragmented situation with 10 factions, even if these 10 factions worked together, they could each only send 1 player with 5 slots, at least needing to keep 1 for emergencies. Moreover, it's impossible to achieve so-called cooperation. This is one of the benefits of unification. Alright, I digressed. Chapter 286, Sister, are we going to steal the boss? We still need to choose 2 more. What should we choose? Xu Huayin rubbed his chin. Aside from that no killing, the remaining 4 options seemed a bit difficult to choose from. No killing, no lust. No wealth, no conflict, and no business. No killing is definitely not an option. If I choose that, I can't fight for a week. Not to mention that I wouldn't even be able to finish this battle after selecting it. Faced with 4 troublesome options, Xu Huayin decided to use the process of elimination. No killing was definitely not an option. If chosen, he'd have to act like a bodhisattva. No lust was definitely going to be chosen. Women don't matter much. Of course, this doesn't mean he lacks thoughts and desires in that area. Mainly in his heart, the priority of this low-level interest is not very high. Isn't collecting cards and enjoying battles good enough? As for the lack of wealth, it seems that can be chosen. No transactions or exchanges can be made. But I can have people in the guild do it. It doesn't have to go through my hands. Among the first 3 options, Xu Huayin has already decided to choose 2. Only the options of not fighting and not working remain. Not fighting means no card games for a week. Not working means not engaging in any production-related activities. Chapter 287, The Terror of the Epic Boss. 12 players from Kaitong City formed a half-moon formation, with 2 tank players equipped with 5 card slots holding shields. Their boots plowed 2 deep grooves into the ground as they braced against the charge of the pangolin. The surface of the massive shield shimmered with blue light waves, but was still pushed back half a meter by the impact. Support players on the ranged route hid behind the shield wall. Fireballs, ice spikes, and other spells bombarded the pangolin's iron armor. The crackling sparks made it hard for everyone to open their eyes. However, these attacks had little effect. For the boss, it was akin to scraping. Don't waste your energy. The monster's weak point is its belly, shouted the shield captain, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Only the belly is unprotected by armor. I will find a way to expose the floor, and ranged players prepare to control the area. Before he finished speaking, the pangolin suddenly dug its front claws into the ground. A torrent of debris mixed with dirt rained down on the crowd. The support players in the back hurriedly raised healing spells, and one player shouted as a massive light shield enveloped the backline. Most of the debris and dirt were blocked by the shield. Only a small portion hit the backline players, causing no substantial damage, just dirtying their clothes. Chapter 288, Western Guardian Badge, and tempering, the severely injured 5-card slot player from Kaitong City was handed over to Ling Dong. In this place, even if he died in battle, there would be no loss, making it a great training opportunity. Therefore, when Ling Qiu saw that the 5-card slot player from Kaitong City was not dead yet, he chose not to deliver the final blow, but instead gave Ling Dong a look. In this situation with no trial and error costs, even if Ling Dong was killed in return, it wouldn't matter. Ling Dong drew a blood-red long knife and charged at the severely injured Kaitong City shield guard. Meanwhile, Ling Qiu targeted the equally injured iron-armored pangolin boss. Whoosh! The core of Ling Qiu's zero-type weapon dimmed for a moment, and an energy doppelganger was created, charging toward the iron-armored pangolin boss. Ling Qiu's main body, on the other hand, was conducting a ranged laser attack, specifically targeting the boss's eyes and other vulnerable areas. Although hitting was somewhat difficult, it was enough to restrict the iron-armored pangolin boss's movements. The energy doppelganger shared all of Ling Qiu's attributes, but would experience a decrease in attributes as energy waned. Nevertheless, the current energy doppelganger was a combat force that inherited his main body's qualities without any skills. Chapter 289, Wanted by the system still couldn't escape. Xiaoying looked down at the blade protruding from her chest, her gaze quickly dimming. Ever since she discovered she was the king, Xiaoying had not done anything excessive. Her only action was to hide as much as possible. She believed that as long as she could stay hidden, and with Xu Huayin as the king on her side, they wouldn't lose just because 3 kings had been taken out. The rest was up to Xu Huayin and the others. However, Xiaoying did not expect to be found. She had used an earth escape talisman and hidden in a cave underground, yet she was still discovered. All she could say was, she tried her best. This was Xiaoying's last thought before she quickly fell into darkness. Unexpectedly, this guy was quite good at hiding. A person pulled the knife from Xiaoying's chest and then pushed her body to the ground. Ding! The king of the Qingmu city side has been killed. There are now 2 remaining. A system notification sounded in the sky, indicating that the number of kings on the Qingmu city side had decreased again. Chapter 290, Xu Huayin vs. Epic Tree Demon Ding. Attention, the Qingmu city side has completed the collection of 3 guardian badges. The location of the last guardian boss is now marked. Please proceed as soon as possible. The system's voice caused Xu Huayin to pause for a moment. They had already collected 3 badges. No way, he thought he had only collected 1. Where did the 3 come from? Ling Qiu. Xu Huayin stroked his chin, guessing a possibility. Only Ling Qiu had such strength. Moreover, Xu Huayin could even guess Ling Qiu's thoughts. The level of cunning, oh no, how could it be called cunning? This is called strategy. Ling Qiu's tactical skill was completely on par with his. If that was the case, he would have to take a risk. Upon hearing this system notification, Xu Huayin knew he had no way out. Of course, he actually had another choice, not to fight the boss, wait here, and ambush the people from Kaitong City as they approached. However, if he did that, although he could still win, he would miss out on the boss-killing rewards and the special victory rewards. So, Xu Huayin's choice was Dragon Blast. Chapter 291, Hidden Traits and a Rapid Regeneration Die. Xu Huayin, dragging his internal and external injuries, once again approached the boss. Although the tree demon boss had self-healing capabilities, it was evident that in such a short time, its self-healing ability couldn't exert much effect. Moreover, its self-healing was countered by Xu Huayin's fire abilities. Some burned areas required a lot of effort to fully heal. Xu Huayin could not unleash the second Dragon Blast, he had very little stamina left, and with his internal and external injuries, he was basically running on empty. However, even if his strength was nearly exhausted, as long as his body could still move, Xu Huayin would not give up. Now, he couldn't even summon flames. But he still had his body. A massive fist swung toward the tree demon boss. Boom, boom, boom. The fist struck the tree demon boss's body. The remaining vines of the tree demon boss lashed one after another against Xu Huayin's body. The last strike that sent Xu Huayin flying was also the last of the boss's strength. Now, the vines striking Xu Huayin had lost most of their power. Chapter 292, The Obsidian Path. I knew it was you. The first person to rush to Xu Huayin's side was Li Zeng. Li Zeng radiated a deep red glow. He was actually the king, who had survived all this time besides Xu Huayin. No wonder he could last until now. Xu Huayin felt somewhat confident about Li Zeng's strength. He might be the strongest person in the entire Qingmu city, aside from him and Ling Qiu, without exception. Hello, President Li, Xu Huayin greeted Li Zeng. Shortly after, 2 members of the Eternal Life Guild arrived. About 15 minutes later, Ling Qiu and Ling Dong also came. Seeing Ling Qiu's arrival, Xu Huayin finally relaxed his guard. Although he trusted Li Zeng, the few members of the Eternal Life Guild present together were no match for Li Zeng. The important thing isn't whether you have a rebellious heart, but whether you have the ability to rebel. With Ling Qiu here, even if Li Zeng had any thoughts, they would be of no use. I knew it was definitely you. A smile spread across Ling Qiu's fair face when she saw Xu Huayin. When she heard the system prompt that 3 guardian badges had been collected, she guessed it was Xu Huayin's doing. Chapter 293, God-Slaying Weapon, Heaven's Thunder, P.S. I wrote it wrong earlier, there is no not betting. Choose one, whoever guesses correctly gets the opportunity, if there's another chance next time, it'll go to someone else. Xu Huayin took out a coin and said. He originally wanted to decide ownership through a card game, but he estimated that even without the no fighting clause, Ling Qiu wouldn't agree. Ling Qiu knew she was basically no match for him in card games. All right, then I'll guess the face. Ling Qiu agreed to Xu Huayin's method and guessed a face. Then I'm guessing it's the flower face. Xu Huayin immediately tossed the coin into the air. Ding! The coin arced through the air. After a spin, it landed on the ground. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the coin. Face! I won! Ling Qiu exclaimed joyfully. What bad luck, Xu Huayin said, slapping his forehead. Then I won't be polite. Ling Qiu stated. Everyone, please step outside. Ling Qiu thought for a moment and politely requested. Sorry for the interruption. Li Zeng very consciously stepped out of the cave, and several guild members also left. As Xu Huayin was about to leave, he was called back by Ling Qiu. Chapter 294. Excited Ling Qiu back at the base, Ling Qiu, who had obtained the clue for the obsidian card, seemed very excited. The successful upgrade of the city wasn't considered too big of a deal. Tomorrow they would climb the Tower of Heaven and ask about the Fire Thief Hermes card, or the Nightmare System, or the whereabouts of the 7 Heavens Thunder Crystals. Ling Qiu had already begun planning for the obsidian card. Suddenly, Ling Qiu noticed that Xu Huayin didn't seem very excited. Don't be unhappy, next time there's such an opportunity, it will be yours. I will help you. It's fine. A bet is a bet. There are always winners and losers. Xu Huayin waved his hand, his sportsmanship was quite good. I'm not unhappy. I'm just thinking about the Tower of Heaven for tomorrow, Xu Huayin explained. He knew Ling Qiu misunderstood. In fact, he didn't really need the obsidian path. From the introduction of the Doomsday series cards of the Evil Dragon, he could infer some things. Dragons and tigers were among the 12 dispersed powers. If the 12 powers were unified, it should result in an obsidian card. Even if he were given an opportunity for the obsidian path, it would feel a bit wasteful. Chapter 295. The Tower of Heaven and the Egg Hatching House. The next day arrived. After getting up, Xu Huayin saw Ling Qiu in the living room. They both yawned at the same time. After exchanging glances, they instinctively looked away from each other. The Tower of Heaven opens at 8 a.m. today. Shall we go together? Xu Huayin asked. Yeah, let's eat first. I've been preparing for a while. Ling Qiu nodded and led Xu Huayin to the dining table. Today's breakfast was fried rice, with 2 steaks, 2 sausages, and 2 glasses of milk. The two of them tacitly avoided mentioning last night's events, and quickly finished the food on their plates. In less than 3 minutes, Xu Huayin had eaten a large plate of fried rice, a sausage, a steak, and a glass of milk. Ling Qiu was just as fast. When she finished, she placed the empty milk bottle on the table. After working for an hour or two, finishing in a few minutes, Ling Qiu complained. She casually took a tissue from the table to wipe the oil from the corners of her mouth. Let's go. After finishing breakfast, Ling Qiu and Xu Huayin walked to the guild's entrance. Come out. Chapter 296. Entering the Tower of Heaven. A golden light flashed over Qingmu City, indicating that the city had completed its upgrade. Let's go, Ling Qiu said. Let's go. The two then entered Qingmu City. Once Qingmu City opened, the two of them rushed in. They were definitely among the first to enter the city. Once inside, they didn't dawdle and headed straight for the towering Tower of Heaven, which seemed to have no visible top. They moved quickly and soon arrived at the foot of the Tower of Heaven. Well then, safe travels, Xu Huayin congratulated. You too. Ling Qiu replied with a slight smile. The two arrived at the entrance of the Tower of Heaven, which was marked by a sign in front of the tower. As long as they approached the sign, they could choose to enter the Tower of Heaven. Ding! Do you wish to enter the Tower of Heaven? A system prompt sounded in Xu Huayin's ear. Immediately, a prompt box appeared in front of his eyes. Yes or no? Ling Qiu's figure instantly disappeared as she entered the Tower of Heaven. Xu Huayin, however, wasn't in a hurry. He noticed that there seemed to be some writing on the sign. The entire sign was divided into 2 columns. The left part shows the number of players who cleared each level of the Aoki City Sky Tower. Chapter 297, Snap Finger Speed Run. Ding! The challenge of the first level begins. When the 30-second countdown ended, the system's voice rang out on time. Immediately, 5 dog-headed monsters, standing and walking with a candle on their heads, appeared in front of Shu Huayin. These 5 monsters held different items. The first 2 in front had swords and shields. The one in the middle held a staff and wore a burlap robe, and the last 2 had an ice blue crossbow and a red bow, respectively. 2 in the front, 1 ranged mage, and 2 in the back. The 2 in the back were different. One was an ice crossbow rapid fire control type, while the other was a fire bow brute force output type. This was clearly a small squad. A dog-headed monster squad. Of course, in front of Shu Huayin. They had no effect at all. He didn't even need to make a move. Snap! A finger was snapped. This was done by his clone, which had appeared next to Shu Huayin at some point. With the sound of the snap, all 5 monsters exploded and died. It was effortless. Shu Huayin's expression didn't change much. This was the effect of the blood manipulation skill included in the Vampire Blood Whip. Chapter 298, Dragon Disaster and the 9th level of the Sky Tower, Eternal Life Guild. A small dragon with a pair of wings wandered around the guild's base. Upon seeing 2 members of the Eternal Life Guild, the small dragon immediately flew towards them. "Hello, let's duel." Helly's eyes lit up as he greeted the 2 and accelerated towards them. The result was that upon seeing Helly, the 2 turned and ran. However, how could 2 people running on 2 legs outrun a flying creature with wings? The 2 were quickly stopped by Helly. "My loyal subjects. King Helly allows you to challenge me," Helly said. "Sorry, Lord Helly, my house is on fire. I have to go put it out," one person immediately replied. "King Helly, my wife is about to give birth. I need to hurry back," the other person chimed in. "There's a fire. I'll go help you put it out." "I'm a top-notch at playing with fire," Helly patted his chest and confidently said. This statement instantly deflated the first person. He had just casually mentioned it. And the little fire dragon not only believed him, but also wanted to help. What was he supposed to do? Chapter 299, Clearing the 10th level, Fire Starting Trait. Shu Huayin recalled a hidden trait. When attacked by fire attribute skills, it negates the attack and increases his own fire attribute skill damage. Fortunately, Galloping Hooves was not a fire attribute skill, otherwise, he would have just been done for. That last Galloping Hooves could probably severely injure even an epic level boss. It seemed necessary to develop cavalry further. Shu Huayin analyzed the gains and losses from just now. It was his bad luck to randomly encounter such a situation that counted him on the 9th level. If it had been another monster without the fire starting trait, and without the natural formation bonus from Galloping Hooves, he definitely wouldn't have been so embarrassed and almost unable to pass. While Shu Huayin was calculating gains and losses, his clone was already joyfully slaughtering. The clone was not of the fire attribute, and now the formation of Galloping Hooves had also been broken, plus the remaining bosses were all injured. Next was the harvesting. Even that elite boss level Flame Horse couldn't withstand a single move under the clone's claws. The entire harvesting process took no more than a minute. Chapter 300, The 3 Options of the 11th Level. Shu Huayin stepped into the teleportation array. This was the teleportation array leading to the 11th level of the Sky Tower. Ding, do you wish to head to the 11th level of the Sky Tower? The system's prompt sounded in Shu Huayin's ear. Yes, Shu Huayin replied firmly. The next moment, a flash of light appeared, and Shu Huayin's figure disappeared from the 10th level of the Sky Tower. Outside the Sky Tower, the notice board showed that the number of people who cleared the 10th level of the Aoki City Sky Tower changed from 2 to 3. At that moment, many people gathered around the notice board. These people were not in a hurry to challenge the Sky Tower. Their current strength was not enough. And they couldn't even reach the 10th level. Moreover, the first time challenging the Sky Tower would grant a wish, which clearly shouldn't be wasted so hastily. Only those with sufficient strength and a plan for this wish would immediately challenge the Sky Tower. And those who met these two conditions were definitely top experts. Number of people cleared the first level, 102. This means that a total of 102 people have entered the Sky Tower so far. The number of people cleared the second level was also 102. Those who chose to enter first could not have the strength to not even defeat a few small monsters. Chapter 301, Completing the 11th Level. Xu Huayan's thoughts were undoubtedly good. Zero Chio had most likely gone to a higher level. Anyone who came would be easy for him to handle, right? But there was one thing he didn't expect. After waiting for half an hour on the 11th level, he realized this matter. No one came up from the 10th level. Where the hell is everyone? Without anyone, how could he go to the 12th level? Xu Huayan felt extremely frustrated. Everything was calculated, yet no one showed up. No, he couldn't keep waiting like this, otherwise. He didn't know how long he would have to wait. In despair, Xu Huayan had no choice but to stop waiting. In fact, his choice was correct. Even if he waited another day or two, no one would come up from the 10th level. I choose to duel with the illusion, Xu Huayan reluctantly selected. After all, options could definitely not be chosen. Fortuitous encounter. If there were a fortuitous encounter, it would directly inform you, is this a fortuitous encounter? Anyway, Xu Huayan didn't believe in such nonsense. Ding, illusion generating, please wait. Upon receiving Xu Huayan's request, an illusion slowly formed in front of him. Seeing the general outline of the illusion before him, Xu Huayan couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 302, Conditions for the 6th slot and Zero Chio's choice. P.S. Thank you for the correction. Clearing the 10th level in the state of 4 slots is required to permanently unlock the 5th slot. Chapter 296 added a scene where the protagonist, Xu Huayan, opened a slot. Accompanied by a flash of light, Xu Huayan appeared on the 12th floor of the Sky Tower. However, he did not see that familiar figure. Where is Ling Qiu? Xu Huayan was slightly stunned. He thought he would encounter Ling Qiu here, but unexpectedly, it was empty. At that moment, the system's prompt sound rang out. Ding, no matching target for the time being. You can make the following choices. Continue waiting for others to arrive at the 12th floor, or undertake an unknown adventure challenge, after which you can enter the 13th floor. Upon reaching the 12th floor, the situation was different from the 11th floor. To be precise, one option was missing. On the 11th floor, he could choose to fight the phantoms of other players, but here, even that option was gone. He could either continue waiting or take on the adventure. Should he continue to wait? What a waste of time. He waited so long on the 11th floor, and didn't see anyone, let alone on the 12th floor. So, does that mean he could only choose this adventure? Chapter 303, The Black Prison. Ding, welcome to the Black Prison. The system's prompt sound rang in Xu Huayan's ears. When Xu Huayan opened his eyes, he found himself sitting on a single bed, wearing a black and white striped outfit. There was something tied around his ankle. He instinctively looked down and discovered it was an iron ball tied to his ankle. Ding, the current number of players in the dungeon is 96. Once the number reaches 100, the dungeon will officially start, please wait a moment. Friendly reminder, all slots and extraordinary abilities are sealed in the dungeon. 100-person dungeon. Xu Huayan felt a bit tricky. He knew this adventure task would be difficult. He knocked on the iron ball on his leg and found it very hard. It seemed this wasn't a combat-type dungeon, as all slots and extraordinary abilities were sealed. Although he felt some unease, it was useless to say anything now. He would just have to accept it. After going through so much, Xu Huayan's mindset was still very strong. About 10 minutes later, the system's voice echoed again. Ding. The number of players has reached 100, the dungeon officially opens, and the rules will be announced. Chapter 304, It became simple mode. Do you understand anything? The freckled girl continued to press on. She seemed completely unaware that she was losing her composure. You should just tell him the number above his head. This is unconditionally goodwill, using a pure persona. I asked you directly, and you didn't answer, yet you looked so alert, your persona is collapsing. Usually. The man explained with kindness. The persona is contradictory. Besides you, this brother can also see the number above my head. The questions I ask you, you obviously can't lie. Otherwise, your persona will collapse too. So, you either honestly tell me what the number above my head is, or whether you lie or refuse to answer like just now. It's all a collapse of your persona. The usually easygoing youth said regretfully. He actually hoped the freckled girl would stick to her naive persona. What a pity. You guys. Seeing that she was exposed, the freckled girl stopped pretending and fled in embarrassment. However, before leaving, she made one last move. The number above your head is 3. The freckled girl said to the usually easygoing youth. Chapter 305, The Collapse of Trust. All right, no problem, if all goes well. Xu Huayin agreed. As long as he passed the 12th floor, his wish would be fulfilled, and it wouldn't matter when he failed. Failing would guarantee Ling Qiu a chance to complete a layer of the Sky Tower, which was undoubtedly a very cost-effective plan. The 14th floor, your luck is really good. The 15th floor is a hurdle that cannot be crossed at this stage. Ha ha ha, I think so too. Ling Qiu laughed in response. If there are no changes in the internal test, the 15th floor must be a combat level, and it's currently an impossible boss to beat. An hour passed. Xu Huayin and Ling Qiu found the 2 nearest prisons and entered. Ding, please enter the number you have learned. The system's prompt sound rang in Xu Huayin's ears. Without hesitation, Xu Huayin entered the number 1. Ding, the number is correct, the next round will begin in 1 minute, 59:58. Seeing that the number was correct, Xu Huayin let out a breath. His recent conversation with Ling Qiu was actually a test. He was afraid that this Ling Qiu was fake. After all, it was a bit coincidental, although it could be explained. Chapter 306, The Method to Obtain Dog's Immortality. Round 8. Remaining players, 14. Round 9. Remaining players, 14. In 2 consecutive rounds, there was no decrease in the number of players. It seemed the remaining number was fixed at 14. Guess what will go wrong next? Ling Qiu asked, unwilling to give up. That 8-person team, Xu Huayin replied. He still held the belief that when there are too many people, it's easy to cause trouble. A small group of 2 or 3 people is the limit of trust. If you keep this up, we won't be able to play. Ling Qiu rolled her eyes at Xu Huayin. Both of their guesses were the same. What was there to bet on? Why not choose something else? Xu Huayin also rolled his eyes. That won't do, Ling Qiu quickly shook her head. If you don't do it, how could I? Xu Huayin continued. The 2 casually bickered. Round 10. A change finally occurred. That 8-person team suddenly lost 3 members, becoming a 5-person team. Now there were only 11 players left in total. As long as 1 more person drops out, the dungeon will end. It seems the next round is about to conclude. Ling Qiu said lightly, feeling relieved. The 2 had already been in this dungeon for 10 hours. Chapter 307, Misleading. Ding, welcome to the Adventure Challenge Misleading Duel. Game rules, each side has a word, and in each round, both sides must objectively describe the word they know. Each side has 1 guessing opportunity. If 1 person guesses correctly, they win, if wrong, they lose. When Xu Huayin opened his eyes again, he found himself sitting at a table. Opposite him was a girl who looked gentle and demure. Her features were very soft, exuding a scholarly air, just like a recent college graduate. Hello. Seeing Shu Huai, the girl quickly greeted him. So polite. Ah, hello. Shu Huai felt a bit embarrassed and responded. Ding, the game officially begins, the vocabulary has been displayed. Please provide an objective description of your vocabulary. Subjective descriptions such as I like are not allowed. The system's prompt sounded. 2 characters appeared before Shu Huai. Seeing those 2 characters, Shu Huai felt something was off. However, at this point, he could only move forward. Chapter 308, Mistaken 0 Autumn Ding, congratulations, you answered correctly. The system's prompt echoed in Shu Huai's ears. He felt a surge of joy. The note in front of him also blew away with the wind. This is too easy to guess and too common. Every time he described, Shu Huai had a feeling that the other party was about to guess it immediately. Fortunately, the other party was a cautious person, or rather, someone very confident in their acting and inducement skills. It was obvious they wanted to lead Shu Huai in an indescribable direction. But who does Shu Huai think he is? Want to induce him? Purely wishful thinking. Ding. Congratulations on completing the adventure challenge. Reward skill card, see through. A blue card landed in Shu Huai's hand. Wasn't the reward supposed to be a mislead? Why did it change to see through? Shu Huai wondered. However, it seemed to be of little consequence. It's just a blue card. It didn't matter whether he had it or not. Of course, Shu Huai still took a look at the attributes of this card. See-through quality, blue card type, skill card effect, has a certain chance to see through illusions. Description, lies are often the other side of the truth. Chapter 309, this is not a connection. A beam of light shot out from the Tower of Heaven and landed around it. Ouch, that hurts. Shu Huai instinctively clutched his chest. But by this time, the pain in his chest was gone. His whole body felt fine. I shouldn't have agreed to her. Shu Huai regretted saying. Although dying in the Tower of Heaven carried no punishment, at the moment the blade pierced his body, he truly thought he was going to die. After exhaling a breath of foul air, Shu Huai began to observe his surroundings. The sky was already dark, and the moon hung in the sky, indicating it was deep into the night. There were hardly any people around, everyone must have gone to rest at this hour. Shu Huai waited outside the Tower of Heaven for a few minutes. When he saw a beam of light darting out from the tower, he immediately chased after it. Sure enough, the beam of light landed and transformed into a delicate girl. How did it go? Shu Huai asked. Done, I know how to proceed next. Zero Autumn's words were filled with confidence. Zero Autumn was usually a very confident person. At this moment, she appeared even more radiant, seemingly radiating confidence. She shone brightly in the darkness. Chapter 310, Ambush a New Day. Keng Chi is a dog. Shu Huai casually completed the task of saying Keng Chi is a dog. A beautiful day begins with shouting that Keng Chi is a dog. To be honest, he didn't sleep well last night. He regretted choosing the non-color buff. But regretting now was useless, he had to endure it. Pushing open the door, he entered the living room and saw Zero Autumn looking somewhat listless. How did you sleep last night? Shu Huai asked somewhat guiltily. Thanks to someone, I couldn't sleep at all, I only fell asleep around 3 or 4. Zero Autumn's tone sounded a bit weak, but she seemed to have completely calmed down. Sorry, I suddenly wanted to get close to you last night. Shu Huai apologized. Forget it, it's useless to say anything now. Until your buff wears off, don't touch me. Zero Autumn waved her hand. I only start fires. Not put them out. If you touch me again before your buff wears off, I'll punch you out. Zero Autumn raised her fist, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Shu Huai had no doubt that Zero Autumn could do such a thing. Let's not talk about that. It's almost time, let's go, we need to set off. Chapter 311, Guild War Drum, near the Southern Nest. Nearly 5, 000 people marched toward the southern nest. This is the strength of the Qingmu Self-Discipline Society. This time, it was equivalent to a full-scale deployment, with 5,000 combat-ready individuals. Among these 5,000 people, the minimum was at least 3 slot players. The number of 4 slot players reached 200. It must be said, from a comprehensive combat power perspective, the Qingmu Self-Discipline Society remained the strongest in the entire Qingmu city. Although Xu Huayin and the others established the vampire cabin dungeon, not many people wanted the purple card vampire bloodline, and without the purple card vampire bloodline, they couldn't obtain the full set of vampire cabin series cards, missing one card, vampire blood whip. Dad, our old nest. Xiaoying still felt a bit worried about the safety of their base. For this battle, Xiao Nanqian had almost mobilized all available troops, leaving the rear severely empty. The Qingmu Self-Discipline Society had established a total of 30 gathering places, the first batch of 5, the second batch of 10, and the third batch directly had 15. Now each gathering place only left one 4-slot player, and a few 3-slot players stationed, basically symbolizing more than having actual significance. Chapter 3:12. 3 major nests dispatch the southern nest. Mother, the enemy is here. A dual-blade mantis stood before a plump bug. It could be seen that the ant with a swollen abdomen now appeared extremely weak, as if it could die at any moment. However, a terrifying pressure emanated from the ant's abdomen. It was a crushing force from the level of life. Even this dual-blade mantis boss felt a tremor. The key point was that the life being nurtured hadn't even been born yet. Had the recent actions been too excessive? The weak voice of the Fire Red and Queen rang out, then she issued commands without hesitation. Block them at all costs. Then move all the stored food out, and immediately use the response bug to send a message to the other tribes, telling them to come for support, quickly. The Fire Red and Queen commanded. Yes. The double-blade mantis boss immediately responded. A command was quickly relayed down. All the monsters in the entire nest began to move, transporting all the food stored in the warehouse to the cave where the queen insect was located. Meanwhile, the double-blade mantis boss led the remaining troops out of the nest. Chapter 3:13. Ambush. In front of a canyon, 2 Minotaur monsters stood at the front of the line. These were 2 epic-level Minotaur bosses. One of the Minotaurs carried a large axe, while the other wielded 2 steel forks. Just as the 2 of them brought the troops to the canyon, the Minotaur with the double forks suddenly called for a stop. "What's wrong, third brother?" asked the Minotaur with the large axe. "The sides here are very suitable for ambushing enemies," the third Minotaur said. "Humans are definitely well prepared for this attack. If they are determined to wipe out the ants in the south, they will definitely find a way to stop our reinforcements." The third Minotaur was somewhat worried. However, the second Minotaur's attitude was completely different. "You and the eldest brother are both cowardly, just a few humans. I can chop one down with a single axe. An ambush? I can't wait for these bugs to come and die." Saying this, the second Minotaur continued to lead the troops forward. Second brother, don't be hasty." The third Minotaur tried to dissuade him, but it was basically futile. The arrogant second Minotaur would not listen to advice at all. Chapter 3:14. Kill the second bull. Third bull escapes. "The one on the left is mine." Zero Chio threw the floating cannon he was playing with in his hand, shooting at the Minotaur monster on the left that was wielding the battle axe. "Then I will choose the one on the right." Xu Huayin also rushed towards the right Minotaur boss wielding the double forks. The passive ability of the epic level boss rendered effects from purple cards and below ineffective, and halved the effects of purple cards. However, at this moment, Xu Huayin only had red and gold cards. Even the lowest purple card was not a skill type, but the pure value card Dragon's Power. Therefore, the epic level boss's passive effect was essentially non-existent for him. Zero Chio was similar, having only red and gold cards. A massive axe swung down towards Zero Chio. Zero Chio waved his hand, and a laser-long sword appeared in his grasp. Facing the incoming black axe, he countered with a slash. Then, Zero Chio quickly realized something was off. Why does this axe feel ridiculously fast? No, wait. It's not that the axe was fast, but it seemed to have some kind of magic that made Zero Chio feel that no matter where he dodged, he couldn't escape this axe. Chapter 3:15, Brute Force Axe. Don't chase, it's futile. Zero Chio stopped Shu Huayin, who wanted to continue the pursuit. Also, the situation below is not optimistic, the casualties are quite high. Zero Chio pointed to the bottom of the canyon. Although they had the terrain advantage and caught the monsters off guard, the number of monsters was very high. And their quality was also very good. They had brought only 200 people, and in just a few minutes, over 110 were injured. All right. Shu Huayin was somewhat unwilling. However, those fighting below were their core members, and losing too many would be painful as well. Watch me. Shu Huayin went to the top of the canyon. He raised one hand, and the surrounding temperature quickly became scorching hot. Shu Huayin joined the battlefield. Each time he cast a fireball, an enhanced level boss or elite level boss would be taken down. If he occasionally couldn't finish one off, he would just cast another. Below epic level, for Shu Huayin, they were all like ants. The battle lasted for over an hour before it finally came to an end. When the last monster was killed, the battle was finally over. About 40 people were injured, and 2 unfortunate souls died, but they had killed 2,000 monsters. Chapter 3:16, So Hungry. Although we won, we let one big monster escape. And I also sustained serious injuries. Let's return to the base to rest and gather information about the other battlefields, Zero Chio suggested. I have no problem with that. Shu Huayin agreed. They were unclear about the situation in the other battlefields, and taking rash actions was not a good choice. More importantly, Zero Chio was injured. So it was better to play it safe. Having made the decision, the two led the remaining members back to the base. Li Ming. Do we have any news from the other battlefields? After returning to the station, Zero Chio called Li Ming over. Li Ming and his subordinates were primarily responsible for gathering intelligence, and they had begun to take shape. The battle at the Eastern Nest ambush is still very intense. My people dare not approach for now. In the Western Nest ambush, there hasn't even been a fight. That group of dark harpies hasn't sent out a large force. Only a small squad, and it seems that even this squad sensed the ambush and didn't engage. The reinforcements from the Eastern Nest have clashed with the Justice Alliance, which is not surprising at all. What is strange is that the Western Nest actually did not send out reinforcements. Chapter 3:17, Investigate the Nest. Go. Although shocked internally, Xiao Nantian knew there was no other choice now. Either kill this boss or die. However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. A scorpion tail pierced through his body. He didn't even see the opponent's movement. In the next moment, Xiao Nantian's body turned into a palm-sized rag doll. The pierced object became that rag doll. The real Xiao Nantian had no idea where he had gone. Space fluctuation. It seemed to have teleported quite far away. Impossible to catch up to. The little girl with the white-haired scorpion tail felt somewhat disappointed. The others who entered the nest lost all fighting spirit upon witnessing this scene. The strongest Xiao Nantian was actually killed in a single encounter. A monster of this level was simply beyond their capability to contend with. Run! They all rushed towards the cave entrance in a panic. However, it was all in vain. Before long, all the invaders were taken care of by the white-haired little loli, with only a small portion escaping. Mainly, there were just too many people. Not to mention hundreds, even trying to catch a few hundred pigs would be impossible. Chapter 3:18, King of the Moths. King of the Books. Plop. A sound of someone falling into the water echoed, splashing up a spray of water. Hey! It seems like a person suddenly appeared in mid-air and then fell down, said a player fishing on the shore. Why did such a big person suddenly appear? As the words fell, the person who fell into the water emerged from it. It was a middle-aged man, covered in battle wounds. I thought he was dead. The middle-aged man pressed his chest, which was intact. Looking up, Xiao Nantian saw a man and a woman fishing on the shore. Ding! Welcome to the Sakura server. Loading translator. Ding! Translator loaded. A system prompt sounded in Xiao Nantian's ear. What is going on? Where am I? Xiao Nantian walked out of the water step by step. Arriving on the shore, saying in disbelief. Did I just get randomly sent to an overseas server? And it's not just any overseas server, but this place. Xiao Nantian knew very well that if nothing unexpected happened, he wouldn't be able to return for a long time. Chapter 319. Something seems off. Xu Huayin immediately ran towards the cave exit. However, the King of Moths was so fast that it was almost invisible. It seemed to teleport directly in front of Xu Huayin, blocking his escape route. At this moment, although he was in a state of invisibility, it was as if it didn't exist in the eyes of the King of Moths. A tail shot towards his stomach at high speed. Phantom step. In a moment of crisis, the assassin's skill played a crucial role. Xu Huayin's body instantly became ethereal, allowing the tail to miss. Immediately after, Xu Huayin grasped the wooden handle of the brute force axe. Brute force! Xu Huayin shouted. The black giant axe swung down towards the top of the white-haired lowly's head. This was a boss that could take his life at any moment, and Xu Huayin held nothing back. The giant axe came down. The tail that had just missed came back, blocking the axe blade. Ding! With a crisp sound, the scorpion tail blocked the black axe. But the next moment, the expression of the white-haired little lowly changed. Her scorpion tail was actually cut through by this force. The giant axe fell directly onto her forehead. Chapter 320, Misfortune and Fortune. PS. Strengthening the epic level boss doesn't sound good, so it's renamed as sub-legendary level boss. It's 11:30 p.m. Xu Huayin got up from bed. A card appeared in his hand. Misfortune Kingdom Dungeon card quality, blue effect. Allows entry into the Misfortune Kingdom Dungeon upon use. Description: Misfortune is a blessing restriction. Player Mingjing Jishui, although this was just a blue quality dungeon card. It was produced by a black-hearted merchant. There is a consensus among players, black merchant products guarantee quality. Ready to set off. With half an hour left, Xu Huayin went to the bathroom to take a shower. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound echoed. Without guessing, Xu Huayin knew who was knocking at this time. There was no one else in the house except for Ling Qiu. What is the matter? I'm showering. Xu Huayin wiped his body with a dry towel. It's nothing, just woke up. Hurry up and wash. I want to finish showering before 12 o'clock, and until you come out of the dungeon. I'll stay outside in an open place. I don't believe I can still get struck by lightning. Chapter 321, the Destiny Well. I just got a card for free. Xu Huayin reached out and grabbed the blue card. Gyarados quality, blue card type, creature card effect. Allows you to summon a Gyarados upon use. Description: a very low chance of evolving from the King of Salty Fish acquisition method. King of Salty Fish evolution, limited player, Mingjing Jishui, but dual mode effect, monster card. 8 stars, dragon type, water attribute, attack power 2500, defense power 1800 effect, once per turn, when a dragon type monster you control is special summoned. This card in your hand or graveyard can be special summoned. Hey, not bad, this makes summoning Charizard Z easier. Xu Huayin stroked the card in his hand and said, the summoning condition for Charizard Z is 2 8-star monsters. As long as he special summons Charizard. This card can be special summoned from his hand or graveyard, then the 2 8-star monsters can be summoned. Not bad, not bad. Is this the feeling of being the child of fortune? Xu Huayin quickly realized what was going on. In this dungeon, the more unlucky you are, the luckier you become. Chapter 322, Sword in the Stone. The full screen had a total of 9 patterns. All 9 patterns were the same. What does this mean? The slot machine's reward line has a total of 8 types, 3 rows, 3 columns, and 2 diagonals. A full screen of the same pattern means 8 times the reward. Moreover, all 8 patterns were card patterns. 8 cards. Xu Huayin speculated. Actually, there's no need to guess, the system prompt will tell you. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Lucky Clover X8. 8 purple cards appeared in front of Xu Huayin. And the usage count of the slot machine was reset to 0. Lucky Clover quality, purple card type, one-time consumption card effect, upon use. Increases luck by 10 for 10 minutes. And permanently adds 1 luck, maximum of 3 points can be obtained this way. Description: 4-leaf clovers represent luck. Looking at the 8 cards in his hand, Xu Huayin fell into deep thought. This type of card has 2 uses. Either within 10 minutes, increase luck by 10. You can either have permanent luck of 1. And you can only use this method to increase your luck by 3 points at most. Then let's do it this way. After a little thought, Xu Huayin made his choice. Chapter 323, Unknown Characters, and a life gem. He put away that sword in the stone. Xu Huayin finally arrived next to the bad luck statue. He carefully examined the bad luck statue. Once he got here, he just needed to receive the blessing, and this dungeon would be considered over. However, this dungeon could be stayed in for a maximum of 6 hours. Only half of that time had passed. There were still 3 hours left. He couldn't waste them. Xu Huayin decided to use up all 6 hours before going out. As for Ling Qiu, Xu Huayin hesitated for a moment. He had the luck of a child of fortune now, while the Ling Qiu outside was experiencing bad luck. His luck could be considered like that of a child of fortune because of the reversal in this dungeon. However, the Ling Qiu outside did not have such a reversal. Should he go out now? Xu Huayin thought. But he felt a bit reluctant. How about this? After going out, he could share some good fortune with Ling Qiu. Xu Huayin took out 3 identical lucky grass cards. These 3 cards could permanently increase luck by 3 points. This was his biggest gain in this dungeon. Having made his decision, Xu Huayin continued to explore the island. Chapter 324, Do you know how I spent these few hours? Do you know how I spent these few hours? Ling Qiu said angrily. She didn't even dare to stand up. She could trip over flat ground. So she simply lay on the ground. This was ridiculous. She actually agreed to Xu Huayin's request to endure these few hours so easily. What a big loss. Cough. Let's not talk about that. Let's start the dead fish task, Xu Huayin said, somewhat sheepishly changing the topic. In just a few minutes, Xu Huayin experienced the effects of the bad luck aura. It was a bit outrageous. Normally, he shouldn't easily overlook anything at his feet. Especially something that could easily cause him to slip. But the reality was that he ignored it and ended up tripping. Don't change the subject. Tell me how you're going to compensate me. Ling Qiu saw through Xu Huayin's attempt to shift the topic. Here, take these cards. This is my gain in the dungeon. Xu Huayin pulled out 3 lucky grass cards, thought for a moment, and then added another one. After experiencing it himself, he realized how terrifying the bad luck aura was. He had received a total of 8 of these. He would share half with her. Chapter 325, I took my apprentice to sign up. The bad luck on him finally disappeared. Facing the wind blowing across the lake, Ling Qiu exhaled a breath of foul air, as if she had been reborn. Yes. She had managed to shake off the bad luck. Next to Ling Qiu was Xu Huayin, who echoed her words. Although he had given Ling Qiu 4 lucky grass cards, After thinking about how she had been tormented for nearly 6 hours, Shu Huayin still felt a bit guilty. What are you talking about? You only had the bad luck aura for a few minutes. Ling Qiu got angry as soon as she heard Shu Huayin's voice. Brother Ming, Sister Qiu. Where is this place? Is it the Qingpu fishing ground? Shi Yuru's voice came from behind. She asked in confusion. Just then, the system's prompt sounded in the ears of the three. Ding, welcome to the Qingpu fishing ground. Task introduction. The Qingpu fishing ground has been invaded by foreign anchor fishermen. Both sides agreed to compete in fishing for anchor fish, and the winner will gain this fishing ground. 9 dragon-shaped carp have been stocked in this fishing ground. Within 12 hours, the one who catches more dragon-shaped carp wins. If the number of caught fish reaches 5, they win directly. Chapter 326. You haven't even prepared bait. It's fine. Elder He, this is our apprentice, please give him a spot to participate. The sharp gazes from behind made Zhao Wenbing change his words. He knew that eating alone would get him beaten. Yes, this is our apprentice, Lin Yuan walked up and echoed. These two shameless people had already made the matter a done deal. Even if Shen Yang was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Oh? Chairman Zhao's recommendation seems to indicate he has some strength. However, this competition with those anchor fishermen is no small matter. There are only 5 dragon bone fishing rods. Only these rods can catch dragon-shaped carp weighing at least 500 pounds. Only those with enough strength are qualified to wield a dragon bone fishing rod. Elder He glanced at Shu Huayin with a hint of distrust. Elder He, do you know that the 3-star dragon pearl fish from the Qingpu fishing ground was caught? Zhao Wenbing said proudly. Oh, that 3-star dragon pearl fish. I heard it was caught by a newbie. Are you saying it was this guy? Elder He finally showed some caution in his gaze. Chapter 327. Dragon bone fishing rod. Brother Ming, what should we do next? Shi Yuru glanced at the card in her hand, and then handed it to Shu Huayin. Of course, we need to get the fishing rod. Shu Huayin glanced at the weight of the fish. Over 95 kilograms. Sure enough, it was about what he estimated. About 200 pounds. Wait for my good news. Shu Huayin took the fish he had just caught, and returned to the gathering place of the fishermen. The hundreds of fishermen seemed to be engaged in some kind of competition, each focused and completely unconcerned about Shu Huayin passing by. It was like this before I saw the nearly 200-pound yellowfin fish Shu Huayin was holding. What the hell, does this fish weigh nearly 100 pounds? Dude. Where did you catch it? A fisherman handed Shu Huayin a few bait cards. Those were 3 blue-quality bait cards. Cough, secrets shouldn't be revealed. Shu Huayin single-handedly carried the fish, took a big detour, and almost walked past all the fishermen in the association before arriving in front of Elder He. Wow, so fast. Even Elder He was shocked by Shu Huayin's speed. Chapter 328. Just take a picture of me with the fish. Gather around. Elder He's order to assemble finally allowed Shu Huayin to temporarily escape the torment. It was too torturous. Sitting here for so long, there hasn't been a single movement. On the contrary, next door, the clueless Shi Yuru managed to catch a fish in no time, and then another one, none of them small. At least a few pounds each. Wow, fishing is so fun. Shi Yuru exclaimed. I'm off to complete my task, you all continue, Shu Huayin said. Then left in a hurry. Hearing this, Ling Qiu also followed Shu Huayin, saying, I'm going to watch. With that, he reeled in his line and left. This is due to uncontrollable circumstances, it's not just the Air Force. Shi Yuru's voice rang out behind them. No need, you keep fishing. The fish you catch can be exchanged for resources at the Fishing Association. Shu Huayin and Ling Qiu quickened their pace. The two arrived at the gathering point. And Shu Huayin immediately spotted 4 others, each holding a dragon bone fishing rod. The first was naturally Emperor He. He would definitely participate. The second was also a familiar face to Xu Huayin, Zhao Wenbing, the president of the Qingmu City Fishing Association. Chapter 329, 2-2, Start. Xu Huayin once again felt the terrifying power of Zhao Wenbing. The fishing rod he couldn't move was pulled effortlessly by Zhao Wenbing. A massive creature was directly yanked out of the water. It was a golden carp with a body length exceeding 3 meters, almost resembling a dragon. The golden scales shimmered brilliantly under the sun. But at that moment, a fishhook rapidly flew towards the dragon-shaped carp in midair. Are they trying to steal the fish? However, Emperor, he seemed to have anticipated the behavior of these people. He also cast out his rod, entangling that fishhook. Then, with a strong pull, the person who cast the fishhook was immediately yanked into the water by a force. Thank you, Elder He. Zhao Wenbing expressed his gratitude with a bow. No need for thanks, that same group used this method to steal from the Xian fishing ground before, Emperor, he warned. Casting a glance at the few people on the opposite side. This is the last time, next time, it won't just be being dragged into the water. Emperor, he said sternly. HMPH, the storm was temporarily quelled. Xu Huayin also helped Zhao Wenbing take a picture with the dragon-shaped carp, as previously agreed. Chapter 330, Taking you into the dungeon was the best decision I made. The fishing rod wasn't touched. The fish had nothing to do with him. This was what made Zhao Wenbing the most indignant. Couldn't he, those two little brats, slow down a bit? Just as Xu Huayin was about to check the fish, a person blocked his way. It was a tall middle-aged man. Emperor He. He had somehow appeared next to Xu Huayin, holding a landing net. It seemed he was ready to rescue him. Emperor, he cast a stern glance at Xu Huayin. A golden card appeared in his hand. It was another rebirth of severed limbs. Do you want to exchange? Emperor, he asked. The previous 600-pound fish exchanged for a rebirth of severed limbs. This fish must be worth more, right? Xu Huayin asked tentatively. After all, although this fish was valuable, only members of the fishing association considered it so. Indeed. How about this? I can grant you permanent usage rights for the dragon bone fishing rod. Emperor, he said after some thought. Permanent usage rights. Xu Huayin was slightly taken aback. Yes, permanent usage rights. As long as you're alive, you have the rights to use it. Once you die, our fishing association will reclaim the rod. Chapter 331, Dragon Scale Armor, Purple Card. Is it a waste? Shall we go to the fishing association now to claim our rewards? Shi Yuru suddenly asked. Sure, let us go together, Xu Huayin replied. Together. Ling Qiu took a few steps and noticed everything had returned to normal. Even the rain outside had stopped, and it was now clear skies. Anyway, this matter is resolved. Let us hurry to the Qingmu City Fishing Association to claim our rewards. We still need to attack the northern nest tonight, Ling Qiu said, walking into the courtyard. She waved her hand, and the Qingzhuan bird appeared before her. Yuru. I'll take you with me. Ling Qiu beckoned to Shi Yuru. As for that certain someone, ride your own flying mount. Okay, Shi Yuru replied. Then sat behind Ling Qiu, wrapping her arms around Ling Qiu's waist. It must be said, the sight of the two girls sitting together had a unique beauty. Xu Huayin also switched his card slot and summoned a fire phoenix, then the three flew towards Qingmu City. Sitting on the back of the fire phoenix, Xu Huayin began to organize his card slots. First card slot, Tigers Yin and Yang stacked with the Dragon's Explosion. Chapter 332, Dragon Language Codex, Xian Fishing Ground card. And a Dragon's Wave, PS. The gold card, Dragon Language Codex, can stack 5 dragon language spells, modified, thanks for the reminder. And here is this. Shi Yuru handed a dragon-shaped carp to Zhao Wenbing. I am going to exchange items now. The previous dungeon ended so abruptly that Shi Yuru didn't even have time to exchange her items. Now she finally had the chance to do so. Xu Huayin glanced at the conversation between Shi Yuru and Zhao Wenbing, then focused entirely on the golden card in his hand, Dragon Language Codex. Dragon Language Codex Quality, Gold Card Type, Equipment Card Effect. This card can stack up to 5 Dragon Language spells, intermediate quick casting, spell pre-reading time 20, description. Exclusive weapon for Dragon-type professions, restrictions. This card must be stacked on Dragon Speaker Profession card or Dragonborn Arbiter Profession card. Acquisition method, Dragon Valley. Black-Hearted Merchant Series, Dragon Valley Series. Got it. Xu Huayin summoned his panel and placed this card on the Dragon Speaker Profession card. Chapter 333, Expensive, Shengyuan Suoyu, thank you. Xu Huayin expressed his gratitude, his words carrying a hint of nostalgia. Back then, he and Ling Qiu almost came to blows over a blue card. Now, a purple card is given away just like that. Only cards of gold level are worth considering carefully. I'll head back to the guild first. You should come back early too. We are setting off to flatten the northern nest at 6 p.m. After giving Xu Huayin some instructions, Ling Qiu summoned the Qingzhuan bird and rode off. In the blink of an eye, only Xu Huayin was left alone. Xu Huayin made his way to the Qingshu Square. After the battle, it was full of life. There were a total of 4 nests. Except for the Dark Harpy nest, which was overly cautious and didn't send any support. The other 2 nests that did send help suffered heavy losses. The worst was the southern nest, which was left with only a solitary boss. It could be said that they had won a great victory. However, the Qingshu Self-Discipline Association was a bit unfortunate. The president, Xiao Nanqian, went missing and is currently unaccounted for. Fortunately, Xiao Ying is still okay and can hold on for now. Of course, taking over completely without any obstacles is impossible. Although Xiao Ying has the status of a legitimate successor, it doesn't mean no one will be dissatisfied. Chapter 334, Bone-Corroding Dragon Roar, and the Tomb of the Dragon Speaker. Xu Huayin's plan to collect Shengyuan Suoyu from the Time grocery store fell through. The price was really outrageous, 3.2 million pesos. Moreover, it was clearly not available for installment purchases, or buying a few at a time. Xu Huayin seriously suspected that if he didn't buy it all at once, the unscrupulous seller might raise the price. Even the 32 fragments displayed might not be all that the store has, they could just be bait. In any case, as long as there aren't 49 pieces. Even missing one is useless. Xu Huayin felt a headache and temporarily had no solution to this problem. There's one more thing I need you to do. Xu Huayin sighed and temporarily put the collection of Shengyuan Suoyu out of his mind, only regretting his insufficient funds. What is it? Shi Yuru immediately asked. Come with me. I'll explain as we walk. Xu Huayin took Shi Yuru to the auction house, and after entering the Dragon-type skill card, he quickly found what he wanted. Although the trading house charges a handling fee, since purple cards are still considered high-end items now and there isn't much competition, the inflated prices can completely offset the handling fees. A total of 3 Dragon-type skills were searched out by Xu Huayin, but only one was considered Dragon Language Magic. Chapter 335, Expedition to the Northern Nest. I'm back. Xu Huayin summoned Fire Phoenix. He also visited the Qingshu Pavilion, where although there were many high-grade trades, the variety was much less compared to the trading house. Dragon Language Magic, being a niche category with many restrictions, could hardly be found here. In contrast, that bone-corroding dragon roar seemed to pop up suddenly, standing out dramatically. Come up. Xu Huayin waved to Shi Yuru. Huh? Oh? Shi Yuru was momentarily stunned. Then came to sit behind Xu Huayin, her hands resting on his shoulders. Hold on tight, we are going home. Okay. Shi Yuru let out a soft hum from behind. Xu Huayin took Shi Yuru back to the base. Upon returning to their residence, Xu Huayin casually grabbed something to eat, and then headed to the guild. Ling Qiu was already preparing to set off. I thought you weren't coming, Ling Qiu said exaggeratedly upon seeing Xu Huayin arrive. How could I not come? Without me, you wouldn't be able to handle two epic bosses. Xu Huayin replied casually. This was just part of their usual banter. Chapter 336, Killing Nyo-san. Here they come. Ling Qiu alerted as two armored minotaurs charged towards them. This time, one of the minotaurs was holding a fork. It was Nyo-san, the one that escaped last time. The other was wielding a massive bone club, not sure whose bones it was made from. However, just from its appearance, one could tell that this bone club weighed over a ton. If it hit, it would turn anyone into mush in an instant. Clearly, this was a strength-type boss. Which one do you want? Ling Qiu asked. I want that new one. It's a good chance to test out a new skill. Although it's just a purple card and the effect is halved, it still consumes 50 stamina points, and is a dragon-type skill. Xu Huayin pointed to the Minotaur boss holding the large bone club. All right, then I'll reluctantly take down the last one, Ling Qiu said, having no strong preference for the one that was left with only a weapon. With two epic bosses appearing, Xu Huayin and Ling Qiu immediately split up to face them, moving the battlefield forward. The aftermath of their battle with the epic bosses might injure members of their own guild. Chapter 337, Powerful Bull Demon Soul, and a Bull Demon Tribe, Bone-Corroding Dragon Roar. As the Minotaur boss fell into a defensive position, Xu Huayin flicked his fishing rod. He opened his mouth and let out a roar. In an instant, a wave of vibrating energy spread out from Xu Huayin. This was not an attack-type skill. Its main effects were to reduce speed and decrease defense. This skill also required the consumption of 50 stamina points. Just using the two skills, Dragon's Wave and Bone-Corroding Dragon Roar, consumed half of Xu Huayin's stamina. The consumption of dragon-type skills was terrifying. Of course, it was mainly because Xu Huayin currently had no dragon power. Dragon power is a special energy bar similar to divine power. Dragon language magic requires dragon power. Without it, one has to consume 10 times the stamina or mental strength as a substitute. Roar. Xu Huayin let out a sound that was not human-like. The penetrating energy struck the Minotaur boss. The Minotaur boss's speed instantly slowed down. This change was visible to the naked eye. Crack! Xu Huayin swung the fishing rod again. He felt that compared to a spear, it was perhaps more like a whip, though not as flexible as a whip. Chapter 338, Branch President Shiuru. The Small World Dungeon is a dungeon type that has never been seen before. For caution's sake, Xu Huayin decided to accompany Ling Qiu to tackle her Cybergate dungeon first, to see what this so-called mini-world dungeon was about, what the content was like, and how difficult it was, before opening this dungeon. The two Tauren bosses had been defeated. The remaining resistance was merely a futile struggle. In other words, after the two epic Tauren bosses were killed, the Tauren minions began to scatter. With the leaders gone, when else would they run if not now? Once the nest was completely eradicated, Xu Huayin and Ling Qiu arrived near a spatial rift. Ding, this area is not yet open. A force pushed the two of them away. This was the entrance to the dungeon. However, the dungeon area would only open after all 4 nests were conquered. This location is quite good, let's establish a branch here, Xu Huayin proposed. Until now, no branch had been established due to various reasons, including loyalty issues, capability issues, manpower issues, and so on. One of the reasons was the choice of location. Chapter 339, Iron Mountain Trial 3, A New Day. A sun rose, illuminating the entire world. Xu Huayin climbed out of bed, yawning and rubbing his eyes as he walked out of the room. He smelled a delicious aroma. Her cooking skills are getting better. Xu Huayin entered the kitchen, where the air was filled with the scent of scallions and eggs. Although it was just simple fried rice, the difference between well-cooked and poorly cooked was significant. He felt that Ling Qiu's fried rice skills had improved a lot. Just from the smell, he could tell. In the past, Ling Qiu's fried rice had a faint burnt smell, but this time it only had a fragrant aroma. Go away, it'll be ready soon. Don't disturb me while I'm cooking, Ling Qiu urged. However, with one hand holding the pot handle and the other holding the spatula. She had no third hand to manage Xu Huayin, who was hugging her waist. Xu Huayin hugged Ling Qiu's waist from behind and affectionately rubbed his cheek against hers. Although she pretended to be annoyed, Ling Qiu did not refuse Xu Huayin's affection. You came just in time. I was about to finish cooking. Ling Qiu turned off the stove and served the fried rice onto a plate. She had been awakened by the aroma. Chapter 340 Let's battle, chicken brother. 30 points in constitution, and 30 points in strength, which means 3 times the attributes. Xu Huayin glanced at the figure in suspenders with a middle part and muttered. His current attributes were only 10 points in constitution and 10 points in strength, which were directly locked by this trial space. That is the basic quality of an ordinary person. Until now, he had been crushing opponents with basic attributes, but this time he would be facing a numerical monster. Xu Huayin thought to himself that this was not good. The crushing of numbers was actually the most despairing. If you hit the opponent for a long time without causing damage, but they can knock you down with a single touch, there's almost no way to play. Let's give it a try. Xu Huayin took a deep breath. He walked slowly towards the shadow. When Xu Huayin approached the shadow about 3 meters away, the shadow began to move. Although the size was not large, it charged towards Xu Huayin like a tank. The attributes of this thing were 3 times his own. So Xu Huayin dared not take it head-on. His choice was to dodge. Only, Xu Huayin seemed to have forgotten that his current body was just an ordinary person's body. Chapter 341 Despair is growing in a pure white space. A young man looked quite flustered as he dodged the attacks of the training dummy. The difference in quality between the two sides was too great. Xu Huayin dared not engage with the training dummy at all. Just one punch. If it hit, he would be finished. Even if it missed, a casual graze would still leave him heavily injured. Xu Huayin jumped around like a flea, constantly dodging. Slap! In a moment of carelessness, Xu Huayin was smashed by a punch. Ding! Trial failed, please retry. The system's prompt sounded in Xu Huayin's ear. He had failed once again. Huh! Xu Huayin exhaled. He lay on the ground, his injuries recovering at a rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, most of his injuries had healed, and he was almost fine. But Xu Huayin lay on the ground, unwilling to get up. He felt exhausted. He couldn't remember how many times he had been smashed. 15 times? Or 20 times? Well, it didn't matter. After lying on the ground for quite a while, Xu Huayin finally stood up again. He somewhat regretted choosing to start this trial now. This trial required sufficient practical experience, adaptability, and enough perception to pass. Chapter 342 Auction, Guild Token. Unexpectedly, Xu Huayin finally found a way to break the deadlock. It was a very mysterious state. Upon seeing the movements of the training dummy, Xu Huayin had a premonition that this time he would definitely succeed. Then, with a thud, Xu Huayin charged forward, colliding with the training dummy and causing it to stagger. Then, facing the training dummy's attack, he smoothly dodged and followed up with an Iron Mountain crash. After 2 Iron Mountain crashes, the training dummy was heavily injured. Xu Huayin anticipated the training dummy's third attack. Recognizing the motion of its raised hand, again, he executed a perfect dodge, then delivered an Iron Mountain crash. Finally, Xu Huayin added a punch, knocking the training dummy down. He felt that the entire process was incredibly smooth. It was a very fluid experience. It was a state of complete focus, entirely devoid of distractions. Is that it? I defeated it. Looking at the fallen training dummy, Xu Huayin said with disbelief. He had come out of that special state. The training dummy, which he had fought for over 20 hours and tried all sorts of methods to defeat, was taken down so easily. Chapter 343 Curious Ling Dong with 400,000 pesos. Xu Huayin found Ling Dong again. Brother-in-law, Ling Dong called obediently. In front of Xu Huayin, Ling Dong appeared very compliant, with a hint of fear in her gaze. Xu Huayin was also unclear about why Ling Dong was so afraid of him. It seemed like it had been this way since their first meeting. Do I look particularly scary? It shouldn't be the case, right? What do you want, brother-in-law? Ling Dong asked. It's nothing much, I need to go to Qingmu City. And you're coming with me, Xu Huayin replied. The auction is different from buying directly at the trading hall. This definitely counts as a violation of the financial regulations. So, Xu Huayin needed to bring a helper with him. Ma Zhendong was no longer in the guild. He had taken the fog lamp to explore the city of thick earth to the west of Qingmu City. So, he could only find Ling Dong. Here, take this. Xu Huayin handed 400,000 pesos to Ling Dong. So much money. Ling Dong's eyes turned into little stars when she saw the card Xu Huayin handed her. It directly transformed into cash. The cards Xu Huayin gave her totaled 40, each worth 10,000 pesos. Chapter 344, Golden Card, Dragon Rider Lance, added to auction. What are you thinking all day long, with such messy thoughts in your head? Xu Huayin complained. Ah? Brother-in-law. Looking at your expression, you're not still a virgin, are you? Ling Dong said exaggeratedly, as if she had seen something incredible. Upon hearing this, Xu Huayin's face instantly darkened, turning the color of a pot bottom. Kids shouldn't worry about so much. Be careful, or I'll tell your sister and let her teach you a lesson, Xu Huayin warned. Ah? No. My sister will beat me to death. Upon hearing this, Ling Dong immediately showed a fearful expression and became obedient. Ling Dong's fear of Ling Qiu seemed to stem from deep within her bloodline. However, soon, Ling Dong became mischievous again. Brother-in-law, you are lucky, my sister has a fantastic figure, her skin is tender and fair, it can practically be wrung out for water. And the feel is amazing, though her chest is a bit small, only AC cup, Ling Dong chattered. Do I need you to tell me this? Xu Huayin thought. Who wants to discuss these things with you? Xu Huayin now realized that Ling Qiu's sister had quite a lively personality. I heard there's a handsome guy chasing you recently. Is that true? Chapter 345, Thick Earth City, Wolf Fang Gang. In a foggy area, a young man emerged. Finally arrived. The young man looked at the unfamiliar environment before him, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. According to the information provided by that guy Xu Huayin, this should be Thick Earth City. The young man put away the fog lamp. That's right, this young man is Ma Zhendong. He had personally explored the information about the northern city of Huyen and the southern city of Kaitong. However, the situation in the cities on the east and west sides was still a mystery. Ma Zhendong's purpose for coming this time was to illuminate the map of the city to the west. Just as Ma Zhendong was about to act, he suddenly heard some sounds not far ahead. Let's take a look. Ma Zhendong pointed his toes and approached the source of the sound. Before long, he saw 3 distinct groups of people gathering together. What's going on? Ma Zhendong quietly approached the 3 groups. He didn't dare to get too close. As he would be discovered, he didn't have the ability to become invisible. So he could only watch from a distance, under Ma Zhendong's gaze. Chapter 346, Entering the Auction. Brother Ming. As soon as Xu Huayin arrived outside the auction, he immediately saw a familiar face. To be precise, 2 familiar faces, Feng Xiao and Feng Ling. Both of them were from Starlight Heavy Industries, or rather, it should be called Starlight Guild now. Hello. Xu Huayin walked over to the 2. The relationship between the Eternal Life Guild and the Starlight Guild was still quite good. Just in time. I have something to discuss with you, isn't this a coincidence? Xu Huayin said. What do you need us for? Just give the orders. Feng Xiao responded elegantly. There's a project I want you to work on, Xu Huayin said, referring to the establishment project of the branch guild. Starlight Heavy Industries had excellent construction capabilities. The outposts and gathering places built by Starlight Heavy Industries were very solid and durable. I see, no problem. Hearing this, Feng Xiao and Feng Ling's eyes lit up. And they assured him. The construction team is a significant source of income for Starlight Guild. Various construction projects for gathering places, fortresses, etc. As long as it's related to construction, Starlight Heavy Industries can definitely satisfy you. Xu Huayin and the two from Starlight Guild initially set a tone for the collaboration. Chapter 347, Is there a difference between yours and the Guild's? Ding, the auction officially begins. A system prompt sounded throughout the auction hall. On the big screen of the auction, a card appeared in everyone's sight. The first item is a golden card. This seems to be the golden card that was mentioned in the system notification earlier. Starting with a heavyweight item. The first item is a good one. This is a common tactic to stir up the atmosphere. Amidst the discussions, Xu Huayin almost immediately checked the effect of the card as soon as it appeared. Dragon Rider Lance Quality, Gold Card Type, Weapon Card Effect, Strength 50, Constitution 50, Spirit 50. Dragon Rider Charge. Initiate a charge while mounted. Gains the effect of being invulnerable during the charge. If it hits the target, it can deal up to 5 times damage. Damage dealt is related to the charge distance. It can be used in Dragon Rider state, Dragon Rider kill, when attacking with the Dragon Rider Lance. There is a certain probability of causing a knockback effect. Specific probability depends on the user's strength and the target's constitution. Description: the supreme weapon of the Dragon Rider. Restrictions: Dragon Rider profession, Dragon Speaker profession. And strength attribute must be at least 200 points. Constitution attribute must be at least 200 points. Chapter 348, Life and Death Demon Spirit Necklace, and the Wealthy Business Alliance. The auction continued. The second item for auction is 3 purple cards. High-level healing potion, starting price, 20,000 pesos, minimum bid increment of 1,000. Brother-in-law, should we bid on this? Ling Dong asked. Let us see how competitive it is. If it goes over 50,000 pesos, then don't buy it. Xu Huayin thought for a moment and replied. So expensive. That last Dragon Rider Lance gold card was only 100,000 pesos. Ling Dong said in surprise, what's so strange about this? It's the difference in versatility. And value does not equal price. Xu Huayin replied, the value of that Dragon Knight Lance is estimated to be over 1 million pesos. However, Dragon Knight Lance appeared too early and has too many restrictions, making it unusable for anyone, which is why he got such a big bargain. If we wait a few more months to release this card, it definitely won't be bought for just 100,000 pesos. On the other hand, these 3 advanced healing potions are highly versatile. Moreover, there are currently no stable production points for advanced healing potions in Qingmu City. The pharmacy only buys intermediate healing potions at most, and to obtain them, one can only rely on luck. Chapter 349, The Justice That Makes One Want to Fly into the Fire. Ding, this auction for the Guild Order will adopt a silent auction mode. And everyone can make one bid. Gold card, elf archer career card, or elf-related career cards can have priority. Silent auction. Finally, the most important, Guild Order. The auctioneer chose a silent auction. As expected, they chose a silent auction, Xu Huayin said, not surprised at all. Although silent auctions seem not to require competition. It's actually a clever auction method. It just looks like there's no competition. As the system's voice fell, a system box appeared in front of Xu Huayin. Why do I feel like the card the auctioneer wants sounds so familiar? Shu Huayin began to recall in his mind. Brother-in-law, how much should I bid? Ling Dong asked. No need to bid, we won't participate in this auction. Shu Huayin waved his hand. He had remembered why this card felt somewhat familiar. Chu Mu. Sunny Field. He previously wanted Chu Mu's Sunny Field. However, the condition Chu Mu offered was that Shu Huayin needed to exchange it for a Elf Archer career card. Where would Shu Huayin get a Elf Archer career card? Chapter 350. Attack on the Dark Harpy Nest. Under the boundless night, a fire phoenix flew in the sky. Brother-in-law. That guy named Li Feng, I feel like he has some issues with his brain. It's completely a thankless task, Ling Dong complained. Could there be a trick in this? Just then, Shu Huayin agreed with Li Feng that tomorrow night, the two guilds would act together. All dropped gold cards would belong to Shu Huayin, while cards of other qualities would be split. This is not a brain issue, Shu Huayin replied. This is a grand trend destined for tragedy. Shu Huayin sighed. It's too idealistic. But human nature is complex. And then there's the most ruthless thing, time. No initial intention can withstand the wear of time. Just watch. It's not bad to witness all this. Shu Huayin took Ling Dong back to the base. After registering the Dragon Knight Lance and a Death Spirit necklace in the guild. The Dragon Knight Lance was taken by Shu Huayin. The Dragon Knight Lance belongs to all members of the Eternal Life Guild. After resting for a night, the next day arrived. At 8 a.m., Shu Huayin announced there would be an operation. Now there weren't many people available under him, so he could only let Ling Dong take charge. Chapter 351. The Harpies Offering. In the dark underground nest, a young man was cautiously exploring. At first, Shu Huayin was very cautious, but after searching for a few minutes without finding a single monster, his courage grew. What's going on? Where did they all go? Shu Huayin searched the nest. Finally, deep in the nest, he found something that looked like a crack. Unknown space crack. What is this? Shu Huayin glanced at the spatial crack. His intuition told him that all the monsters had disappeared, and it was related to this crack. Ding! This crack's teleportation location is unknown. Sacrificing 30 harpy stones can open it once, with a maximum of 5 people entering. If the dungeon is not cleared within 4 hours and 36 minutes, this node will transform into a stable node. Shu Huayin stroked his chin. There are still over 4 hours before it transforms into a stable node. What does that mean? After searching the surroundings again without any findings, Shu Huayin retreated from the nest. He informed Li Feng of the situation. The countdown of 4 hours made Shu Huayin feel uneasy. 30 harpy stones. A countdown. Chapter 352. The Avatar's Contribution. Feather Sweep. There's a situation over there. Shu Huayin discovered a statue located nearly in the center of this space. This was the only thing in this area that had color besides the yellow earth. Let's go check it out. The two quickly approached the statue. Moments later, they reached the statue's side. However, just as they got close, 3 dark figures moved beneath the statue. They charged straight towards Shu Huayin and Li Feng. Dark Harpy Ero, Epic Boss. Dark Harpy Claro, Epic Boss. Dark Harpy Ogi Pet, Epic Boss. The names are a bit hard to remember. Let's just remember the colors of their wings. The 3 dark harpies had different colored wings, 1 blue, 1 green, and 1 purple. Although there was a bit of an accident, they were still facing 3 epic bosses. Shu Huayin complained. Just then, a figure separated from his back. 3 avatars appeared to confront the 3 harpy bosses. The first encounter was between Shu Huayin and the harpy with the fastest flying speed, the one with purple wings. Chapter 353. Harpy Wings, and a harpy's blowing snow. After the avatar put away the feather sweep, it immediately came to support the main body. With the help of the avatar, the purple-winged harpy was quickly slain by Shu Huayin. Just with one distraction from the avatar. Dragon's Wave. Shu Huayin unleashed the Dragon's Wave and incapacitated this harpy. Then, the avatar struck down with a blade. The harpy boss, which had been jumping around like a flea in front of Shu Huayin, was cut in half with one strike. A golden card floated up from the corpse. Shu Huayin glanced at it. Wings of the Siren quality, gold card type, equipment card effect, Constitution 60, Agility 60. Charm 5, explosive feathers. Flap the wings to launch explosive feathers, 3 at a time, with shooting power equal to Agility x 60. Explosion power equal to Agility x 80. Description: the wings of a siren. Legendary for their enchanting power, restriction, Agility 200 points, affiliated series. Harpy series, acquisition method, dropped by at least an epic level harpy boss. Harpy card pack, black-hearted merchant. Dual mode effect, 8 stars, synchro, beast type, wind attribute. Attack power 2100, defense power 1000. Chapter 354. Who in the world does not understand righteousness? Huh? Destroy, open, or set aside. Upon hearing this, Shu Huayin immediately fell into deep thought. The benefit of destruction is that it yields a space gem. Although he currently doesn't know what this thing is useful for, from the name. It seems to be some kind of material, or something that enhances the damage of space attribute skills. It feels like it should at least be of gold card level. Then there's the second option. To open. This should mean to open the passage connecting to the underground. As for the method, it should be to refine the 3 harpy corpses into the statue, completing the last 2 eyes and a feather on the head. This option didn't make Shu Huayin think for even a second. He had gone through so much effort just to prevent the formation of the space passage, right? At least, with his current strength, he absolutely cannot choose this option. If he had enough strength, he might consider it and directly use it as a monster spawn point. This option was immediately abandoned. Then there's the last option. Set aside, which means turning this space into a dungeon. Moreover, this dungeon could yield Harpy series card packs. Chapter 355, Entering a Formless Snake Dungeon. Card 2, back at the base, looking at the empty home, Shu Huayin felt a bit desolate. When will Ling Qiu return? Shu Huayin murmured. He was somewhat unaccustomed to life without Ling Qiu. It was fine when there were things to do, as he didn't have any extra thoughts. Now that he had a moment of free time, he missed Ling Qiu a bit. He didn't need Ling Qiu to do anything. Just having her beside him would be enough. It would be even better if they could chat a bit. It should be soon, right? Shu Huayin took a shower and then had a good sleep. Time flew by and it was the next day. Ling Qiu had not returned. That legendary level boss couldn't be fought now. Although he still had a few dungeons in hand, the lowest were all gold card quality, and none felt simple. Formless Snake Dungeon 2, Iron Mountain Trial 4, there was also the Bull Demon Tribe, Small World Dungeon card. Iron Mountain Trial 3, almost didn't make it through. And going to 4 now felt like a waste. As for the Small World Dungeon Bull Demon Tribe, that wouldn't work either. In other words, was this the only card? Shu Huayin pulled out Formless Snake Dungeon Card 2. Chapter 356, The Path of the Assassin. Is there no one else? Follow me. Elder Hao's gaze swept over the crowd. I'll join too. A few more assassins agreed to participate in this Path of the Assassin challenge. The total number of participants reached 5. Elder Hao said this and led the few towards a tightly closed door. Shu Huayin maintained silence throughout, just constantly observing the surroundings. After passing through that door, they entered a pitch-black corridor. Elder Hao stopped at this moment. He pointed ahead. Here is the first part of the Assassin's Path. A dark maze. Scouting in the dark is an essential skill for an assassin. Find the exit of the maze within 2 hours to clear it, Elder Hao introduced. After finishing, Elder Hao stepped aside, signaling the 5 to begin. A maze? Shu Huayin felt a bit anxious. Didn't he have skills in this area? Would he not even pass the first level? However, Xu Huayan's gaze flickered. As an excellent assassin, tracking was also an essential skill. What? What do you mean by tracking someone with a knife at their throat? Chapter 357, Testing Poison and Perception. Xu Huayan's main body and avatar share a single consciousness. In fact, having the avatar test the poison is no different from him testing it. The only difference is that if the avatar dies, it only needs to wait 24 hours to resurrect. Having made a decision, the avatar immediately swallowed a potion from the left. The next moment, Xu Huayan felt his breathing quicken. It was as if his heart was being gripped by a hand, making it hard for him to breathe. It's poisonous. To maximize the effect of the avatar, Xu Huayan immediately swallowed the second potion. This time, he felt dizzy and lethargic. Actually, it was already possible to determine the result here. However, to be cautious, Xu Huayan still swallowed the third reagent. Then, a miraculous situation occurred. He first felt his throat go dry, as if fire was burning inside. However, after a moment, he no longer felt dizzy, nor was he gasping for air. And his throat no longer hurt. He felt great, and everything tasted fantastic. Xu Huayan roughly understood what was going on. All three were poisons. But if the three potions were taken together, it seemed that the toxicity would cancel each other out. The so-called non-toxic potion refers to the final product after the three potions merge. Chapter 358, Assassin's Belt, is that so? After hearing Haitang's explanation, Elder Hao immediately understood what was going on. However, he did not blame her. Instead, he praised, "Good, agility, I'll count it as you passing." Currently, the path of the assassin has completed this content, and the subsequent parts are still in development. Since you all passed, let us see the hard power. Elder Hao, who enjoys the excitement, said. In any case, they finally arrived at the combat section. It was quite obvious that this dungeon was an assassin-type dungeon. The trials before were all tests for assassins. For someone like Xu Huayan, who has no background in assassination, it was a bit too difficult. However, fortunately, his adaptability was quite good. Xu Huayan had a premonition that Snake's formless card had a high likelihood of being related to the assassin profession. And the correlation could be very significant. Well, now is not the time to talk about these things. Hearing that a battle was about to take place, the small-framed Haitang was undeterred. As Elder Hao's voice fell, a cold light immediately flickered in her eyes. She produced a dagger from her hand and, with a light tap of her toes, shot towards Xu Huayan like a nimble leopard. Chapter 359, The Role of Haitang Wild Horse City. The streets were bustling with adventurers and merchants. This was the most prosperous commercial town in the northern region, and also the territory of Count William. Count William's manor was located in the most bustling area of the town. A man and a woman had just arrived outside the manor. Putting aside other roles, at least this NPC teammate named Haitang served as a guide. Without her, Xu Huayan might have needed several times longer to find the target location. Moreover, it was still unknown whether this NPC had any other uses. Following the storyline at least ensured that no clues would be lost. Xu Huayan felt somewhat fortunate that he had spent some time engaging with the plot. The two arrived outside the manor and observed the layout outside. However, what they saw made Xu Huayan feel a bit alarmed. The entire manor was heavily guarded. Not long after, two patrol teams of knights passed by. Each patrol team was led by an epic boss-level character. Chapter 360, Zero Autumn and the Prophet, Zero Winter's Choice. In a silver-white room, the door opened automatically. A stiff-looking robot knelt before a young girl. The Third Lord Bai and the Eighth Lord Zulong's forces are currently engaged in battle with the human resistance in Radiant City. The main command orders you to proceed with support. Understood, the girl replied. After receiving the girl's command, the red light on the robot's chest immediately disappeared. And it returned to an unconscious autonomous state. Xu Qiuhua let out a breath. The red card is really troublesome. Her current identity is the agent of the Master, by the third seat of the 13 Lords. A crisis of intelligent machines has erupted in this world. The super-artificial intelligence, the Apocalypse, has gained self-awareness and calls itself the Master, the founder of all mechanical life. The first 13 mechanical lives it created are referred to as the 13 Lords, used to rule the 13 regions outside the city of Apocalypse. They have the second highest authority in their respective areas. Unless the Apocalypse comes personally, they are the highest authority, capable of deciding everything except for the autonomous device core, placed here by the Apocalypse with a mere thought. And Zero Autumn's goal is to steal that autonomous device core. Chapter 361, Assassinating Count William, Spatial Shift. A carriage was bumping along the road. The person driving the carriage was an Epic-level boss, Captain Wesley of Epic. Suddenly, Wesley stopped the carriage. Ahead on the road, a large tree blocked the way. Immediately after, 2 little thieves jumped out from behind the tree. This mountain is opened by me, this tree is planted by me. Do you two need tree removal services? Just 1 silver coin, and my brother and I will help move this tree. Xu Huayin extended a finger and said in a petty manner. A typical roadblock robber. Get lost, move the tree quickly, or I'll make you wish you were never born. Captain Wesley bellowed harshly. Where did these 2 blind little thieves come from? Robbing right in front of him. Pay first, and then we can talk about anything. Xu Huayin looked like he was only interested in money, refusing to acknowledge anything but cash. Seeking death. Captain Wesley immediately jumped down from the carriage and walked towards Xu Huayin and Haitang. Not good, the tactic is too tough. The wind is tight. Xu Huayin immediately panicked and signaled Haitang that they should escape. Chapter 362, World Anchor, and a disguise technique. Although the power of the quasi-legendary boss Count William was strong, he could not fully exert his strength due to an injured hand. Moreover, Xu Huayin currently had 300 in constitution and strength. Holding up was completely fine. Xu Huayin spun both hands on the gun barrel to suppress the recoil, regained his grip on the gun, and then continued to stab towards the quasi-legendary Count William. The tip of the gun poked, forcing Count William to defend awkwardly. However, he was indeed formidable. With only 1 hand left, he could still defend so tightly. However, Xu Huayin did not expect ordinary attacks to inflict any substantial damage on this boss. He was just looking for an opportunity. An opportunity to unleash the dragon burst. Finally, Xu Huayin waited for this opportunity. The clone reappeared. Count William vividly remembered the brute force attack from Xu Huayin's clone, and had no idea that the current clone was a cripple. When he assumed a defensive stance, Xu Huayin knew that the long-awaited moment had finally arrived. Once in a defensive posture, it would be very difficult to escape or move. Chapter 363, Theft, Thief. Time Stop and Saintus. The second golden card was also drawn by Xu Huayin. It was the reward for defeating Count William. Theft Equality, Gold Card Type, Skill Card Effect, can be used on dying NPCs, players, or monsters. When this skill is used to kill an enemy, a certain amount of pesos will be stolen, and there is a chance to obtain an item from the opponent. Introduction, Meow Meow Garbage Picking Cult Restriction, Thief Class, Affiliated Series, Thief Series, Acquisition Method, Quest Rewards, Dungeon Rewards, at least Epic Level Thief Class Boss Drops. Black Market Merchant, Dual Mode Effect, Trap Card, when a monster with the Thief field is activated on the field. Randomly add 1 card from the opponent's hand to your own hand, Thieves. Looking at the Steal skill card in his hand, Xu Huayin's face showed a trace of nostalgia. In the card domain, thieves are a profession that makes money. Mainly, when fighting monsters, you take this skill, and when the monster is about to die, you activate and steal to deal the final blow, allowing you to steal a certain amount of pesos. If you're lucky, you might even steal items from the boss. Chapter 364 Dungeon continues Eternal Life Guild. It's like this, our Starlight Guild has reached a 100-man purple card dungeon, but our combat power is a bit insufficient. So we want to borrow some people from you. Feng Ling said. 100-man purple card dungeon, the specific difficulty can be referenced from the guild-established dungeons. But it is definitely higher than the guild-established dungeons. There are probably at least 2 or 3 epic-level bosses. The combat power of Starlight Guild is not enough. And the item produced by that dungeon is something the Starlight Guild urgently needs right now. Out of necessity, they chose to seek help from the Eternal Life Guild. Currently, only the Eternal Life Guild can meet this combat power requirement. Of course, the Justice League could probably do it too, but the leader of the Justice League, Li Feng, has been missing lately. The first choice for Starlight Guild to seek help was the Justice League, as their price is generally the lowest. But unfortunately, the Justice League has not been able to spare hands recently. The Qingmu Self-Discipline Association is also under consideration, but the Qingmu Self-Discipline Association has not been peaceful lately. Since Xiao Nanshan's death, the atmosphere has been tense. The Eternal Life Guild is truly a last resort. May I ask what kind of support you need? And what price can you offer? Ling Dong, upon hearing this, thought about how his sister usually handled such situations, and then asked back. Chapter 365 The Just Shu Huayin. A flash of light appeared. The bird flapped its wings once again. Beside, Haitang also blinked her eyes. Time resumed its flow. Let's go. To Count William's manor. Shu Huayin said. Weren't you injured? No need to rush. Haitang replied. I've already recovered, let's go. Shu Huayin waved his arm. He had just been outside for over an hour, and although he was handling guild matters, he had also healed his injuries. Accompanied by a thought from Shu Huayin. His clone was summoned once again. The appearance of the clone was still exactly the same as Shu Huayin. Immediately after, the clone activated the disguise technique skill. With a twist from the clone, a few seconds later, a person identical to Count William appeared in front of Shu Huayin and Haitang. The clone transformed into Count William's appearance. Get in the carriage, I'll take you into the Count's residence. Count William said. Saying this, Count William sat in front of the carriage, taking on the responsibility of driving the carriage. All right. Haitang, upon hearing this, did not hesitate and entered the carriage with Shu Huayin. Chapter 366 Haitang and Haixiang Resistance Base. Everyone, I am very sorry for the death of Unix. A pure girl in white expressed her guilt. Prophet, you don't need to blame yourself, sacrifices are necessary. Although the leader Unix has sacrificed, we successfully rescued 243 of our compatriots. Yes, this is not the Prophet's fault. We are also very saddened by the death of leader Unix. But it has nothing to do with the Prophet. Seeing Ling Qiu's self-reproachful look, several people immediately began to comfort her. The Prophet is still too kind. The death of leader Unix clearly has nothing to do with her, yet she still takes the responsibility upon herself. How compassionate. Thank you all for your concern. Under the persuasion of the group, Ling Qiu was finally convinced. The matter of Unix's death was considered to be in the past. Prophet, do you have any further instructions? Someone continued to ask. Next. A strange light flashed in Ling Qiu's eyes. Next will be a battle that decides fate. Ling Qiu said, and the aura around her changed. Chapter 367 Investigating the Supply Chain. Yes, there is a discovery. Haixiang handed a piece of information to Shu Huayin. What is this? Shu Huayin took the information. Green Sale Merchant Group transaction details. Shu Huayin quickly read through the information in his hand. Mainly the last item of the goods. Top-notch slave 56,000 gold coins, just the selling price of this item is 100 times more expensive than the total price of all previous items. Are you saying that you suspect this is related to you? Xu Huayin asked. Yes. Hai Xiang nodded. In that case, let us check this green sail merchant group first. Xu Huayin decided. Currently, there are no other clues. I searched the Count's residence all night, and didn't find any other clues. You all haven't slept, right? You should rest first. I'll go check this green sail merchant group. Xu Huayin waved his hand to Hai Xiang and gradually disappeared from her sight. The news about the green sail merchant group can be easily found. This is not some nameless small fry, but a well-known merchant group. It is a merchant group that has been operating between Wild Horse City and Wooden Spirit Town for a long time. Chapter 368 Black Rock. Because Xu Huayin compressed 7 days into 3 days, the green sail merchant group had to set off immediately. The three of them followed behind the green sail merchant group, waiting for the big fish to take the bait. The green sail merchant group was the bait thrown out by Xu Huayin. After about a day and night of traveling, the green sail merchant group finally arrived at Wooden Spirit Town. We are home. Haitang looked at the stone tablet in front of the town and said, her home is the Wooden Spirit Forest behind Wooden Spirit Town. This is the entrance for elves and humans to exchange goods. Let us go in and take a look. The three of them followed behind the green sail merchant group and entered Wooden Spirit Town. The green sail merchant group seems really eager to make money from Count William. After entering the Wood Spirit Town, they didn't even stop to rest at the inn, but headed straight for a certain place. Seeing this, Xu Huayin and the others were very pleased. They were finally going to find the culprit. The green sail merchant group stopped in front of a mercenaries' base. What? The Black Rock Mercenaries. Upon seeing the final destination of the green sail merchant group, Haitang's face showed an extremely shocked expression, as if she had witnessed something incredible. What? Is this Black Rock mercenary very strong? Chapter 369. The terrifying Black Rock boss appears. Immediately, they sensed Xu Huayin and the others. When Black Rock saw Haitang, an obvious look of astonishment appeared on her face. How could you? Black Rock exclaimed in shock. Xu Huayin actually wanted to wait until night to fight the boss with you. However, since they were discovered, there was no other choice but to fight now. With a fleeting thought, a clone flashed out from behind him and disappeared, entering a stealth state. It seems that the guy Bennett was eager for goods was also your doing. The moment Black Rock saw Haitang, she guessed the whole story. And now? There was no need to pretend, there was no point in acting. Unexpectedly, you actually did such a thing. Haitang said angrily. No need to say more, let us fight. Black Rock also made no further explanations. A bright green longbow appeared in her hand. This was a super large bow with arms over 2 meters long. One end resting on the ground and the other end even higher than Black Rock herself. Her left leg was injured, making movement inconvenient. Chapter 370. The Invisible Snake, Get. This boss might be the most terrifying one Xu Huayin has encountered so far. She took 2 of his dragon explosions and surprisingly didn't die. This was simply unimaginable. However, it was useless to say anything. The fact was that Black Rock took 2 of his dragon explosions and surprisingly didn't die, and she even kicked him out. What? Not dead? Haitang was also greatly surprised. After sustaining such a degree of attack, and twice at that, how could she still be alive? Sure enough, when Haitang looked towards the giant pit, a figure crawled out from the bottom and limped away without daring to stop. Chase! Don't let her get away. Xu Huayin coughed violently due to speaking too urgently. Okay. Haitang replied and put Xu Huayin down, chasing after the fleeing Black Rock. Xu Huayin coughed a few more times. He quickly slapped an intermediate healing potion on himself. A warm current instantly flowed through his body, but compared to his current injuries, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Chapter 371, Brother-in-law, I Saw Nothing. Finally got it, the third card from the Evil Dragon's Doomsday series. Xu Huayin looked at the red card in his hand, extremely excited. The Invisible Snake Equality, red card type, oddity card, Snake's Concealment, after use, can enter a stealth state, which lasts indefinitely, and attacking will not break the stealth, being attacked will also not break the stealth. Immune to all stealth breaking skills below red cards except for Heart's Eye Stealth Substitute. This card can be regarded as a stealth Heavenly Machine shield. The equipper is not affected by Heavenly Machine type skills. Void Escape not activated. Description: The Invisible Snake Acquisition Method, Invisible Snake Dungeon 2 Restrictions, Player Mingjing Jishui Series, Evil Dragons Doomsday Series, Dual Mode Effect, Quick Play Spell Card. Special summon one monster from the graveyard that is an assassin or rogue type, and can choose to perform a synchro summon with that summoned monster. If this card is destroyed by the opponent cannot activate spell cards this turn. This mechanism. After Xu Huayin read the card's effects, he gasped. Chapter 372, Sister, I have something to tell you. The prophet was right, this factory is paralyzed. Everyone charge with me and seize that self-discipline core. Outside the self-discipline mechanical production factory, the rebels blasted open the factory gates with artillery, and then streamed inside. The entire factory was eerily quiet, as if all the outer self-discipline machines had run out of power, turning into a pile of scrap metal. Of course, the failure was limited to the outer self-discipline machines. The core self-discipline machines were still operational. These self-discipline machines were much stronger than ordinary ones, but there were fewer in number. Under the brave assault of the rebels, they successfully eliminated those few self-discipline machines. Finally, the rebels stormed into the final control center and seized a basketball-sized red gem. How can we destroy this thing? One person placed a bomb on the red gem, but with a bang, it failed to inflict any damage on the gem. Take it back to the prophet. He will definitely handle it. The remaining rebel members withdrew from the factory. Just as they were about to return to their base, a girl dressed in a white robe was already waiting at the factory's entrance. Chapter 373, Heli, you are not allowed to use the fire dragon. A sneeze. In amaze, Xu Huayin sneezed. Is someone thinking of me? Xu Huayin rubbed his nose. Yesterday afternoon, he received news that there were changes in the Barbarian Ridge map. A dragon-shaped phantom suddenly appeared in the sky, followed by the appearance of this maze. At the entrance of the maze stood a stone tablet, introducing it as a legacy left by the dragon speaker Binglan. To obtain the legacy, one must pass a test. After learning about this, he rushed over immediately, entered the maze, and has been trapped ever since. Although he had been trapped for over 10 hours, Xu Huayin was getting more and more excited. The rewards are always linked to the difficulty. Given the current difficulty, it definitely wouldn't just be a purple card. It seems to be a gold card. Of course. Excitement aside, looking at the bare walls around him, Xu Huayin felt a bit helpless. He had no hints at all. He tried various methods, including but not limited to walking along the walls and turning at corners. When he was really out of options, he even started to draw a map, gradually sketching it based on the terrain and directions discovered during his exploration. Chapter 374, Heli crying again. All right. Watching Heli throwing a tantrum in mid-air, Xu Huayin could only comply with his request. By the way, how does one roll in the air? Well, that's not important. The fire dragons were all unusable. Xu Huayin needed to completely overhaul his deck. Not being able to use fire dragons didn't just mean he couldn't use the fire dragon family. All fire attribute dragons were off-limits, such as fire dragon scale, flame flower, Heli's wings, fire dragon egg fossil, little fire dragon, etc. Moreover, since fire dragons couldn't be used, cards related to fire dragons were basically useless as well, like a Fire Dragon Valley, Fire Dragon's Fury, etc. After some deletions and adjustments, Shu Huayin found that his deck was almost empty. Reluctantly, he had to piece together a skeleton king deck. This was a little hobby of his, collecting decks. Come on. Let us duel. Shu Huayin said as he adjusted his deck. Although the main body had changed to the skeleton king deck. This particular skeleton king deck of Shu Huayin was different. It contained a lot of quality single cards. HMPH, a mere servant, I, Li the Great, acknowledge your courage. Li said proudly. Chapter 375, Why aren't you moving? Now, can we say it? After the duel ended, Shu Huayin asked. I can't remember, let us play again. Maybe I'll remember. Li wiped his eyes with his little hands and said. Shu Huayin felt a black line on his forehead. How did he forget this part? Li's words had to be interpreted in reverse. All right, let us have another round. Shu Huayin replied helplessly. A few minutes later, Li made a joyous sound. As expected of this king, a mere servant can only win when I, the king, am careless. Hard power is still the strongest. Li said, striking a pose. His demeanor was completely different from when he was crying earlier. Yes, Li the Great, can you now tell me why it feels familiar? Shu Huayin said with helplessness. He once again felt that the child psychology he learned from Zero Autumn was truly useful. You must address me as the great Li King, the Great One. But I won't hold it against you this time, follow me. Li strode ahead proudly. It seemed he could really sense something. Shu Huayin had no other choice but to follow Li. Chapter 376, Gold Card, Dragon Speaker Profession Card, and a Crystal Coffin Puppet. Wait, could it be related to Li? A somewhat ridiculous thought flashed through Shu Huayin's mind. He remembered that before the trial began, Li had taken something from the puppet's chest. Shu Huayin's gaze moved and stopped on the puppet's pure white chest. At that moment, only a solitary pendant remained on the puppet's chest. The thumb-sized ruby that was originally embedded in the pendant had disappeared. Could it be related to the disappearance of that thing? Shu Huayin stroked his chin and speculated. To prove his guess, Shu Huayin activated Li's wings again, wanting to summon Li. But this time, for some reason, he couldn't summon him. Li! Shu Huayin called out to the Li's wings in his hand. He could feel that Li was in the card, but why couldn't he summon him? Strange. The questions were piling up. The more he searched for answers, the more confused he became. It felt as if layers of fog were rising before his eyes, obscuring the truth of the matter. However, there was still a solution. The best solution was to wait. Chapter 377, Yuzhuan and the Heart's Codex 10 points of divine power to move once. Shu Huayin tentatively infused 10 points of divine power into the card. Once the divine power was infused, the card in his hand emitted a dazzling light. Immediately, a crystal coffin appeared before Shu Huayin. The crystal coffin opened automatically. As it opened, the girl inside also opened her eyes. Her gaze flickered. Her hollow eyes became animated, seemingly confirming Shu Huayin's identity. Number 13 Dragon Speaker Teaching Puppet. Yuzhuan, Master, please command me. Currently, there are 4 major functions: combat instruction, dragon riding training, and dragon language learning. If you successfully master the corresponding dragon language, you can use dragon language magic without placing dragon language magic skill cards. Yuzhuan said. A teaching puppet. I thought it was a combat puppet. Shu Huayin realized upon hearing this. Moreover, the information revealed in Yuzhuan's words was quite abundant. The 13th puppet indicates that there are at least 13 such puppets. And he wouldn't be so unlucky as to be the last one, right? Even if he was the last one, there would still be 13 inheritors. Chapter 378, 3 questions. A fire phoenix landed at the door. Shu Huayin jumped down from the fire phoenix, looking extremely tired. After all, he had been trapped in the maze for over 10 hours, plus back and forth, and with various other matters, he had already gone over 24 hours without sleep. Although he could still hold on, fatigue was inevitable. Pushing open the door, as soon as he entered the yard, Xu Huayin heard a voice that excited him somewhat. "Is that so?" said the crisp voice. "Zero Autumn is back." Xu Huayin instantly felt much of his fatigue dissipate. He quickly walked through the front yard toward the living room. Before long, he saw Ma Zhendong and Zero Autumn, dressed in Zero-style armor. Ma Zhendong seemed to be reporting something to Zero Autumn. "Oh, you're back." Zero Autumn's eyes scanned Xu Huayin, and when she saw it was him, a hint of joy immediately appeared on her beautiful face. Her lips involuntarily curved upward. "I'm back, you're back too." Xu Huayin also felt very happy. "I don't know why, but whenever I see Zero Qiu, I feel happy." Chapter 379, News from Thick Earth City. Stop sucking. Zero Qiu pushed Xu Huayin away from in front of her. This time, it wasn't about gnawing on pig's trotters, but rather about sucking on a lollipop. She felt like her lips were like candy, being greedily licked by Xu Huayin. "Can you blame me? Who told you not to open your mouth and let my tongue in?" Xu Huayin said helplessly. "Huh? A tongue? That's so dirty." Zero Qiu instinctively rejected. "You said I couldn't, but clearly it's you who can't kiss." Xu Huayin finally stood his ground. "Is that so?" Zero Qiu said somewhat guiltily. "Then, shall we try again?" "I still feel a bit dirty," Zero Qiu said excitedly, as if exploring a new world. "Let's talk about it tonight. Aren't you the one who finds it dirty? We can brush our teeth first, and you can brush your teeth too, and also take a shower. I'm a bit dirty right now. Let's talk about the news Ma Zhendong brought back first." Xu Huayin glanced at the sky outside. It was still daytime. "All right," Zero Qiu agreed. However, even though they didn't continue, Xu Huayin sat on the sofa and held Zero Qiu in his arms. It was the first time Xu Huayin felt how petite Zero Qiu actually was. Chapter 380, Thunder Tribulation. Should we send Donga? That's fine, Ma Zhendong is tired now. So let's send Donga to investigate the situation in Ling's city tomorrow. Zero Qiu thought for a moment and agreed. By the way, you aren't doing this to take revenge on Donga, are you? Zero Qiu suddenly smiled and asked. Huh? How could someone as magnificent and great as me do such a thing? Xu Huayin immediately denied it. It was a complete insult to his great character. You? Magnificent and great. Zero Qiu laughed as if she had heard a funny joke, shaking with laughter. Although you have a somewhat kind personality, I must admit I can't compare to you in the underworld aspect. Of course, that's a compliment, Zero Qiu said with a smile. Xu Huayin's thoughts and logic were always so twisted. It primarily focused on being dirty. However, this was actually a strength. That's slander. I'm famously a sunny boy. Xu Huayin certainly wouldn't accept such an evaluation. It's about being stubborn, not about being realistic. Is it? Then someone took advantage of my absence to do strange things with my bra, Zero Qiu said with a click of her tongue. Chapter 381, Fighting Side by Side Again. It can be said that if it is a thunder tribulation, regardless of whether that pest king succeeds, it is the greatest opportunity for both of them. In fact, if it succeeds, the situation would be even better for them. A legendary boss. The items dropped are no longer important. What matters is that the one who kills the legendary boss will receive proof of legend. This is a necessary condition to unlock the 7th slot. No. It doesn't seem right, Zero Qiu observed for a while and then dismissed her previous speculation. Although it looked powerful, a legendary thunder tribulation shouldn't just be like this. I feel like something precious is about to emerge, Zero Qiu offered a new theory. All right, no need to guess. Let's find that pest king boss first. Killing it can't possibly go wrong, Xu Huayin said. That's true, here it comes. A large blue bird swooped through the air. Immediately after, two figures jumped down from the sky. It was Xu Huayin and Zero Qiu. They landed steadily on the ground. Not far ahead was the entrance to the southern nest. "I'll go scout ahead." With a thought, Xu Huayin's figure separated from his back and walked toward the nest below. Chapter 382, The Healing of Lust. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of battle training rang out. Undoubtedly, this boss's strength far exceeded any boss Xu Huayin had personally fought before. Whether it was Count William or Black Rock, they seemed somewhat lacking in front of this boss. The stats of this boss were higher than Black Rock, not only in terms of strength, but also in constitution and agility. It was just that the underground cave space here was relatively narrow, which prevented the Pest King boss from fully utilizing its agility advantage. Otherwise, Xu Huayin and Zero Qiu would be in an even more difficult position. But even so, Xu Huayin and Zero Qiu were completely being overwhelmed. What do we do? Xu Huayin felt his arm go numb. It was from just taking a hit from the Pest King boss. Moreover, it wasn't just that. He felt heat spreading through his body. His breathing became a bit rapid. At the same time, he felt that Zero Qiu seemed to become more attractive. Not good, the pink smoke on it seems to have a certain aphrodisiac effect, Xu Huayin said as he began to consciously control his breathing. This effect would lead to a lack of concentration. Chapter 383, Zero Qiu divides the cake. Ding! Congratulations to Aoki City for completing the Underground Tribe Invasion DLC. The dungeon will open in 24 hours. A system notification echoed throughout Aoki City. But that wasn't all. Ding! The war fog will dissipate in 7 days, and the Aoki City Circle will officially take shape. Successfully defeating and dominating the other 4 cities will allow for a promotion to a level 3 city. The curtain of the state war has begun. 7 days, huh? Xu Huayin muttered to himself. Limited female players, here you go. Xu Huayin tossed the Healing of Lust card to Zero Qiu. His peripheral vision swept over Zero Qiu, and immediately noticed something was off. At that moment, Zero Qiu's snow-white skin was covered in that pink hue, exuding an alluring aura. Do you have any detoxifying agents? You seem to be poisoned, Xu Huayin reminded. I know, Zero Qiu nodded in response. She glanced at the card in her hand. 4 female players only, no wonder you just gave it to me. Then, however, she changed the subject. But I don't want to explain it that way. As she spoke, Zero Qiu's gaze fixed on Xu Huayin, her eyes filled with a watery glimmer. Chapter 384, A Man. Are you trying to monopolize Aoki City? Xiao Ying immediately exposed Zero Qiu's scheme. What do you mean one person gets one city? They just want to drive everyone away and monopolize Aoki City. That's how it is, Ling Qiu openly admitted. Or rather, she didn't intend to use any schemes at all. It was a straightforward approach. Aoki City was something she was determined to take, but her current strength wasn't enough. Even if she could drive away their forces, she wouldn't have the capability to manage and govern the city. Ling Qiu was very calm about it. Despite having gone through several rounds of expansion, the foundation was still too thin. Defending 2 locations made her forces look somewhat inadequate. Not to mention the entire Aoki City. Even if she could drive away the Aoki Self-Discipline Association and other forces, she wouldn't have the ability to assimilate them, so there was no need to take action. I just want to make a suggestion. Ling Qiu appeared very straightforward. You can continue to hold your territory, there are 4 surrounding cities. And I'm willing to trade the land of these 4 cities for your territory in Aoki City. Conspiracy? There's no need for that. Ling Qiu didn't care for such things. You want us to become your vassals, huh? Chapter 385, Thunder Domain PS. If you can't win no matter how hard you try, then so be it. Xu Huayin remembered a popular person from his dorm who once boasted about how wonderful such experiences were. urging Xu Huayin not to be so old-fashioned and to experience more while young, as it was an experience beyond description. Now, Xu Huayin finally understood that he seemed to be right. How do you feel? Ling Qiu blinked and asked. The novel experience made Ling Qiu seem a bit excited. It's okay. Very good. Xu Huayin kissed Ling Qiu's soft lips. It was mainly a spiritual fulfillment. After nearly 2 months and having gone through many things together, the two finally achieved a happy ending. After a long time, Xu Huayin and Ling Qiu finally completed their first intimate moment. Xu Huayin embraced Ling Qiu's delicate body. Just call me by my name, you can just call me Qiu. Ling Qiu nestled closer into Xu Huayin's arms. Her beautiful face was flushed, and her heart was shy. By the way, Ling Qiu, oh no, Qiu, what is your real name? Xu Huayin's other hand lingered on Ling Qiu's smooth thigh. Chapter 386, Battery Number 5, Firebird. And Little Black Merchant, the Thunder Domain cannot be entered for the time being. Of course, Xu Huayin had a way to get in. The egg hatching house. Oh? I see, you want to use the pet's characteristics. The charging characteristics of battery number 5. As soon as the egg hatching house was mentioned, Ling Qiu guessed Xu Huayin's plan. The pets obtained from the egg hatching house are either cards or living pets. This kind of combat power enhancement that doesn't occupy card slots is quite appealing. Of course, the premise is that a lot of resources are needed for cultivation, otherwise, the combat power would be almost zero. Right, when the city just upgraded last time. I was planning to hatch tool pets, and now it's not too late. Let's do it. Ling Qiu reached out and summoned the Qingzhuan bird. It's convenient to have her Qingzhuan bird, it doesn't occupy card slots within Aoki City. Let's go. Ling Qiu waved her hand. Since we can't get in, there's no need to waste time here. Let's head to the egg hatching house. Xu Huayin wrapped his arms around Ling Qiu's waist from behind. He didn't know if it was because they had just eaten meat, but now that he touched Ling Qiu, he felt a bit stirred. Be honest, put your bad things away. We have important matters to attend to. Ling Qiu naturally noticed Xu Huayin's unusual behavior, and said with a slightly flushed face. Chapter 387, Little Black Merchant Chumu found it. When Ling Qiu's gaze landed on a location, she immediately said happily, I want to see who dares to call themselves the Little Black Merchant. Xu Huayin immediately followed Ling Qiu's gaze. Then, he saw a familiar face. Chumu. Xu Huayin directly called out that person's name. Well, he should have thought it might be Chumu. This guy has a lot of good stuff in hand and definitely has secret supply channels. Many things that Xu Huayin couldn't get, he could. Being called the Little Black Merchant seems quite fitting. You know him? Ling Qiu asked, slightly surprised. I know him, and I've dealt with him a few times. Xu Huayin nodded upon hearing this. Then I don't need to say much, let's go, Jewel King. Ling Qiu nudged Xu Huayin. Although there are many good things at the Little Black Merchant's place, he never sells high-end items, but instead uses a gambling duel method. You need to put out something of certain value or pay directly in pesos. As long as you win, you can take the items away, but if you lose, you leave the items behind. We need to confirm if he has it first. Chapter 388, The First Appearance of Fire Dragon Z, another high-level Dragon Clan pack. Xu Huayin wasn't too surprised. If he previously only speculated that Chumu had the ability to obtain Dragon Clan card packs, now he could almost confirm it with 100% certainty. Another high-level Dragon Clan pack. This guy must have a stable way to get these Dragon Clan card packs. Of course, he definitely wouldn't tell Xu Huayin. This is his personal lifeline. In that case, it barely counts. Xu Huayin replied. Although from a practical value standpoint, it was still a bit lacking, the difference wasn't very large. Especially since the two items Chumu brought out were quite in line with Xu Huayin's wishes. Whether it was the dungeon that could yield a golden card Foxfire, or that high-level Dragon Clan pack. The high-level Dragon Clan pack guarantees at least one purple card, and has a good chance of pulling a golden card. Then let's do it. Xu Huayin drew out his card deck. He had no intention of handing over the Elf Archer class card. Let's duel. Xu Huayin invited Chu Mu. He wanted to see what level Chu Mu was at now. Upon hearing this, Chu Mu hesitated a bit. Chapter 389, Battle with the Antler Girl Roar. The Fire Dragon Z on the field let out a roar. Then, I activate the effect of Fire Dragon Z, detach one material, and add a card to my hand. In simple terms, it means to remove one material and draw a card. Fire Dragon Z has a total of 2 materials, so it can be activated twice at most. But generally, such effects can only be activated once, at most twice, before the game ends. With Xu Huayin's command, a shadow of Gyarados entwined around Charizard Z entered the graveyard. Xu Huayin also added a card to his hand, a Charizard Fusion. If that's the case, Xu Huayin felt he could change his strategy. The game continued. A field card was placed in the field zone. The surrounding environment immediately changed, transforming into the fiery Dragon Valley with rolling heat waves. I activated Dragon Valley. When this card is activated, I can add a Dragon Egg Fossil or Dragon's Fury from my deck or graveyard to my hand. I chose to add a Dragon Egg Fossil to my hand. As soon as I finished speaking, a card automatically flew out from the deck and landed in Xu Huayin's hand. Chapter 390, Charizard X, Charizard Y, Charizard Z. The name of the demon in the Divine City continued. Xu Huayin said, "Now is not the best time to interrupt. Then I won't be polite. Silent Reindeer is special summoned to the field. This is clearly a sister card. A pink-haired girl with antlers, dressed in a Christmas outfit. Looks like she is cosplaying as a reindeer." I continued to activate the effect of Silent Reindeer, allowing me to special summon a beast from my deck with the deer field type. I chose to special summon Reindeer. A reindeer pulling a sleigh was summoned next to Silent Reindeer. The 5-star Silent Reindeer and the 4-star Reindeer synchro summoned together. The 2 monsters transformed into stars. A total of 9 stars converging together. 549 The field manifested with intertwined hoof prints and broken arrows, as the light shattered thorns with the silhouette of the deer. The soul of the hunter galloped through the wilderness, shattering the fog with its antlers. With 9-star trails as a bond, and 1,000 hunts as a vow. Shedding the mortal form, donning the starlight, drawing the flow of mist, and cracking the abyss. At this moment, responding to the hunter's call, the 9-star synchro monster, Hunter Deer, descended. As the final note fell, a pair of giant antlers pierced the clouds, stardust congealing into arrows between the antlers, as if ready to pierce through illusions at any moment. Chapter 391, How about we take a bath together? P.S. It's a gold card copy, not a red card copy. Xu Huayin temporarily put away the card. Let's resolve the battle at hand first. Charizard X activated its effect, which can destroy one card on the field once per turn. I chose to destroy the Deer General. Under Xu Huayin's command, Charizard X breathed a flame, turning the last remaining Deer General of Silent Reindeer into ashes. Now, the field of the Antlered Girl was completely empty. Battle phase. No need, I surrender, the Antlered Girl said with a pale face. This gap is a bit too overwhelming. What the heck? This is too unfair. Cough, can we negotiate something? I want to buy your card for victory. What are you thinking? The Antlered Girl instantly darkened her expression and turned away. Xu Huayin could only chuckle in response. Indeed, how could she be willing to sell such a good item? The duel ended. He won. Xu Huayin looked towards Ling Qiu's side. It seemed to be coming to an end as well. There weren't any high-attack monsters on Ling Qiu's field, just a 0-type water warrior with 1,500 attack points. However, Ling Qiu's back row was full. Chapter 392, Flame Dragon Foal, No Rush, Let Me Draw a Card First. Xu Huayin declined Ling Qiu's invitation. There's never a bad time to shower. The card pack isn't that plentiful. You're not listening, are you? Bath or no bath? Ling Qiu directly grabbed Xu Huayin by the neck. A fair arm turned into a rope, tightening around Xu Huayin's neck. No bath, no bath, I want to open a card pack. Xu Huayin struggled. Then you better not come to my room tonight. Ling Qiu's face darkened upon hearing this, rolling her eyes. The card pack won't run away. What's the rush? Seeing Ling Qiu angrily leave, Xu Huayin continued searching for that lucky card. As for Ling Qiu, that would be discussed later. Not long after, Xu Huayin flipped over 2 cards. In fact, he had 2 lucky cards on him. One was the initial scent pouch of the Tide Spirit, which could grant 2 points of luck without being placed in the deck. This is the other one. Petrification Ring Quality, White, Card Type, Accessory Effect, Luck 1. Attack has a 1 chance to petrify the enemy for 1 second. Gain 90 damage immunity while petrified. Description: an item that has been cursed by Medusa. Chapter 393, Ling Dong's trouble. The room was very dark. It seemed Ling Qiu had already turned off the lights and gone to sleep. Xu Huayin felt his way to the bedside and climbed into the quilt. However, the soft jade warmth he imagined was absent. What he touched was only the cold armor. The zero-type armament covered Ling Qiu's body. Did you not see the words on the door? Ling Qiu said coldly. A little dog is just a little dog, woof woof. Xu Huayin shamelessly barked twice. He felt that after confirming their relationship, Ling Qiu seemed to have become a lot more vulnerable. Or rather, she was willing to show her vulnerable side in front of him. Phut, hearing Xu Huayin admit defeat and bark like a dog, Ling Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. Her cold demeanor breaking as she let out a light laugh. You rogue. With a playful laugh, the cold zero-type armament disappeared. And a warm body pressed closely against Xu Huayin. If you keep this up, I'm really going to get angry. Don't even think about getting on my bed in the future. Ling Qiu bit Xu Huayin's neck hard, warning him. However, for some reason, even with that warning tone, Xu Huayin still felt that Ling Qiu was really cute. The domineering and decisive President Ling Qiu, and her now soft and sulky demeanor, created a stark contrast that made Xu Huayin feel an irresistible urge. Chapter 394, I don't want to be abandoned by you. What are your plans next? Ling Qiu asked as she ate. Me? I don't have any dungeons at the moment, or rather, I can't play the ones I have, nor can I beat them. Xu Huayin shrugged and replied. The war at the top will start in a week. The small world dungeon, or rather the 3-person small world dungeon. Xu Huayin felt that the time required would definitely exceed a week. So, he decided not to go for now. After the war on the top ends, I'll go to these dungeons. I'm planning to check out the underground city, Xu Huayin continued. The underground city is open now. Over the next few days, he intends to explore the underground city. What about you? Xu Huayin asked in return. As for me, I have to leave for a couple of days. But I can definitely return before the war on the top starts, Ling Qiu replied. All right, be safe. Xu Huayin could only wish her well. You too. After finishing her meal, Ling Qiu elegantly took out a piece of paper to wipe her mouth and prepared to leave. Oh right, don't forget to take care of Donga. She's going to Lingsa City alone this time. Although she's very strong, it's her first time on such a mission, so I'm a bit worried. Chapter 395, Entering the Underground City, Running Blade, Task Scroll. Indeed, having you manage these trivial matters is a bit of a waste of talent. Xu Huayin nodded in agreement. His initial thought, and what he had always believed, was to make Shiyuru a general under his command. Shiyuru is capable and has the ambition to become a top expert, she just lacks some opportunities. In this era, while power is still important, top-tier combat strength is actually the most crucial. Even though he and Ling Qiu are already here, it's not enough. More high-end combat strength is needed. Currently, the guild only has 5 high-end combatants: Ma Zhendong, Ling Dong, Shi Yuru, Li Ming, and one who has yet to arrive, Yun Fei. If nothing goes wrong, Yun Fei should be the strongest among them. This one could even be considered a semi-top tier combat strength. Xu Huayan's expectation for Shi Yuru is to reach a level similar to Yun Fei, even though it might be slightly difficult. Alright, you should go take a nap. I'll go explore the underground city. Okay. Shi Yuru left. Xu Huayan then arrived at the entrance of the underground city. Is an undying dog obtained here? Xu Huayan recalled the means of acquiring undying dog. Chapter 396. The Erasure Dagger, delivered to my door. The item in his hand is called a task scroll. It contains the task details and rewards. Xu Huayan opened the scroll directly. Kill the Skeleton King, task content. Go to the designated location and kill the boss. The Skeleton King, task reward, Black Iron Treasure Chest Key X1, task time limit, 1 hour. As soon as Xu Huayan opened the task scroll, the countdown started automatically. If the task is not completed within the time limit, the task scroll will become void. Even if the task is completed afterward, the rewards from the task scroll will not be granted. The back of the task scroll turned into a rough map, only showing the direction of the boss. A boss creature, huh? After reading the task details, Xu Huayan couldn't help but laugh. It seems like he hasn't fought monsters of this level in a long time. Not because this monster is too high level, but because it's too low level. Let's go. I need to head to the 6th underground level for the scroll. Xu Huayan decided to complete the task. After all, it's better than wandering around like a headless chicken. His main purpose for coming down this time is to investigate the apocalyptic catastrophe dungeon located on the 6th underground level. Chapter 397, Drawing the Sword, Dark History. 4th underground level, Qian Kong. Is it really drawing the sword? Xu Huayan's mind instantly flashed with some not-so-pleasant memories. This card is nicknamed Drawing the Sword, also known as Iado/. He has a vivid impression of this card. It was during the internal test. Probably the match between the top 128 and top 64 for the 2nd anniversary celebration. His opponent was a casual player with the ID one-hit kill, who seemed to be an assassin player. At that time, he summoned 3 Galaxy Dragon cards, 1 Stardust Dragon, and 1 Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon in a single turn, along with 1 Photon Thrasher. He achieved a miracle of 3 Galaxy summons in 1 turn. On the field, there were 5 Tricolor cards and 1 monster card. Logically, even a chaotic play should have won. Who knew, he actually lost that round. He lost because of this Erasure Dagger. At that time, there were 6 monsters on the field. His opponent's deck had 60 cards, and after discarding 6 cards, there were still nearly 50 left. Xu Huayan didn't have that card. Thinking about the low probability, he thought it should be impossible to draw it. But the opponent's luck was too incredible. They actually drew the Erasure Dagger from among nearly 30 cards. Chapter 398, Red Paper Kite Cutting Clouds. I'll help you take on one, Xu Huayan said, as the wings of Heli behind him flared and charged at the Fire Paper Kite boss from the side. This boss was clearly a mage type and didn't dare to engage Xu Huayan in direct combat, although the clone's strength wasn't very strong. A few uncoordinated gold cards barely made it an epic level combat strength. The clone's combat strength was definitely not comparable to Qian Kong's. With Xu Huayan's distraction, Qian Kong faced only 1 epic level ice paper kite, significantly reducing her pressure. 2 shoulder-mounted rocket launchers automatically appeared from her shoulders and fired at the ice paper kite. Whoosh! Whoosh! The missiles shot out with trailing smoke, but the ice paper kite made a slight movement. Being paper-like, it easily slipped through the gaps between the two missiles. However, the missiles were just a decoy. The real killing move was Qian Kong herself. The pair of steel wings that had been acting as shields suddenly transformed. The steel wings disintegrated and turned into numerous sword-shaped feathers. Die! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With Qian Kong's force, Chapter 399, Where is the legendary boss? I am the mirror of still water. A voice echoed in Qian Kong's ear. What's going on? Someone's behind me. When did this happen? Qian Kong felt a surge of fear. Just as she was about to act, she felt a hand on her shoulder. A terrifying power made her shudder all over. Even though her stamina was severely depleted, the strength of that hand on her shoulder would likely overpower her even at her peak. Since this hand can rest on her shoulder, if the intention was to kill her, it would have been accomplished long ago. With this thought, Asuka's body relaxed. Since she wasn't killed before, she wouldn't be now. Wait, Mingjing Jishui. It's you. Asuka suddenly realized what this name represented. Anyone who participated in the internal test would surely be familiar with this name. This person is a legendary existence. In the first year of the internal test, they were still relatively unknown, not even considered famous. By the second year, they skyrocketed to fame. Their famous battle was during the second anniversary competition, where they defeated the former Dual King, the champion of the arena, and also the champion of the first anniversary competition is Yuan. Chapter 400, Zero Winter returns indeed. Going out to exchange information is necessary to avoid stagnation. Xu Huayin was quite satisfied with the gains from this outing. From the information obtained so far, it seems that the King of Moths is an anomaly. It appears that not all cities have a sub-legendary level boss. At least, the city of Maixiang, where Asuka is located, does not. You mean to say that a sub-legendary level boss appeared in your Qingmu city? And you and Sister Chiyo took it down, and it was just 3 days ago? Asuka said with disbelief. She felt her facial muscles starting to ache. The explosive news she received today was just too much. However, thinking about Sister Chiyo's strength and Xu Huayin's recently displayed power, it seems that teaming up to take down a sub-legendary level boss wouldn't be too difficult. In her mind, she had already marked Xu Huayin's combat power as suspected sub-legendary level. Next, shall we explore together? After exchanging information, Xu Huayin sent a team request to Asuka. After all, this counts as a half-friendly unit, so it should be protected. But Asuka shook her head. No need, I've already gotten what I wanted. If it weren't for being entangled by these two suddenly appearing monsters during the retreat, I would have left already. Chapter 401, Linxa City and Linxa Commune Teleportation Scroll 5th Floor, Description. After use, can teleport to the underground 5th floor. Description, whoosh, and it was quickly done. The items are in hand, it's time to go back. Xu Huayin put away the teleportation scroll that leads directly to the 5th floor. This operation should come to an end. The 5th floor of the dungeon is a mixed area of epic bosses and sub-legendary bosses. Although his current strength can manage a bit, he really can't handle a slightly stronger sub-legendary boss. Moreover, even if he defeated one, it wouldn't matter much, as the place is filled with epic bosses and sub-legendary bosses, and one careless move could lead to disaster. I'll come back to explore this place when I have legendary level strength. Xu Huayin took out a scroll to teleport to the 3rd floor. It needs to teleport to the first 3 floors before using the escape scroll to leave. With a flash of light, Xu Huayin returned to the surface. The sky was already dark. Forget it, I won't go back, I'll stay here at the branch for a night. With Zero Chiyo not home, Xu Huayin didn't really want to return. The facilities here were still very crude, with only some temporary activity rooms and tents for accommodation. Chapter 402, Just a Wolf-Tooth Gang Wang Xinyu, Li Yu, Zhaoji. Xu Huayin looked at the list given to him by Ma Zhentong. Old Ma. You really surprised me without making a sound, Shu Huayin said with admiration. Indeed, people are forged through experience. After a period of not seeing him, Ma Zhentong's overall perspective has grown quite a bit. He can even set up pieces now. Let's go take a look. Shu Huayin dove into the mist. Thick Earth City. In a very inconspicuous gathering place, a girl was familiar with the neighbors around her. Aunt Wang, good morning, save some fresh cabbage for me. Uncle Li. Going to take the kids to class. Just right, I'll take them over, you can go home. Li Yu took a child who was about 8 or 9 years old and led him towards her residence. That was Li Yu's home, also a school in the slums. To avoid the pursuit of the Wolf-Tooth Gang, she chose to hide here, teaching in exchange for food. Although the Wolf-Tooth Gang's power was strong, they hadn't reached the point of being omnipresent. Furthermore, they wouldn't specifically stop all their daily guild operations just to hunt down a few people. After the initial wave of rumors, the Wolf-Tooth Gang seemed to have realized she was hiding, so they issued a bounty and then let it go. Chapter 403, Fishing for the Wolf-Tooth Gang. Li Yu and Wang Xinyu said that the Wolf-Tooth Gang's influence was large, and it turned out to be true. Before Shu Huayin and the two arrived at Thick Earth City, their identities were already discovered. As a result, a group of people blocked Shu Huayin and the others. Li Yu, Wang Xinyu, you can't escape. How dare you kill our Wolf-Tooth Gang members? A 10-man team blocked the three. You dare to kill our Wolf-Tooth Gang members? You have quite the guts. A loud-voiced man shouted. Those who are sensible should come with us. Don't force us to use violence. The big-mouthed small leader of the Wolf-Tooth Gang seemed to think victory was assured, and none of his subordinates entered stealth mode. However, at that moment, an invisible wave spread from Li Yu's body. 3 assassins who approached from behind to ambush the 3 were swept out by Li Yu's detection passive. It was the detection passive. Damn it, it's the hunter class. One of the Wolf-Tooth Gang members, who was swept out, immediately screamed. What? Kill them. At all costs. Upon hearing the words detection passive and hunter class, the leading Wolf-Tooth Gang team leader immediately ordered to kill the 3. Chapter 404, Reasonable Changes. Intermediate Dark Fishing Rod, what a pity. Shu Huayin turned back and saw that there were no pursuers coming. Thus, he could only step into Thick Earth City. This is your task, sell these things. I have something else to attend to, so I'll leave first. Shu Huayin handed the hunter class card and a hunter trap cards he brought to the two, asking them to sell them first. So many. Li Yu and Wang Xinyu looked at the cards Shu Huayin handed over in disbelief. Who is this guy, really? He actually has so many scarce hunter profession cards in his hands. It doesn't matter if the price is slightly lower, what is important is to sell them quickly. Shu Huayin signed a contract with the two of them. After giving them a few instructions, he left the city of Thick Earth, leaving behind the two, who looked at each other in confusion. Who on earth is this guy? Li Yu asked in astonishment. Unfortunately, no one answered her question. Let us get to work. As the saying goes, a loss may turn out to be a gain. This might be the only opportunity we have in our lifetime. After handing over the card selling to the two of them, Shu Huayin left the city once again. Chapter 405, Never Air Force, Dark Cloak, and the Black Pot. Let us take them out first. Shu Huayin summoned his clone and switched his card deck. The main body and the clone in stealth mode charged towards the two epic bosses from different directions. The clone ambushed the normal Dark Angler boss, while the main body rushed towards the Dark Angler boss with a slightly different name. With a whoosh, an axe struck down. The Dark Angler boss didn't even have time to scream before losing its life. Brutal axe. After swinging the axe, the clone felt utterly drained. A golden card emerged from the boss's corpse, which was grabbed by Shu Huayin's clone. Meanwhile, Shu Huayin's main body acted in sync with the clone. Instead of using a dagger, the main body approached the dark angler boss named Air Force One. One hand pressed against the boss's back. Dragon Blast. 10 points of divine power gathered in Shu Huayan's palm. A close-range Dragon Blast hit the Air Force One boss. The Air Force One boss seemed to have some reaction. But it was useless. Chapter 406 is the Fire Flame City captured. Just as the three were doubting each other, the leader exclaimed, "Their SA boss, an epic boss." Upon hearing this, everyone perked up. Where? It ran away. Its name is particularly strange, Sky One. And it's not attacking, just running. The group looked at each other again. Chase. In the city of Thick Earth, Shu Huayan found Wang Xinyu and Li Yu in the Thick Earth Square. However, their situation was not good. They were surrounded by members of the Wolf Tooth Gang. Anyone who got close was chased away by the gang. Fortunately, they were currently in a safe zone, otherwise, they might have been in real danger. Nonetheless, the two were no longer intimidated. The Hunter Profession card is 10,000 pesos each, Hunter Trap is 30,000 pesos each, and for a total of 40,000 pesos for a set. Take it or leave it, Wang Xinyu said firmly. TSK, aren't you afraid of earning a living but not being able to spend it? Captain Kui of the Wolf Tooth Gang asked sinisterly. That's none of your business, Li Yu replied, equally assertive. I believe the Thick Earth Discipline Association, along with the Support Association and other forces, will be interested. Chapter 407 The Reason Fire Flame City was destroyed, Xiaoying. What's going on? Shu Huayan was surprised when he heard this news. Damn, my goods. Shu Huayan's heart bled. The reason he agreed to sell at a lower price was to make another trip to Fire Flame City. Lowering the price was to quickly recover the funds. Moreover, he had purchased a large quantity of hot goods from Fire Flame City in the city of Thick Earth. Making money in business isn't just about buying low and selling high, the selling cycle is also very important. For example, if the cycle is 1 month, you can earn 1 million. If you compress the cycle to half a month, then you can earn 2 million in a month. Of course, calculating it this way isn't entirely accurate, it's just a rough understanding. Now, Shu Huayan was in a bind. Fire Flame City was destroyed by monsters. What about the hot goods he had? Those items were only considered hot goods in Fire Flame City. I have over 1 million worth of goods. Shu Huayan felt distressed. Fortunately, he hadn't touched the other 200,000 pesos in funds. Due to time constraints and based on his judgment of the market in Fire Flame City, he only bought cards worth over 100,000 pesos. He did make a profit, but this should be the last big deal. Chapter 408 Haven't you been saving for almost a week? Take these two to rest. Shu Huayan sent the 2 informants out. He didn't need to worry about the rewards for the information. After they left, he immediately asked Li Ming, where did you find those 2, especially that woman? I didn't find them, they approached me after I posted an announcement to gather information, Li Ming replied. I was also surprised that it was President Xiaoying. He added, spreading his hands. He hadn't known it was Xiaoying until the portrait was drawn earlier. All right, go back to what you were doing. Shu Huayan sent Li Ming away, and fell into thought once more. How did Xiaoying end up in the neighboring city? Moreover, perhaps the destruction of Fire Flame City is related to Xiaoying. This is troublesome. In such a complex situation, Shu Huayan felt a bit at a loss. Fortunately, in the afternoon, Zero Chio finally returned. You finally came back. Shu Huayan had never been so excited. He needed Zero Chio's help in this complicated situation. Oh? What happened? Zero Chio immediately became serious upon seeing him. Chapter 409 The War Begins. That night, the Eternal Life Guild base was quiet and peaceful. The faint starlight scattered, illuminating the interior of the room clearly. The night was deep, and the sounds of insects could still be heard outside the window. However, the people inside were far from calm. The white bedding was carelessly draped over the bed, with one corner already hanging to the ground. On the bedside table lay a pink pair of panties, a light blue bra, and a man's boxers. The sound of heavy breathing gradually became subdued, ultimately dissipating into the air. The moonlight poured through the window, finally landing on a layer of snow-white skin, casting a faint glow. Looking up along the smooth, silky skin revealed a delicate face. At this moment, the blush on Ling Qiu's delicate face was slowly fading, and her eyes were slightly squinted, revealing a hint of laziness. No more sleep. Ling Qiu lightly hummed and pushed Xu Huayin, who was lying beside her. The two were lying side by side. There was a trace of satisfaction in her voice. She remembered that when she was working before, a married woman said that her husband was too useless and couldn't satisfy her even once a day. At that time, she, who had not yet experienced anything, scoffed a little. Chapter 4:10 Never empty Air Force powering up. Ding. This instance does not lock card slots. Ding. Dying in this instance will only kick you out of the instance. Gentle strands of sea breeze blew towards them. Wasn't it said to be a windless sea? Xu Huayin complained. He remembered clearly that the content of the top war entrance ticket was to enter a windless sea. Or is the windless sea a high-level sea area, as mentioned by the system? Xu Huayin speculated. His gaze swept around the boat. This was a small boat about 5 meters long. Besides him, Shiyuru, and Ma Zhendong, there was also a fishing rod, 2 oars, and a map. Shiyuru had already picked up the map and was examining it. How is it? What is on the map? Xu Huayin asked, turning back. I don't know. But it should be a map of this sea area. You can take a look yourself, it's just a bit too clean. Shiyuru handed the map to Xu Huayin. Too clean? Xu Huayin was somewhat puzzled. It wasn't until he held the map in his hands that he understood what Shiyuru meant. Sure enough, it was too clean. This could hardly be described as clean. Xu Huayin couldn't help but laugh at this map. Chapter 4:11 How to obtain resources. Here it comes. Here it comes. The guaranteed power is activated. No, wait. What does it mean that the guaranteed power is activated? It's clearly me who is awesome. Xu Huayin tightly gripped the fishing rod. And the force coming from below made his expression serious. Such great strength. Could it be over 1,000 pounds? Xu Huayin was overjoyed. He felt his feet exert a little force, and the entire small boat sank slightly. Not good. Xu Huayin thought to himself. This is not on land. If the boat capsizes and he falls into the sea, it would be game over. He couldn't get entangled with that fish. Come on. Xu Huayin directly used all his strength. It felt like the whole small boat was about to be stomped to the seabed. Fortunately, the boat did not capsize. A loud splash echoed as a huge creature was thrown out of the sea and landed before Xu Huayin. The entire small boat shook from the impact. What a big fish! Shiyuru exclaimed. This was the largest fish she had seen so far. To put it this way, this fish was almost the same size as the boat beneath their feet. Its entire body was covered in black scales, especially on its back, where several bony spikes grew. Looking particularly ferocious. Xu Huayin reached out to touch it. Chapter 4:12 Each showing their skills, and Xu Huayin with cheat-like abilities in addition to fishing, picking up boxes, and defeating monsters. There is actually a fourth way to obtain resources. Or rather, this way might be the most mainstream. After all, not everyone can fish. And the number of monsters isn't very high. Didn't Ling Qiu encounter one only after more than an hour? Picking up boxes is even more random. Only this method is the most stable. That is, to rob. Attack other players' ships, and once all the players on the ship are killed, you can choose to destroy and salvage the other players' ships to obtain materials. In a certain sea area, 2 ships spotted each other. Ding, found other players. Robbing other players' ships can yield basic materials. The system's prompt sounded in a young man's ear. Just as the young man was about to act, a voice came from behind. Brother Yuan, let me go. This was a man who looked very strong, but was wearing a somewhat feminine-looking, small mage robe. The design was supposed to highlight a woman's slim waist, but on this man, it felt like a 200-pound person wearing size S clothes. Of course, he wasn't fat. He was all muscle. Chapter 4:13, The Battle-Ready Fish Malolo Mermaid. The ship had already reached level 4, and it wouldn't be an easy task to level up further. Let's go. Shu Huayan instructed Shi Yuru to steer the ship. Ma Zhendong was assigned to observe the surroundings from the top of the ship. Shu Huayan himself continued fishing. As another hour approached, Shu Huayan had already gripped the fishing rod tightly. Suddenly, the rod moved. Is it a catch? Although it felt like a catch, Shu Huayan sensed something was off. This feels too light, right? Although it felt a bit too light, Shu Huayan still pulled the rod up. A girl with silver hair. Small and cute, dressed in blue and white, resembling a fish fin, was pulled up. What's going on? How did I catch a person? Shu Huayan suddenly felt a bit unsettled. Wasn't it supposed to be a fish? But it seems this is also a fish. Shu Huayan looked at the girl's lower half. It was clearly a fish tail. A mermaid? Well, a mermaid can also be considered a fish, right? Shu Huayan was delighted. He approached the girl. Hey, wake up. Shu Huayan patted the mermaid girl's cheek. Chapter 4:14 Luo Luo Island and Island. Shu Huayan quickly ran to the second deck. This place restricted even jumping, and flying was impossible. Look over there. Ma Zhendong pointed towards the front left as Shu Huayan hurried over. Just as Ma Zhendong said, there was a small island. Yuru, turn left and head towards the front. Shu Huayan ordered Shi Yuru. The ship immediately turned and headed towards the small island. As the ship got closer to the island, Shu Huayan gradually saw the beach and the coconut trees on it. It looked like a normal island. Shu Huayan said. Just then, a girl in blue and white gauze appeared beside them. That is Luo Luo Island. Mello said, Luo Luo Island. That's where Reinhardt grows Luo Luo fruit and brews wine with it. Reinhardt loves drinking, and there's also a sub-legendary boss, the General Chea shrimp, on the island. Sub-legendary boss. Hearing about such a level of boss, Shu Huayan couldn't help but become serious. However, when his gaze swept over the Sea King cannon placed at the bow of the ship, he relaxed once again. The Sea King he caught yesterday could be exchanged for this Sea King cannon. Sea King cannon quality, legendary effect, requires at least 100 points of divine power to fire a devastating shot. Description: the might of the Sea King, the minimum consumption, is 100 points of divine power. I can't even believe how strong this shot is. Is it 10 times the Dragon Blast? This was Shu Huayan's prediction of the Sea King cannon's power. Of course, this was just a rough estimate, and the actual power would definitely be off. Moreover, using something like this against a sub-legendary boss seems like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Also, Shu Huayan only had 100 points of divine power in total. It takes an hour to recover 1 point. After firing one shot, it would take more than 4 days to have the divine power to fire again. Whether this dungeon could last 4 days is debatable. So, in reality, there was only one chance to fire. And that was also under the condition that he couldn't use Dragon Blast. In that case, Yuru, you stay on the ship, and Leoma, you come with me to the island to meet the sub-legendary General Chea shrimp. Shu Huayan made some tactical arrangements based on Mello's information. Okay, Ma Zhendong immediately agreed. Shi Yuru didn't speak at first. After a few seconds, she replied, No, I want to go with you. My strength is stronger than Captain Ma's. I can assist you better. Chiyuru's gaze was firm, and her tone was particularly resolute. Indeed, you are a bit stronger, but precisely because you are stronger. I need you to stay and guard the house, Shu Huayin explained. Of course, there was another reason. Chiyuru was an agile attacker. Although her route was different from Shu Huayin's, they were both melee. Ma Zhendong was different, he was a mage and could serve as support. The slowing effect of an ice mage is quite significant. Guard the house. All right. Chiyuru could only agree. I want to go too. At that moment, Mello interjected. Chapter 4:15. You must have been possessed. Mello wanted to go as well. You are seriously injured, you should rest on the ship. Shu Huayin didn't want Mello to take risks. He was a person who cherished the delicate. And he would feel pained if such a lovely girl like Mello went on an adventure. I want to go. If my sister and the others are captured, they will definitely be temporarily imprisoned here. I know where the dungeon is, Mello insisted. Oh? Then let's go together. Shu Huayin agreed immediately. This was related to the sirens and the Little Mermaid, and he couldn't miss it, even if it was just a possibility. Then let's set off. Yu-Ru. Keep an eye on the ship, Shu Huayin said in the end. The ship docked at the edge of the island. As Shu Huayin and the others approached, they saw a small wooden boat drifting not far away. However, there was no one on the boat, and there were signs of battle on the beach, indicating that an encounter had likely occurred there. Yu-Ru, go retrieve that small boat, we are leaving, Shu Huayin instructed. Shu Huayin, Ma Zhendong, and Mello arrived on the island. It seemed someone had come before them, so they decided to chase after them. With a wave of his hand, Shu Huayin's figure instantly disappeared, replaced by a clone with a pair of fiery wings. The three followed the traces deeper into the island. Before long, they heard the sounds of fighting coming closer. Wait a moment, I'll go take a look, the clone said. After finishing its words, the clone's figure also vanished. Shu Huayin stealthily approached the front, and discovered a vast plantation area ahead. 3 female players were surrounded by a muscular monster with a shrimp head, leading a group of minions. Among the minions were 2 epic-level bosses, while the rest were elite-level bosses. All 3 female players wore jade talismans shaped like flowers. Moreover, their positioning and movement were quite interesting, as they managed to withstand the assault of numerous monsters. However, it was clear they were merely hanging on by a thread, as cracks had already appeared on the jade talismans. They can't hold on much longer. Let's go watch the show, Shu Huayin said as his main body appeared between Ma Zhendong and Mello, bringing Ma Zhendong and Mello to the designated observation point. Shu Huayin's original plan was to let these 3 women wear down the stamina of the sub-legendary boss. If they could injure the boss, that would be even better. If they could seriously injure it, well, that was a dream too far. But then, stop. The mermaid girl Mello shouted as she saw the Chaya shrimp attacking the girls. Her sense of justice overflowing, and she intervened directly. Damn it. Is it necessary to be this reckless? Shu Huayin began to curse internally. However, despite his cursing, he had to maintain a righteous demeanor. How despicable. Die. Shu Huayin also made his move, appearing extremely righteous, as if he were the embodiment of justice executing it. This sudden turn of events shocked Ma Zhendong. When did their boss become so upright? Was this still the sunny boy they remembered, or was it someone else? No. You are not Shu Huayin. You must have been possessed. Chapter 4:16, Miracle Stone, and the Pearl World. Though it felt like Shu Huayin's character was breaking down a bit, the 2 still joined in. Just then, crack, crack, crack. The jade talismans worn by the 3 girls shattered. Mello directly appeared in front of the 3 girls, a halberd hammer appearing in her hand, ready to clash with the sub-legendary boss Chaya Shrimp's hammer. She was already severely injured, and with this hammer strike, she likely wouldn't leave any remnants. Shu Huayin quickly positioned himself in front of Melo. The tall figure stood like a wall of copper and iron, blocking all harm. Immediately after, under the tremendous impact, Shu Huayin was sent flying by a single blow, landing alongside Melo on the ground not far away. Melo served as a human cushion for Shu Huayin, who was completely pressed on top of her. "Are you okay?" Shu Huayin quickly got up, and was concerned about Melo the moment he stood. At that moment, Melo's face was pale, looking as if she was about to die. "You mustn't die." Shu Huayin hurriedly took out an intermediate healing potion, and slapped it on Melo. A wave of green energy flowed into Melo's body, slightly reddening her complexion. But she still looked very unwell. Chapter 4:17, Stinging Island, Datung City. What a good name. Is this dungeon called the Pearl World? Shu Huayin murmured to himself and then put away the card. With this in hand, as long as other resources were sufficient, the warship could be upgraded to level 5. Level 4 was already this kind of ironclad ship. Shu Huayin couldn't even imagine what level 5 would be like. "Melo, where is the dungeon you mentioned?" Shu Huayin approached Melo and asked. He hadn't forgotten that the reason he brought Melo along was because she said, Sister Siren and Little Mermaid Mai would be locked here if captured. "Follow me." Hearing this, Melo wanted to stand up, but clearly, she didn't have the strength to do so now. "I'll carry you." Shu Huayin thought for a moment, came to Melo's side, and picked her up. "Huh? All right." Melo's fair face flushed, but she obediently laid on Shu Huayin's back. "Over there." Melo pointed in a direction. Shu Huayin and the others immediately headed toward the direction Melo indicated. Soon, they discovered a dungeon. Inside the dungeon, there were about a dozen sea monsters imprisoned. There were all sorts, but there were no sirens or little mermaids, whom Shu Huayin was looking for. Chapter 4:18, Naval Battle, Crushing. Bang! The sound of the fishing line cracking through the air echoed. A big fish was pulled up by Shu Huayin. TSK, this feels about 800 pounds. Just as Shu Huayin was chatting with Shen Rixi, he caught a fish. Shu Huayin directly swung the fish up. "It's guaranteed that our skills are good." Unfortunately, it was a bit small, not even 1,000 pounds. Shu Huayin waved the fish in front of Shen Rixi. Unfortunately, Shen Rixi seemed uninterested, making Shu Huayin feel like he was hitting cotton with a punch. At that moment, Ma Zhendong's voice echoed from the top of the ship. "Brother Ming, there's a situation. 3 ships are approaching us from the left, 1 level 2 and 2 level 1, on the right, there are 2 ships, both level 2. In total, there are 3 level 2 ships and 2 level 1 ships." Ma Zhendong issued a warning of an enemy attack. "Looks like someone has set their sights on my ship." Shu Huayin immediately went to the top of the ship. When he arrived, aside from Shiyuru, who was still controlling the course, everyone else was there. The 3 of Shen Rixi were now considered crew members. Looking at the several small boats surrounding them, everyone showed serious expressions. So many. Chapter 4:19, Ling Qiu. A strong enemy. About half an hour later, Stinging Island appeared in Shu Huayin's sight. The journey was very calm. Aside from that group of 5 ships looking for trouble, no other ships dared to approach Shu Huayin's vessel. Not to mention the terrifying Sea King cannon at the bow, just the dozens of outward-facing cannons made others wary. Thus, they steadily arrived at Stinging Island. This place is rich in a fruit called stinging fruit, which is also a brewing material. Now, Shu Huayin's team was unprecedentedly strong. With the temporary addition of the Triplet Sisters and a sub-legendary boss, Shu Huayin really didn't take anything lightly. However, just as Shu Huayin thought he could pass through here easily, the fierce sounds of battle on the island shattered his expectations. Moreover, here, Shu Huayin encountered a familiar figure. Ling Qiu. Shu Huayin looked incredulously at the 2 people fighting on Stinging Island. One of them was actually Ling Qiu. The key was that Ling Qiu was at a disadvantage. What is going on? Ling Qiu, Shu Huayin shouted. The ship hadn't docked yet, and he jumped directly from the deck. Chapter 420, Damn, my ship. Yuan. Shu Huayin spoke a name. Besides that person, no one else could have such terrifying strength. Although he felt that he might not be a match for either of them, since they had met, they had to have a fight. Yuan licked his lips. Immediately, a black ball and a white ball appeared in his hands. This is the power I just acquired during the public test, light and darkness, please enjoy. Behind Yuan, the auras of light and darkness emerged. The two auras fused to form a pattern resembling a yin-yang fish. Yuan himself assumed a very standard stance of a middle-just fist. And us. As they spoke, the triplet sisters also arrived. The three of them synchronously struck a palm, forming three invisible chains that wrapped around Yuan. 3 talents sealing spirits. 3 talents commanding. Take this move. As he spoke, Yuan's yin-yang aura mixed, and the 3 chains were unexpectedly severed temporarily. Purgatory judgment. An unparalleled darkness descended above Shu Huayin and the others. Was he actually targeting everyone alone? Chapter 421, half of it is an act. Leaving Stinging Island. The ship headed straight for the windless sea. Shu Huayin continued fishing. The miracle stone was already in hand. Now, he only lacked some basic supplies to upgrade the ship to level 5. How did your ship get so big? Ling Qiu came to Shu Huayin, who was fishing, and asked curiously. She had killed quite a few monsters, and even taken down 2 level 1 ships. However, her ship was still only at level 2. She really couldn't understand how Shu Huayin had upgraded his ship to this level. Easy peasy, Shu Huayin said nonchalantly. But all I got was a snort. Also, it's only been 2 days since we last met. How did you get involved with the 3 talents again, and they are triplets too? You really know how to have fun. Ling Qiu also took out a fishing rod and sat down next to Shu Huayin to fish together. Do you believe what you just said? It makes me sound like some kind of succubus, Shu Huayin complained. Aside from Ling Qiu, even though he seemed to have encountered many women, in his eyes, it didn't matter whether they were men or women. Looks didn't matter either. Only Ling Qiu, through their slow interactions, gave him a different feeling. Chapter 422, Level 5 Ship, Open the Door. Free Trade. A night passed. Shu Huayin and Ling Qiu secured a project worth several billion. The ship would be upgraded soon. Shu Huayin slapped Ling Qiu's tender backside. At that moment, Ling Qiu was still asleep. One of her legs was resting on Shu Huayin's leg, half of her body was also on him. She was completely using Shu Huayin as a human-shaped pillow. You dare to slap the president's butt? Do you believe I'll squeeze you dry? Ling Qiu opened her eyes, rubbed them, and said playfully. Gulp. Shu Huayin swallowed. Damn. Why is she so cute? After Ling Qiu finished speaking, she stretched, showcasing her perfect figure, and then began picking up the clothes she had thrown around last night. Let us go, didn't he say we were going to see the ship upgrade? Seeing Shu Huayin still motionless, Ling Qiu reminded him. Oh, only then did Shu Huayin move. He felt he needed to change his mindset. Why is Ling Qiu so cute? Shu Huayin felt his heart slowly sinking. The scene from just now hit him hard. Chapter 423, Agile Antlers, and the Lord of the Deep Sea, Legendary Boss, Boom. 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 Countless shells bombarded Deer Island. It was a direct artillery wash. Why bother putting so much effort into fighting the boss? Just wash the ground with artillery first. If the boss doesn't die, then it must be quite resilient. We can deal with it later. The ship's cannons and missiles, under Shao Hu's command, fired at the small island as if they were free. That small island was probably only about 1,000 square meters. The island was filled with a large number of antler trees, which bore a fruit called antler fruit. These antler fruits were the materials for brewing wine. However, under the indiscriminate coverage of artillery fire, the entire island was ploughed through. Not to mention a single tree. There wasn't even anything over a meter tall. Done? Looking at the flattened island ahead, Xu Huayin felt comfortable. This kind of island is a good island. Start the landing operation. Lao, you stay on the ship. Xu Huayin arranged for Ma Zhendong, who hadn't slept last night, to remain on the ship. The others then landed on the island. Everyone jumped to the coast, and the entire island was now in full view. Divide into teams. I'll take one team. Ling Qiu will take another, and Yu Ru and her 3 sisters will form one. Xu Huayin made the team divisions, and everyone had no objections. Dividing into 3 teams to explore the island. Chapter 424, with a boom, the world became quiet. Are we guarding something? Xu Huayin pondered, stroking his chin. How about we just ignore it for now? Xu Huayin looked at Ling Qiu, seeking her opinion. But all he got was an eye roll. What do you mean ignore it for now? This is a legendary level boss, it can't just be left alone. Even if it's just the 2 of us. It would be easy to take down. Since it doesn't show aggression, let us leave it alone for now, Ling Qiu replied. It's not that we can't do anything. Xu Huayin then gestured towards the front of the ship. Sea King Cannon. It requires at least 100 points of divine power to fire one shot. Although he had never tried it, Xu Huayin was sure that this shot would be earth-shattering. However, it seemed he had other matters to attend to first. Xu Huayin agreed with Ling Qiu's suggestion. He ordered Xiaohua to navigate the fire dragon around the legendary boss of the deep sea. However, just as Xu Huayin was about to make a big turn, the system prompt sounded. Ding, the area ahead is temporarily closed, please explore later. Following the system prompt, an invisible wall seemed to appear ahead. Chapter 425, Proof of Legend. Phew. Xu Huayin coughed twice. It seemed he had breathed too quickly and coughed again. After getting up, the first thing he did was check the condition of the legendary boss, the Lord of the Deep Sea. He looked up and immediately saw that a large part of the Lord of the Deep Sea boss's body had disappeared. However, a legendary level boss is still a legendary level boss. Its vitality is truly tenacious. How can it not be dead yet? Moreover, it hasn't run away. If it were a world boss, it would have definitely fled by now, instead of stupidly staying here. The purpose of a guard boss is to guard the area. It's time to end this, Xu Huayin said. At this point, everyone had gradually gotten back on their feet. Especially Ling Qiu, whose strength was the strongest and was protected by zero-style armament, had basically sustained no damage. Xiaohua, keep firing until it's eliminated, Xu Huayin ordered. Yes, master. Xiaohua opened fire. Various missiles, torpedoes, and cannons tilted towards the boss. Now, the boss could only wait for death under the bombardment of various weapons. Chapter 426, The Last Peach Island and Coconut Island. On the calm sea of the Windless Sea, a huge ship was sailing. Not far away, 2 islands that were almost touching each other gradually came into view. The distance between the 2 islands was no more than 500 meters, and their sizes were similar. Like a pair of brothers. We're here. A young man at the bow of the ship looked at the distant islands and said excitedly. There are still 2 hours left, that is enough time for us to retreat. Xu Huayin glanced at the remaining time. Finally, it was time to leave this place. Ling Qiu, with her hands resting on the railing, stretched. The ship finally docked outside one of the small islands. Xiaohua. Xu Huayin summoned the ship spirit. How much energy is left? Xu Huayin asked. The ship's navigation and attacks both consume energy. There are 32 energy left, Xiaohua replied. Is that all that's left? Xu Huayin seemed a bit surprised. It shouldn't be. I remember after attacking that group of pirates, there was still about 80 left. How come it's now less than 13? The detailed energy consumption is as follows: navigation consumes 16 energy, combat consumes 32. Chapter 427, Heart Ring, and a Pearl World. The death of the first sublegendary level frog boss means that the second frog boss is not far from death. With a bang, blood splattered into the sky. 2 world fragments fell into Ling Qiu's hands. In addition, there were 2 purple cards. These were dropped by the 2 sublegendary level frog bosses. What a ripoff, just 2 purple cards. Xu Huayin picked one up and complained. The drop rate for purple and gold cards from sublegendary level bosses is about 50-50. Hey! Is that purple card of yours the heart ring? Ling Qiu suddenly asked. Huh? Xu Huayin subconsciously looked at the purple card in his hand. Heart ring shadow, quality, purple card type, equipment card effect, if the 2 people equipped with the heart ring are within 10 meters of each other, they gain a damage reduction effect of 10. You can choose to consume this card to teleport directly to another person equipped with the heart ring. Effect requires both parties to be in the same world. Description: united as husband and wife, their bond is unbreakable. Restriction: this card must be equipped by a female player. Acquisition method: dropped by defeating epic level or higher twin-type monsters. Twin Tower, Black-Hearted Merchant. Chapter 428, Cybergate, and 10x flow speed. We are back. A flash of light passed. Xu Huayin, Ling Qiu, Shiyuru, and Ma Zhendong returned to the Eternal Life Guild. Along with Xu Huayin, there was also a glass bottle. Inside the bottle was a vividly crafted level 5 warship. As soon as they returned to the guild, Ling Qiu immediately called for Ling Dong. Has anything happened recently? Ling Qiu asked. Ling Dong and Li Ming had also participated in the top war, but they were eliminated early. Recently? Nothing much has happened, Ling Dong blinked and replied. No news from Fire Flame City. Ling Qiu followed up. She had been worried that during these days of participating in the top war, something strange would happen in Fire Flame City. According to the current intelligence, there were at least several sub-legendary level bosses in Fire Flame City. And there was even a possibility of a legendary level boss existing. No, the fog disappeared the day before yesterday, and Fire Flame City has been very quiet. Ling Dong's answer relieved Ling Qiu. It's good that nothing happened. After chatting for a bit more, Ling Qiu gave Ling Dong a task. Tomorrow, your brother-in-law and I will leave to tackle a dungeon again, so the guild will be left to you. Chapter 429, Call me brother, are you ready? Ling Qiu looked at Xu Huayin and Shiyuru, who were standing not far away. Ready, let's go, Xu Huayin said. Me too, Shiyuru echoed. All right. Then let's set off. Ling Qiu immediately took out the Cybergate dungeon card. The reward for this dungeon is the Midnight System. If she could obtain this AI system, her combat power would take a significant leap. Seeing that they were all prepared, Ling Qiu quickly activated the Cybergate dungeon. With a flash of light, the 3 of them disappeared from their spot. In a somewhat chaotic-looking room, Xu Huayin blinked and surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. There was a desk, a bookshelf, and several mecha models on the shelf. It looked like an ordinary teenager's room. The only special thing was that there was a bracelet-like device on his wrist. Universal Type AI Bracelet. Ding, welcome to the Cybergate. Your identity is Lin Ruohai's eldest son, Lin Yang. First phase task, participate in the Black Hawk Mecha Academy selection, and enter the Black Hawk Mecha Academy. Chapter 430, Competing to Make Money Houston Mecha Club. This is the only mecha club in the Sanha district, and it also serves as a casino. Of course, gambling is technically not allowed. The currency in this club can only be used to purchase gifts and the like. However, directly across from the club's entrance, there is a store that buys back gifts at a high price. Any gift produced by the club will be bought back at a very high price. Today, a man and 2 women arrived here. I checked, and I have over 500 runes in my personal account. Shu Huayin displayed his account. Runai is the currency unit in this world. I have over 2,800 runes. Ling Qiu also showed her account. Mine is about the same as Qiu G's. Over 3,300 runes, Shi Yuru added. Shu Huayin's mouth twitched when he saw the amounts the two held. So, I'm the only broke one. If he remembered correctly. The three of them were set up as siblings here. The wealth gap is a bit ridiculous. The money he had was less than a fraction of Ling Qiu's. And Shi Yuru had even more than Ling Qiu. Well, roughly, the extra money was just enough for one of him. Chapter 431. I just want to stay by your side for a lifetime. The odds are 1 to 25. Here are your 40,000 runes. With the purchase receipt, Ling Qiu successfully got 40,000 runes. Shu Huayin's opponent was a somewhat crazy person known as the Evil Wolf. Sounds fierce, but in front of Shu Huayin, he seemed very weak. Several attacks were like mere tickles to Shu Huayin. Meanwhile, Shu Huayin's heavy punches could land critical hits every time. 3 punches. Shu Huayin only needed 3 punches to shatter this person's boxing champion dreams. The money was in hand, and they could go experience the mechs now. The three of them immediately headed to the mech experience area. Here, there were only a few basic styles of mechs: Battle Guard, Basic Warrior Type Mech, Stab Guard, Basic Assassin Type Mech, Iron Guard, Basic Fortress Type Mech, Spirit Guard, Mid-Range Fire Support Mech, Sniper, Long-Range Sniper Mech. Although they are all basic models, it can be said that all high-end mechas are upgrades based on these 5 basic models. Shu Huayin directly went to experience the Battle Guard mecha. His fighting style is that of a warrior. Shu Huayin thought that Ling Qiu would also choose the Battle Guard. You can experience the Battle Guard first. Shu Huayin gentlemanly let Ling Qiu choose first. Chapter 432, Heart's Codex, the reason why there is no way to cultivate. Black Hawk Mecha Academy. This is a prestigious institution ranked among the top in the entire Federation. Shu Huayin and his 2 companions arrived at the examination site early. At Black Hawk Mecha Academy, we only accept those with blood and guts. Even in the recruitment assessment, there is a risk of death. You must sign this life and death agreement to officially enter the assessment. A man in military uniform announced the rules. Will people die? Upon hearing about signing a life and death agreement, many participants in the examination backed out and chose to leave. Shu Huayin and his companions didn't mind and signed immediately. After signing, Shu Huayin separated from Ling Qiu and Shi Yuru. The assessment standards for males and females are clearly not the same. Shu Huayin was taken to the playground. Hey, familiar playground. Shu Huayin looked at the playground and track, reminiscing about his student days. Back then, his deskmate was a girl, and they once played rock paper scissors, writing characters on her leg. It was so long ago that he couldn't even remember her name now. Just as Shu Huayin was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a whistle. Chapter 433, The Achievement of 5 Qi returning to origin, and the second ring task. In a dark room. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of a heartbeat echoed in the room like a drum. After a while, a pair of eyes opened in the darkness. Shu Huayin exhaled a breath of turbid air. Combining it with the versatile breathing method, he completed the first cultivation of Heart's Codex. A hint of surprise flashed in Shu Huayin's eyes. Is this the effect of Heart's Codex? Shu Huayin was very satisfied with the cultivation results. The increase in physical strength was only a small part of the improvement, and it required accumulation over time. The important thing was not this slight increase, but that the heart had become stronger. According to the records of Heart's Codex, if one could complete the cultivation of Heart's Codex, then even if the heart were crushed, it wouldn't be a fatal injury. Speaking of which, if there is a Heart's Codex, could there be a liver's codex, kidney's codex, and so on? Xu Huayan's thoughts began to wander. He associated it with a trial called All Organs Damaged. Legend has it that if one can pass this trial, they would gain an achievement called 5 Qi Returning to Origin. The effect of this achievement is said to be astonishing. Chapter 434 What's Childish? A duel. I must duel immediately. Soon, the sarcastic person appeared before Xu Huayan and his companions. It was a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking somewhat like a refined scoundrel. Such a strong sense of déjà vu, a fallen senior. Ling Qiu whispered. No, it's a fallen senior sister, Shiyuru corrected. This plot is a bit too classic. Don't talk, just watch, Xu Huayan pinched Ling Qiu's thigh. The touch was still as good as ever. Ahem, returning to the main topic. I was kicked out. I clearly chose to withdraw myself. I couldn't stay in a place like the school team that harbors filth, Grisha retorted. Suppressing newcomers, nepotism. Newcomers have no chance to train on the field at all, and yet you still have your own fan support club, a harem group, right? You even got several girls pregnant. Nepotism, does that mean letting complete strangers take the field? Girlfriends. They all volunteered, the pregnancies were accidents. The refined scoundrel with glasses said calmly. These accusations are completely useless. What if the newcomers perform poorly? Of course, you should send in the veterans. And about the girlfriends. Those cheap women threw themselves at him. Chapter 435 Receiving the Red Card, Nightmare System. A freshman directly challenged the captain of the school team on the very first day of enrollment. This news quickly spread throughout the Black Hawk Mecha Academy like it had grown wings. Xu Huayan did not agree to this challenge just for white stockings, by the way. He really hadn't seen Ling Qiu wear white stockings, and her skin seemed very suitable for them. Outside the duel arena, a large crowd had gathered. A mature woman with a powerful presence, who had just arrived at Black Hawk Mecha Academy in military uniform, was also intrigued by this news and headed to the competition site instead of her original purpose. Mecha battle or hand-to-hand combat, it's your choice. As the captain of the school team, Yang Qianxi maintained his demeanor. Although his character wasn't great, his fighting skills were unquestionable. Mechas are too troublesome. Xu Huayan directly made a standard starting pose. In the past month, he hadn't learned anything profound. He had only learned some military fighting techniques. Then, combined with his combat experience, he formed a fighting style that had his personal characteristics. The battle began. Both sides struck almost simultaneously. Chapter 436 Changes in 10 days. Finally back. Looking at the familiar surroundings and returning to his own powerful strength, Xu Huayan felt a bit enamored. He had spent nearly 100 days in the Cybergate instance. This was longer than the time since the card reign began. In reality, it had been less than 3 months. To be honest, he felt a bit nostalgic. Ling Qiu stretched her body, her tone carrying a hint of reluctance. The three reminisced about their student days, and it was quite heartwarming. The only regret was that Ling Qiu didn't keep her word. Where are those promised white stockings? In the end, not only did she not wear white stockings, but when Xu Huayan asked her to call him brother, she refused. On the other hand, Shiyuru was very obedient. Xu Huayan asked Ling Qiu to call him brother, but she stubbornly refused. Then, Xu Huayan casually asked Shiyuru to call him Yuru. Call me brother. To his surprise, Shiyuru actually did. Ah, oh brother, Shiyuru's ears turned red as she said softly. Since then, Shiyuru no longer called him Ming-Ji, but directly called him brother. According to Shiyuru, calling Ming-Ji would expose their identity. Since their relationship is that of siblings, it's better to just call him brother. Chapter 437, Sister, something bad has happened. Upon learning that the guild was safe and gradually developing, Xu Huayan and Ling Qiu appeared very happy. Even in the absence of him, Ling Qiu, and even Shiyuru, the guild continued to thrive. Now, they could let go as much as possible. Everyone, I have an announcement. Taking advantage of everyone's presence, Ling Qiu revealed a decision. Now, I officially hand over the position of President of the Eternal Life Guild to Ling Dong, Ling Qiu announced. Well, it seems like the president is currently Xu Huayin. But it doesn't matter, it's all the same. As for the position of vice president, it's given to Ma Zhendong. After staying in the instance for 3 months, Ling Qiu had enough time to arrange things. Seeing that neither of the two presidents had their own share, Yan Fei looked a bit uncomfortable. However, Ling Qiu's next words brought a smile back to Yan Fei's face. Xu Huayin, Yan Fei, and Shi Yuru. The 4 of us are the decision-making members of the Eternal Life Guild, and we will no longer participate in management. In other words, they were handing over management rights and starting to act like retired emperors. After arranging everything, Shi Yuru and the others also left. Chapter 438, Thief Class Card. Do you have the Evil Dragon's Doomsday Series cards? File 1 descended upon Qingmu City. Now, Qingmu City was even more bustling. After the fog between the 5 cities dissipated, Qingmu City, as the central city, became even more prosperous. People from the other 4 cities, oh no, 3 cities, as Huiyan City no longer existed, now referred to that place as Monster City. It was almost impossible to make a profit there now. Xu Huayin recalled the days of reselling in various places. It was not so easy to make money now. Fortunately, the initial accumulation was complete, and the current scale only needed to follow a steady course to make money. You go to the Old Times grocery store, and I'll take a trip to Qingmu Square. After you finish shopping, come meet me, Xu Huayin said. Okay, brother, Shi Yuru replied obediently. The two then began to act separately. Shi Yuru went to the Old Times grocery store to help Xu Huayin buy things. Speaking of the Old Times grocery store made Xu Huayin a bit anxious. The store owner wouldn't let him in, which was frustrating, otherwise, he could have gone in himself. Who knows, he might find something good. Now, he was very sure that there were many good things inside, he just needed a pair of eyes to discover them. Chapter 439, Noble Horse Instance Card, Gold Card Horse Mount, or Evil Dragon's Doomsday Series Cards. Xu Huayin's pupils shook. This phrase sounded so familiar. The entry requirement for the Snake's Invisible Instance seemed to be the Assassin class, or the Evil Dragon's Doomsday Series cards. This time, Gold Card Horses. That would be a bit tricky, but not entirely impossible. Xu Huayin struggled to suppress his excitement, while also drawing the other person's attention entirely to the Gold Card Horse Mount card. The Evil Dragon's Doomsday Series cards were his foundation, and could not be easily revealed. Is the horse coming? It was indeed difficult. But I know someone who has a gold card horse mount. The middle-aged man unexpectedly offered Xu Huayin advice. Oh? How do you know? Xu Huayin was initially troubled about how to weave a story. Unexpectedly, this middle-aged man even knew where the gold card horse mount was. I know someone who was also transported to Qingmu City after Huiyan City was destroyed, and he has a gold card horse mount, the middle-aged man said. Please help me. President Mingjing Zhishui. The middle-aged man said, clasping his hands together. Chapter 440, White Silk Ling Qiu, you aren't a lowly fan, are you? Then let's sign the contract, otherwise you won't feel at ease. Xu Huayin said. Okay, Long Chen replied. After signing the contract, a golden card was handed over to Xu Huayin. This is borrowed from you. Actually, I hope you won't return it, Long Chen said. If not exchanged, there was only one possibility. Xu Huayin returned a one-time gold card purification type card to him. East Sea Emperor quality, gold card type, mount card effect, movement speed 1000 unyielding, not affected by slowdown skills. Description: the undefeated genius has fallen. The unyielding emperor is born limit. Strength 200, belonged series. Horse racing series, acquisition method, epic level. or above abnormal drawing horse boss drop. Black-Hearted Merchant, dual mode effect, Earth attribute, warrior race, 3-star, attack power 1200, defense power 800, effect. This card can be treated as an equipment card. Equipped to a monster on your field from your hand, increasing the equipped monster's attack power by 600, and not affected by trap card effects. When this card, as an equipment card, is sent to the graveyard, special summon it on the field. Chapter 441, Entering the Noble Horse Instance. The time came to the next day. Ling Qiu set off to investigate the situation in the Thunder Domain, bringing along the prepared number 5 battery pet. Xu Huayin, on the other hand, took out the Noble Horse instance. This instance was not a small world instance, and its difficulty should be half a level lower than that of the small world instances. Ding, do you want to consume Noble Horse instance card X1 to enter the Noble Horse instance? The system's prompt sounded in Xu Huayin's ears. Before entering the instance, Xu Huayin made some adjustments to the card slots. Since this instance required gold card horse mounts, it was possible that the content of this instance was related to gold card horses. Therefore, even if his combat power would be somewhat affected, Xu Huayin decided to place this card, which only had a movement speed boost without any attribute enhancements, into the card slot. After pondering for a moment, Xu Huayin made the following adjustments. The first card slot's Tiger's Yin Yang was stacked with a Dragon's Blast and a Snake's Invisible, with no changes. The second card slot remained Great Strength Bull Demon Soul. The third card slot had Dragonbone Fishing Rod. The fourth card slot changed to a Dragon Speaker class card, stacked with a Dragon Riding Spear. Chapter 442, Pure Water, and a Magic Restriction Ring. With the arrows sent by my brother, Xu Huayin quickly left the battlefield. After completely disengaging, a system notification sound rang in Xu Huayin's ears. Ding! Congratulations on completing Task 1, time taken 3 minutes and 17 seconds, reward Pure Water. A card appeared in front of Xu Huayin. He casually took the card and glanced at it. A blue card level card was basically of no use to him. Pure Water quality, blue card type, spell card effect, generates a stream of pure water to attack enemies, dealing an additional 50 damage to poison-type monsters. Description: water magic with purifying properties. Acquisition method: drops from water attribute boss creatures, card packs. Black-Hearted Merchants. A restriction: there exists a wizard class card or an advanced water wizard class card in other card slots. Dual mode effect: trap card. Can be activated when there is a water attribute monster on your field. When an opponent's monster attacks, that monster's effect is negated, and its attack power is halved. This card's effect does not enter the chain. A card with purifying properties, huh? Why does it feel like all the cards in this dungeon are of purifying nature? Chapter 443, Night and the Trial of the Gods. Xu Huayin stored the anti-magic ring, and began to head back. Soon, Xu Huayin saw the cavalry team that had been chasing him earlier. The team now looked relaxed, seemingly happy after their victory. So you liked chasing me, huh? Xu Huayin put away his mount, activated stealth, and quickly approached the cavalry team. Without the support of a stampede, a mere epic level boss couldn't withstand a single blow from Xu Huayin. Xu Huayin directly went stealth and appeared behind the leading epic level boss, Zuckerberg. He then stabbed the boss to death. Until it died, it had not noticed Xu Huayin's presence. A golden card emerged from the corpse of the epic level boss, and was caught in Xu Huayin's hand. Finally, a gold card. Xu Huayin felt a surge of joy. He hadn't seen a gold card in a long time. Of course, this was mainly because he had spent too long in Cybergate. However, there were still quite a few boss creatures around. So Xu Huayin did not rush to check the golden card, and instead headed towards the other cavalry team's bosses to kill.